It's raining outside. Good thing I'm in this library. It's not the Miles Winslow Memorial Library. I know the Winslow Library from top to bottom, even though there's only one floor. Miles Winslow is generous, but only so far. This library is bigger and has many floors. And tons more books. Books are heavy, so tons of books doesn't necessarily mean lots of books. But there are lots of books. Lots of tons of books. I'm reading one of those books. It's about me. It's called The Girl Who Killed Everyone. It's not a very good book. I have a feeling I wrote it myself. There's a problem, though. The words keep jumping around on the page. There's one word in particular, painful, written in red, that keeps dancing around and wiggling its butt. I try to pin it under my finger, but it slips out and mimes laughing at me. Are you done with that book? My dad is sitting across the table. It's a big, fancy table made of some dark wood and all polished. The book looks small on the table. My dad is far away at the other end. It's a long table like you see in movies with rich people eating dinner at them. The table stretches further away, but my dad is right there across from me, maybe 5 feet. I'm confused by this table and my dad, but I can't explain why. The words keep moving, I tell him. That's because they're alive, he says. You have to kill them so they'll stop moving. His face starts to hang down off his head like a paper mask. He notices me noticing it and pulls it back up, then chuckles like he does. No, like he did, whenever he made a mistake and me or Mom caught him trying to cover it up. Mom calls it his whoopsie laugh. At least, she did. I don't want to kill anything. I look down at the words dancing on the page of my book. Lily and Samuel are holding hands and going in a circle around the word cucumber. I don't know why the word cucumber is in a book about me. My dad leans across the long table. His lower half seems miles away, but his face is right next to mine. But you're so good at it, he whispers. And then the chainsaw starts up. My dad makes a comical face like, oh no, with his mouth all round like a cartoon character's. I can hear the buzzing of the chainsaw before I see it, cutting up through the table from below. Sawdust and splinters spray up into the air and just keep going out of sight. My dad doesn't try to move out of the way of the chainsaw as it comes up beneath him. I can see it going up into his chest. He also sprays sawdust and splinters, except the sawdust is red and the splinters are bone. He laughs and blood comes out of his mouth. He's still right in front of my face, and I want to scream. I wake up. The sound of the chainsaw is still in my ears. I sit up from my spot on the floor of the treehouse and peek over the edge of the window. There's men in white hard hats standing out on the back lawn. A couple of them are using sledgehammers to punch through some of the wall still standing among the rubble of my house. One of them is at the bottom of the tree I'm up in, holding the chainsaw I was hearing in my sleep. Another one of the men turns and glances up in my direction. I duck. Hey, hold up! I hear him shout. Oh no, he saw me. There's some kid up there. Moments later, I hear someone grunting as they try to climb up the ladder meant only to hold little kids. Maybe it'll break under his weight and... No, of course it won't. I know it won't. Instead, the man who locked eyes with me's head appears in the doorway. His name is Doug, and he's going to eat macaroni for dinner tonight because his girlfriend broke up with him 2 weeks ago and it's all he knows how to make. He has a fridge full of food to cook, but it's all rotten because he only makes macaroni. I hate knowing these things. Doug looks around the room, taking in all my stuff. Several candles that smell like vanilla, a few burnt matches, and a dozen broken ones. A couple comic books in their plastic wrap so they don't get damaged while I'm not reading them. My backpack with a change of clothes in it, me, my sleeping bag, and my pillow. Hey there, he finally says. Do you live around here? pull the top of my sleeping bag up to my chin. I live here.
Here? In this treehouse?
My father built this for me, I whisper. It's not entirely finished. There's a hole in the roof that I think maybe was supposed to lead to a second floor. Or he just wasn't much of a carpenter. I think about the fact that he never got to see me climb into it or smile and wave at him from the window. I hug the sleeping bag a little tighter. Doug scratches his chin.
You're that Maddox kid, aren't you?
Madwhip.
Do your parents know you're up here?
I feel my eyes swelling up. Stop that! They stop. I wipe them with the sleeve of my pajamas. My parents are dead. He looks uncomfortable. Suddenly he can't look me in the eyes. People don't like to see sadness in other people's faces. Unless they're villains. Then they eat it up. If you're ever crying and you look at someone and they're looking back at you and licking their lips, they're probably evil. I know Doug isn't evil, though. He just really likes macaroni. The construction people tearing down the remains of my old house aren't sure what to do with me. Thankfully, Jamal's mom comes out into their backyard wearing an apron that says I'm in charge and takes charge. She helps me gather my stuff and bring it down out of the treehouse, then takes me inside and lets me eat breakfast with Jamal in their kitchen. I never ate scrambled eggs before. Poor little baby chickens got all scrambled. Jamal gives me half a smile and watches me eat scrambled baby chickens.
It's not the same with you gone,
he tells me. It's not the same with other people gone, too. I don't say that, though. I don't know what to say, so I just say, thank you. Eventually, Detective Guthrie arrives and we leave in his unmarked police car. We don't talk. He knows I don't want to talk when I'm in the car. He keeps looking back at me in the mirror the whole trip. I wish he'd keep his eyes on the road. Not watching the road can lead to accidents. Trust me, I know. We get to the police station again to wait until my foster parents, the Lakes, can come get me. Yes, that's right. The Lakes are my foster parents. The same couple who fostered my friend Meredith before she burned their house down and got moved off somewhere far, far away. I have to go to sleep every night in a bed that should be Meredith's if we had never met. And if I hadn't killed her. I don't sleep, though. I just stare up at the glow-in-the-dark stars on the ceiling. They're blood stars. I wanted glow-in-the-dark stars on the ceiling of my bedroom, and now I have them killing the person they should belong to. I'm a monster.
Hey, can I ask you a question?
Detective Guthrie asks. He always wants to ask me questions, and usually they're dumb questions about his future, his family's future. Well, at least he actually believes me when I tell him things. I sigh.
Is Bart gonna make the baseball team this year?
Detective Guthrie's son is 14. He really wants him to be an athlete, but Bartholomew, that's his name, Bartholomew, doesn't like sports. He just tries out so his dad won't give him grief. I don't tell Detective Guthrie that. They really should just talk to each other. I shake my head. No. He looks disappointed and gets quiet. A police lady with blonde hair hurries past with a stack of papers. Her name is Jennifer, but she prefers Jenny. She is a Doberman doggy at home and likes to curl up with it and watch action movies. I close my eyes and think about brick walls surrounding me to try to shut out her life story running through my head. People always wander past me when I'm at the police station, and I get all the facts about them dumped in my noggin like a garbage truck unloading at the landfill. Last week, they brought in some old man who'd broken into an abandoned house on the side of town. I was sitting at Detective Guthrie's desk doodling with his ballpoint pen he borrowed from a post office and never returned. As soon as this old guy got cuffed to a chair across the office, I knew he had done other things worse than breaking into an empty house. I mean, breaking into a house is bad, but not as bad as the other things he's done, and I knew those things. I hate knowing things.
Oh, wait, I see.
I open my eyes again. Officer Jenny is right there by me with a look on her face like she just watched me peel a worm and eat it for a bet. Hey, Guthrie, I see you got your little savant with you again. She smiles and winks at me. It's a fake smile. It's a real wink. You can't fake a wink. Detective Guthrie says,
Don't call her that.
Did you get an update on that stabbing over by Golden Hill? She asks, suddenly quieter. I'm not supposed to hear her, but I can. The police office is not as loud this morning as it usually is. Normally, they've got like a hobo or two yelling bad words while they're being written up for public intoxication, or lots of phones ringing from people calling because they were rear-ended on the highway and need to report it. Guthrie can see I'm listening. He's pretty smart for an adult.
Jenkins,
he says, gesturing at me with his head.
Keep your voice down.
Oh gosh, Officer Jenny's last name is Jenkins. Jennifer Jenkins. That's called an alliteration, where her first and last names start with the same letter. Sometimes late at night when they didn't think I was awake, I'd hear my parents talk about me and my brother Roger. My mom used to tell my dad that she was worried that Roger was illiterate. That's silly though. His first name was Roger and his last name was Madwhip. I blink at them both and shrug at Officer Jenny Jenkins. I saw a lady who was half-snake get her head chopped off by a guy with a bowl for a head. Her eye twitches and she curls her lip at me, then turns and walks away. Not the whole bowl, just the head, I call after her. Now, I want to know about the stabbing near Golden Hill. Golden Hill is where I went to elementary school. Detective Guthrie doesn't usually keep things from me, so if he's shushing Officer Jenny Jenkins, there must be something that he doesn't want me to know, and that makes me curious. Maybe someone finally snapped and killed Lisa Welch. That would be fantastic. So I sit there and stare at Detective Guthrie. He knows I'm staring, but he's trying to act like he doesn't. He flips through papers and puts paper clips on stacks of them. He has no idea how good I am at staring, though. I am a staring champ. If they had an Olympic event in staring, I would win the gold medal. My eyes don't seem to get all dried out and itchy ever. I don't know. Maybe it's another superpower, like being able to see things before they happen. Lily Madwhip, she can see the future and stare at you till you cry. Detective Guthrie suddenly pounds his desk. I don't even blink because I knew he was going to do it, and I think that frustrates him even more.
You want to know about the assault at Golden Hill now, don't you?
He says, gritting his teeth. I smile at him and nod.
Look, don't read anything into this, but someone stabbed a 12-year-old girl. She's going to be okay.
No, she's not. He's lying to me. Was it Lisa Welch? I ask. Is Lisa 12? All the years of her bullying me, and I never knew her age. I forget not to sound excited, but I'm excited. The scar on my face from where Lisa cut me starts to itch. Maybe it's excited too. Detective Guthrie gives me the side eye. That's where you turn your head and look at the person out of the corner of your eye. Adults do it when they're disturbed or confused by what you said or did. Sometimes they put emphasis on it by squinting. Detective Guthrie gives me a big-time dose of squints with his side eye.
I can't give you that information, but no.
He says.
You got beef with this girl, Lisa?
I sigh and flop back in my chair. She's secretly the devil, that's all. I probably shouldn't say stuff like that because unlike most adults, Detective Guthrie believes me about angels and witches and maxitars and all that stuff that's happened to me months ago, and he might actually believe Lisa Welch is the devil and try to send her back to hell. That'd be good for the world, but bad for him. Lisa's dad would probably pull some strings and have him electrocuted or something. That's why he never complains about having to come get me when the lakes call to tell him I ran away again. He likes the opportunity to grill me about things other people think or just my imagination. Besides, I don't run away. I walk away. The lake's new home is across town from where I used to live, and running all the way home would be exhausting. What I really need is a bicycle. And thankfully, the lakes don't flip out on me like the people at the foster center used to. They know I haven't left town. I have nowhere to go. I could run away to live with my Uncle George and Aunt Harriet maybe, but they live in Maryland and I don't know how to get there. Also, Uncle George drinks too much ever since my cousin Susie got run over by a motorboat. While I'm thinking all this, Detective Guthrie gets up and wanders off to the soda machines. He likes to drink Pepsi. His wife doesn't like him drinking Pepsi, so he does it at work where she can't stop him. There's a folder on his desk and an edge of a photo is peeking out. It's like the photo wants me to notice it, and I do. So I slide it out with my finger to see what it is it wants me to see. The photo is one of those glossy kind they take of you every year in school with a blue background like you're actually flying, only you're clearly not because you're sitting down and smiling and there's no wind blowing through your hair. There's a girl in the photo. I recognize her. Her name is Gretchen. Was. I hear in my head. Her name was Gretchen, because the person who stabbed her made it count. I never knew her last name. I just knew her first name was Gretchen. And I knew that for some reason Detective Guthrie didn't want me to know about the stabbing or who it was that got stabbed. Because for years other kids would come up to me and call me Gretchen because we looked so much alike they kept getting us confused. The same crinkly brown hair, the same little nose and pointy chin. Heck, even I would probably confuse, as if it weren't for the fact that Gretchen's favorite color was cherry red and my favorite color is burgundy. Also, her eyes are actually hazel and mine are just brown, and her eyes also look happy because she had friends and pets and didn't have to see things before they happen, and when I look in the mirror, I just see all my dead pets and dead friends in my eyes. So someone stabbed Gretchen, and Detective Guthrie doesn't want me to know. That means he thinks the killer was after me. Because of course they would be. Who wouldn't want to kill me? Besides Jamal, I guess. And Detective Guthrie. Maybe it was Felix the Weasel. Maybe it's Samael. Maybe it's Ono, or oh my god, I have a rogue gallery like Batman.
Hey, what are you doing?
Detective Guthrie swats my hand away from the photo. I was thinking about Batman villains. He sighs and sets his Pepsi down.
You see why I didn't want you to know?
You think someone killed her thinking she was me.
I told you she's gonna be...
He sees that I know.
Look, Lily, we're gonna catch this guy. But until we do, you gotta promise me you won't run away from home anymore. Especially going over to your old address. It's not safe.
I promise. I lie. He tilts his chin and looks down his nose at me.
You think you don't know when you're lying to me?
Yes?
See, now you're being honest.
He sits down, cracks open his Pepsi, and slurps it. I heard Pepsi can eat through a battery if you leave it sitting there long enough. I imagine it eating through Detective Guthrie's stomach. I don't want him hurt or dying, but it'd be pretty funny if the front of his clean, white button-up shirt started soaking down from Pepsi coming out of his pores. Mrs. Lake arrives around lunchtime. She doesn't hurry down to the station like she used to when they first started fostering me. She knows at least I'm safe at the station. Detective Guthrie and she have a whisper talk over in a corner while I swing my legs in the swivel chair. I can't hear them, but he's probably telling her to lock the door to my bedroom, put bars in the windows, and chain me to my bed so I don't skip out in the middle of the night again. That's not fair. I only do it on the weekends. I'll probably do it again tonight and then not tomorrow since it's a school night. I understand the importance of getting an education.
Lily, sweetie, this has to stop.
Mrs. Lake tells me as we drive back to her house.
I know this is a very hard time for you, but...
She stops. She's going to say I'm not the only one grieving. I know that, of course. She and her husband really cared about Meredith. even though she'd gone to live with a different family after everything she went through with me and Felix. The Lakes are good people. So was Meredith. She was my friend who came to help me in that nasty maze without hesitation. And how did I pay her back? By burning her to a crisp with a pillar of angel fire. The only positive is I'm told it didn't hurt. Of course you don't want to tell someone grieving that they're not the only one doing it. That's just rude. When you're sad, having somebody tell you other people are also sad doesn't exactly make you feel better. It's like being lost and having someone see that you're lost and coming up to you and saying, "You're not the only one who's lost." "Oh, thanks. Yeah, that really helps me read this map." After thinking about it, Mrs. Lake decides to go with, "We don't want to lose another child." That's fair. "I won't do it anymore," I say. Mrs. Lake doesn't have Detective Guthrie's keen eye for whatever it is I do to give away when I'm lying. She's content to have me say I'm not going to sneak out in the middle of the night with my candles and my comic books and my sleeping bag and go try to communicate with my dead parents near the place where they died. Where I killed them. It doesn't really matter to her that I'm most likely going to do it again tonight, and hopefully the construction crew don't work on Sundays and I can just walk back home in the morning instead of get hauled down to the police station and have to tell Detective Guthrie that his son doesn't want to learn how to pitch a fastball. She's not gullible. She just wants to believe in the best in people. We get to the Lake's house and I take my stuff upstairs to the bedroom that should be Meredith's. Asher sits on my bed silent as a mouse. Good. He's always waiting for me on my bed, no matter where I put him when I leave. That used to make me happy. Now it just annoys me. I take him and toss him in the closet. I pull out the book I've been reading on seances. Seances are like calling dead people on the phone. You gotta sit in a circle and light some candles, and someone called a medium thinks really hard about someone who died and tries to get their ghost to come to talk to everybody. I know my parents are out there because they came and saw me in the hospital after the explosion. Roger communicated with me before that, and he was a ghost. Other people don't believe in them, but I know ghosts are real. The only problem is you can't sit in a circle when you're one person. It's like trying to draw a square with one corner. So to make up for the lack of other people, I've been trying other things like stuffed animals or bugs I've caught outside. Mrs. Lake keeps trying to figure out how all the stink bugs keep getting in my room. She's killed so many of my helper bugs that I'm afraid we're going to be haunted by their ghosts. Do bugs make ghosts? I bet everything has a ghost inside it. Mr. Lake comes home at dinner time. He works for the government. Also, he looks like Santa Claus, only younger. Well, he'd have to be younger because Santa's like 300 years old. Mr. and Mrs. Lake eat dinner on fold-out dinner trays in front of the TV, watching some show where people spend all their time at a bar and try to kiss each other. I think it's called Beers. I take my dinner to my bedroom. They tried to do dinner in the dining room when they first took me in, but it felt weird picking at my mashed potatoes in front of strangers. Now I get to read a chapter about spirit boards and eat a hole in the center of my hamburger to stick peas in it like a ball pit at Showbiz Pizza. After I'm done eating, I turn out all the lights. I waited until I was done because it's much easier to read and eat with the lights on. I tried eating in the dark once, but kept poking myself in the face with my fork. I wonder if blind people have that problem. It's time, I whisper. It's not actually time. It's only 7:13 p.m. Some books say you want to summon ghosts at midnight, but that's really late, and I always fall asleep trying to stay up that late. I'll try things out now, and if it doesn't work, I'll just wait until the Lakes are asleep and go try again in my treehouse across town and pray that I don't run into any lily stabbers. Also, I hope those construction guys didn't tear my treehouse down. My team is with me. Bun the rabbit, Rugby Tiger, a sock I drew a face on with a magic marker who I named Sammy, and Freddie Lapel, a weird-looking blue cat I got out of one of those crane machines 3 weeks ago when the Lakes took me to a carnival. Freddie Lapel freaks me out. He wears a tie with no pants and his tongue is always sticking out. Ooh. I keep a box of matches in my underwear drawer because the lakes are too polite to go through my underwear. I get a match and strike it. And again, and again. It breaks. I get another one and strike it. After 6 matches snap in half, the 7th one lights with a hiss and a crackle. I think of Meredith as I watch the little flame. Even though her gift was fire, she didn't like it. You can't blame her. Her parents died in one. Of course, that was Felix's fault, but she thought it was hers for a long time. The match goes out. Not like the flame just dies, but there's a poof, like someone blowing on it, and the room goes dark. I hold my breath, thinking maybe it was me who blew on it by accident. Hello? I hear a girl's voice very close to me. She sounds familiar. This can't be right. I haven't started the ritual yet. I was too hypnotized staring at the match and thinking about Meredith. Meredith? I whisper. Is that you? I feel something soft touch my leg. It almost makes me jump. I reach down quickly to swat at it, but feel it's just one of the stuffies. Judging from the texture, it's Freddie Lapel. I sigh with relief. Then Freddie touches my leg again. Lily? Oh my god. Meredith's ghost isn't Freddie. Meredith? How'd you get in there? I don't know. Where am I? I was with my mom and dad, and then I felt myself getting pulled away, like arms tugging on my legs, and suddenly I feel weird and I can't see anything, and everything's dark. Where are we? Oh, that's because the lights are off. I get up and run over to the light switch by the door and turn the lights on. See? We're in my bedroom. Well, a bedroom. The little blue stuffed cat is wiggling on the floor. Its arms and legs don't bend, they just stick out, so it can't roll over or crawl or anything. She must have gotten to me by wiggling back and forth like a worm or a fish. I still can't see anything. I hear her voice coming out of the little blue stuffed head. Well, that's 'cause you're on your face, I say and pick her up. Meredith, I didn't mean to summon you. I was trying to summon my parents. This is good, though. I can finally tell you something. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I killed you. I hug Freddie Lapel with Meredith in him and try not to cry, but I'm not very good at not crying at times like this. I wipe my nose on the Stuffy's head instinctively before realizing that it's probably pretty rude, since Meredith is in there right now. Oh, I'm sorry again. I wipe the snot off. It's okay, Meredith says calmly. I'm not sure if she's saying it's okay I wiped my nose on her or I killed her. It's nice to hear your voice. I didn't get to say goodbye. Me neither, I whimper. So you get to be with your parents now? You're not all stuck in your bodies in graves? Well, no, we got no bodies left. Oh, right. Her parents burned up and got cremated, and I incinerated her. I can't really describe where we were. It's kind of like being out in a field on a sunny day where everything is so bright you have to squint, but you feel the wind and you smell the flowers, and your parents are holding your hands, and some of their parents are holding their hands, and you can feel their smiles on you, and it just goes on forever. I'm sorry I pulled you from there, I say. I want to go hold my parents' hands in a warm, breezy field. I wonder if Roger would be there too. He'd probably not want to hold hands. What if a parent doesn't like their kid? Having to hold their child's hand forever would probably be torture. I gotta stop thinking about this. You should go back to them. It was nice to have you here, though. Maybe I'll talk to you again sometime. You too, she chirps. I'm ready to go back. And I'm ready for you to go back. I gotta keep my voice down or the lakes are going to come up here and find me talking to my stuffies. Send me back then. Wait, what? I don't know how to send you back. We're both silent. I can hear laughter from the TV downstairs because the show The Lakes Watch is filmed in front of a live studio audience. I know this because they tell everybody this every episode. Beers is filmed in front of a live studio audience. I look over at the closet. This would probably be a good time to talk to Pasher. I don't want to do it, though. He said he'd always be here for me, but he also didn't approve of me studying the occult. The occult is a word for like magic and ghosts and Dungeons and Dragons. My dad used to have a bandmate named Steven something who said he joined a cult and then died when he drank something bad with a bunch of other people. Oh, fine, I'll ask him. I open the closet. Pasher? He doesn't respond, just lays there on the floor. Pasher? I repeat. Nothing. I know he's still gotta be there because if he was gone, I wouldn't still be able to see things before they happen. I wish I'd seen this before it happened. Meredith wiggles in my arms. Is Pasher not responding? Just give me a moment. I set Meredith down and pick Pasher up. I don't feel him inside like I normally do, but he's gotta be there. Maybe he just stepped away for a moment to use the bathroom or something. Angels gotta pee after all, don't they? Someone knocks on the bedroom door. Lily? It's Mrs. Lake. What? Is everything okay? Can I come in? No, I've got a box of matches out and a little blue stuffed cat wiggling on the floor with the ghost of your dead ex-foster daughter in it. I don't say that, though. I'm naked. Oh, she pauses. Why are you naked, honey? Oh, shoot, that's a good question. I am not going to answer that right now. Okay. She's quiet a moment, and then I hear her footsteps walk away down the hall. Lily! Meredith wiggles on the floor. What are we going to do? I have no idea.
I see you got dressed,
says Mrs. Lake. She smells like my Nana used to, like baby powder and flower-scented butter. My Nana probably smells a lot different now. I imagine she smells more moldy and rotten, 'cause she's dead. She had an aneurysm. That's where a vein pops and all the blood leaks out inside you. In Nana's case, the vein was in her brain. It might not have killed her, but she was mowing the lawn at the time and she kind of went, "Urgh," and the rider mower went into the pool. I don't actually go around imagining how my Nana smells. That was really dark, and dark thoughts creep into my head a lot. I want to bang my head on a wall and shake all the dark thoughts out. They're like termites in my brain, eating my brain stuff and pooping dark thoughts. Maybe chewing on my brain veins so I have an aneurysm like Nana. I knew she was going to die too. I dreamed of her the night before. I remember I sat up in bed and there was Nana. She was wet and pale and floating in the middle of my room. It scared me so bad at the time that I was too afraid to get out of bed even to go pee, and Mrs. Lake is still looking at me, isn't she? I forgot what she said, so I just responded with, yeah. Agreeing is usually the best case for when you aren't paying attention and someone seems to be expecting you to say something. Oh, right, she said I was dressed. I like clothes. Smooth, Lily. Super smooth. Fantastic. Well, guess what? I made waffles for breakfast. She says it like it's really exciting news, like the circus is coming to town or she just won the Powerball lotto. She puts a plate of waffles on the table and goes back to the waffle iron. Meals are eaten in the kitchen. Mr. Lake says it's a smaller kitchen than they used to have in their old house, but that got burned down by Meredith, whose ghost is now stuffed in the toy cat under my arm. Yum. I don't like waffles. Pancakes are better. Neither is as exciting as the circus, though. My dad used to make pancakes every Sunday morning. He made special pancakes that tasted better than the other pancakes. I asked him what the secret was once, and he said the secret ingredient was spit, but I'm pretty sure he was kidding. At least I hope so. Maybe I'll ask him when I seance him. I was going to sneak out last night and try again at the old house, but things got kind of weird, so I gotta go get some items from the old house today instead. Speaking of things that got weird, Meredith chirps in my armpit. Oh my gosh! Your mom sounds like my foster mom. I shush her. Mrs. Lake turns around. Did you say something, Lily? I still don't know if other people can hear Meredith. I'm sure they can probably see it when she wiggles around, though, so I told her with absolutely no ifs, ands, or buts that she could not move unless I said it was safe. The last thing we need is people freaking out and calling a priest and he exorcises her like they do in movies. I said, yum. Mrs. Lake gives me that look adults always give kids when they're trying to read their minds. They call it scrutinizing. She is scrutinizing me. I call it scrunchy face because it's often followed by them scrunching up their faces, twisting their mouths, and saying something like, Yeah, exactly. Are you feeling okay? She asks. You didn't catch anything from the other night sleeping out in the cold, did you? How would I know? I'm 11, not a doctor. I'm fine. I am fine. Except, of course, I killed my parents and one of my best friends, then trapped her ghost in an ugly cat doll, and my personal angel isn't talking to me. Oh, and someone is apparently killing girls who look like me, or at least one girl. I'm fine except for that. And my nose itches. But that always itches. I scratch it. That's better. To show her that I'm fine, I eat the waffles. Ugh. They taste eggy, even through butter and syrup. Meredith squirms in my armpit. It tickles. I squeeze her to remind her not to wiggle. Mrs. Lake goes on about her morning routine. This involves rearranging all the boxes of tea in the pantry. She likes them in alphabetical order. In the evening, Mr. Lake comes home and resorts them, separating the herbal and non-herbal teas. Mr. Lake prefers non-herbal tea because it has caffeine in it. They have this weird, silent war over the arrangement of teas. As I shove eggy waffles in my waffle hole, I sense that Mrs. Lake is about to drop a frying pan on her foot because the handle is greasy. She's not going to break any toes, at least, but it's going to bruise, and she's going to say some bad words and go sit in the living room and watch a soap opera with her foot propped up with ice on it. I consider warning her. Mrs. Lake? Yes, dear? She stops sorting teas for a moment. She's got a dozen boxes all laid out on the counter where she likes to alphabetize them. And there's the frying pan on the stove where Mr. Lake left it after cooking himself some bacon. I see her eyeing it. She hates it when he leaves dirty dishes out. But she likes soap operas. Nothing, never mind. She'll enjoy sitting with her foot up. It'll only hurt for a moment. It's not worth the hassle of telling her and then explaining myself again. Last time she went and prayed for me. She's a teeny bit religious. Not enough to go to church on a Sunday or believe there's an angel in my doll, but enough to think maybe my visions might be coming from Satan or demons or something. Mr. Lake isn't religious, so she doesn't ever say it out loud. I'm gonna go for a walk. She scrunchy faces me again. I wish she'd stop that. Why don't I go with you? She doesn't look at what she's doing when she reaches for the frying pan. Here we go. I watch as she picks up the pan, turns, and it slips out of her grip right over her foot. Mrs. Lake swears like someone who was taught swears wrong. Fudge is not a swear. Shoot is not a swear. Fudging shoot doesn't even make sense. 5 minutes later, she's on the couch with her ice pack and watching the show she likes. There's a lady on the show named Meredith, and she's pregnant with Philip's baby, but she told Rick it was someone else's. The show is weird. People lie about stuff that only leads to bigger problems. Well, I'll be back later, I say. Mrs. Lake doesn't respond because she's too busy dabbing at her eyes with a tissue. I don't know if she's crying about her foot or about the baby on that weird soap opera, or maybe just life in general. Outside, it's a nice Sunday. The clouds are really puffy today. People look at clouds and say they look like other things, but maybe those other things are the ones looking like clouds. If your pet looks like a cloud, you have a very fluffy pet. And if your house looks like a cloud, well, maybe you're a giant. Giants live in clouds. That's not actually true, but people thought it was once and wrote stories about magic beans and giants and gooses that laid gold eggs. And Pasher used to say some of the old stories are actually true. He also said some used to be true but aren't anymore. He mentioned something about a reset. I mean, there must have been magic once. Otherwise, where did Hecate come from? Meredith says something, but she's in my armpit, so I can't quite make it out. Armpits absorb vowels. I pull out Freddie Lapel, the ugly blue cat doll I accidentally trapped her in. What? I ask it. Why were you at my foster parents' house? It still feels strange to hear Meredith's voice all these months later coming out of this stuffed cat. Because the Lakes are my foster family. I'm an orphan now. She died at the same time as my parents. I guess their souls didn't run into each other as they were going wherever it is they go. My parents died the night we came back from the Vale when my house collapsed. Oh no, the doll cries. Its arms wiggle, and for a moment they look like they're bending inward, as if to reach out and hug me. Oh God, please don't hug me. It'll look so weird if anybody drives by and sees this toy hugging me. A car drives by, but I don't think the driver was too focused on the little girl standing on the sidewalk with an ugly blue wiggling cat doll. Lily, I'm so sorry. She makes little sob sounds. Yeah, well, I don't really want to talk about it. I guess we're twins now. Meredith doesn't say anything, just makes those little sobs for a moment. I guess it's not funny to remind her that her parents also died. I should have thought more about making a joke like that about death with a dead person. After she stops, we walk across town. It's actually a city, but I've been in other cities, and this city feels like a town to me. Towns are baby cities. Villages are baby towns. I don't know what baby villages are. Meredith starts to sing Frere Jacques at one point, but I quickly shush her. Let's not start with the creepy doll singing nursery rhymes, please. A car starts to pass us as we walk down Overlook Avenue, but then it pulls over in front of me. I get ready to run if it's a killer. You can't always tell if it's a killer, though. Some make it obvious by wearing gloves with scissor fingers or creepy Halloween masks in the middle of April, and some wear hockey masks. If I was a killer who wore a hockey mask, I'd join a hockey team so I could easily hide afterward. That's why I never went to hockey games with my dad. I told him I was certain that there was a hockey killer hiding among them. Mom said I wasn't allowed to stay up late with him on weekends watching movies on TV anymore. The car that pulls up does not contain a hockey killer. It's a brown car with tan stripes and Detective Guthrie is driving it. It's his unmarked police car. The only thing he murders are cans of soda and maybe a serial killer or two.
Heading toward trouble, Lily?
He asks in his detective voice. What? No. I don't look at him. I just keep walking. He slowly follows beside me in his unmarked police car. If I don't stop, he's probably going to run over a person on a bicycle or something. And then he'd probably say it was my fault that I didn't warn him he was going to do it. So I stop and I look at him. I use my best annoyed face. I learned it from my brother Roger. Everything in the world annoyed Roger. What do you want? Are you following me? I gasp. Are you using me as bait? I stare at him. You have no idea how hard I can stare, sir. Your son and all your future grandchildren are going to feel this stare.
I'm just passing by. What's with the new doll?
He nods at Freddie Lapel. He scrunches up his face when he gets a good look at it. I don't blame him. This cat is super ugly. It looks like Garfield and Bill the Cat got in a Star Trek transporter accident with a bunch of Smurfs.
Is that another angel totem thing?
I hold the toy cat up so he can get a good look at it. It wiggles in my hands. I grit my teeth and squeeze it to make it stop. Detective Guthrie frowns. This is Freddie Lapel, I tell him. I won him from a carnival claw machine. Right now he's got the ghost of Meredith Patterson in him.
Really?
He gives me the side eye.
And how did that happen? You promised me no more occult rituals.
I never promised him that.
Can her spirit commune with us?
He asks. No, I lie. Now can I go? I have to take my dead friend's ghost to see some old friends. He face scrunches at me. I think he really thinks he's a mind reader.
You better not be thinking about tracking down Gretchen Buttersquash's killer.
My jaw drops. Her last name was Buttersquash? I can't believe she had a worse last name than I do. That poor girl. I almost consider maybe she's better off now, but that's not nice. If Pasher were around, he'd tell me I shouldn't think such things. Besides, Gretchen is stuck in her dead body now, I presume, and that's not better off.
You are thinking of hunting him.
No! I roll my eyes again. Besides, how do you know it's a him? It could be a lady killer. Detective Guthrie points his finger at me menacingly. He needs to trim his fingernails. Or at least the one he's pointing at me. I can't see the rest. But probably all of them, because I don't imagine he only leaves one untrimmed.
You stay out of this, Lily. And put your friend's ghost back. The last thing I need is you getting yourself killed after reading confidential files off my desk and end up with some creepy, possessed doll sitting in evidence.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to give you more paperwork, would I? Jeez. Adults hate paperwork. They absolutely despise filling out forms, which is weird because it seems like they train us for all our lives. Also, some go and buy newspapers on the weekends and do crossword puzzles, which is like paperwork, only harder because you have to guess at the answers. When I'm an adult, I'm going to invent a solution to paperwork. DG lets his finger linger pointing at me, just to make sure I get that he's serious. After he's certain he's made his point, he rolls up his car window.
Go home, Lily!
He shouts as he peels away in his unmarked police car.
Go home!
That's exactly where I am going. I say to nobody. Home. Or at least what's left of it. They've put yellow tape all around the lot. Most of the house is rubble now, like Barney. It rained recently, so everything's drenched. The couch that used to be in the living room is out on the lawn. There's nasty brown stains all over it, and the cushions are like big, fat sponges. I know, because I sat on it last week and got my butt wet. That was a fun walk back to the lake's house that day. I've spent the past month or so sifting through the remains like my dad picking the meat off of a Thanksgiving turkey, trying to find little things that nobody cares about but me. The jewelry box my mom always had on her dresser that she let me open, and a little ballerina popped out and started dancing to music. Not a real ballerina, like a little toy ballerina. A real ballerina wouldn't fit in a jewelry box, though they do tend to be really small. Or maybe I just always sat really far back when my mom took me to watch ballet. She wanted me to be more into girly stuff like ballet, but I just wanted to paint and play the drums. What are we looking for? Meredith asks as I set her down on a rock that might have been part of the basement floor at one point. I don't know exactly what I'm looking for. Something important to one or both of my parents. I just don't know what those might be. Maybe a guitar pick for my dad, or my mom's briefcase where she kept all her important executive paperwork. Okay, my mom was probably the one person in the world who loved paperwork. If she were alive, I'd volunteer her to do Detective Guthrie's paperwork for him when I get murdered. Stop the dark thoughts, Lily. Shake out the brain termites. Okay. I lift up a small section of the upper hallway wall. I know it's upper hallway wall because it's got that ugly flowery wallpaper my mom put up when I was 6. I'm not super strong or nothing, it's just the walls are like a jigsaw puzzle now, and this bit is about the size of a cereal box. Underneath are a couple books I think belong to Roger. One is a book by some guy named Dale or Dole. It's hard to read the name now. It's about winning friends and influencing people that I can guarantee you he never read. I remember my mom bought it for him because she didn't like him always hanging with his friends Skeeter and Dustin. I don't think she understood you can't force your kids to have certain friends. You can only be a friend yourself. There's also a rusty yellow tin for something called Oceanic Cut Plug. It's got fishes and a boat painted on it. The lid is charred black and kind of jammed because it's all bent and the hinge part doesn't want to go, but I take it to the backyard and bang it on a rock until the lid comes off. Inside is a melted plastic baggie that's become glued to the little rolled up papers inside it. A birthday card from Grandpa Percy to Roger that says happy birthday and has a doggy wearing one of those pointy hats with a cake and a candle shaped like the number 2 on it. Some folded up note that is burned around the edges, a couple scorched trading cards with barely legible baseball stats on them, and one card in a hard plastic sleeve that's all covered with soot. Son of a bee.
What is it?
Meredith asks. I wipe my eyes as I toss the tin and the rest of its junk and rub the black soot off the card in the plastic sleeve with my thumb. Inside is one glossy foil Charizard. Oh, is that a Pokemon? Meredith asks. It's my... Wait, what? I look at the little blue cat doll. It's standing beside me on the grass. I had set her down by my foot, and now here she is standing there looking up at me. Freddie Lapel only has cheap-looking pair of plastic eyes with painted-on pupils, but they're pointed right at my hand holding the Charizard. Meredith, can you see? The doll turns and looks down at its stiff, stuffed arms and legs. Then points its plastic eyes back up at me. I can, she says. It's like looking through a kaleidoscope, but if I focus, I can kind of make things out. Oh, I can see you. You look surprised. This is too weird.
Hey,
someone says behind us. It scares the heebie-jeebies out of me. Fortunately, the heebie-jeebies is a non-vital organ because people lose it all the time and it just grows right back. We spin around. Yes, both of us. Although Meredith trips over her stiff little stuffed legs and falls over face first in the grass. I'm kind of grateful because it'd probably look weird if she just kept standing there. I half expect the person who snuck up on us to be Jamal, but it's not. It's some other boy I've never seen before. He's got blonde hair and dark blue eyes and a very serious expression on his face. He stands like a mini policeman. He looks at the little blue cat doll wiggling in the grass and then at me, and no dang it, he face scrunches.
You're not supposed to be here.
He points to the police tape. Maybe he is a mini policeman. This is my home, I tell him and cross my arms. If anybody is supposed to be here, it's me. He cocks his head like a dog.
You live here?
He looks around at the backyard, up at the tree house behind him where the house rubble is, then quickly eyes the wiggling doll again like he's more interested in it. Well, no, this is a pile of rubble, but it used to be a house. I gesture at the part of the couch sticking up on its side under what used to be the ceiling of the first floor and the floor of the second floor. That was a couch. I wave my hands at what's left of the walls. That was a living room. The blonde boy mini policeman kid rubs his chin exactly like Detective Guthrie always does. I'd almost think they were related, except DG has darker hair and eyes and everything else really. After a full minute of chin scratching and staring back at me, the boy nods grimly. You're the girl who sees things before they happen, aren't you? Lizzie Madlib. Ugh. I'm Lily Madwhip. I don't know why people can't get my name right. And yes, I see things before they happen. Who are you? You shouldn't be past the police tape either. Blondie raises his arms like he's presenting himself to me and Freddie Lapel and all the squirrels and other forest animals probably watching from the woods behind us. I'm David. He pauses and looks around again. Did he forget his last name? Clark. David Clark. He looks like he could be a couple years older than me. Did we go to school together at some point? He doesn't seem familiar. I don't know you, Davy. David. He corrects me.
And my mom and me just moved into the greenhouse down the street on Manners Avenue.
I know that house. It's got bushes so thick and tall, they're better than any of the fencing at keeping little prying eyes out. I thought the Donovans lived there. David shrugs.
I don't know who used to live there. My mom says the value of houses in this neighborhood have plummeted since this one exploded.
He looks around at the wreckage.
Was it a bomb?
Before I can answer, he looks at Meredith wiggling in the grass.
What is that, a robot?
I think fast. Yes. No, that's not enough. It's like a Teddy Ruxpin.
Oh.
He keeps watching Meredith try to get up in her little blue stuffed cat toy body. Cool. I pick Meredith up and stick her in my armpit before she can say anything. Her wiggles tickle, so I squeeze my arm against my side to pinch her in place. The legs kick little kicks at the air, and she something about.
What's its name?
David Clark asks me. I start to open my mouth to tell him Freddie Lapel with the ghost of my friend Meredith inside, but I feel suddenly really self-conscious. I just met him, and first impressions are important, my mom always said. Do you want him to think you're crazy or a freak right off the bat? No, you don't. He'll figure that out with time. But for now, don't be weird, Lily. Pasher. I lie. That's not weird, right? He just nods and keeps looking at the flailing cat legs sticking out of my armpit while reaching around behind him to scratch his back. Then something catches his attention and he quickly looks away. I let out a long breath I didn't even realize I was holding. When he looks back, his expression is normal. Maybe he's easily distracted by squirrels or something, like a dog. I know it's silly having a stuffed animal, I start to say. He just stares at me. I can't look away from his eyes. They're like those blue gems. What are they called? Sapphires. His eyes are like the color of sapphires.
No, it's not silly. I've got a stuffed rabbit named Fur back home.
He glances down the street. He looks like he's about to say something else, but then his mouth locks up. He stares off into space for a moment.
Hey, I should get going. My mom made me take the trash out and probably thinks I got eaten by Oscar the Grouch or something.
Okay, I'll see you. He doesn't even let me finish. He just runs off, stopping to dramatically look both ways and make sure nobody spotted him before disappearing around the side of the house. Or rather, around the side of what's left of the house. What a strange person. There's movement up in the sky out of the corner of my eye, and I glance at it. It's just Jamal watching from his bedroom window. He waves at me. I wave back. He smiles briefly, then disappears from the window. I wonder how long he'd been there. Did he see me talking to Meredith before David Clark showed up? Oh, right, Meredith. I pull her out of my armpit. I hope she doesn't have her sense of smell back, too, because if so, I'm real sorry. Where'd the boy go? She asks. Her little blue stuffed cat head twists all around looking at the backyard. With every passing moment, she's taking over more of this crazy stuffed animal. Oh, is this a treehouse? That's very nice. He had to go home. I point in the direction he ran off, around the corner of the house, or rather around the corner of the remains of the house. Wait a second. I feel a tingle in my tummy, like moths are flying around inside it. No, it's not love. I know what you're thinking. It's dread. Can you see the sidewalk from here? I ask Meredith, holding her up over my head. She looks around. Nope. I shove the Charizard in my windbreaker pocket and run around the front of the house, almost tripping over some parts of the front porch. David Clark is nowhere in sight. I look down the street towards Manners Avenue, but if he ran off that way, he's gone now. What's going on? Meredith asks. I hold her up and we look at each other. You know me pretty well, right? I think so. I mean, we only knew each other briefly, but we're like besties even from beyond the grave. Well, when in the time that you've known me, has anyone just happened by and not been part of something bigger that I just haven't realized yet? You, Felix, Lisa Welch and her crew of jerk girls, Officer Flowers, Hecate, Ono, Snakebutt, Ambrose Pierce? I don't know who half of those people are. What I'm trying to say is strange new boys with sad fire eyes don't just stumble into my life. There's something more. Sad fire eyes? Meredith's little plastic eyes go wide. Oh, Lily likes the new boy. No, that's not... What? Look, I'm going to stuff you in my armpit again if you don't start taking this seriously. Don't you want to get back to your mom and dad in heaven or wherever it is you were? Do you want to be trapped in this toy doll forever, or at least until some old, wrinkly priest exorcises you? She wiggles in my hands and waves her tiny arms. This is kind of fun at the moment, but yes, I do want to see my parents again. Let's go hunt down that boy for some reason. Track, I correct her. Let's track him down. Hunt is kind of sinister sounding. Sorry, track. And I'll tell you why we're tracking him down. It's because you can't see the backyard from the sidewalk. Meredith blinks her little plastic eyes. So what? So how did he know I was back there? He either was following me or he went back there for some other reason and just happened to run into me. Oh, it's a mystery. And I don't like mysteries. Not in real life, anyway. Scooby-Doo mysteries are fun. Murder, She Wrote mysteries are fun. Mysteries involving me are not fun. If my life were a TV show, I would watch it, but not want to live it. Together we head down to Manners Avenue, where David Clark said he was living in the green house that used to belong to the Donovans. I see one of my old neighbors peeking out from behind a curtain as I walk past her house. She's got a phone in her hand. I hope she's not calling Detective Guthrie. I don't want to go to the police station again. Just the thought of that makes me speed up my walking. The Donovans. Meredith reads off the mailbox as we approach the greenhouse. Who are they? Some old people. I think they're like 50 or 50-100. I pause on the sidewalk up to the front door. Maybe they just haven't taken the old names off the mailbox yet. Remember, do not move or talk in front of anyone else. You're just a doll. We'll both be in trouble if anyone else finds out about you. The house looks dark. Like nobody's home dark. And there's no car in the driveway, but maybe David Clark's mom doesn't drive a car. There are buses, after all. Or maybe she works from home. Or maybe she's currently unemployed. But then how could they afford a house like this? Maybe she's like my mom was and she executes people for a living. Maybe if I bother her by ringing the doorbell, she'll execute me. I don't want to get executed for ringing a doorbell. Before I can decide either way, it suddenly gets really dark and stuffy like the inside of a bag. Oh, that's because someone just put a bag over my head. I didn't even hear anyone coming up behind me. Hey! I screech, tearing at the bag. It's made of cloth and doesn't rip. I can breathe through whatever it's made of, though. Oh God, it's the Gretchen Buttersquash murderer. I just know it. I scream! It sounds loud inside the bag, but maybe it's not as loud outside. Whoever it is behind me kicks me hard in the back with the flat of their foot. I can't see the ground coming, but I know it is. I feel the concrete of the sidewalk scrape my hands and a hard crack as I hit my head. It hurts a lot and my head instantly starts throbbing, but I've had broken ribs and got my face slashed with a knife before, so in the grand scheme of injuries, it's nothing I can't handle with a good curl up and cry. Which is what I do. I can't believe I'm going to die here on the sidewalk in front of the Clark or Donovan household. But I don't. The person who bagged my head like a grocery and kicked me in the back doesn't do anything else. Are they standing over me? I don't hear them breathing. I hear a car drive off somewhere down the road. Did the driver see what's happening? I lay there in the fetal position and sob. A minute goes by of no other kicking or bagging of body parts. I'm not even stabbed once. I don't die. Eventually, I uncurl and pull the bag off my head. It's brown and burlap-ish, with a stenciled picture of a peanut on it. I have no idea why the head bagger put it over my head and kicked me in the back. It seems like a random act of violence. Maybe Mr. Donovan saw me walking up to his house and didn't want me to blow it up like I blew up my own house. Except Mr. Donovan is like 50 or 50-100 years old and couldn't kick anyone in the back without probably breaking his hip. Nobody else is around, and I mean nobody. I'm all alone. No hockey mask killer, no buttersquash stabber, no Freddie Lapel. Whoever it was took Freddie Lapel. No, I mean, they took Meredith. Son of a biscuit! They took Meredith! And kicked me in the back! Who am I even talking to? Nobody's around. I'm still kind of used to Pasha responding to the things I say, even if it's been months since we last talked. The street is empty, and my palms are bleeding, and my head hurts really bad. But most importantly, somebody stole my haunted cat doll. I never thought I'd have to say that. I run up the rest of the way to the Donovan house and bang on the door. It must have been David. He was really interested in the doll. And then again, so was Detective Guthrie. But I know DG, and I don't know David Clark. David Clark answers the door with his sapphire blue eyes. I guess the Donovans really did move.
Oh, hey, did I forget something?
His face scrunches at me.
What happened to you? You look like your house exploded. Again.
Worse, I say. Then I think about that. No, okay, not worse. I just got mugged right out in front of your house, and they took my Teddy Ruxpin. Looks like I'm going to the police station again after all.
Who's your little friend, Davy?
Asks the tall woman in the blue overalls, who I assume is David Clark's mom. I mean, who else would she be? I guess she could be a painter, what with the blue overalls and the white paint on her face and hands. A friendly painter who calls David Davy and comes to the door when someone knocks at it. I'm Lily Madwhip, I tell her. And I just got mugged out on the sidewalk. Oh my goodness, she gasps, covering her mouth with her hand dramatically. You poor thing. In this neighborhood? Let's get you cleaned up. Davy, go call 911. David looks at his mother coldly for some reason, and then turns and heads upstairs. If I ever looked at my mother like that, I'd probably get a boot up my butt. I wonder which room is his. I bet he has green wallpaper. He seems like a green person. Green people are always calm and like to sit in the woods and listen to birds and stuff. Not like red people. Red people like to bang on the walls with hammers and scream at passing chipmunks. Red people are crazy. Me? I'm blue. Mrs. Clark watches him go and then turns to me, still smiling. Let's go into the bathroom and wash off those scrapes. Those look nasty. She takes me by the hand and leads me through their living room. The walls are all bare, but I can see where there used to be photos or paintings or maybe posters because the paint is darker in rectangular places and faded everywhere else. Then again, maybe they just like painting rectangles and darker patches on their walls. People do weird things to decorate their homes, like sticking cloves into oranges and hanging them up until they rot and turn black. The furniture in the room looks like stuff you find at an auction after someone dies. Lots of wicker. People in the old days really liked making stuff out of wicker. I don't even know what wicker is, really. I think it should be called viner, because it looks like they just wound up a bunch of vines until you could sit on it. The Clarks even have a wicker table with a glass top and an old-looking candlestick phone on it. My nana had a candlestick phone. I used to always talk in the wrong end. Next comes the kitchen. Everything in here is mint green. The fridge, the oven, the counters, even the table and chairs. I guess they got lucky having mint green kitchen furniture that matched all the appliances. Imagine if they moved in with cherry red furniture. That would have been disastrous. I know color scheming well because of all my painting I like to do. I am shocked, Mrs. Clark says. Her hands are cold. I thought this neighborhood was safe. I can't believe someone would mug an 11-year-old girl in broad daylight right outside my own home. It could have been worse, I say. I could have got stabbed. Maybe she didn't hear about the stabbing. Or the house that exploded that was the reason she was able to get this home for probably next to nothing. I mean, after the stuff that has happened to me the past few years, a mugging seems pretty mild. Getting mugged is a walk in the park. I mean that literally. If you were out for a walk in the park here, you'd probably get mugged. The bathroom is connected to the kitchen by a door that apparently is split in two at the middle, so you can leave the top of the door open but close the bottom. You know, in case you want to sit on the toilet but carry on a conversation with everybody sitting at the dinner table. A bathroom door you can half close seems like a pretty bad idea to me. Someone's going to get confused and close the top without closing the bottom, and then everybody eating dinner gets a free show. Mrs. Clark makes me sit on the toilet, mint green like the kitchen, as she rummages through a bunch of stuff hidden in a compartment behind the mirror. There's containers of pills, lots of containers of pills, and old rolled-up toothpaste and boxes of bandages and a big clear plastic bottle that says rubbing alcohol on it. She knocks over a few pill containers, trying to find something before going, aha, and pulling out a bag of cotton swabs, along with the bandages and the rubbing alcohol. Oh no, not rubbing alcohol. That's parent torture techniques number 30. Rub alcohol on your kids' wounds. Apparently, someone decided long ago that alcohol kills germs, and if you rub it on a boo-boo, it kills germs and makes your kids regret getting hurt to begin with, so that they learn better not to do whatever stupid thing they did that got them hurt. Like when I tried to ride Roger's skateboard down the driveway on my tummy and hit a bump and flew off it face first. Mom used this same torture technique to clean the scrape on my forehead. It felt like she was setting my forehead on fire, and then bees were trying to put the fire out by stinging it. All right, Lulu, Mrs. Clark says to me. Time to put on your brave face. This is my brave face, I tell her, and my name is Lily. The fire starts in my knees. I clamp down with my hands on the toilet seat cover and grit my teeth to keep from screaming. Mrs. Clark almost looks pleased as she rubs the alcohol-soaked swab on my scrapes. Next come the bees to put out the fire. They sting my kneecaps like they're mad at me. I felt worse, but when it's happening, you don't tend to think about how much worse it was getting your face slashed by a hypnotized classmate or your ribs broken in a car accident. I need to distract myself from the burning bee stings, so I just start talking. For Easter, when I was 6 years old, my brother Roger got rabbit turds from his friend Skeeter, whose family owned bunnies, and put them in some of the plastic eggs that the Easter bunny hid. I know it's not the Easter bunny now, but at the time I thought it was. So I found one of the eggs on Easter morning and opened it up and thought they were chocolate candies and ate like 2 before I realized that they were way too salty to eat chocolate. Roger sat there and watched me eat them and then started laughing. He thought it was so hilarious that he told everybody at school about it. Mrs. Clark stops picking little bits of gravel out of my skin for a second and looks at me like a dog when you talk gibberish at it.
Excuse me?
She asks. Sorry. This really hurts and I just need to talk.
Oh, okay.
She uses her pinky nail to dig something out from under a small flap of skin on my knee. I bite my lip to keep from screaming. This woman acts like she's never cleaned a child's boo-boo before. Anyway, I wanted to get Roger back for tricking me into eating rabbit turds. So a month later, when he'd forgotten all about it, but I hadn't because you don't forget when your brother makes you eat animal poop, I took the nasty water from my betta fish's tank. His name was Ray Charles because he was blind and just swam in circles. I don't know if the real Ray Charles swam in circles, but my fishy did. Anyway, I let his water get real stinky and gross for the past month. Not that I ever cleaned his tank, but it was my job to remind my dad to do it, and I didn't. Mrs. Clark peels a large Band-Aid out of its wrapper and sticks it on the giant scrape on my right knee. It quickly turns dark with blood on the little pad. I can see blood drops already trying to ooze out of the little Band-Aid pores. She rubs it with her thumb and smears blood on my leg. That's rather unsanitary, but I don't say anything. So, I took all that filthy fish water with fish pee and poo in it, and I poured it into a big pitcher my mom used for making sun tea. The water was already pretty yellow, but I added a huge scoop of lemonade powder to it and even cut up a lemon with a knife. I wasn't allowed to use sharp knives, so it was tricky, but I cut it up and put the slices in the lemon-flavored fish water. Then I put it in the fridge for Roger to find and drink.
Oh no, you didn't!
She clicks her tongue at me and shakes her head.
That's very gross.
Not as gross as smearing my blood with your thumb, I think. It was foolproof, but it turned out my dad found the pitcher first while I was outside drawing on the sidewalk with chalk. He'd been mowing the lawn and was all sweaty, and I didn't think he'd drink lemonade because he always says he hates sour stuff. But he did. He drank the lemon fishy water and then started barfing, like over and over again. And then he went to the hospital. Because I guess drinking that sort of thing isn't good for you. Mrs. Clark presses another bandage on my other knee. It isn't as bad as the right one, so blood doesn't ooze out of the pores. She looks up at me with her brown eyes. Something about her expression gives me a shiver. It reminds me of this one time I saw Roger in the front yard with our mom's magnifying glass. He was hovering it over the entrance to an anthill and cackling whenever another ant would scurry out, and a second later writhe on the dirt and then pop with a little puff of smoke. He had this gleeful grin on his face, and his eyes were just like Mrs. Clark's. She's looking at me with a calm face, but eyes like I'm an ant on the other side of the magnifying glass. So then my dad was in the hospital, and my mom had no idea what happened, and I just knew I'd poisoned him with my fishy lemonade, so I dumped it all back in the fish tank and tried to hide it. Mrs. Clark frowns.
Wait, where was your fish?
Oh, it was still in the tank. By then it was dead because fish can't live out of water for very long. I bite my lip. I didn't know what I was doing, okay? I was 6. I thought for sure nobody would figure out what I had done, but of course my mom came up to my room that night to talk to me about how my dad was going to be okay, and while she was talking, she noticed Ray Charles floating belly up in his tank with a bunch of lemon slices. Mrs. Clark stares off into space like she's trying to process all of this information I just gave her. And then she stands up and does that thing with her hands where she acts like she's got dust on them and is trying to brush it off, but there's nothing. It's a thing all adults like to do, along with folding their arms and tilting their heads so that their glasses slide down their noses and then looking at you over the tops of them.
Do you feel better now?
She asks. Did you know dust is partially made of dead human skin? Her lip twitches.
You know a lot of facts,
she says through her teeth.
You must read a lot.
Mrs. Clark turns away to make like she's washing her hands. Before she does, though, I see her casually lick the thumb that's got my blood on it. I think she didn't want me to see her do it, and I can't blame her. That's really weird. Is she a vampire? No, vampires don't actually exist. Or maybe they do. Dracula is real, but so is Jesus. Both of them were dead once and came back. After licking her thumb, she actually does wash her hands without using the soap and shakes them off instead of touching the hand towel. The towel is covered with little teddy bears holding Valentine hearts. I can understand not wanting to dry your hands on that. Like maybe the cutesiness will rub off. While she's busy washing her hands in the laziest way possible, I glance around the bathroom. One of the pill bottles from the mirror cabinet thing is by my foot, so I roll it over with my foot to read the label. ALLOPURINOL. I'm not sure how to pronounce that. Maybe like allopurinol? Pastor could tell me what it's for. It's too bad he's not here. He could tell me a lot of things. Okay, I admit it, I miss him. I need to focus on Meredith, though. I've got to find out who clocked me and took her.
All right.
Mrs. Clark finishes shaking off her hands.
Let's go into the kitchen and get you a cookie, and I'll go check on Davy.
I follow her back to the kitchen full of mint green stuff and sit at the mint green metal table on a mint green metal chair. Mrs. Clark gets a cookie jar shaped like a sleeping kitty off the top of the mint green fridge and opens it, offering the contents to me. I peek inside. The sleeping kitty is half full of Fig Newtons. Yuck! I hate Fig Newtons, but I take one without thinking. You know these aren't cookies, right? They're fruit and cake. Mrs. Clark blinks and then shakes her head.
Okay.
I hold the Fig Newton between my fingers and study it. I'm not a fan of Newtons. They taste funny, like you're eating sugared squirrel guts. Not that I've tasted sugared squirrel guts, but I've got a vivid imagination, my therapist says.
You wait right there and don't move, and I'll be back in a jiffy.
She smiles at me, her eyes still looking at me like Roger frying ants, then does some sort of weird little dance shuffle with her feet and walks off towards the front of the house. I hear her go upstairs, and a moment later a door shuts loudly. So I sit and wait and try not to focus on the bee stings in my knees and the palms of my hands. I don't like to wait. Waiting gets you killed, especially in strange kitchens full of mint green furniture. I mean, I've never actually been killed to confirm this, or been in a strange kitchen full of mint green furniture. But I've gotten pretty close, and I know plenty of people who have. Been killed, that is. None of them were in a kitchen like this one. It's just something about this room screams somebody's going to die here. I really wish Meredith was here. We could talk about how ugly mint green is together. I hope she stays still and quiet for whoever stole her from me. If they find out she can talk and wiggle, they might sell her to a collector or someone. Like Pinocchio, where he got sold to a puppet guy. Oh my god, Meredith could end up turning into a donkey if that happened. I'd feel so bad if Meredith turns into a donkey. Worse than I feel now. One of the tiles in the kitchen floor is coming up. I don't think I noticed that before. Not that I was looking at the floor. I was kind of too busy noticing how mint green everything is in here. I hop up off the chair, ignoring the bee stings in my knees, and go check out this tile because it's like the only thing in the entire kitchen that doesn't seem to be spick and span. The counters are clean as whistles. The appliances look like they got bought at the store just yesterday. Maybe they did, but this one black floor tile is sticking up, and if I was whoever cleaned this kitchen, that would bug the heck out of me. I get up and go to the tile, then lift it and peek under. There's a mushroom growing up through a crack in the floor beneath. It's a weird orangey color and looks all swollen and wet like a blister. How did nobody not notice this mushroom? Or this tile? Did it just sprout up seconds ago? Maybe it did. I don't know how mushrooms work. I don't even know what a mushroom scientist is called. A fungologist or something, probably. Pick me, the mushroom says. Well, not really, but it's so out of place that it's like it's begging me to fix things by removing it. I squat down and try to pick the mushroom. It does not want to come up. I thought mushrooms were supposed to be soft and come up easily. This one struggles like a rubber band caught on a nail. Suddenly, I'm surrounded by darkness. Did the sun go out? I hear moaning. Some sort of low moan, kind of like in a zombie movie. I've heard moaning like this before. When I was at the hospital and my dad was in a coma, there were people in their beds in other rooms and some of them moaned like this. Like they were in a lot of pain but couldn't say anything. Maybe they lost their tongues. That would certainly hurt, I think. Not that I have experience with it. Something moves in the darkness. It's a face. An old person, judging by the wrinkles and the spots my mom calls liver spots. Their eyes are white. Like all white. Like they don't really have eyes. Someone just painted 2 white slits on their face. I want to scream for a second, but then I recognize the face. I've seen him before. I just can't remember where. An old man, wrinkled face, white eyes. Well, obviously, he didn't have the white eyes when I saw him, or I'd have screamed then. But he's the one moaning.
Help me.
Suddenly, I'm back in the kitchen. Oh, it's been a while since I've had a vision like that. I feel dizzy from the jolt of being here again, and I teeter backward. In doing so, the mushroom I'm holding rips at the stem with a gross sound, and I fall into my butt with the blister shroom in my hands. It's leaking red stuff that looks like blood. Maybe it is blood. I didn't think mushrooms bled, but this one is draining into my hands like I ripped the arm off of a dog or something. That's a terrible analogy, and the thought of it makes me want to barf. Also, the sickly sweet smell wafting off the mushroom as it oozes blood-like stuff into my hands is nasty. I drop the shroom onto the kitchen floor. The rest of the stem sticking up under the tile is pumping more of the vomit-smelling juice stuff like a hose some kid keeps pinching to stop the water from coming out. Little spurts. Ugh, it smells so gross. I need to tell the clerks or they're going to come back and freak out, like I'm freaking out. Maybe even worse, because this stuff looks just like blood. I cry out. Help! Nobody comes to help. I scramble up and dash into the front hall of the house where the walls are that weird pink color old folks always like to paint the insides of their houses. I wonder if 100 years ago all they had was this off pink color for paint, so everybody just painted their walls like that. Upstairs, I can hear talking in one of the rooms. All the doors are shut, so I can't make out what they're saying. I run up the stairs, feeling the band-aids on my knees pulling at my skin. I try not to touch the walls or banisters, so I don't get this red blister shroom juice all over the house. I don't want to make the inside of the house look like a crime scene. That's the outside. That's the crime scene. Oh God, this day just keeps getting worse.
Yes, she's downstairs.
I can hear David through one of the doors. It sounds like he's talking on the phone. I lift my clean fist to knock.
I gave her one of the cookies.
Mrs. Clark comments.
Just like you said to.
What? I look at the fig Newton partially squished in my knocking hand. I had forgotten I was holding it. Why would Mrs. Clark be told to give me one of these? Are they poisoned? The doors swing open in front of me suddenly. Mrs. Clark is standing there. David is behind her, holding a black telephone. There's a huge canopy bed in the room with lacy curtains covered in flower patterns. The smell of mothballs wafts out. I recognize it from all the visits to my Uncle George's cabin in the woods. They would put mothballs on all the furniture whenever they left to keep the moths off it, I guess.
What are you doing here?
Mrs. Clark asks in a less nice-sounding voice than she had downstairs. Smelling mothballs, I say. They look at each other.
No,
Mrs. Clark says.
I mean, why are you up here? I told you to wait downstairs.
She then notices my hand covered in shroom juice.
Oh my God, what happened? You're bleeding!
That's why I came upstairs, I tell her. Wait, that's not the right way to start this. I mean, it's not my blood. No, wait. This isn't going well. It's not blood at all, I think. Actually, do mushrooms bleed? I should have thought about what I was going to say. This is mushroom blood. You have had a mushroom growing in your kitchen. It bled on me.
What are you talking about?
David Clark asks. His mom shoves past me without a word and hurries down the stairs. I hold my finger up and rub some of the stinky juice around with my thumb. The good news is, I think it stopped. Downstairs, I hear Mrs. Clark scream. Or maybe not. It seemed to really be going.
What have you done?
David Clark grabs my arm. The moment he does, I hear someone else whisper, "Don't touch her." Who was that? But it's too late. He touched me. And once he's in range of the stink from mushroom stuff, he flinches and his eyes cross for a moment. If my brother Roger were here, he'd punch David in the arm and tell him, "Two for flinching, asshead." Whenever I'd tell my parents, Roger would say it was just a game. I always hated that game. I bet David would punch Roger back. Heck, he might punch Roger just for being Roger. He just seems like he's got something dark inside him. Nothing, I snap. I told you, it was just a mushroom. David looks at my knocking hand.
Why haven't you eaten the cookie?
It's not a cookie. Eat it! His face twists in anger. I take it back. He is not a green person. Something in the air seems to change. The mothball smell and the stinky mushroom smell are gone. There's a different odor. I want to call it the rage odor because David seems enraged and I'm now associating that odor with him. I drop the fig Newton without even thinking about it. Well, I can't eat it now, I say smugly. He picks it up off the carpet. For a moment, I think he's going to squish it in his hand. But instead, he blows out a long breath, poof, like people do when they're trying to enter their happy place. My mom did this all the time. Lily painted a picture of her best friend's dog dying in art class. Pff, okay, I'll come talk to the teacher. After he's done this air-blowing ritual, he looks at me. His face all relaxed again and his sad fire blue eyes all deep like pools. Oh, stop it, Lily! He holds the fig Newton out to me.
5-second rule.
Damn it, stupid 5-second rule. I take the fruit and cake from him.
Look, we can do this the easy way or the hard way,
he says. Something in his voice makes my skin crawl. Not literally. Skin doesn't literally crawl. If it did, that looks so weird. Crawling skin is like a feeling of something crawling on your skin. I don't know why people call it making your skin crawl. Maybe it's easier than describing the feeling of stuff crawling on you. What's the easy way? I ask. I don't even know what this is that we're talking about. David nods at the fig Newton.
You eat the cookie.
It's not a... You know what? Never mind. What's the hard way?
This is the hard way.
Mrs. Clark says from behind me before I feel a sharp pain at the back of my head. followed by a hard crunch as I hit the floor face first, and... It's dark. Like, really dark. I guess that doesn't give a good description of how dark it is. On a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being like inside a black hole, and 1 being... I'm not really sure what 1 would be. Out in the sun? On the surface of the sun? Holy crap, that would be way not dark. Look, it's dark at like a 17.
Open your eyes.
Oh, I guess that would do it. I opened my eyes. Nope, it's still dark. Not as dark. We're like an 8. I'm still not sure how the scale works. Anyways, there's a big white screen in front of me, like a movie theater screen. In fact, I look around and, yep, I'm in a movie theater. I recognize it as the Roxy my family always used to go to back when we did stuff together. Back before they died. The screen is lit up from a projector running somewhere. The movie playing on the big screen is weird. It's just a first-person view of a patterned floor, like the camera is staring down at it from inches away and is being dragged across. So, those are the tiles from the Donovans, now the Clarks' kitchen. I've never seen this movie before, I say. You're living it, asshead, says the person beside me. Only one person calls me asshead. I turn and look at my brother Roger. He's sitting in the seat next to me with a big round tub of buttery popcorn. He always liked lots of butter on his popcorn, but I can't stand it personally. It makes my insides feel all buttery and greasy, and then I think about all the butter and grease dripping in my insides, and it makes my stomach want to leap out of my mouth. Roger, what are you doing here? I ask. Because Roger is dead. He got mashed like potatoes in the backseat of our car over 2 years ago. And then he got buried in a nice suit and rotted, but his ghost somehow made an agreement with the Queen of Witches, and he was brought into the Vale where the last time I saw him, he was driving off in a car. It's a long story. He looks at me and shovels more popcorn in his mouth. His eyes are black. Or maybe he doesn't have them anymore. It's hard to tell in this dark theater. He's wearing a sleeveless t-shirt that has a metal skull flying across it on fire and screaming and some heavy metal band name written in a fancy way so I can't read it. He always liked musical groups named after diseases and stuff. What am I doing here? He spits little bits of popcorn all over the seat trying to talk with his mouth full. I was watching Under Siege and then you just blipped into existence in the seat next to me and the movie changed to this avant-garde bullshit. He flaps his hands at the movie of my life. On the screen, I see Mrs. Clark's shoes. The camera's tilted sideways. Or rather, I guess my head is. There's some wet stuff on the tiles nearby. What the hell happened here? We hear David Clark's voice. He sounds like he's being played on a cheap set of speakers. My dad would have a fit listening to anything through cheap speakers. He always insisted on buying the best sound system for our TV and VCR. When we watched that movie about the little alien who could make bicycles fly, you really felt like you were on a flying bicycle.
Do you see now why I screamed?
Mrs. Clark asks.
There's blood all over the floor. She couldn't have bled this much from scraping her hands and knees. This is something else.
She said it was a mushroom. David appears on the screen, sideways like the rest of the film. He's off in the distance, standing by a counter, looking at the floor, which from this angle looks like a wall. I don't see a mushroom, but the tile here is pushed up. Roger tilts his head to try to see the movie right side up. You're a terrible filmmaker, Lil. How am I even here? This isn't the Vale, is it? You're in the Vale. Or you were last time I saw you. Yeah, this is the Vale. Roger tosses the popcorn bucket over the back of his seat like a slob. I look back to see if there's anybody else in the theater, but it's empty. Thank goodness. I don't need anybody else seeing this movie. You don't look like you're all here, though. I look down at my hands. He's right. They're kind of see-through. I'm like a ghost. like Patrick Swayze or Casper or Marty McFly when he was trying to play that song Earth Angel at the end of the movie. I'm spectral, that's the word for it. It means like specter-like. Look, take her to the basement while I get a mop, snaps Mrs. Clark. David walks back off screen. Well, I'm gonna break her neck or something dragging her down all these stairs, he says. He sounds frustrated. His weird, cool demeanor is shattered. I mean, even if his mom hadn't clocked me with something hard from behind and now they were dragging my body around their house, I wouldn't give him the time of day anymore. Somebody else speaks. The same person I heard upstairs before the whole clocking incident. The voice sounds kind of grisly. Not like a bear. Bears don't speak English. They speak bearish. No, the voice isn't the least bit bear-like. It sounds more like one of those police chiefs on TV who smokes a lot of cigarettes and then shouts at everybody.
Set me down and pick her up with both arms.
I see David kneel down and carefully set something on the floor behind him. I wish I could see what it is, but I'm not moving my head at all. I mean, I'm moving my head in the veil. But the me that's filming this all is laying there unconscious and not moving her head. Dang it, me, move your head! Me moves her head. I move my head. That's me, laying there. Did I make me move my head? Maybe I can make me say something too. Let me go! I shout at the screen. Me on the screen mumbles. David turns to look at the camera, which I guess are technically my eyes.
Did she just say something?
The thing he set down on the floor moves, shuffles with tiny steps. It hobbles towards me, getting larger on the screen. It's a big, brown, soft-looking stuffed bunny rabbit. It's got buttons for eyes and a stitched mouth. In many places, the brown fur material is rubbed off, showing the fabric underneath.
Well, that's something you don't see every day,
Roger says before pulling a soda from the cup holder beside him and slurping on it through a straw. Welcome to my world, I mutter. The brown rabbit stuffy walks right up to me that's laying on the kitchen floor with David and his mom. It fills the movie screen here in the veil. It reaches towards the camera and does something. I can feel it. It's tugging on my eyelid.
She's half here,
the stuffed rabbit says.
There's some sort of thread connecting her to another plane. She's watching us.
It turns toward David and his mom.
Do what your mother said and put her in the basement for now. But remember not to go in the back room.
Mrs. Clark is watching the stuffed rabbit with the same expression I would expect any adult to make when seeing a stuffed bunny rabbit walk across their kitchen floor and start poking an unconscious girl's face. She wanders out of frame for a minute, and I hear all sorts of clattering and banging. After a moment, she comes back with a mop and a bucket and starts slapping the mop around in the mushroom's blood puddle while David and the stuffed rabbit look on. I never thought I'd have to say something like that.
Get moving,
comes the scraggly voice from the rabbit's stitched mouth. Then it seems to pick up the camera, which I guess is my head, and it bangs it against the wall, which I guess is actually the floor. The screen goes black, and I get a throbbing pain in the side of my head. Ugh, I rub at it. Roger points at the screen and laughs. You just got beat up by a stuffed rabbit. The movie starts up again. Only this time it's some guy in a chef outfit fighting people with knives. At first I panic, thinking some crazed cook was hiding in the basement and is now fending off the police from rescuing me or something. But I realize quickly that it's just a movie. An actual movie. Roger claps, then pumps his fist. There we go! Someday, Lil, I'm gonna be like Steven Seagal. Is he dead too? I ask. He looks at me and scowls.
Why are you still here? Go wake up or something.
I look around the empty theater. There's an exit sign up the aisle. I try to get up and walk to it, but my legs aren't working. I try to claw my way out of the seat to drag myself up to the doors, but my arms aren't working either. I'm this weird, bodiless nothing stuck in a theater seat next to my dead brother who's cheering on a violent movie and somehow got another bucket of popcorn in his lap. How do I get out of here? I ask him frantically. How do I wake up? He looks me up and down.
Do I look like I know what I'm doing?
Well, no. He scrunches up his mouth.
Here, let me try something.
And then he slaps me across the face and I jolt upright in a damp, dark basement. There's cobwebs and spiders and an old pair of laundry machines that look like they were bought after the war. I just don't know which war. There's been like a gazillion wars. Maybe the civil one? That was a crazy dream, I say to the spiders. They shrug. Well, not really, but I wonder which legs a spider would shrug if it did. I'm lying in a puddle in the middle of the basement floor. I hope the puddle was here when I got here. There's some old wooden stairs in front of me that go up to the door that's shut. I can hear David and his mom arguing from upstairs. They're not being the least bit quiet about it. Behind me on the other side of the room is a door that is half off its hinges. Well, someone put a padlock on it anyway. The door looks like you could just pull and the hinges would come off entirely and it would open the opposite way that a door should. Something thumps in the laundry dryer. I don't want to know what it is. I just want to get out of here. My clothes are wet and smell funny, and I think the Clarks are going to kill me. Though why they didn't already is up in the air. I pick myself up and creep over to the stairs. Please don't be squeaky like in a horror movie. I step on the first stair and it doesn't squeak. Thank you, stair number 1. I step on the second stair and it squeaks loudly. You suck, stair number 2. Fortunately, the Clarks are being so loud upstairs in the kitchen that I guess they didn't hear me because they just keep on shouting. I shrug like a spider and walk the rest of the way up to the basement door. The knob won't turn. Dang it. Someone breaks a dish. I hear it shatter and Mrs. Clark screams. I told you I'm not killing an 11-year-old girl! Well, what are we going to do? David shouts. We can't let her go! You've already attacked her twice! And we've pretty much kidnapped her at this point. This is all wrong, Davy. Stop calling me Davy! It's David! David! Wow, he gets really angry about his name.
David.
Mrs. Clark seems to calm down somewhat.
This cannot be what the angels want you to do. This is murder.
Wait, what? The angels? They told him to kill me? Oh no, is it Samuel again? Is he in that stuffed bunny? Is that what's going on? I look at a fat little spider that's watching me from its web in the banister. Why am I asking you? It shrugs. Maybe that blow to the back of my head messed with my brain a bit. So is what you did to Mr. and Mrs. Donovan, David says. Remember them? They're still alive, Mrs. Clark says crossly. I can almost hear the smirk on David's face.
Are they? Knock it off, David,
comes the grisly voice.
The Mad Witch girl can hear you both. She's listening through the cellar door.
Oh, crap. I nearly fall down the stairs trying to turn around and get back to the basement floor. That door on the other side of the room suddenly seems like a good place to go. Definitely not back into the madhouse that is the 2 Clarks.
Furfur says she's awake,
I hear David remark.
We need to deal with her.
Then you do it,
says his mom in a tone that my mom always used when I said I wanted another pudding pop without saying please. I'm at the bottom of the stairs. The thing in the dryer thumps again. It doesn't sound like it has a lot of strength. More like if someone balled up a sock and stuffed it into another sock and then used that sock to bang on the inside of a laundry machine. At this point, I wouldn't be surprised if it was a sock puppet trying to get out. Then again, it could be a sock puppet with a hand in it. I'm not going to waste time finding out. That's how I always end up getting more hurt. I scramble for the far door and pull on it. The lock doesn't budge, but the lower half of the side with the hinges pulls loose, just enough for someone small to squeeze through. So someone small does squeeze through. It's me. I squeeze through. It's dark on the other side. I can't see my hand in front of my face. I touch my nose and startle myself, and then I touch the wall. It's soft like the cushions on one of those sofas you can just sink into. In fact, my hand does just that. Something pushes back. I pull away. My knees sink into the carpeting a little too much. It moves like a waterbed. My Aunt Harriet and Uncle George had a waterbed. They got rid of it after their daughter Susie got run over by a boat. Uncle George had been driving it, and I think the rocking of the mattress reminded him of running Susie over. I can hear the thumping of feet behind me through the crack of space where the door came off its hinges. David Clark is going to be down here any minute. I can't squat here in the dark thinking about my cousin Susie, or I might just end up like her. I crawl forward. Squish, squish, squish. It makes me think of the song Worms on a Sidewalk we had to sing in kindergarten. Worms on a sidewalk, I sang to myself, and then moved forward. Squish, squish, squish. I can't help but giggle slightly. And then I remember I'm going to die probably, so I should focus for once. Okay. There's a red glow up ahead. I can see it down this hall I appear to be in. It's making the walls look red. As I get closer, I realize the light is actually white and the walls are actually red. And pulsing. And there's more mushrooms sticking up out of it all. If I had been standing up and using the wall for support, I'd be brushing up against all these gross-looking mushrooms. But I'm on the floor, which appears to be fungus-free, though just as wet-looking and pulsing as the walls. What is this?
She's gone into the back room!
I hear David Clark shout. His voice echoes down the mushy hallway.
No, I haven't!
I yell.
Who's there?
Whispers a tired old voice from the room ahead of me. I scream! Not because I'm scared, but because I'm startled. I mean, I'm totally terrified right now, but mostly of being murdered by a boy and his rabbit than some spooky voice in the dark. Unless the spooky voice speaker person also has plans to murder me. But since I know the boy and rabbit toy behind me definitely have talked about it, and I don't know anything about the speaker of the voice ahead of me, that person feels safer at the moment. I crawl quickly into the room. All the walls are red and goopy looking like the hallway had been. The light is coming from an old TV set that's been plugged in and set on a cardboard box with the name of the TV's brand on it. Zenith. There's nothing on the screen but static. I make a soft fsh sound. In the middle of the room is a plain wooden chair. Sitting in the chair is a raggedy-looking old man. He's staring at the TV like a zombie. His eyes are like Roger's were in my dream that was not a dream. So sunken into his skull that I can't even see them. I recognize him even without his eyes, though. It's the face I saw in the kitchen when I ripped the mushroom out from under the tile. It's Mr. Donovan. Mr. Donovan doesn't look at me.
Who is that?
He asks softly. He sounds super tired. Although being tired isn't really a superpower. If it was, it'd be like one of the worst superpowers, I think. Right up there with being super smelly and super lame.
Is that my Tina?
That must be the name of the Donovan's daughter. She's like my mom and dad's age. I always just call her Miss Donovan. She teaches music or choir or something at the high school. I never knew what her first name was. No, Mr. D, it's me. Lily from down the street.
Oh.
That's all he says. Just, oh. Like someone thinking they won the lottery only to be told they won another scratch-off ticket instead. Down the mush hallway, I hear the door banging. David Clark must be trying to squeeze through like I did. But he's bigger than me and will probably have to go get the key for the padlock instead, wherever that is. I hope he doesn't have it on him. What am I saying? If he had it on him, he'd just be using it.
Where's my Lucille?
Mr. Donovan moans. He sounds like he's in a lot of pain. He slumps forward slightly in his chair, still staring at the boob tube as my dad always called it.
Where's Mrs. Donovan, Lily from down the street?
I look around the room. It's hard to see in some of the corners and behind the chair because of all the shadows there. I shuffle past Mr. Donovan to search for another way out or something to fend off David Clark with and trip over something big lying on the floor. It's squishy. I run my hands over it and... oh no. It's Mrs. Donovan, I think. It's hard to make out what or who it actually is because I think they're sort of liquefied at this point. There's most of a body. I can feel a face and a neck. I'm not going to go wandering my hands lower, but pretty sure there's more of her. But then I can also see that the body just sort of stops somewhere around halfway through what a body should have to it. And the rest is mush. I can make out more glistening mushrooms, red like the ones in the hallway. Like the one in the kitchen that came up through the tiles. I grab one and squeeze it out of sheer curiosity. I don't even know what I'm thinking, I just do it. The mushroom bursts in my hand, covering it with more of the red juice. No, more of the blood. And then my vision blurs and I'm seeing myself crouched in the dark behind Mr. Donovan in the dark. I'm moving away, like I'm shooting down some rapids on an inner tube. I see the hallway, only everything seems to glow red. I'm spinning. I'm moving beneath the floorboards like a rat and then wrapping around the wood and burrowing through nail holes. I can see all the corners of the house. I'm peeking out from under a bathroom sink. I'm looking down from the inside of an air vent. I'm everywhere at once. And just as quickly, the vision screams back down into the basement, up through the floor, into my arm, and I'm back in my own head. Why did I just do that? I am so stupid sometimes. But now I understand. Mrs. Donovan has become some sort of... I don't even know what to call it. She's like an infection that's spreading through the house. Her body, for whatever reason, is fusing with wood and insulation. She's seeing the electrical outlets and the plumbing. How this happened to her, I have no idea, but the worst part of it is that I know for a fact she's alive despite what's happened to the lower half of her body. I absolutely have to get out of this nut house. Mr. Donovan groans again.
Where's my Lucille?
I swallow hard. She's upstairs. I mean, that's kind of true. She's everywhere, really. Ugh. I look at my hands with Lucille juice all over them and wipe them on my shirt. I am so going to need a bath after this.
Can you go get her, please? Please.
He whimpers. Poor Mr. Donovan. I don't understand what they've done to you or your wife, but I will fix this, or my name's not Lily Madwhip! David Clark's voice is like thunder coming from down the mush hall. Flashlight's beam cuts into the room, really giving me a better view of the gross walls. The red mush is like a city map of veins. Okay, don't look down at Mrs. Donovan, Lily. Don't look at her. I look at her. Jeez. I scramble over to the cardboard box and unplug the TV from the goopy-looking outlet in the wall. I'm gonna borrow this, okay? I tell Mr. Donovan. He says nothing. I can't see if he reacts in any way because the room just got darker with the set off. I grab the TV with both hands. It's heavier in the back, and I almost drop it immediately. But I get my knee under the thing and manage to heft it up to my chest. Then I waddle with it over to the doorway to the hall and press it up against the wall. The beam of David Clark's flashlight is getting smaller, which means he must be getting closer. I can hear his shoes squelching in the mush, but mine are also squelching, so it's kind of confusing. I once saw a news report about a man who was able to lift a helicopter after it crashed. There were people trapped in the wreckage, and despite the thing weighing like 5,000 pounds, he dug his fingers in and managed to lift it enough for other people to pull them out. It's called hilarious strength or something, where people are so pumped from excitement or terror that they can just lift things they couldn't otherwise. This TV set must be like 30 pounds or something because I'm wobbling just holding it to my chest. But then I hear David's foot squelch right around the corner in the hallway and I feel so much rage and terror build up in my brain that I heft with all my might and get the TV up over my head. David steps into the room and swivels the flashlight at Mr. Donovan. Where are you, you little... And then I slam the boob tube down on his head. I thought it would just knock him out and then he'd crumble and I could grab the flashlight and make a run for it. But what actually happens is I hit him with the part where the picture shows up, and instead of him just getting bonked, the screen pops and his head goes inside, and then he crumples and pitches forward, dropping the flashlight. He hits the floor with his head still inside the TV, and some of the jagged glass bits must cut him up in the neck or something because he flails and spasms, and I can see some dark stuff starting to stain his shirt. I gasp. I am so sorry. I was not trying to kill you. David gurgles in response. I grab the flashlight and book it up the mush hallway. Don't look at the walls, Lily. Just look straight ahead. I look at the walls. Ooh, that's all Mrs. Donovan. Yep. Up ahead, the door laying crooked off of its hinges. I guess David just banged on it until he broke free enough for him to fit through. Thankfully, David's mom isn't in the basement. She must still be upstairs trying to clean Lucille juice off the kitchen floor. Unthankfully, is that even a word? That blasted stuffed rabbit is in the basement. I don't notice it though until I step on it and the thing latches onto my ankle. It's got incredible strength for a stuffed animal. What the hell are you? I yell at it.
Where's David?
It shouts in its weird, raspy, adult-sounding voice.
What have you done with my boy?
I turn toward the doorway to the back room and swing my leg back. Go find him! And then I kick out as hard as I can, and the dumb bunny flies through the doorway into the mush hall, shouting, "Davy!" the entire way. If they weren't trying to kill me, I might laugh. Note to self, laugh later. Haha, dumb bunny. All right, I only have a little time to think about things. David Clark is probably dead. His weird, talking, stuffed rabbit is going to be pissed when it sees his body. There's no way they're going to let me out of this house alive after that, as well as seeing what's happened to the Donovans. And Mrs. Clark is upstairs with a mop, which could easily be used to beat me to death. And then there's this thing in the dryer, which is still pounding on the door from the inside. What? I yell in exasperation. Which is a really big word I'm proud of myself for knowing, but that's because my mom always used it. What more could this crazy place have for me? I pull on the dryer door. It seems to be wedged shut or locked or something. After lifting an entire television over my head, maybe my arms are weak as Jell-O or something. Jell-O. I quickly look around for anything to pry open the dryer with, and then I notice there's a button on the top next to all the dials for setting temperature and stuff. It says unlock. I guess that would do it. I pop the unlock button and pull the door open. Sure enough, a blue sock comes tumbling out. I knew it would be a sock. The sock rolls over and looks up at me. Wait, that's not a sock. Meredith! I yell excitedly. They put you in the dryer! I know! The little blue stuffed cat chirps in Meredith's voice. It was some lady! You took a tumble and I was lying in the grass and then I got scooped up by her and I thought she was gonna help you up, but she just ran off with me. And next thing I knew, we were in this laundry room and she tossed me in this dark box. She looks back at what she fell out of. Oh, it's a dryer!
So it does talk.
I freeze. Meredith wiggles and rights herself.
And it moves.
I turn to face David Clark standing in the door to the mush hallway. His face is all covered with cuts. In some of them, bits of glass are sticking out. His hair is a mess, and that's saying something coming from me. One of his eyes is all bloodshot. There's more blood on his shirt and dripping down his cheeks. The stuffed rabbit is on his shoulder with its feet tucked into his collar to hold it in place, and it looks like it's pressing its paws against his neck where more blood seems to be running out from. The fabric of the rabbit is soaking up a lot of blood. David Clark coughs.
But that's not Pasher, you liar.
Before I talk about what happens next, can I just ask, why do they make basements so creepy? It seems like every basement has some sort of requirement that it has to be dank and dark and home to spiders and mice or something. Now I got nothing against spiders or mice. Spiders are just trying to make webs from their butts. Mice are just trying to make holes in things with their teeth. If I could make a web with my butt, I'd probably want to spend all my time doing that too. I can already make holes in things with my teeth. It's not that special. Sorry, mice. People try to disguise their basements with carpeting and pretty lights and stuff, but it doesn't make them less creepy. There's a guy at the funeral home that puts makeup on somebody's dead body so they look alive. Obviously, you don't want the dead person to look all messed up and gross, but maybe don't make it look like they're just sleeping and could get up and climb out of their coffin any second and say, "Hey, Lily, it's not your fault. My dad ran over me with a motorboat. He shouldn't have been drinking." Putting carpets and pretty lights in your basement is like putting lipstick on a moldy gray corpse. Okay, I said enough. David Clark clutches his head where blood is running out of his hair. "Oh, I can't believe you hit me with a TV!" he snarls through gritted teeth. He's standing in the door to the hallway somebody wallpapered with Mrs. Donovan. That weird talking stuffed rabbit sits on his shoulder. David looks sleepy and pale. Blood squirts out of his neck. Yikes! The rabbit presses on it with its paws. "Yeah, well,
Your mom hit me first, I point out. Fair's fair. I look around for things that can be used as weapons. I guess technically anything can be used as a weapon. Some people even use pillows. They smother you with them. I spot a handsaw leaning against the wall next to David. It doesn't really help me over there, though. I try to will it to my hand like a Jedi. Except I'm not a space magician, so it doesn't work. The saw just leans there. I decide not to stare at it and give David any ideas, so I look around for other options. After looking around for about 2 seconds, I take back what I said about anything being able to be used as a weapon because all I see is dust, and unless David Clark has wicked bad allergies, I don't think that's going to stop him. David clutches a nearby table. I think he's struggling to stand up. The rabbit takes its paws away from his neck to steady itself, but then puts them back when he starts right back up bleeding again. It was just a tea kettle. Yeah, well, a tea kettle isn't just a tea kettle when you hit someone over the head with it. That'd be like stabbing somebody with a number 2 pencil and then going, it was just a number 2 pencil. A number 2 pencil would actually be really handy right now. I could even give it to Meredith to fight with. David takes a deep breath and straightens back up. There's something in his hand. It's got a handle and a big, it's a hammer. It looks old and rusty, which means if it doesn't kill me when he jams the claw end into my skull, I'll still be in danger of getting tetanus. I try to remember the last time I got a tetanus shot. Those always hurt. Forget about tetanus, Lily. Being brained with a hammer hurts more. Focus. I want a hammer too. Or maybe not. I already failed a knife fight against a girl my own age. David is older and bigger. Really, I just want, Pasher. Because he'd probably have some idea of what to do. Pasher or nunchucks like my Ninja Turtle Michelangelo. Bigger though, like Lily-sized nunchucks. I put my fists up because, that's the best I got. That handsaw really would be nice. I could slap him with the flat side and then saw his head off or something. I don't like thinking about being violent though. It makes me sick to my stomach. Just smashing a TV on his head almost made me hurl. I wish I didn't eat those eggy waffles this morning. David fidgets with the hammer in his hand, looking at it, and then at me. Then at it, then at me. He's probably visualizing what it'll look like stuck in my head. Rabbit leans towards his ear and whispers something in it. I see what you're thinking, I say, waving my fists in circles like they do in movies. And there's something you should know. He grips the hammer tight. His knuckles turn white. What's that? I killed my own parents with a pillar of fire, as well as my best friend. Third best, squeaks Meredith. My best friend and one completely innocent dog. So if you think I won't straight up murder you and your psycho mom, you got another thing coming. And I got friends on the police force. I mean, I got one friend, sort of. But I'm hoping hearing the word police will put some fear into him. It doesn't. She's lying, says the rabbit into David's ear in a not-so-whispery voice. No demon can grant that level of power. I don't need a demon to grant me that power, I snarl. Actually, I need 2 other totems that I don't currently have on me. But they don't know that. I hope. They seem to know a lot about things most people don't. Except they think I'm in cahoots with demons, which I'm not. Not that I didn't try months back. Even checked books out of the library to see if I could summon one and bring my parents back from the dead. That was useless, though. Most library books about demons are all made up. Nobody tells you that when you're a kid. David takes another step toward me. The last time I got in a fight, I lost. Lisa Welch left me with a not-so-nice scar on my face. All I left her with was a heavy psychiatry bill. The first time I got in a fight, I lost too. That was on the school playground in 2nd grade against this kid named Steve Busker who tried to make me give him my milk money. I didn't even have milk money. He ended up stepping on my head. The point is, I'm not good at fighting. Words are more my thing. Also, I can hold my breath for 47 seconds and see things before they happen. Well, only one of those 2 things is actually useful right now, though. So I focus on seeing what's going to be... My head fills with a piercing scream. It's so loud, it's like it's actually in my ears. I've never felt pain from a sound before. Even nails on a chalkboard don't really bother me. I cover my ears with my hands, but the scream is in my head. It's not in the air around me, and I can't keep it out. If anything, I'm trapping it inside my brain. That's like if someone saw a bull in a china shop, so their plan to save all the china was to lock the bull inside. The screaming is breaking all of the china in my head. It hurts so much. I can't even stand up anymore, so I don't. Am I screaming too? My mouth is open and it almost sounds like I am, but I can't tell because the scream in my brain is stabbing behind my eyes, and this hot white static fills my eyes like messing with the UHF knob on Nana's old black and white TV. The scream stops as suddenly as it started. I can still hear this awful ghost echo of it making my ears ring. It's like my brain is remembering the sound and playing it back for me. Hey, remember when it felt like it was going to explode inside your skull? Let's rewind and listen to that again. I realize I'm holding my breath and let it out with a gasp. How long was that? The pain was so intense that it felt like hours, but it couldn't have been more than 47 seconds. Oh dear. The stuffed rabbit that's slowly turning brownish red from soaking up David's blood says, "Did you just try to do something? Like maybe see the future?" My goodness, that looked painful. If its mouth wasn't sewn on, it would probably be grinning at me like Roger tricking me into eating something gross. I clench my fist and drive the pain out by squeezing my eyes shut. Eat me, Mr. Cottontail! David takes a step back. His eyes look normal again for some reason. That sapphire blue color. He looks at the hammer in his hand. What am I doing?" he asks. The rabbit presses back against his neck, turning darker in color. "David, don't you remember? She attacked you," it says calmly. "You're defending yourself. She came into your home and tried to steal me." "What?" I snap. "You're such a liar." "Look, David, look at this blood. I'm trying to save you. She's trying to trap you so you bleed out. You've got to get past her and get help." David stares at me for a moment, and then his eyes seem to go dead again. "Get out of my way!" He looks at his hand with the hammer in it like he just realized it was there. He lifts it up and moves towards me with murder in his eyes once again. Or maybe it's panic. I half expect his eyes to start doing pinwheels in his skull. Something tugs at me hard. It's Meredith. "Let me help, Lily," she squeaks. Yeah, okay. I'm pretty much up for anything at this point." "Burn him, Meredith!" The little blue cat doll wiggles forward furiously. I want to say menacingly, but she's so cute it's not menacing in the least. I want to scoop her up and hug her. Except then we'd both die. Or I'd die, because she's already dead. Maybe we could possess the cat doll together. I rather like possessing this body, though, so I'm going to focus on keeping my ghost in my bones. David pauses, looking at the stuffed cat toy housing my best friend's ghost. "Meredith Patterson." The rabbit on his shoulders chuckles in its weird, deep voice. "Where's your totem, little fire starter?" "I'm my own toad!" Meredith roars in her little high-pitched cat voice, which suddenly gets loud and deep and has this terrifying monster quality to it. She throws her cottony blue paws towards David and his rabbit. Flames erupt from the air in front of her, a massive wall of white-hot death that shrieks across the basement and pounds into the two of them. Except that doesn't actually happen. Meredith waves her blue paws at the two of them, and maybe the temperature goes up a 1/1,000,000th of a degree due to air friction or something, but it's not noticeable if that actually happens. Meredith looks at her paws, and I can almost imagine the frown on her face. Her human face, not the blue cat face. David blinks, then storms towards me with the hammer. He brings it up over his head with one arm. His eyes are white, like they're rolled back into their sockets, or he's got cataracts or something. Those are when you got filmy stuff in your eyes that make it hard to see. My Nana had a cat with cataracts. I thought for years only cats got cataracts because of that cat and the word cataracts. No, people get them too. This isn't those, though. David's just doing the crazy eyes thing when people's eyes roll back behind their eyelids. So I punch him in the pants, hard. I bring my fist up off the floor because I'm on my hands and knees, and I just swing it full tilt into his crotch. My mom always said, if a boy attacks you, you've got every right to punch him in his boy bits. I asked her once if it would be more effective to punch a boy in the nose, and she said, no, the privates are your best bet. She used to execute people for a living, so she probably knew what she was talking about. David makes this sound like someone does when they find something really interesting. Like, ooh, only it sounds less like he's interested and more like a pig squeal. His hammer hand lets go of the handle and the hammer spirals weakly across the room just over my head. His other hand swipes at my battering arm. I pull it back and tuck and roll just as he drops to his knees, cupping his crotch with both hands. I can see his eyes now, his sapphire blue eyes, and they're welling up with tears. His whole face is turning purple. Lily! Meredith shouts. I reach over and snatch her up before getting back on my feet. Now it's time to get out of here, but first I gotta make sure David's out for the count. He's got his hands over his crotch, so I kick him in the hands as hard as I can. Mom always said to put your all into it. I used to think my all was a part of the body. Kind of like put your back into it. I feel the bones in his hand crunch. Take that, boy bits. David Clark howls and lurches backward like he's trying to fly away, but everybody knows you gotta use your hands when you're flying. The bunny tumbles off of his shoulder, falling to the floor with a bit of splat because it's soaked up so much blood. I turn and sprint for the stairs. I'm really good at running for short distances. Climbing things is more tiring, though. I trip a couple times going up because I want to go 2 steps at a time. I bang my knees on the steps, which feel like they're burning where I skinned them getting pushed to the sidewalk. Thankfully, the bandages keep me from scraping them more. The door is closed at the top of the stairs. Please be unlocked, please be unlocked. I hit the door with my shoulder. It's unlocked, yay! I bust into the kitchen, my sneakers squeaking on wet tiles. David's mom is standing there, wide-eyed, holding a mop and smearing bloody water all over the kitchen floor. She still got on her blue overalls, but the white paint that was on her face is smeared with red, probably from the blood on the floor. Oh, she says, startled. Hello, you must be a friend of Davy's. I thought I heard you two playing down in the basement. I freeze, confused. I kind of expected her to start beating me with the mop she's holding. Instead, she's just smiling and mopping up blood. That's Mrs. Donovan's blood. She's turned into some sort of mushroom person that's spreading throughout the house. I don't know what's going on, but this place is like a crazy nightmare house, and I regret ever setting foot in it. Get away from me! I move towards the door to the front hallway. She shifts on her foot, and I think she's about to lunge at me, so I stop in my tracks and watch her like a hawk. At least a land-based hawk. Do they have land-based hawks? I'm not a bird expert. Mrs. Clark cocks her head. One of her eyes isn't looking in the same direction as the other. She looks like a doll somebody broke the plastic eye off of and glued it back on backwards. She sets them up against the kitchen counter and walks stiff-legged over to the fridge. Do you want a cookie before you go? She asks robotically. She takes down the Sleepy Kitty cookie jar and opens it to reveal their weird stockpile of Fig Newtons. What? No, I don't want a Fig Newton. Meredith whispers from my hand. Lily, just run! Yeah, okay, I tell her. Mrs. Clark gives a confused smile. Okay? She moves towards me again, partially blocking my route to the next room. Her hands are full, she can't grab me. I've just got to shove past her and make for the front door. Or maybe throw myself out the windows like they do in the cowboy movies. I don't really want to go through the window, though. Those cowboys don't tend to get up. This cowgirl is taking the door route. Get along, little doggy. I make a dash for it, except I don't. Instead, I slip on the wet floor for a second before getting any traction. Once you're on wet tiles, sneakers become slippers. I stumble for a second, clutch Meredith tight to me, and barrel towards David Clark's weird robot-acting mother with the blood and pain on her face and stupid Fig Newton sleepy cat cookie jar in her hands. A sharp cry comes from behind me. Mother! I turn to look back. You shouldn't do that, by the way. When you're making a mad dash on slippery tiles, don't look back. It's David. He's standing at the top of the stairs. His face is red like you get after you've held your breath for over 40-second sevens, or I guess when someone kicks you hard in the pants. There are tears streaming out of his eyes and blood running down the side of his head. I only glance at him for a second because I'm shoving his mother over on her crazy bed as I sprint for the door. You know how in some dreams everything is slow-mo? Like an action movie when they want you to see an explosion, so they slow it down. Or I guess they speed up the filming so it appears slower? I don't know, I'm not a movie expert. Anyway, this is about dreams, not movies. But I guess it's about both because it's really about feeling like time is slowing down, but you sense everything at a normal speed, and it's very disorienting. Everything in the kitchen is going in slow motion, I think. Or I'm just thinking really fast, which is kind of unusual for me. Mrs. Clark is screaming, "Oh my God, Davy, oh my poor baby." But it starts coming out like, "Oh my poor." David is pointing at me and his face looks totally like Satan, all red with wide eyes, and his hair is even sticking out at the sides and could be devil horns. He's yelling something too, but it's like, "Stop," which I'll bet is probably "stop her," because that's most likely what he would be wanting his mother to do. Meanwhile, I'm ramming into his mother's arm and the sleepy cat cookie jar is going up in the air, and I can see the Fig Newtons tumbling out of the hole as it spins slowly upside down. But I'm also running past her and the stupid cookie jar is floating like space debris right in front of my face, and wouldn't it be amazing if I don't totally knock myself out with the sleepy cat cookie jar? It would be. Fortunately, I don't, because I'm thinking somehow faster than I'm seeing things, and I just gotta tilt my neck and the cookie jar smashes against the side of my head. Ow. It shatters. Fig Newton stuff scattering through my hair and down my shoulder. All things considered, I've had worse. Getting hit in the head with a cookie jar is nothing compared to a tea kettle. I just keep going. Sort of. The cookie jar knocks me off balance just enough that instead of flying out the door, I pitch into the side of the door frame with my legs whip out under me and buckle around the door jamb. That's jam with a B, not jam like jelly, which is what my lower half feels like now. It'd be a riot to watch in America's Funniest Home Videos, but leaving it is less amusing. I slide down the wall with a heavy thump and lay there for a second, trying to wrap my head around what just happened. "Her!" David finishes shrieking. "Called it." I roll over, ending up on my arm, which bends backward. I don't scream. There's already been enough screaming. If everybody's screaming constantly, it just gets annoying. My brother Roger used to scream at our mom and dad whenever they gave him a curfew on nights he wanted to hang out with his friends Dustin and Skeeter. But they knew they had to make sure he was back before 11 or he'd probably end up in jail. One teenage boy alone isn't a big deal, but once they combine with one or more other teenage boys, it's like that robot that was made out of 5 lions. Super destructive. Mrs. Clark looks down, her eyes laser focusing on me. "You!" "Your doorbell's about to ring," I say. I don't know why I said it, except it is. Sure enough, the chime from the front door rings. If there wasn't blood all over the floor mixed with soapy water, and I'm banged up from running into a wall, and David's red-faced and looking ready to explode, and there's Fig Newtons everywhere, I'd probably comment on how pretty the doorbell sound is. But there is blood all over the floor, and I'm pretty banged up from running into this stupid wall, and David's red in the face from getting kicked in the privates, and there's Fig Newtons everywhere, and the doorbell belongs to the Donovans, who are vegetables in the basement back room. Like, really vegetables. So I don't comment. David and his mom look at each other. The doorbell rings again. Ding, 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 dong. Someone says, "Get her in the bathroom. Have your mother answer the door. Don't panic." That's when I notice that nasty stuffed rabbit sticking out one of the front pockets of David's pants. Oof, I don't like that thing. "Help!" I scream at the top of my lungs, or rather I start to. I get out just the H and the E and a bit of the L. When you're screaming help, you tend to drag the L out, because that P is the end of the word and the end of the scream, and you really want the scream to last. So oftentimes people don't even get to the P, just help! And then other people usually figure out the word is help and come running. But me, I only get out hell, and then David's mom's hand kisses my cheek with the force of a battering ram and finishes my screaming with a sound like somebody breaking a really fat stick across their knee. She slaps me so hard I think I'm going to suffer whiplash again. Last time I got whiplash was from being in a car accident where my head was traveling with the rest of my body at about 30 or 40 miles per hour, and then my body stopped and my head kept going, and thank God we have necks to keep our heads attached. This time, my head and body are going a speedy no miles per hour, and suddenly my head snaps to the side at about 30 or 40 from the force of Mrs. Clark's hand. It takes the wind right out of me.
I got her,
David says.
Go answer the door. Turn on the TV first.
And for Pete's sake, wash your face. I'm just going to lie down here on the floor for a moment. I hope you don't mind. Yes, I can feel David picking me up. Or rather, he's grabbing my arms and dragging me, but that's good enough. No, I'm not unconscious. I'm not visiting Roger. As I guess I'll call it from now on. I'm just stunned by being slapped so hard by an adult. Mrs. Clark's hand knocked the fight out of me. That lady has a swing that would put my mom and dad's to shame. Honestly, if she spanks David with that hand, it's no wonder he's a psycho. Lily, get up! I hear Meredith yelling. She's getting fainter as I'm being dragged away. Not now, Meredith. I'm trying to think. If David is left alone with me, I can probably punch him in the pants again and get away in time to get the attention of whoever's at the door. Ding, 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 ding dong. I'll be right with you, Mrs. Clark yells from somewhere else. Then there's the feeling of carpeting for a bit that's kind of nice and soft. It reminds me of lying on the carpet in Meredith's bedroom while her house burned down. Speaking of burning, being dragged across this carpet is starting to feel not so nice on my back. Rug burns are nasty. One time in 5th grade, I was sitting in the back of Mr. Furafet's science class with my friend Simone, and I had a contest to see who could rub our fists on the carpeting for the longest. I won, but I got a really nasty rug burn on my knuckles that hurt for weeks. I wonder how Simone is doing. My head thumps on cold tiles. We must be in the bathroom. I recognize the odors of soap and antiseptic and other smells from when David patched me up in here earlier. Now he's propping me up against something hard and cold. It's probably the bathtub.
Leave me with her and go get yourself cleaned up, quickly,
I hear the rabbit say. No, take the rabbit with you. Come on, David.
And find that cursed doll.
Right, David says. The door makes a door-shutting sound.
You can open your eyes,
the rabbit says. Is it talking to me? Well, it must be talking to me. There's nobody else in here. I don't open my eyes or say anything.
I know you're awake. You're not fooling me with this possum act.
I open my eyes. The rabbit is laying beside me on the bathroom floor, looking limp and dead like a normal toy. I guess normal toys aren't dead, just not alive. The rabbit is looking like a normal stuffed rabbit. What do you want? I ask it.
It's not about what I want.
The rabbit's voice comes from behind me. I try to look behind me without turning my head, but my eyes don't go that far back. I have to roll over. My cheek is burning and throbbing at the same time from Mrs. Clark's nasty slap. There's a shadow sitting on the toilet. I don't mean that something is casting a shadow on the toilet. I mean that there's a person sitting on the toilet and they look like they're made out of whatever shadows are made out of. Darkness? Is darkness a thing that other things can be made from? It's hard to explain, I guess, but basically there's a person about the same size and shape as me or David, like kid-sized, and they're sitting on the toilet beside me, only I can only see them because I can't see entirely past them, if that makes any sense. Hell, I'm seeing it and it doesn't really make sense. Imagine Peter Pan and his shadow if the shadow got up and sat on the toilet. I think you get the idea. What are you? I asked the shadow.
My name is Fur,
says the rabbit's voice from the shadow. It gestures in some way, but I can't really tell what it's doing because it's a freaking shadow. And when arms aren't sticking out or whatnot, it looks mostly like a big blobby mess with a person's head and a couple of legs. Cute. It is a cute name, but the thing is not cute. It's frightening. Sometimes looking at it, it looks like I'm seeing David's shadow as he stands over me. Other times, it looks like I'm talking to my own shadow. It sort of flows like liquid darkness.
You want to get out of here,
Furfur says.
You don't need to say yes. I already know. In the moment, that is your greatest desire, Lily. Egress.
Okay. Isn't an egress a type of bird? I don't know what that has to do with anything.
But beyond that, beyond escape, lies the desire to see your parents again. And that is truly overwhelming.
It makes a sound like a sigh.
I can smell it wafting off of you.
It probably is smelling the soap and disinfectant. I sniff my hand to make sure I'm not too stinky from walking through the hallway wallpapered with Mrs. Donovan. No, I smell okay, I think. I don't know what it's talking about. The shadow sits there and watches me silently. I feel a little silly sniffing myself, so I stop. It starts talking again.
I can give you what you want. Your parents. I can give them back to you. That's what I do. I give people what they want.
Why are you trying to make a deal with me? You belong to David. It leans back and a laugh comes out. The air over its head swirls with a black cloud.
No. You've got it backward. David belongs to me. I give him what he truly desires, and in return, he brings you to me.
Can I just say, I really hate it when people talk in riddles. Like, just get to the point. Stop beating around the bush and just tell me what the hell is going on, I tell Furfur. I sit up crisscross applesauce, making sure the rabbit doll is behind me and Furfur's shadow is in front of me. I pretend to tuck in my shirt so that I can grab the doll and stuff it under my butt. Actually, while I'm at it, tucking in my shirt is probably a good idea, so if I get dragged across the carpet somewhere later, I don't get more of a rug burn.
All right.
Furfur holds its hands out. I can see them fairly clearly for being shadows. He's got 6 fingers on each hand.
You summoned me.
We sit there for a moment. No, I didn't. I would remember something like that. Furfur nods.
You summoned me back in March. It was terrible. You are not very well versed in Latin, I have to tell you. And your handwriting is atrocious, but yes, you summoned me. In a rather half-assed manner that left me stranded 700 miles away in the middle of Ohio and without form, as you can see. I'm technically only half here thanks to you.
Oh God, this is a demon. I really did summon it. I even remembered back in March when I checked out that book from the library and tried to recreate some of the drawings in it. I had to use blood, and I didn't want to get caught cutting myself, so I spent weeks pricking my fingers and collecting it in fingernail polish bottles that Mrs. Lake had given me after she was done with them and I'd rinsed them out, because the last thing I needed was blood mixed with fingernail polish. Furfur can see the gears spinning in my head. Maybe it's just one gear.
Right, so there I was in Centerburg, Ohio, this dumpy little trash heap of a town, and I had no corporeal form to use. So I latched onto the first person I could find.
David, I whisper.
Well, no, actually. It was a sanitation worker by the name of Clive Farrell. He greatly desired some fancy automobile. Of all the dreams to have in life, all he wanted was a shiny new car. That was easy. I helped him get one in Pennsylvania. From him, I gained a little strength, just enough to latch on to the next person.
David?
No, Jackson Talbot. He was a car salesman. Was. Now he just makes license plates for cars.
I think I get how things work for this guy. What did he want?
He desired a woman who had come in with her husband to look at buying a new family car.
Furfur pauses. It's trying to decide exactly how much to tell me. I know, even though it's just a shadow, because of the way it hums to itself.
I helped him have her. From there, I found David.
It's been about 5 or 10 minutes, I think. I think blood from the rabbit I'm sitting on is starting to soak me. Is David right outside of the bathroom door? Or did he go out with his mother to see who was ringing the doorbell? I wish this bathroom had a window. I could probably get it open and climb outside. From what Furfur has told me, it doesn't have a body to stop me with, and I'm sitting on its doll, so hopefully he can't reach it. I wonder if I blow hard enough, would it be like blowing on smoke from a fire? What does David want? I finally ask. Furfur sits there silently, humming. It doesn't want to tell me. I can't answer that. Until I've helped him acquire his greatest desire, telling anyone, especially someone like you, would put it in peril. Furfur stands up. It looks like me again. Shadow me. Besides, what's important is what you want, Lily. Because I'm finally here to help you achieve it. I'm not convinced. I read in my book that demons are known for lying. This thing is no doubt trying to trick me in some way. But knowing that, maybe I can turn the tables on it. How do you plan to do that? Shadow me grins. I can see the grin. There's a slice of melon-shaped curve in the face, and it's full of clean white teeth. I wish my own teeth looked that nice. I've still got some of my baby teeth. They're supposed to fall out any day now, at least that's what the dentist tells me. Furfur entwines its 6 fingers on each hand together, then spreads them outward, cracking its knuckles. We're going to start by killing everybody.
Hi, my name is Meredith Patterson. I know this isn't my journal, but this might be my last chance to get to write anything for a long time, and Lily's asleep at the moment, so let me tell you a little about myself. My full name is Meredith Rose Patterson. I was born in Towson, Maryland. My parents' names were David and Teresa, but I called them Mama Bird and Daddy Bird. They died in a fire. I was an only child. I say was because, well, you see, I died too. Not in the fire with my parents. I know what you're thinking. How can she be telling this if she's dead? It's a long story. I should start by explaining that I had a gift. Some people are really good at drawing. Some people can do handstands and cartwheels. I could make things catch on fire just by thinking about it. No, I didn't burn myself up. The fire didn't hurt me. I could stand in it and not even feel hot. I burned other people, though. Not intentionally. Sometimes the fire happened even when I wasn't thinking about it, usually when I got scared or angry. I felt awful whenever it happened. Mama Bird always hugged me and told me nobody blames you, Mary. But I blamed myself. Then one night I woke up and our house was on fire. Everything burned. Photo albums, toothbrushes, my dollhouse. Mama Bird burned. Daddy Bird burned. It was so bad, it even burned me. It was the only time my fire ever actually hurt me. I thought maybe it was to mark me forever. Every day I'd look in the mirror and see my face and remember what I'd done. I hated my reflection. After the hospital, I got moved around to different foster homes and orphanages for a while. I can still name a lot of people I lived with. There was Miss Marie St. John, who smelled like baby powder all the time. And then there was Mr. and Mrs. Hanscom, who already had 3 other foster children, and they were all boys, so it was kind of weird and awkward. I had an aunt, Aunt Jackie, but I guess she didn't want to take me in. I think maybe she was scared of me. I couldn't blame her. Eventually, though, this nice couple called Mr. and Mrs. Lake took me in, and I finally got to go to regular school again. That's where I met this other girl named Lily, who also had a gift. Lily could talk to angels. I guess she saw them and they communicated with her and told her things about the future and about people. She knew about my fire gift before I even told her because an angel told her. And she said that the angel talked to her out of my Barbie doll, which was one of the only things they'd rescued from my old home.
I used to keep that thing on me all the time. Lily was very nice. She didn't care that I looked different. She didn't care that I could set things on fire. I only knew her for a short while, but she quickly became my best friend, even standing up for me when other kids would pick on me. I needed somebody like her so bad. I really do think the angels guided me to her. She was my new mama bird. My lily bird. Then things got weird and bad. This man was hunting for me who knew what I could do, and he wanted to kidnap me and use me to hurt other people. He also had a gift which apparently was making people believe things that weren't true. He got into your brain and made you believe what he wanted you to believe. He used Lily to get to me, and then he used me to hurt this lady police officer that showed up to stop him. It was one of the worst moments of my life, watching someone burn to death in front of me. I never saw anybody die before. Even worse was at the time I felt good about it. I almost killed Lily, too. I'm so glad I didn't. Thank you, God. I didn't kill my lily bird. The man ran away but came back later to try and get me again. I guess he tried to start a fire or something in the hotel we were at because there was this black smoke that filled our room and I nearly died from inhaling it. The Lakes took me and moved west to a town called Orange to try and get away. That was its name, Orange. We lived in a little blue house in Orange that was made for 2 families. I no longer got to have my own bathroom, but that's kind of an unimportant detail, sorry. I thought I'd probably never see Lily again. But one night, she came walking out of my bedroom closet like it was perfectly normal to be in my closet in the middle of the night. She told me she needed my help. That actually turned out not to be Lily, but some other girl who could make herself look like Lily. I should have known it wasn't my lily bird because she looked at me and I could see in her eyes that same look other people have when they look at me. Anyway, this girl that looked like Lily took me into the closet, which opened up into some sort of giant hotel with tons of rooms where the real Lily was being attacked by monsters. Yes, really, I didn't dream it. In the end, I saved Lily's life from a witch who wanted to kill her. Or I started to, but then the angels appeared in big suits like astronauts wear, and they put the witch in a cage, and then another angel in a business suit showed up, and Lily made the room rip in half, and the angels carried us off, and then Lily and I got home thanks to a guy who looked kind of like a Grizzly Adams from TV. At least, Lily got home. Grizzly Adams was supposed to drive me back to Orange, but we ran into trouble with these 2 monsters that looked like people from the Closet Hotel world. Lily and I had seen them earlier. They had no heads, but wore other people's heads to hide that they were monsters. Wait, okay. I know it's getting weird, but I'm getting to the point where I died. Those 2 monster guys killed Grizzly Adams, and then dragged me back to Lily's house where everybody got into a big fight, and then the world exploded or something, and next thing I knew, I was sitting at the kitchen table in my old house. My first house. The one which got burned down with my parents inside. And my mama bird and daddy bird were there too. And they were so happy to see me. And I felt so happy to see them. It makes me want to cry just remembering it. Have you ever had a dream where you were little again and everything was just bright and sunny like some perfect day? But not too sunny, and there was a cool breeze and birds chirping in the trees and everybody's wearing their favorite clothes, and you look in a mirror and you smile because you recognize your face looking back and it doesn't look all awful and scarred and hideous. Well, it was like that. I don't remember how long it went on either. It wasn't like one endless day. There were beautiful sunsets and cool nights and mama bird and daddy bird tucking me into bed and the feeling of my comforter tucking up to my chin. There was no fear or disappointment, no regret, no tiredness, just peace and happiness. At one point, this other person came to our house. He seemed very polite, but kinda shy. I remember he had long blonde hair that was tied in a ponytail, and he was dressed in very red clothes. He said he just wanted to say hello and that he was a neighbor, but none of us could remember having a neighbor that looked like him. He talked to my parents for what felt like an hour in the living room and kept glancing over at me. Maybe I reminded him of someone. His eyes seemed very sad. Mama Bird told me later that his name was Nathaniel and that he just wanted to visit from time to time to check in on us to make sure we were okay. Then one morning, or maybe it wasn't morning, I woke up like waking up from a dream and everything was black and I couldn't move. And I struggled, but my arms and legs didn't seem to be there. And I tried to open my eyes, but I couldn't even feel if I had eyes anymore. I felt something I hadn't in a long time. Fear. So I called out, "Hello?" And nearby, someone whispered, "Meredith, is that you?" I recognized the voice. It was my best friend, Lily. I had missed her so much, but I couldn't see her, or anything else for that matter. I was scared, but I knew if my Lily Bird was with me, I'd be okay. At first, I could only speak and hear, but with time, I started seeing through the darkness and even being able to move. I saw myself in the mirror at one point. It's weird when you remember what you look like to look in a mirror and see someone completely different looking back. More so when it's a blue, stuffed cat with buttons for eyes and a pink felt tongue sticking out. Lily had brought me back somehow, put my soul inside this stuffed animal. The world is so much bigger when you're small. The world must be so small to big people. I'm used to being small, but this was even smaller than I'm used to. When you're small as a stuffed cat, you can't open doors, lift most things, and it's a bit limiting. Also, I had no thumbs. That's another thing. I forgot to mention that. It was a mistake. Lily hadn't meant to bring me back, ripping me from my family. She would never intentionally do something like that. It turned out her own family had died the same night I did in the same explosion. Lily blamed herself for my death and her parents. She had been trying to bring them back, not me. Now, I'm not saying I support raising the dead, but it was nice to see Lily again. And the Lakes! She lived with the Lakes now. Because, well, she was an orphan like me. Poor Lily. I felt really bad for her. At least she was in good hands with the Lakes. Mrs. Lake made the best pancakes you've ever tasted, let me tell you, no lie. Lily tried to help me go back to the other side where I was sure my parents were waiting for me, but she didn't know how to do it. She tried asking her angel friend, but he wasn't available or something. So we just had to wait. We spent the night talking about stuff. Her mostly telling me what I'd missed by being dead and me trying to describe being dead. I guess I don't have a grave? My body was totally gone. That's a shame because it would have been really interesting to go visit if I'd gotten a grave. I thought everybody got a grave. The next day we went to where I died, which was Lily's old house. Only it was a pile of rubble after what happened. Apparently Lily went back there regularly to try to raise her parents' ghosts like she accidentally did with me. Something about how being closer to the place where they died makes it easier to communicate with them? I don't know, I've never read about spiritual stuff. I like books like Goosebumps or The Babysitter's Club personally. While Lily was digging through stuff, I just hung out and listened to birds in the woods behind her house. I was a little afraid a stray dog or a raccoon might come along and grab me in its mouth, but I guess animals don't go near Lily's house for some reason. Then this boy showed up. He and Lily talked for a while. I tried to hold still so he wouldn't notice I could move. He seemed nice, but after a bit he ran off and Lily got suspicious and chased after him. I got to ride along under her arm. We stopped at this green house that had a mailbox with the name The Donovans on it. Just as we started up the walk, someone came up behind Lily and knocked us both to the ground. Next thing I knew, I was snatched up by the person. Things were kind of a blur for a bit after that. I just remember someone's feet running on crunchy grass and a couple different doors slamming. A few minutes later, I was dropped on the top of the laundry machine in some dark basement, and this woman in overalls was staring at me. Next to her was the boy who had been talking to Lily. He picked me up and turned me over a couple of times and then said, "I don't feel any different." If he really wanted to feel different, he should try being stuck inside of a stuffed kitty cat. Someone else was in the room and they said, "That's not a toad. What is that?" And then they chuckled and said, "She's still trying to summon her parents. Oh my, what a colossal mess she's made. And you, too. I told you not to lead her here. We need to get her to lead us to it, not lead her to us. Lily had told me to just act like I was a normal doll, so I lay there and did nothing, but I was still feeling kinda scared. I didn't know what would happen if they tore me apart or set me on fire. I was afraid I'd end up haunting the house or fade away into nothing and never see my parents or Lily again. Then this loud banging came from upstairs, and the other person in the room, I didn't see who it was, said, "That's her. Go answer the door. We'll have to get you the toad the hard way. Play nice. Tell your mother to patch her up and offer her one of those cookies. Make sure not to be stupid again and eat one yourself. And remember, don't kill her. I need her. Hide the toy." And then the boy, David, basically repeated all that to the lady like she couldn't hear it, and she picked me up and stuffed me in the dryer and shut the door. It was dark. I waited a bit for it to sound like they left, but being inside a dryer makes it hard to hear things. I counted to myself, and then after 5 minutes tried pushing on the dryer door to get out, but it had a latch or something and wouldn't budge. So I waited. Sorry. I'm not used to writing this much. I'm getting carpet tunnel syndrome, I think. So after a while, I heard some sort of commotion, loud enough to hear it even in the dryer. Somebody screamed. A woman, I think. I kind of hoped it was the lady who had stolen me from Lily. It sounded like her. And some minutes later, there was some banging and thumping from above, followed by someone stomping down the stairs into the basement. A sound like they dropped a sack of laundry on the floor, and then stomping back up the stairs and slamming the door. I could hear somebody talking, but their voice was muffled. I thought maybe it was that boy or his mom or even the other person who had been with them. I was going to lie down and play dead again, which is a funny thing considering I was really dead, but I accidentally banged into the dryer door. It was dark, okay? And then things got crazy outside the dryer. I could hear some soft creaking, and then suddenly it sounded like someone fell down some stairs. Whump, 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 whump. And then a minute or so later, someone else came thumping down the stairs maybe to see if they were all right. I heard that boy yell, "She's gone into the back room." And then someone else yell, "No, I haven't." The someone else was clearly Lily. I can recognize her voice anywhere. I was really excited to hear her, but I was also worried that they were going to hurt her or something. What was she doing in the basement? Had she tracked me down? Then I heard her scream, and David shouted her name really loud. I had to do something, so I started pounding frantically on the inside of the dryer, trying to get the door to move even a smidgen. I was going to burn them all, that's what I was going to do, and the boy David and his mom and anyone else who might hurt my Lilybird. There came a loud crash like someone breaking a mirror or a window, and then Lily's voice again, right outside, shouting, "What the HE double hockey sticks are you?" at something. And that voice from earlier was yelling back at her about what did she do to David. What did she do to David? But then I was practically clawing at the inside of the dryer, just bang, 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 as hard as I could, considering my hands were soft, stuffed animal paws. And then the dryer door came open, and I tumbled out into the dimly lit basement. And there was my Lilybird. Oh my goodness, I was so ecstatic. I just wanted to leap into her arms and let the angels whisk us away. But then the boy David showed up again, and this time with his own stuffed animal, some dirty-looking bunny. And there was lots of nasty blood all over his face and clothes. He and Lily started arguing about hurting each other. I guess his mom had hit Lily with a teapot or something, and she had hit him with a TV set, which is crazy. David grabbed a hammer, and I think he was going to try and kill Lily. They kept arguing about stuff I didn't understand, and even the stuffed rabbit was talking. It all got really confusing. I tried to offer help, but I guess since I died, I lost the ability to burn things with my mind. The rabbit said something about me losing my toad, which they really seemed obsessed with toads. I don't know. They talked about them more later. I'll get to that. We only managed to get out of there because Lily punched David in the crotch with her fist. He went down and she grabbed me, and we got the heck out of that creepy basement. But then upstairs was the crazy mother lady, and she was mopping up all this blood and acting all weird like she didn't know what was going on, even though earlier she had hit Lily on the head with a teapot. Maybe she had short-term memory loss? Or she was just insane. But David came up into the kitchen all angry and red and shouting, and Lily tried to make for the door but got thunked in the noggin with a jar of cookies and then ran into the side of the doorway. She tried to get up, but David's crazy mom just straight up punched her in the face and knocked her out. I yelled at her to get up, but David just grabbed her legs and dragged her out of the room. I didn't know what to do. Before I could even get my bearings, David's crazy mom kicked me so hard I went hurtling into the other room, hit a wall, and fell behind a couch. It was really dusty back there, but that's not important, sorry. I know this all sounds pretty crazy and unbelievable, but I swear it's all true. Lily might tell you different, but I just wanted to give you my perspective on things. After a while, I peeked out from behind the couch. The living room was empty. David's crazy mom was in the front entryway talking to some man at the door. He looked young, but had eyes like he's lived a dozen lifetimes, if you know what I mean. He flashed her a police badge and said, "I'm looking for a little girl that's gone missing. She's been sighted in the area, and I wondered if you might have seen her." He handed her something, a photo, maybe? David's crazy mom looked at it and shook her head and said, "I'm sorry, I haven't seen anyone like this, but I've been busy painting all day." She did not look like she'd been painting, but the policeman didn't know that some of the stains on her clothes were blood, so he just thanked her and left. He wasn't dressed like a police officer. Lily had mentioned earlier that she had friends on the police force, so I wondered if he was one of her friends. David came limping into the room, holding his crotch like it was going to fall off. His mom had just shut the door and turned and looked at him, and her eyes bugged out, and she said, "Oh my goodness, Davy, what happened to you?" "I told you not to call me Davy," he yelled. Who yells at their mama like that? Bad people do. Never yell at your mother, even if she's crazy and hits kids over the head with teapots. That psycho B-word. He didn't say B-word. He said the actual B-word. That psycho B-word broke a TV on my head and punched me in the nuts. I wanted to giggle, but I was kind of scared they'd find me and do bad things to me, so I just kept peeking. "Oh, my poor baby!" David's crazy mom cried and hugged him. "How bad is it? Do we need to go to a hospital? I'll take care of you, and then I'll take care of her." And she said her like you do when you mean the opposite of what you're actually going to do. I think she was talking about killing Lily. But David shoved her away from him and said, "We can't go to a hospital. Besides, the angel patched me up for the most part. I'm just tender. And he's dealing with that B-word in the bathroom. Don't go in there. He's going to make her give up her toad, and then that'll be it. Once I have it, I'll be able to find the others on my own." I couldn't understand why he was hunting toads, but Lily loves animals, so her having a toad was not at all surprising to me. It must have been a very special toad that they would want to go through all this just to get it from her. She told me once that she had trained Ninja Turtles, so maybe she'd started training toads to do karate or something, and they wanted her karate toad so they could raise a karate toad army. I know that sounds weird, but you're talking to a dead girl stuck inside a cat doll who used to burn things with her mind, so you've just got to go with it. And once you have the toad, of vision, we'll go, his crazy mom said. She started brushing his hair, and it made me think about how my mama bird used to always brush my hair. For years, I thought I'd never feel her fingers running through my hair again. That was one of the first things she did when we saw each other again. After hugs, of course. We'll get out of this nasty town and find another toad, and then another. Luckily, I was behind the couch and got to hear their whole evil plan, so the stuffed rabbit was another angel communicator thingy, only I don't think this one was a good angel like the others because it seemed really mean. I'd met another not-so-nice angel the night I died. I think I mentioned him. He was wearing a business suit. His name was Samuel. He looked normal, and he scared the bonkers out of the other angels and even Lily. She told me later about how he was kind of like the devil if the devil were real. Personally, I think the devil is real. I started to look around and find some way to get past David and his crazy mom without them seeing me. There was a hole in the wall that looked like there had been an electrical outlet, but someone had taken it out and these goopy red mushroom things were squeezing out like a bunch of balloons. They almost looked like frog eggs if you've ever seen those. I'd swear there was something dark swimming around inside them. I touched one, just to see if it was as squishy as it looked, and when I did, I had this weird flash like my soul was being sucked out of my body, and suddenly I had 1,000 eyes. I was behind the couch looking at myself, but I was also in the dark in dozens of places, looking up from some sort of drain into the eye of a faucet, peeking out of cracks in a fireplace at the sky, just hundreds of locations throughout the house, inside and out. It was a weird feeling, and even weirder was the sense that I wasn't alone, like I was riding on the back of someone else's bicycle and they were pedaling. One of the Thousand Eyes was watching Lily in the bathroom. I couldn't hear her, but I could see her. She was laying on the floor and moving her mouth. It made me wish I could read lips. There was something else in the room. A person? I couldn't make them out, just their shadow. And then there was an eye looking out of the light fixture on the front step, watching the police guy walking away towards some old beat-up brown car. He stopped for a moment, looking in both directions down the street, and then down at his hand, then stuffed whatever he was holding in his pocket, got in the car, and drove away. I tried to call to him, but I couldn't even hear my own voice. I pulled away, and the vision of 1,000 eyes left, and I was back to just the two. I was still behind the couch, only now totally freaked out. I didn't know what just happened, but I felt really sad. Not like I had something to feel sad about, but like I had been experiencing this really intense emotion while looking through the 1,000 eyes, and it was so overwhelming that I couldn't even register it until it started to go away. I had some inkling that the red mushroom sacks were alive, and that they were spread like webs all throughout the house. It was as if the house itself was a living thing. From somewhere else came the sound of creaking like hinges that needed oil. I lay there on the floor, just a discarded stuffy, listening for whatever was going to happen next. Honestly, I was coming down off of such a massive feeling of despair from touching the house's organs or whatever they were that I just wanted to curl up and cry.
There she is.
I heard David say on the other side of the couch.
Look, I'm sorry that it went down this way. It wasn't supposed to get violent. We panicked when you just showed up. I didn't have fur on me when I ran into you. There was a whole plan. Look, what I'm trying to say is, I'm sorry. We're sorry. But you understand now, right?
I understand.
It was Lily. She sounded ridiculously calm, but that's my Lily bird for you. She'll be getting into knife fights one minute, dropped on a beach out of a hole in the sky, and then lie in the grass and tell you about her crazy adventures like it was just another day of climbing trees.
So you've got fur now,
David said.
And we go to your place and you trade me for the pasture.
I shimmied on my tummy under the couch and peeked out from under it. All I could see were feet. David was standing in the middle of the room. His crazy mother was standing near me by the entryway to the front hall. Lily was standing in the door to the kitchen with that nasty-looking stuffed rabbit on her shoulder. "Lily!" I started to squeak. "Change of plan," Lily said. And then there was this sound like someone filled a trash bag with water and beat it against the trunk of a tree, and the whole room went red. "Oh, somebody's coming. I hope Lily doesn't flip out when she sees I wrote in her journal. Love you, Lily!"
I only have vague memories of March. I mean, I remember that I looked at a calendar at some point and it said March in big, bold letters, so I'm sure it was there, but I don't really have much memory of the things I did then. Most days just blend into each other. Wake up, eat whatever is for breakfast, preferably nothing with eggs in it. Except cake. Cake is acceptable egg-based food, but you don't usually get that for breakfast. Unless it's your birthday. My birthday is in August, so I definitely wasn't eating cake for breakfast in March. What else? There was school. Middle school. At least I think there was. I definitely sat in a chair with other kids and tried to shrink down into the floor. Sometimes I had to pick eraser shavings out of my hair thanks to the person behind me. I remember that. But maybe that was April. Or January. Really, it was all the time, so it was probably March too. What was his name? Tommy? Jake? I don't remember that. Oh well, he was a jerk, whatever his name was. And then there was all the time I spent reading, mostly books on witchcraft and demonology. I got them from the Winslow Library. Most of them were garbage. I thought witchcraft books would be about spells and broomsticks, but they're all about communicating with trees and animals. I don't really care about those things. I mean, I care about animals, but I want to pet them, not try to go on spirit walks with them. I couldn't find a single book about a summoning spell, just a little information on seances. A seance is like a party where people hold hands and try to talk to ghosts. I can tell you, they're baloney. Ghosts don't show up when you call or walk around the place like living people. Most of them lie in their graves inside their bodies, waiting for some special day when an angel comes to take them. And sometimes they get recruited by supernatural people like Hecate who live in the Vale to drive you around, but that's only if you're me. But if you're not me and you're trying to talk to your Uncle Mark who died of a heart attack 20 years ago, you're not going to get a hold of him. The psychic is just pretending to summon him so you'll pay them for the warm feeling it gives you. Maybe I should write a book on ghosts. Lily Madwhip's Book of Ghostology. Demons, on the other hand, they can be summoned. Most books on demons just talk about them like they hang around the same as ghosts and make people do bad things. Pastures told me, though, that demons work in the pit. That's what he calls hell. He doesn't call it hell, he calls it the pit. I guess because it's a pit. Demons are servants, and they do what they're told, but they also got minds of their own. So when they aren't turning people into weeping trees or tearing the bark off them or stepping onto the heads of people who are buried up to their chins in boiling poop, demons like to get into mischief. If you can get one to come to you, they are actually supposed to be able to help cut corners when it comes to life and death and such. The only problem is it's kind of frowned upon to make deals with them. At least that's what the books say. Pastor wouldn't talk much about them before. He just said to leave them alone because they have jobs, and it'd be like going to my mom's office and constantly asking her for stuff when she's trying to execute people. But see, that's why I wanted to talk to one. I can't bother my mom at work because my mom is dead. And my parents aren't in their bodies, laying in their graves like Roger. I don't know why, but the angels took them. They let them visit me one last time when I was in the hospital. Promised they'd get to come see me again. They never did. They're gone somewhere, and I need to know where. That's why I needed a demon. I'm not asking Pasher. He's the reason my parents are dead. He and all the rest of them. They told me to tear the veil when they could have fought Samuel. And then I did, and they went and fought him and abandoned me anyway. They dropped me on a beach, let loose those crispy, no-head monsters loose, and then told me to just use Jophiel's totem, which killed everybody. And Pasher had to have known what would happen. He knows everything. Which means he'd let it happen.
What are you doing?
Asks Furfur. Furfur happens to be one of those demons I was talking about. I guess I summoned him months ago? But he ended up in Ohio somewhere because I'm new to this whole summoning thing and then had to hike his way out to where I live, making deals with people along the way. He was working with David Clark to get to me. I don't know what deal he made with David, though. I suspect it has something to do with Pasher, since that's all David seems to want to talk about.
Earth to Lily. I said, what are you doing?
I'm thinking.
Well, how about you think about getting up off the floor and let's get on with this? I've been rather looking forward to bonding with you.
What do you mean, bonding? I keep lying on the floor. The tiles are nice and cool on my back. And this is a small bathroom. It smells like baby powder.
That's how this works,
Furfur says. Right now he's a shadowy version of me sitting on the toilet. Not using the toilet, just sitting on it. I don't even think shadows have to pee. If they did, the world would be soaked.
We're making a binding contract. I help you get what you want, and in return, I get what I want.
Furfur has been hiding in a stuffed bunny, kind of like I've got Meredith packed in a stuffed cat. I wonder what it is with stuffed animals that they're so good at housing spirits. Maybe the stitching? Pillows have got stitching too. Can you trap a spirit in a pillow? I wouldn't be able to sleep on a pillow like that. It'd probably keep punching me in the back of the head or waking me up or something. Or worse, it'd try to smother me. I tilt my head back and look at Furfur upside down. I like to look at the world upside down sometimes. What is it that you want?
Me?
Furfur doesn't have a face, but his voice sounds surprised. He may just be faking, though.
Nobody's ever asked before. They always just assumed I wanted their soul.
Do you want my soul? He's not getting that, but it can't hurt to let him think he is.
You just gotta be sure to say things very precise when making deals. Demons stick to their words very carefully. Furfur snorts.
Pff, no. I've got too many souls I deal with in the pit as it is. And that's the thing. I want a break. I don't want to be down there anymore. You think because I was made for the pit that I enjoy it down there? Hell no! We were created with senses just like you and David. And why? Why give us the ability to touch, to taste, to hear, and then trap us in the darkness as far from heaven's throne as possible?
I don't know.
Somebody wanted us to know what we were missing. 23 years ago, 5 months and 13 days, I ripped the tongue off a man who believes he should be punished for his lifetime of lying. And do you know what I tasted on it? Strawberries. I had torn the memory of them right off him. I've never tasted a strawberry before, but I knew instantly what it was.
Oh. This is a very disturbing story. So you want more strawberries?
I want to taste everything.
He claps his hands.
I want to taste ambrosia, I want to snort the honey right off of a bee's ass, and I want to feel the light.
How can I help you get those things? I ask, sitting up.
You're going to do what you do best. You are the knife that cuts the veil.
Oh, Lord, not this again.
You can get me inside. Do you know what it's like in there? It's anything you can imagine.
The veil's not that great, really. I sigh and stand up. Furfur stands up, too. We stand beside each other and look in the mirror. In the mirror, I look like a shadow, but Furfur has my reflection. It's mostly doors and darkness. Furfur moves closer. My arm hairs prickle up like when I rub my feet on the carpet, just before touching something metal and electrocuting myself. My arm gets cold. I rub it with my other hand and feel goosebumps. In the mirror, our reflections overlap.
Well then, once I have your power, we can use it to find your parents, and then I'll spend a few eternity among the doors and the darkness.
Furfur steps fully inside me. My heart starts racing. It hurts my chest. I press the palm of my hand into it to try to slow the beating down, but it does no good. Take your hand off. My mouth says in my voice, you're not going to die. It feels like I am. I also say with my mouth. Okay, I'm talking to myself. Grab the rabbit. I pick up the old mushy bunny. It's soaked with David Clark's blood. I squeeze it. Or rather, Furfur squeezes it. The blood leaks out and runs down my arm. Furfur lifts my arm up and licks it with my tongue. I can taste it on my tongue. Ugh, yuck. I hope he doesn't have harpies or something. Furfur says, and then grins at me with my own mouth. A little juice to get us going. Gross. So, now we go out and kill everybody? I ask timidly. I gasp, or rather, Furfur gasps. I gotta get this right. It's Furfur inside me. We're both looking out through my eyes. I can feel him kinda in my brain like another voice talking over my thoughts. And then my mouth opens and those other thoughts spill out without me wanting them to. So in a way, I know what he's going to say before he says it. Aren't you morbid? Furfur chuckles. We can go out there and splatter everyone up the walls if that's what amuses you. That is not what amuses me. I like Sunday morning newspaper comics like The Far Side. My favorite is this one where a bunch of big cats are eating and one starts talking and laughing so hard an antler came out of its nose. I wonder, since I just tasted that blood, since Furfur just tasted that blood, if I laugh, could blood come out of my nose? I start walking out the door. Not willingly. It's kind of like being dragged out by my mom. Like when she wanted to go clothes shopping at Sears and I just wanted to catch frogs down by the river in the woods back behind our house. Nope, no frogs. Gotta go try 100 different pairs of the same pants. Except in this case, I may be about to go splatter 100 different people up the same wall or something. Hold up, I say. I try to turn around and smack into the door frame. Furfur wheels me back around and starts walking out into the hall. I change my mind! I squeak. I try to grab at the doorknob and reel myself back in, but my left hand slaps my right hand away. I didn't. Furfur forces me to smile. We walk into the Donovan's living room. David Clark is standing across the way with his mother. I can hear my heart beating so loudly I expect it to make the room shake. It's a weird feeling, hurting someone in the heat of a moment. You don't really have time to feel anything. But when you're standing there across the room from them and they're not threatening you with a hammer and you have time to think, the idea of hurting or even killing them turns your stomach into knots. Bunches of knots. I only know how to do one knot, and that's the one where the rabbit comes out of the hole and around the tree. I don't think you can do that with a stomach. You kind of have to have an end somewhere, and stomachs don't have ends. They got throats and guts. There she is, David says, putting his hands on his hips like he's not only forgiven me for punching him in the balls, he's down for another round.
Look, I'm sorry it went down like this.
He's talking at me, but I'm not really listening. I'm too busy picturing a box in my mind and trying to stuff Furfur down into it. Furfur doesn't seem to even notice I'm stuffing him in the box. Isn't that what you're supposed to do when you got someone else living in your brain? You mentally imagine a box or something and lock them away? Well, I got news for you. It's not working. I understand, I say. Wait, what? What do I understand? No. Please repeat what you said. I wasn't paying attention. I try to ask David to repeat himself, but it doesn't come out of my mouth.
So you've got Furfur now?
No, he's got me.
Now we go to your place and get Pasher.
Furfur chuckles. It's creepy hearing it in my voice. Change of plan. He lifts up my arm and clenches my hand into a fist. Suddenly I realize the heart I'm hearing beating isn't my own. It's the house. It's Mrs. Donovan, whose remains start in the basement but have somehow spread all through the walls and floors and ceilings. She's everywhere. Somehow, she's become the house. I don't understand what Furfur did to her, but she's all around us. And just as quickly as I realize she's there, she's always been there. The walls, they start bleeding. Everything around us turns red. It happens very quickly. It's like someone unraveled Mrs. Donovan like a Christmas sweater you got from your drunk Uncle George that you never want to wear, so you hide it by pulling it apart and then winding the thread up into a ball and poof. Ugly sweater gone. Except now someone is re-knitting the sweater that was Mrs. Donovan, but not into a sweater and not into Mrs. Donovan either. Furfur stitches her together. He's done this sort of thing for eons. Or more. Decades. He's done it all his life, tearing people apart and putting them back together. He knows how to turn a person inside out. And I can see how it's done inside my head because he knows it and he's inside my brain. I know how simple it is to flick your wrist and split a person in half like chopping a warm block of cheese with a sharp knife. It's awful. It's so gross. And I can see everything that makes Mrs. Donovan, and I can see what Furfur is twisting her into. Two formless, pulpy masses. They swell up out of the blood and gore that's running out of the walls. Have you ever watched a movie while you rewind the tape? Now imagine you're rewinding a movie where someone was melting and then the puddle they melted into got slurped up by the room. That's what this looks like. Like the walls are barfing up blood and flesh and it's rewinding into two twisting, stretching, popping, and snapping dogs. They blink open black empty eyes.
Bloodhounds,
Furfur says inside my head. David's mom screams and throws her hands up to her face. My living room! Davy, they've ruined my living room! David isn't listening. He's staring at the dogs in shock. His sapphire eyes look full of panic. Furfur! He yells. I think he thinks Furfur is still in this sopping, wet, stuffed rabbit that seems to be glued to my shoulder.
What is this?
I'm giving you what you wanted, Furfur says out of my mouth. He makes me whistle, which is actually pretty cool because I've never been able to whistle before. I always tried it, but just couldn't do it. I just blow between my lips and look like a fool. Okay, Pooches. Sicker.
The glistening, wet, bloody doggies curl their lips back into snarls. Everyone in the room stops moving. Nobody except Furfur knows what's going on. Well, okay, Furfur and the dogs that were Mrs. Donovan, they seem to know exactly who her is. And that's apparently David's mom, because they leap at her, splattering blood across the carpet that's never coming out. Trust me, I know. One latches onto Mrs. Clark's leg right at the knee. I hear this nasty crunching sound as it clamps down and crushes her knee with its jaw. Mrs. Clark's face is just a blank slate with a round O of a mouth hanging open. You ever heard the term eyes bugging out? Well, her eyes are bugging out. They look about to pop out of her skull and dangle on cords like a cartoon character. She screams this shrill, ear-bleeding wail, and then the second dog reaches her upper body and bites down on her neck. She disappears under both dogs with a flail of her arms. Her scream quickly turns into that gurgling sound people make when they're using mouthwash. David grabs his hair and tears at it frantically. "Mother!" he shouts. His feet do a tippy-tap dance that I personally reserve for when I'm really excited, but I know other people use it when they're panicking. "Mother!" He can actually get his voice really up there. It manages to drown out some of the tearing and ripping sounds the dogs are making. Something else high-pitched squeaks. Furfur doesn't even notice it because he's too busy smiling and watching the Mrs. Donovan dogs kill David's mother. I notice, though, and manage to make my right eye swivel just enough to see a small shadow moving behind the sofa. It hurts to make just one eye move, though, so I stop. I know what the squeak was, but I can't think about it or Furfur might know too. "This is what you wanted, Dave." Furfur chuckles. David clutches his shirt with his fist like he's trying to lift himself up off the floor. I can hear his heart going 88 miles per hour. He's going to have a heart attack before he even finishes puberty. His breath is ragged and gasping. "How would you even know what I wanted?" he shouts at us. Behind him, one of the dogs snaps part of Mrs. Clark loudly with its jaws. He flinches at the sound. Furfur peels the wet rabbit off my shoulder and tosses it on the floor at David's feet, and then he makes me sweep my arms up and down my sides. "The deal was you bring me to Lily, and once we have her power, we take revenge on the person who murdered your father." "I don't have her power!" David huffs louder and louder. If he was a wolf, he'd be able to blow down even the house made out of bricks. "And my mother didn't do it. You did. She did." He points angrily at me. Furfur chuckles. "No, I have her power. And I never said Lily killed your father. I simply implied that her actions led to his death. Which is technically true, since if she hadn't summoned me, I wouldn't have come into contact with Jackson Talbot, the gentleman whose soul resided in your mother's body and who took your father's life." "What?" David's voice sounds lost. He looks ready to strap himself into a jacket with long sleeves and walk himself into Sunnydale. I'm so utterly confused I half consider doing it myself. I wish there was popcorn here in my brain so I could have something to munch on while watching all this. "I wish I had some popcorn," Furfur says, then shakes his head to drive my thoughts out. We both stumble back a moment. "Oh, no, sorry." "Oh, it's cramped in here." David looks back and forth between us and the two dogs growling and chomping on the remains of the lady we both thought was his mom. "You don't remember Mr. Talbot, do you, Dave?" Furfur rubs my chin with his hand. I wonder if he's used to having a beard, because that's something people with beards tend to do. My dad tried to grow a beard once, but it only grew out in parts, and he stopped when my mother joked about him looking like he got in a fight with a lawnmower. "Mr. Talbot worked at a dealership you and your parents stopped in while car shopping months back. He and I had just become acquainted, and after seeing her that day, he told me how his one wish was to have your mother. But he only desired her for her body. He was a very small-minded man, thinking with his pitiful hormones, so I told him he'd have to find some way to get your father out of the way, but that I'd make sure he had your mother, or her body at least." One of the dogs burps. I shudder, thinking of being eaten by a dog. I wonder where my soul would end up if an animal ate me. When people rot away in their coffins, Do their souls end up sharing bodies with worms and flies? Ow! Furfur pinches my cheek and slaps me. It stings and makes my right eye well up with tears. Shit, this girl can't focus for 5 seconds, he says to David. David grits his teeth. His whole body is trembling. You promised me Pasher! Furfur points at him accusingly and then waggles his fingers. No, I didn't. I told you about the totems and Lily, but I never promised you you'd get your hands on it. You simple child, you read too much into things. I see David's fist. He's trying to hide it at his side, but since I notice it, Furfur notices it too. I also realize he's put one foot back to brace himself. Furfur says, but it's too late. David lurches forward and brings his arm up to hit us. Furfur flicks my wrist. Remember what I said earlier about a warm block of cheese? I wasn't kidding. The fingers on David's right hand shear away as if they were glued on by a 5-year-old. David near finishes the swing. His fist doesn't really exist anymore since you need fingers to form a fist, and his fingers just scattered across the carpet. He screams and falls to his knees, clutching his hand as blood starts running out of the stumps where his fingers used to be. I feel like vomiting, but my stomach is empty, so I just gag. Furfur doesn't stop me from doing it. I think it amuses him. After the feeling goes away, he kneels next to David and puts my hand on his shoulder. Pick up your little digits and go, he says. There's nothing left for you here. He squeezes David's shoulder. I can feel my fingers digging into the meat. I try to pull away, but Furfur grits my teeth and fights back. If I ever see you again, I'll make myself a 3rd pooch. I try talking to Furfur inside my head. You can't let him go like this. We need to help him. Otherwise, that's how villains are made. I can feel him looking back at me, like my eyeballs have rolled around inside my sockets and are looking at me inside my own brain. What's wrong with a villain? Every story needs one. I've already got like 2 or 3 villains in my life. Wait, let me count. Felix? He counts as one, even though I think he hates Meredith more than me. And then, of course, there's Lisa Welch. And Samuel? Hecate? She counts. Or should it be Oh No? I really have too many people who hate me. I guess now there's David to add to the list. David is sobbing and barely able to stand up. I watch him pick up one of his fingers. I want to help him pick them up, even if I can't put them back on his hand. If he gets to a hospital fast enough, maybe he can get them sewn back on. Let this be a lesson, Furfur says with a voice full of smirk. Revenge is a terrible thing to wish for. I imagine him as Lisa Welch, grinning at me with her stupid, perfect teeth. These two would probably love each other. Heck, they'd get married if that sort of thing was allowed. Lisa and Furfur up in a tree, Kissing. He shakes the song out of my head and then makes me stand up and walk into the kitchen. We look around the room. There's still blood on the floor from the Mrs. Donovan mushroom incident. There's also bloody handprints on the refrigerator and the countertop. Sadly, it looks better than the living room at the moment. Cookie? Furfur asks, picking one up off the floor. Those aren't cookies, those are Fig Newtons, I tell him. Why does nobody understand this? Furfur moves the Fig Newton near my mouth and then drops it back on the floor. They're spiked anyway. Yeah, I know. He entwines my fingers and cracks my knuckles. It hurts. Well now, let's get you home. I'll bet the lakes are worried about you. We mustn't keep them waiting.
Let me start off by saying, for the record, my name is Furfur. You already knew that. And let's be clear about something right off the bat. The soul isn't some Casper the Friendly Ghost version of you that walks around wearing the exact same clothes you had on at the moment of your demise. If you get hit by a steamroller and all your organs are squeezed up your trachea and out of your mouth like Play-Doh as your ribcage gets turned into a party favor, you're not going to find yourself lying in the street, some non-corporeal, flattened version of your last gruesome moments.
Your soul doesn't have a form. It's weightless, shapeless, and invisible. When you're born, it's as clean as a brand new chalkboard, just waiting for that little skull-boxed meatball it's freshly connected to begin imprinting onto it. Every sight, sound, touch, and smell you experience, every thought you develop or prayer you whisper is just electrical impulses traveling across your meatball cortex and tattooing themselves onto your skull like a bolt of lightning in sand. And as you live, those pathways that get carved into your precious soul also influence how further signals travel. In other words, your experiences shape you. Think of it like this. The first individual to walk through a jungle leaves footprints behind in the soft mud. The next person sees those prints, and maybe they go the same way. Maybe they veer off in another direction at some point. Over the years, all that walking leaves paths that influence where future people go. Every time you walk that path, you affect the likelihood that the next person to enter that jungle is going to take the exact same route. Is this making any sense? Am I getting through to you? Words are such a limiting form of expression. If I could, I'd dig my fingers into your skull and give you 10 million years worth of understanding in a matter of seconds. But I know from experience that those soft jelly think boxes you were made with can't actually handle that amount of information, let alone instantaneously. So, what is the pit? Or hell, if you'd prefer. What are we that you call demons? We are like a tattoo removal service for souls that have strayed too far down a path of darkness. They've etched themselves with murder or betrayal or some other corrupting influence that leaves them scarred. They need a fresh start. So they get tossed into the pit like a load of dirty laundry and thrown into a spin cycle with a dollop of bleach so they can come out smelling fresh as the day they were first made. I make it sound easy. It's not. Souls don't like having those pathways removed. They're memories, after all. They're literally what makes each of us who we are. So while we're trying to scrub them clean with Brillo pads metaphorically, they're busy reliving those terrible moments over and over so they can keep the memories fresh. It's like a self-defense mechanism. In order to throw them off, we commit a few, shall I say, torturous? Yes, torturous acts. Like twisting their manifested perception of themselves into trees or giving them the sensation of being abruptly dunked into boiling feces. It throws them off. They're not ready for it. They've never experienced these things before, and while they struggle to comprehend what just happened to them, we have time to burn away the memory of chopping up their ex-lover or stealing government checks from old dying widows. It's a long, slow, grueling process, even by human standards. We're short-staffed, and more filth-covered souls show up every day, every one of them ready to resist being cleaned. It's like your basement is slowly filling up with water, and you've got this rock-steady sump pump busily churning away day and night to drain it, but the intake is a deluge and output is a trickle. So where does my story begin? 23 years ago, 5 months and 13 days, I tasted strawberries on the freshly hewn tongue of a soul from France. Every moment of my existence after that was cursed with a desire to taste it again and more. I tore countless tongues from countless mouths just to find a hint of that flavor. But couldn't. It ate at my psyche. I fought my brethren just for a chance to experience that again. And then, out of the blue, came a summons. They're a rare thing these days. Back in older times, people would try to communicate with us pretty regularly. They seemed to think we knew something they didn't. I mean, we do, but the questions they'd ask were either so utterly trite that they weren't worth our time, or one of the few things outside our realm of knowledge. Does my secret crush love me? Stop. Just don't. Why are you even asking a demon that? For frog's sake, just go and speak to the person. What's going to happen to my child? We don't know the path. That's not ours to understand. Even among the angelic hosts, there are only a few that have the ability to see that. The podostates, they are called. I'm getting off track. Something about being in this body seems to do that. So, there was a summons. These usually come in the form of you hearing your name echoing in your head, getting louder as you follow it out of the darkness, through the haze and into the realm of the living. We tend to ignore most summons just because they aren't worth our time anymore. In my case, the summons was more of a wrenching feeling,
tearing me off my feet and dropping me in the middle of a dark alley between two buildings in some trash-looking town. I had only the vaguest sense of who had torn me from my work, some idiot child 1,000 miles away, and no clue what had caused her to call upon me. I had half a mind to just crawl back into the dirt and find my way home, but something about this kid tugged at me. How could they have summoned me in such a manner? The power needed to do that, especially to one of my standing, had to be enormous. One of the Nephilim, maybe? I had to know. And that's when I began my cross-country tour of the United States. Working as I do, I made my way east by giving people what they secretly desired. It's kind of my gift. Of course, I like to play a game I call the monkey's paw and twist people's desires into something they regret later. Drop a few more souls down into the pit for my brothers to have to tend to. One person wants a car, so I help them steal a car. Another desperately desires the body of a woman he met, so I rip his soul out and swap it with hers. Some old crone wants to live in her house forever, so I make her one with the very walls, while her husband just wants to be left to his TV, watching and not have to listen to her nagging, so I burst his eardrums and plop him in a darkened basement with exactly what he wanted. One TV set. And as I got closer to the person who summoned me, I could sense exactly who they were and what they wanted. Lillian Alexandra Madwhip, self-orphaned child, knife that cuts the veil, hoarder of the totem pasher, executor of the 7 pot estates. I'm sorry, did I say the knife that cuts the veil? Sweet Malesia, it's like someone secretly knew my greatest desire and was handing it to me on a silver platter. I had to possess this girl. She was exactly what I needed to finally quench the endless thirst I had been feeling for over 23 years. I would use her to break into the veil and spend eternity within a stone's throw of the throne, basking in the light. The rest you already know. Stuffed rabbit, bloodhounds, people torn asunder, fingers severed, Lily and I are one. I inhabit Lillian Alexandra Madwhip like a second person holding her hand as she walks through that jungle I talked about earlier. Her soul is a strange one, crisscrossed with the lines of experience you'd expect from someone decades older. I can read them like newspaper headlines, and there's more written on her than I've seen even on the souls of soldiers. And then there's the connection to the host. I don't know what kind of rewiring they did to this child, but imagine a radio plugged into a bullhorn that is just constantly blasting information at you. It's like 100 voices constantly telling you every inane detail of the world around you. Apparently this thing is on all the time. I've been here less than 30 minutes and it's already driving me nuts. All that said, after parting ways with David Clark and the creatures of that twisted house, I take control and guide Lily to lead us home. Little did I realize that nothing in this girl's life is simple.
Lily!
Someone approaches us. He emanates an intense, blazing aura of faith that makes it impossible for me to see. It also makes me itch. It's like standing next to a bonfire, or rather, it's like standing still and someone is wheeling the bonfire towards you on a cart. I force Lily back a step and shield our eyes as he comes to a halt. It's not that I'm afraid. Despite what movies and literature would have you believe, demons can walk into a church. We don't fear crosses or water that some half-faithed bozo said a few words and waved his hands over. It's just that walking into a church is like crawling into a lit oven, that's all. All that faith. It doesn't hurt me because I revel in it. It's just that I've spent the majority of my existence so far from the source that being that close is like if the earth moved closer to the sun. You can worship the sun and its life-giving energy, but you move too much closer to it and it'll fry you like a piece of bacon sizzling in a skillet. Lily is warm with the smoldering ashes of faith. She believes in angels and demons. How could she not at this point? But she clearly has no faith in them. It's been shattered like a mirror. Her soul reflects 1,000 needles of suffering. Sometimes the needles prick at me, but it reminds me of home. A year ago, I'd probably never have been able to occupy her like this.
Hi, Jamal.
Jamal Dyson. Lily's next-door neighbor from her happier days, eternally relegated to number 2 on her list of valued individuals, originally after a plastic puppet, now after a burn victim in a stuffed animal. That
That reminds me, I didn't pay attention to where that blasted toy with Meredith Patterson's soul in it went. I could have sensed her easily before sealing myself in this casket of a body. Curse this limiting corporeal existence.
Aren't you looking dapper?
I say whimsically. Jamal is still dressed for school. His father helped him with his tie this morning. I know this because Lily knows this, because that radio bullhorn in here with us connected to the other side tells us. Good grief, it's no wonder she's so scatterbrained. I can feel her trying to shut off the grand info dump these stupid sodding angels have cursed her with, but nobody taught her how. A squirrel runs by behind Jamal and crosses the street, and Lily's consciousness immediately latches onto it and starts thinking about that to pinch off the flow of angel knowledge being sprayed at her like a hose. I could shut them out. I did it before, but the result is a painful static that gets both of us nowhere. Dapper? What's that? Are you okay? Jamal asks. There's a guy with a badge that came by asking my mom questions about if she'd seen you.
Detective Guthrie, Lily mumbles.
Detective Andrew Michael Guthrie, the angel knowledge hose, unleashes his entire history at us. He's a believer, but only in a limited scope. Like a sailor looking out across the vast ocean and thinking if he sails as far as he can see, he's going to run into the sky. Also, he likes food from a place called the Chicken Hut and thinks a female coworker of his has a nice ass. That last bit might be useful, should we run into him later. No, I know Mr. Guthrie. This was some other guy. All right, well, who is it then? Nothing comes through now? Apparently, the direct line can't or won't provide information on this person without knowing who Jamal is talking about or what they look like. It doesn't matter. The entire local police force can hunt me down and it won't do them the lick of good. Maybe I'll turn them all to stone and decorate this podunk town with their statues. Except I do need to show some discretion. I could carve my way through throngs of these people, twist their bodies into unrecognizable shapes, but I can't risk gaining the attention of certain individuals. Right now, I'm just another ear at the radio with his finger on a button that can fire off 1,000,000 nukes. This child has no idea the amount of power they gave her. Lily? Jamal looks concerned. Was I spacing out? She does that a lot. It's ridiculous.
What?
We respond. Something seems off. He furrows his brow and stares into our eyes. I get this funny feeling, a tickling in the back of my own mind, like he's not looking at Lily, but at me, at Furfur. I don't like it. I already dislike this kid from the painful itch he's giving off, but staring at me through her eyes is unnerving. He needs to go.
Do you want to know when you're gonna die?
I ask him in a low voice through Lily's mouth. I can feel a smile start to curl across our lips, and I force it back down. Jamal takes a step back and looks at us sideways. He doesn't say anything. Is he scared of Lily? Has he always been scared of her? No thanks, he says in a whisper. I reach up and rub our temples slowly with our fingers.
I see a gun. It's pointed at your head. You're grown up now, but not that old. You're kneeling on the sidewalk. It's late at night. You're crying because you know this is it. Because you've been waiting for this moment all your life, ever since the moment that girl Lily Madwhip told you it was going to happen. But you didn't think tonight was going to be the night. Any night but this one. You don't even hear the gun go off.
Stop it! Jamal explodes in a combination of anger and fear. She's never heard him yell before. Lily has never seen him angry or afraid, and I can feel her confusion. Why am I making her say this, she's wondering. It tastes like rock candy with sour powder covering it. I savor it. I will not forget this taste for another 1,000 years. Jamal grabs our wrist. What's wrong with you? He asks. We hiss and pull away, but he's got a tight grip. It's too close. He's too close. He's touching me. It burns. Instinctively, I regress to the back of the cave that is Lily's mind. Let her take the pain. Ow! She yells. Let go! Oh my gosh, I'm sorry. I can hear him distantly at the entrance to the cave. I'm so sorry, Lily. I wasn't trying to hurt you. I would never.
Get away from us!
Her scream echoes in my ears. No.
No, 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 you sad, silly little girl. It's get away from me. I crawl back to the entrance of the cave, peek through her eye holes like wearing a rubber mask. Jamal's expression is clear. I can read it like reading a book. Millennia spent watching every fibrous twitch of muscle beneath the flesh of those I cleanse in the pit, and he's thinking to himself, why did she say us? But he's also convincing himself it was nothing. She's just the weird kid from next door. She killed her family. She hisses when people touch her. She isn't worth the trouble. But there's something else there, too. Some fine text written in his eyes. I don't care. She's my friend. How sweet.
I'm sorry, Lily says. I'm not myself today.
Clever.
I didn't mean any of the stuff I said about you dying. I need to get home. You see,
and she's off. Blah, 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 blah. She starts going on about a dog or rambling about porcupines or whatever wildlife they have around here. Who cares? Can we end this now? I have somewhere to be. Enough bantering with this nobody. I step from the cave and flex. Time to take charge once again. Jamal starts to soften. Whatever she's saying, it's working. We almost have a meeting out of our hand. Unfortunately, something behind us catches his eye and his expression darkens. Turn and look, Lily. What's got his attention? Hey! Regrettably familiar, desperate voice wails from behind us. Stop her! Stop that girl! You gotta be kidding me. David Clark stumbles down the sidewalk, looking pale as a corpse, which he's probably only a couple pints shy of becoming. There's blood all over his shoulders, matted in his hair, and leaking out of the bandage stumped of a hand. Oh, you dumb little turd. I let you off easy. I raise my arms. I'll just unscrew his pathetic head like a light bulb, make Jamal's eyes burst in their sockets, then make her skip la 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 through her blood back home to turn her foster parents inside out or something. Except no, she doesn't raise her arms. I'm not in charge at the moment. I gave the reins back to her and she's actively resisting me. We don't have time for this! Get out of here! I yell. She resists again. But there's the slightest give. I open my mouth and roar inside her head. Then, just to show her who's boss, I shut off her astral connection and let her head fill with painful static. I feel us clenching her fists. Blinding steam rushes out of the cave. Everything turns this sickening red hue. I can feel rage flooding her little meatball engine. I love it. Yes. Now to drive it home. Do something! Don't just stand there gawking like some simple-minded buffoon! I am not a balloon! Lily shouts. Outside becomes a turmoil. I can't see through her eyes anymore. Everything's that crimson haze of blood fury. She swivels us around and our fist connects with something fleshy and yielding. There's a crunching sound and I can feel her knuckles cracking from the force of the punch. Delicious, throbbing pain shoots up our arm. Someone's shouting, "What are you doing?" in a panicked voice. I can hear crying. There's a scream. It's shrill and piercing, and it shakes the inside of her head like an earthquake. I realize it's her. I can fix this, I yell against the gale. Give me 10 seconds and I'll turn these two brats inside out. Just let me loose! No! You have to let me handle this! No! They're going to ruin everything! Shut up and let me think! We don't have time for this. I can't see what's going on. Someone's crying. She's making a scene, and I need to get my hands on the totem of Pasture, which is back at her foster home. Just get back to the house and I'll be home free, and then I can leave her to clean up this mess that's been made. Run! I burn at her legs with all the power I can muster. How is this prepubescent child resisting me? Run, damn you! We run, blinded with rage and confusion, screaming like some crazed banshee, but we run. There's woods back behind the houses here. Deep, dense, dark. We just need to get to the woods and then we can evade the two boys. From there, calm her down, get her home, and get the totem. Lily? We hear Jamal somewhere behind us. Run.
Mrs. Lake is in the garden when I get home. She tries to grow vegetables. It's one of those things adults do, pretend to be farmers. It's like you spend half your life trying to learn to be a grown-up and how to do stuff like taxes and give oral presentations on cumulonimbus clouds, and then you grow up and realize taxes suck and you're never going to become a cloud, so you decide to live in a cave and be a hunter-gatherer. Except you got no skills in that, so you get a job and play pretend when you get home. She's oblivious to me, which is probably a good thing, because if she tries to talk to me, who knows if my head is going to spin around or I'm going to vomit on her or something. I hurry inside, upstairs, and into my bedroom, slamming the door behind me. Oh my god, I punched Jamal. I punched my friend Jamal right in the face with my my hand fist. I punched Jamal in the face with my fist. He's probably thinking I finally snapped. I doubt he's crying because I got really soft hands and they're a little small, which is why my dad always said I was better off playing a little instrument like a tin whistle and not trying to play the trombone or the piano. But still, I kind of sucker punched him. I hope I didn't hurt him. I need to go back.
What? Why?
Furfur asks. He's hiding in the back of my brain. For a while, he was in control. That's when he turned Mrs. Donovan into a dog and let her eat Mrs. Clark before slicing off David's fingers. But then when we ran into Jamal, he scurried into the back of my head, and I can feel him back there like a second voice in my brain that occasionally makes the inside of my skull hurt. I need to apologize to Jamal, I say. I think about it for a second. And David. Maybe not David. I mean, he's kind of nuts. He lost both his parents, too, and that can make you nuts. I know how that is. Boy, do I.
Yeah, I'm sure that will go smoothly.
Furfur sounds sarcastic.
Let's just run all the way across town and say we're sorry to two people who probably aren't even there anymore. Oh, and I'll glue David's fingers back on while we're at it.
You can do that?
Lassie, I turned an old lady into an invasive fungal species and then a dog. I twist people's souls into animal, vegetable, and mineral. Yeah, I can put the fingers back on a child. Somebody just has to wish it so.
When he says it like that, it does sound like a dumb question. Normally it wouldn't be, though. He notices me considering it.
But we're not doing that. We're here. We just need the totem, and we
interrupt this argument to announce that there's this weird screeching static suddenly in my head. It sounds like when Roger used to try to make heavy metal music with his friends Skeeter and Dustin in the garage, only he couldn't think of any words, so he just screamed into the microphone. My parents hated that, but they didn't want to stifle his creativity. Meanwhile, I'd paint a rat skull into one of my still lives, and suddenly there's limits. Through the static, I hear one word. Don't. As quickly as it started, the noise in my brain stops. I realize I'm clutching my ears hard enough I could yank them off. I wonder if anyone's ever done that. It shouldn't be too hard to rip your own ears off if you've got the will to do it. They aren't exactly firmly attached to the side of your head. I'm not going to try it, though. It's just a thought. We all have thoughts like that, don't we? Don't we? So just grab it! Furfur snaps from the dark side of my mind. What was that? I ask, rubbing my ears.
Are you serious? You didn't hear anything I just said?
No, I mean the static. The screeching.
Don't worry about that. Just grab the doll. We need to break the veil.
You mean break into the veil? Outside, a car door slams. I wonder if that's Jamal's dad come to talk to Mrs. Lake about me punching his son. Jamal's dad doesn't like me. Jamal's told me some of the things he said at the dinner table, like how my parents didn't discipline me enough, or my mom might have had relations with Satan, or my father is an alcoholic who bangs on drums all day instead of raising his kids. Oh, and my favorite one, that Lily's the type of girl to get doused in pig blood at prom and burn the entire school down. I have so many questions about that last one, like what is prom and why do they hose people down with piggy blood at it? I can't imagine what he'd say if he ever met Meredith.
Yes, whatever, break into the veil, just get the totem.
Furfur sounds frantic. Frantic Furfur. That's like the name of a cartoon squirrel or something. Hold your horses, I tell him. I'm not sure where that saying comes from. Probably the Old West. They did lots of things with horses back then. Hold your horses basically means to calm down. I guess horses used to get really riled up and crazy and people had to hold them and calm them down. Dogs get kind of crazy and riled up too, but nobody ever says hold your dogs. I point to the closet. Pastor's in there, and don't worry, he doesn't seem to be at his post on the other side.
It still works though, right?
I feel Furfur take control of my legs and start forcing me to walk toward the closet. He takes control of my right hand and opens the door. I look up at the top shelf of the closet where I had set Pastor this morning before I went downstairs to eat eggy waffles. Trust me, it still works, I tell him. He steps into the closet with my legs and reaches up with my right hand to grab Pastor. The moment I feel the soft felt of Pastor's clothes in my fingers, I jerk my left arm out from behind me and tip myself over. I end up tumbling out of the closet, falling backwards against the bed. There's a sick sensation in my tummy like I'm gonna upchuck, and I hear nothing but an angry roar inside my head as Furfur gets torn out of it. I sit up quickly to avoid barfing upward. I knew a girl in school named Penny who got sick once in the middle of class, and I remember how she tilted her head back, aiming her mouth upward, and the nasty yellow barf sprayed out of her like the world's most disgusting fountain. Everyone around her tried to throw themselves out of their seats to avoid getting splashed by it. They didn't have to worry, though, because most of it came right back down in her face. 2 other kids threw up just watching it. That was not a fun day to be the janitor, I think. I'm lying on the floor, but still inside the closet is Furfur. He looks like a dark, swirling cumulonimbus cloud filled with eyes. They're spinning around like they're going down the drain, but after a moment, the swirling eases up and they all turn toward me. They don't have eyebrows or foreheads, but there's a distinct sense that they're glaring angrily at me.
What is this?
He yells. His voice would probably be pretty intimidating if he were an adult-sized cloud, but he's more like a large cat-sized cloud. I stand up and brush myself off. Oh, I forgot to tell you. I smile at the swirly vortex of eyeballs. I've been doing months of research on demons. I point to the construction paper I had spent days taping together, drawing on with highlighters and then laid on the floor of the closet. That's called a magic triangle.
I know what it's called!
Furfur snarls.
We had a deal, you little...
He calls me some really not nice words, including some I've never heard before. I assume they're not nice words, too. That's not very nice, I tell him. That just makes him angrier, and he says them louder. Little lightning bolts flare up inside him like he's trying to electrocute me, but they stick to the inside of the magic triangle like one of those plasma balls they have at the Science Museum where you can touch it and all your hair stands up. I go across the room and set Pastor down on the dresser. He remains quiet. I still don't know if he's watching or busy somewhere else. I have to admit, that part worries me a little. Inside my head, it's just static still. Afterward, I grab one of the chairs from my art table and drag it back to the closet and sit down in front of Furfur, who is still storming. His little dark cloud body is making little drizzle rains on the construction paper, but it's not causing the highlighter to smudge, so that's okay. I knew I was going to meet a demon today, I tell him. I thought I had summoned, what was his name? Boone, I think? Or maybe it's pronounced Booney? But then David Clark told me he had a stuffed rabbit named Furfur, and I recognized the name immediately.
Bullshit!
I admit I was disappointed because you can't really bring my parents back at all, can you?
No.
He hisses slowly. I get the sense that telling the truth is actually painful to him. That's what the magic triangle is for. It does 2 things, contains demons and forces them to tell the truth. Well, at least that's what this one does. There's lots of magic triangles. Even math has magic triangles, though they just make people fall asleep or not want to go to school. Have you ever had a Hertz donut? I asked the swirly cloud. Its eyes flash with another angry bolt of lightning.
I don't know what those are.
I smile. Roger would be so proud of me. What really was your plan? I ask sweetly.
Ugh!
Furfur struggles against the pain the magic triangle causes when he tries to resist answering my question.
I was going to, damn you, tear a hole in the veil.
He gasps with relief whenever whatever it is the magic triangle causes him to feel finally stops. I lean in close to his nearest eye, so we're inches apart, like in one of those prison movies when they got the 2 people on opposite sides of the glass and talking to each other over phones. Hurts, doesn't it? I grin.
Yes!
He screams. Being this close makes the scar on my face tingle. I think about reaching out to touch the glass like on the plasma balls and see if it would unfrizz my hair, but there is no glass, and putting any part of me inside the triangle right now would be a bad idea. Furfur starts up another fit of angry words. I let him vent for a bit before deciding to continue. You told me you wanted to get into the Veil before, so I know that's a lie. But you have to tell me the truth now when I ask, so that means you do want to tear a hole in it. But not for the reason you claimed before. I drummed my fingers on my chin. So why do you want to tear a hole in it? Furfur lights up like a Christmas tree, which I find amusing since demons probably don't celebrate Christmas. That'd be like British people celebrating the 4th of July. Somewhere in the dark, cloudy mess of eyeballs, I see a mouthful of sharp teeth and he's grinding them down right in front of me.
The plan is to tear a hole. Tear a hole in the pit, damn you!
He actually screams a lot more than that, but I'm not going to write it all down because it's hard to figure out what letters correspond to some of the sounds he makes. Just imagine injured animal-type screams, like a fox getting eaten by a starving pack of coyotes. My skin feels cold suddenly, giving me goosebumps like when I leave a window open. I turn to look and make sure I didn't actually just do that. Nope, window's closed. Gotta focus. Furfur finally chuckles behind me.
For a prepubescent, you've made some pretty powerful enemies.
I know, it's kind of ridiculous. I don't even know what prepubescent is. It's probably just another insult. But he's right. Lisa Welch, Weaselface, Felix, what's his name, David Clark, Samuel, this demon now. I shouldn't have to keep track of people who want to hurt me. I should be riding a bicycle and swinging on swings and painting still lifes, not watching dogs tear people apart and battling monsters with hands for heads and all that crazy stuff I've had to do. It really gets to me sometimes. Downstairs, something crashes. It's loud and startling. I wonder if Mrs. Lake came in while I was busy thinking about Christmas trees and dropping something heavy like a refrigerator or a television set. It reminds me that there's probably people looking for me right now because of some kid with missing fingers and a lady who got eaten by a dog. And Jamal getting punched, of course. That's the worst one.
Hecate sends her regards.
Furfur whispers. Hecate, the Witch Queen of the Veil. I guess that's ex-Witch Queen. Or rather, Witch ex-Queen? Maybe she's both. An ex-Witch, ex-Queen. One of Samuel's servants. I don't know what happened to him, but I know what happened to her. There was an angel abandoned or something like that, and he sent her to the pit. But not before she tortured me by making me think my mom was dead before she actually was dead. So I had to go through her being dead twice. Although the first time wasn't my fault. And then Hecate made me fight Lisa Welch in a knife fight, which left me with a scar on my face that itches sometimes, but I'm not supposed to scratch at it.
You're doing that thing, aren't you? Where you're all lost in your thoughts and trying to sort them and decide what to do. I know exactly what's going on in that little head of yours. Thank you for giving me an up-close and personal look inside. What an empty shell you have there on your shoulders.
I turn back to him. So Hecate sent you? He grunts and then starts to rumble inside his magic triangle prison.
No, fine. It wasn't she who sent me. Although she is the catalyst for what brought me here.
What does that mean? Why is Hecate on a list of cats? He starts to say something, but I get distracted by the sound of heavy footsteps thumping up the stairs. There's lots of metal jangle sounds like someone wrapped in chains at a dance party. My brother Roger's friend Skeeter likes to wear lots of chains. He always sounded like a knight in chainmail whenever he came over to play music in the garage. There's also a sound of some sort of chatter cutting in and out. I recognize it from the days spent sitting around the police department with Detective Guthrie. It's a police radio. The knob on my bedroom door rattles. Whoever just came upstairs is trying to get in. They pound at it with their fist. The door, not the knob. Pounding on a doorknob doesn't accomplish anything but causing bruises. "Lillian?" comes a female voice. "Open up!" She pounds on the door again.
"Time's up,"
Furfur says with one of those very pleased with himself tones like Lisa Welch always has. I hate that tone. At least coming from other people. It's fine when I do it. My dad always said that kind of thinking was hypocritical, but when I went and looked up that word, it's actually some promise doctors make to never hurt their patients, so I don't think my dad knew what he was talking about. I hurry over to my dresser where all my clothes are. I put my clothes in the drawers based on what level of my body they go on.
The second top drawer is all my shirts, and then comes undershirts for under my shirts and undies for underpants and then pants. The top drawer just has a hat in it. I don't like wearing hats, but Mrs. Lake gave me this one with a wide brim to keep the sun out of my eyes in the summer. I had to completely reorganize my dresser when she gave it to me because suddenly my shirts weren't my topmost clothing item. I open the bottom drawer where my socks are. I've got this one sock in a ball that's actually a sock within a sock within a sock within a sock. 1, 2, 3, within 2 more socks. 6 socks. I was gonna do 5 socks, but 6 socks sounds better. Within the 6th sock is an egg. I stashed it inside the socks weeks ago so it wouldn't break that easily. I spent days figuring out the right symbols and drew on it with these little felt-tipped markers. The tips were little, not the markers. I run back over with the egg to my closet while another round of pounding comes from the bedroom door. The woman pounding at the door must hear me moving.
Lillian, it's Officer Jenkins. Do you remember me?
I do remember her. Officer Jenny Jenkins. She's a Doberman that she watches action movies with. You should go before something bad happens to you, I shout to her. Lillian? The door bangs loudly like she's throwing her whole body against it.
Open the door and we can talk about things. Nobody wants to hurt you.
Well, that's not true, I mutter as I approach the demon trapped in my closet who very much wants to hurt me. I hold the egg up to him. Do you know what this is? I ask Furfur.
It's an egg,
he says. The question doesn't seem to be significant enough for him to struggle against answering me truthfully. I turn the egg around so he can see what I've drawn on it. No. Do you know what this is? I ask again, showing him the markings.
That's,
He squints at the containment spell I've drawn on the egg shell, which is a difficult thing to do when you're nothing but a cloudy mess with a bunch of eyes floating in it.
Oh, damn you, you little...
Before the demon who came out of a stuffed rabbit can finish its bad word-filled sentence, I stick my hand with the egg inside the magic triangle, which is something I never thought I'd say. Furfur howls in rage. He bites my wrist with his mouth full of sharp teeth, but he can't get a grip on me because the egg is sucking him in like a vacuum cleaner sucks up dust bunnies. Those aren't real animals, by the way. It's just something people call little balls of dust. I guess because they want to make dust seem cute. But dust is really made out of little bits of dried skin and pollen from plants and dirt and little tiny microscopic bugs, which is not cute at all. I don't know why people want to make dust seem cute. Maybe so that they can trick kids into cleaning it up? Within seconds, the closet appears empty. I pull my hand back to look at the bite marks on my wrist. It burns like when a cat scratches you and then you wash it with soap. The marks are red and raised. I also look at the egg. It's turned a nasty brown color and smells slightly like... eggs, really. Not a nice smell. I can't believe that babies come from these things.
Get away from the door!
Officer Jenny shouts from the hallway. I know what that means. I quickly stuff the egg, quickly but carefully, because I don't want it to break, into the pocket of one of my hoodies hanging on a hanger. And then I push the hoodie to the back of the closet, crouch down in the center of the space, right over my highlighter magic triangle, and shut the closet door. At the same time, Officer Jenny comes in like gangbusters, kicking the door in so hard it slams against the wall and comes off one hinge. I watch her storm into the room through the slats in the closet door. She looks determined, which can easily be mistaken for angry unless you know the difference. It's little details, like just how much their forehead is wrinkled up in a scowl and whether or not they're gritting their teeth. She isn't doing either of those things. She just looks professional. I kind of admire her for that. Sometimes I think I want to be a police person when I grow up. But then I remember that the last police lady I met got burned into a charmello by my best friend. Where is Meredith anyway? The closet door flies open. Officer Jenny stares down at me with a determined look. Are you hurt? She asks me. Well, let's see. I got shoved on the sidewalk so my palms and knees are all scraped up. A lady hit me over the head with something hard. I probably have a concussion. And I got bit on the wrist by... a platypus. Oh no, I should have picked a different animal. Officer Jenny frowns.
A platypus, huh? Let me see your wrist.
I hold up my wrist for her to see the bite. She grabs it and slaps a handcuff on me.
Lillian Madwhip, you're coming with me.
I am?
You have the right to remain silent.
Oh my god, she's romandizing me. I'm going to go to the police station in the back of a police car. They're going to throw me in jail. I'm only 11 years old. My picture's going to be in all the newspapers. 11-year-old sent away for life. I'm going to be like that Lizzie Borden girl who killed her parents. I think they dropped a rock on her or something. Officer Jenny finishes talking.
Do you understand these rights as they have been read to you?
No, I admit.
Well, let's go.
She puts her hand under my armpit and tries to lead me out of the room. Can I just apologize to Jamal? I ask. I didn't mean to hit him. I was being chased by a crazy boy who had kidnapped me and tried to kill me. I started to cry a little, not because I'm scared. I mean, I am scared of going to jail and having to fight people in the showers and have babies behind bars. But more because crying is a good way to get grown-ups to be nicer to you. She kneels down so we're looking at each other eye to eye. For a moment, one of her eyes looks red and bloodshot, but I blink and it's gone. Just 2 blue eyes. Not sapphire ones like David Clark has, but there's something nice in her eyes.
Look, I don't know what happened to you today, but you can tell us your side of things at the station, all right? Andrew is there, Detective Guthrie. I don't know who Jamal is, but there's a boy in the hospital, and he said you're the one who put him there.
See what I said about crying? It totally works. She pushes the button on her shoulder radio.
I've got the Madwhip girl. I'm bringing her in. Roger,
someone on the other end says. Roger's my brother's name, I tell Officer Jenny. She gives another fake smile.
Oh yeah? Where is he?
He's dead, I say with a sigh. He got turned into mashed potatoes by a truck a couple years ago, and now he's in the Vale, probably watching me get arrested on a movie screen and laughing his butt off. She blinks and her smile fades.
Okay then.
We walk downstairs together and outside where Mrs. Lake is being held back by our neighbor, Mr. Malachevsky. His name isn't actually Malachevsky, but that's as close as I can get to spelling it right. It's Polish, and they seem to like to swap out the vowels in their names for other letters. It's pronounced Malachowski, but I think it's spelled with a Z, and I think there's a W in there, but they're both silent. They got remandized too, I guess.
Lily!
Mrs. Lake calls, trying desperately to get free of Mr. M.
We'll be right behind you, sweetie. Don't be scared. It's going to be all right. It's okay to cry.
And then she demonstrates for good measure by bursting into tears and rubbing her face on Mr. M's clean shirt. I'm well ahead of you, Mrs. Lake. Officer Jenny helps me climb in the back of her police car. It kind of smells like a public toilet back there. There's a stain on the seat that I hope is from vomit. I look through the glass shield that separates the front and back of the car. Officer Jenny's got a shotgun. I can't believe she didn't bring it inside with her when she came for me. I guess they don't consider me that much of a threat. We pull away as Mrs. Lake finally squeezes out of Mr. M's grip and runs after us briefly before turning around and hurrying inside the house, probably to call Mr. Lake, or a lawyer, or both. This is all going to be very hard to explain. I hope David Clark doesn't die from blood loss. He can back up some of what I'm going to have to tell them. I sit back and start trying to work out what parts to be honest about and what parts to fib about because they'll never believe me anyway. I just gotta remember to not mention platypuses. Do you know what they call the bones in your fingers? Phylagnes. You've got 14 phylagnes in each hand. I thought that couldn't be right since you got 5 fingers with 3 knuckles each. Shouldn't that be 15 phylagnes? But your thumb has only got 2 bones in them, so 14 finger bones. The hardest part of being involved with angels and demons and witches and monsters is trying to explain things to grown-ups because grown-ups have been told all their lives that these things aren't real. So when you say your house exploded because you accidentally brought the judgment of heaven down on a pair of evil Irish monsters with hands for heads and a guy who was basically a bus for worms with a flip-top head, they think you've got a wild imagination or are certifiably insane. Even when they do autopsies on all the bodies they find in the wreckage, burnt to cinders and skeletons, and 2 of those skeletons are all messed up because they seem to have been decapitated. That means their heads got cut off, and they got phylagnes where their spine should be. Nobody believes you. So I know there's not much point in trying to explain to Officer Jenny that I was temporarily possessed by a demon from hell when David Clark got his phylagnes chopped off and watched his mother get torn apart by a dog that had once been Mrs. Donovan before she turned into some sort of bloody mushroom colony that spread through the walls of her house. Heck, I saw it happen myself and I still have trouble believing it. That sort of stuff just doesn't happen outside of nightmares and movies my dad liked to watch. Hey, Officer Jenny.
What's up?
Are we going to the hospital or the police station?
Police station.
Can we go to the hospital instead? I don't feel so good. I'm not lying. I haven't felt good in a while. I haven't even felt okay. My head throbs every now and then, and sometimes my vision gets blurry and my stomach grumbles like it wants to throw up. I blame those eggy waffles from breakfast combined with getting clocked on the head by an adult and knocked unconscious. I've been running on pure panic since I woke up in the basement, but now that Furfur's trapped in that egg and David Clark is in the hospital and my heartbeat is relaxed, I feel ready to go back to sleep. After getting rid of some half-digested eggy waffles, that is.
You can tell it to them down at the station,
she says. What did I tell you about grown-ups? Hey, Officer Jenny? She sounds slightly more annoyed. What now? There's got to be a chart somewhere that shows how a grown-up's voice changes as you repeatedly ask them things. It usually starts at a 1, which is like a normal conversation, and by the 5th or 20th question, they're like at level 10, which is like Mr. Wilson when Dennis the Menace breaks in. We are currently at level 2 or 3, mild irritation. You should just pull over and let me out. I promise I'll go away and you'll never see me again. She doesn't even blink.
Why would I do that?
Because there's been some weird stuff happening to me today, and usually when weird stuff starts happening, it's a bad idea to be in a car with me. I can't count how many times I've been in a car and it crashed. That's not true. I can. It's 3 times. But the point is, each of those times was when my life was in the middle of some sort of fiasco. That's the term my mom always used, fiasco.
Hey, Little Miss Sunshine, let's not try to jinx this simple drive with your hoodoo curses, okay?
I look out the window. Sometimes on long car trips when I try to read a book, I'd start to feel sick like I do now. My mom would always tell me to look out the window or tuck my head between my legs when that happened. Sometimes rolling down the window and letting the air hit me in the face would help too. I can't roll down these windows though. Probably because police don't want criminals to be able to just roll down their window and jump out the car. Nobody on the sidewalk even looks at us as we drive by. They're all busy living normal lives that don't involve monsters and angels and people dying horrifically. I wish I could wake up tomorrow and go to school and have normal things happen, like writing essays on books about kids from colonial times and getting gold stars in my progress chart for not setting anyone on fire. Hey, Officer Jenny?
What?
Ooh, we're at level 6. That was quite a jump. You have a dog named Rocky. Not after that boxing movie you like, but after Rocky the Flying Squirrel from Bullwinkle cartoons. You like to watch action movies, and your favorite is some film about snakes named Cobra. You lived with your dad since you were 4, and he didn't want you to become a police officer woman because he was afraid you'd get shot. She finally looks at me in the rearview mirror. One of her eyes looks weird, like it's not even there. It's just a big gaping hole filled with darkness. But you're not gonna get shot. You're gonna get stabbed. I point to my eye. Right in the eye. Or something. The car slows and pulls over to the curb. Officer Jenny puts it in park and then stares at me silently in the mirror for about a minute. Her eye looks normal now. Maybe it was a trick of the light, but it was the same eye that looked bloodshot when I first saw her at home. You know, time is weird because when you're gabbing with a friend, a minute seems to last only 20 seconds, but when you're sitting in the back of a police car and an officer is staring silently at you in the mirror, a minute feels like 5 minutes. I wonder how time feels to someone gabbing to someone else as that person stares silently back at them from a mirror in a police car. I wonder if the two people are having entirely different feelings of how time is going. Finally, she speaks.
You know why I don't like you, Madwhip?
What? You don't like me? I thought we were getting along. Okay, let me think. Why don't you like me? You don't like children, maybe? Oh, or I remind you of someone you hated in elementary school. I know! I've got a funny name and it annoys you. Oh God, what if it's that you found out I've got this web of skin between my toes and you think I'm some sort of freak? I can think of some reasons. She leans around to look me in the eyes. It's what I call the I will turn this car around maneuver. Kids won't stop touching each other, I will turn this car around. Of course, nobody ever does turn the car around, but once my dad made Roger get out and drove off and left him on the side of the road because Roger used the A word. At my dad. He didn't care that Roger uses the A word. He cared that Roger used the A word at him. My dad had a line in the sand with Roger. He could swear all he liked as long as he didn't swear at our parents. My mom had a different line in the sand for me. Don't swear or you owe the swear jar a quarter. When the swear jar filled up, she'd take all my quarters and put them in the bank in an account for college. I think she thought it was a way to teach me not to swear, but I just saw it as paying my way through college. On the other hand, when I didn't have a quarter, I had to do extra chores. Oh right, Officer Jenny turns to look at me.
I don't like you because you're an agent of chaos.
I'm a what?
You're destructive. You hide behind those big, brown, innocent eyes, but everywhere you go, everyone suffers, and you creep me out. You creep everybody out.
I don't creep out Detective Guth.
Everybody!
I look away and search the horizon for birds. Birds are always flying. Not like a bird flies forever, but no matter what time or day it is, somewhere in the world a bird is flying, and you just gotta look for them. People are scared of things they don't understand. She shakes her head.
I understand you just fine. Given a choice, you always make the wrong one. Steal other kids' lunch money or play with matches when you know you're not supposed to.
I snap my head back at her and try to glare at her, but I'm no good at glaring. Scrunching up my forehead just makes my head hurt. I don't do either of those things. I knew this kid once who was camping and tried to set a spider on fire, but instead burned down the tent with him in it.
You're not psychic. You're psychotic.
She turns away but doesn't start driving again. People we passed a couple of seconds ago walk by, still not looking in to see who's in the police car. I wonder what would happen if I banged on the window and started screaming. I won't do that. I just wonder what people's reactions would be. You know what you are, Officer Jenny? My mouth starts moving on its own. You're the kind of person who buys 2 pints of ice cream for you and a friend, 1 vanilla and 1 Rocky Road, and then you eat the vanilla with a friend first, knowing they don't like Rocky Road. We both sit quietly for a bit. I think we're both trying to figure out what I just said. Finally, she glances at me in the mirror.
What does that even mean?
I have no idea either, but I bluff it. It means nobody's perfect. I cross my arms and huff. For some reason, she stews on this. I don't know what it is about ice cream, but I can see in her eyes that what I said is bugging her. She keeps looking at me, and then away, and then back at me, frowning a bit more. She doesn't say anything. Maybe she really did eat the vanilla ice cream and save the Rocky Road. I don't know where those words even come from. They just came out. I look out the window while we sit here quietly. There's finally someone looking in, a man standing on the sidewalk watching me. He tilts his head back and forth in thought. I guess he's wondering how someone so young could become a violent criminal. I wave at him. He waves back. He seems nice. Before I even have the chance to finish the thought, my brain starts filling with details of his life. His name is Tony. He doesn't live around here, but he happens to be in town to find someone. He had a sister, but she passed away recently. Stop it! I grab my ears and try yanking them off, but they're still firmly attached to my head. It doesn't matter. Ripping my ears off wouldn't keep the information out. I can't take it anymore. These details filling my brain all the time. Just turn it off. Turn it off!
You know, I met your friend,
Officer Jenny says. My friend?
The one who got abducted with you last year.
Meredith? Meredith is sort of dead. Sort of. When did she meet Meredith? Did she find my blue cat doll, Freddie Lapel, and Meredith spoke to her? No, that doesn't add up. If she talked to Meredith and my cat doll, she wouldn't think I was crazy. She can probably see that I'm really confused.
Lizzie Welch.
Oh my god, is she talking about Lisa Welch? Lisa Welch is not my friend. If you had a book about me and it contained all the people I knew, Lisa Welch would be listed under mortal enemies. Officer Jenny smirks.
Do you know what she said when I saw her?
I cross my arms and sigh. Who's that tripping over my bridge?
She said you're constantly trying to kill her and nobody believes her. But you know what? I believe her.
She jabs at the air with her finger for some reason. I I know why people usually do it, but there doesn't seem to be much reason for Officer Jenny to do it except to try to stab at me with her mind. It doesn't work. Lizzie Welch isn't my friend, I tell her. She's like my nemesis, which is another word for supervillain. I've never tried to kill her, but she tried to kill me. She gave me this for it. I rub the scar on my cheek where Lisa slashed me with a knife. It feels a bit numb there. You can trust Lizzie Welch about as far as you can throw her. And I wish somebody would, right off a cliff. If you got your information from Lizzie Welch, well, no offense, but you're pretty dumb. Her face turns red. This is where the shouting probably would begin, except she waggles her finger at me and says, yeah? Well, which is right up there with an and another thing for sentences that always come before something big and loud happening, like the back windshield exploding inward in a hailstorm of glass. Which is what happens. Yeah? Well, she says. And then there's a boom like thunder and the back windshield explodes and glass rains down over my head like confetti at a parade. Officer Jenny screams as glass fills the car. I duck my head down to keep it out of my face. Also, if things are exploding, you're supposed to tuck your head between your legs. Roger always said it was to kiss your butt goodbye. Well, I can't reach my butt, so it's just gonna have to know that I'll miss it. The car accelerates forward, tires squealing. There's another sound of thunder and more glass shattering. I get thrown back in my seat, whipping my head against the seat. Hair falls in my face and more tinkling of glass raining down. I cover my eyes. Officer Jenny is yelling from the front. 10:55! 10:55! Car 11 taking fire! Unknown assailant at Broadway and Grove! Her head is low, but as we peel away, she sits up. Something wet spatters in my face. I wipe at it and my fingers come back red. I can't tell if I'm bleeding or she is, but I don't feel hurt anywhere, so I'm guessing it's her. Behind us, there's another boom, but the thunder is distant now. The car wobbles as Officer Jenny tries to maintain control of it, but she seems to be struggling to steer. She's got the wheel with one hand and is yelling into her walkie-talkie with the other, just repeating the numbers 10, 55, and 11 over and over again. The person on the other end is saying stuff back, but their voice is all staticky and I can't understand them. Did we just get shot at? No, who would shoot at Officer Jenny? Maybe a jealous wife? No, they don't just walk up behind police cars and shoot at them. They do things like poison your coffee or put nuts in the brownies when they know that you're allergic. Whoever it was must have been shooting at me. Good grief, now people are shooting at me? This day is getting out of control. What time even is it? I wish I had my watch with the leprechaun on it. I bet it's like 3 or 4 in the afternoon. Keep your head down! Officer Jenny shouts at me. I hadn't even picked my head up. I just got whipped back in my seat. I'm trying, I tell her. I hope nobody else got injured because of some crazy gunman trying to murder me. Actually, at this point, it may not even be considered murder. It could be considered self-defense. I mean, I was chopping the fingers off people earlier and turned a mushroom colony into a dog that mauled a woman to death. I can't believe I'm saying things like this. This day is crazy. We don't head to the police station. I don't know where we go, actually, but I know the way to the station and this isn't it. I'm not sure if Officer Jenny even knows where she's going anymore. She seems to keep taking corners hard, flinging me around in the back seat and then braking, blaring her horn, just driving like a lunatic. Are we being chased? Is the gunman behind us in another vehicle and she's trying to lose them? I want to sit up and peek out the back seat, but that's how you get the top of your head blown off, so I think I'm better down here. We screech around another corner, bumping over the curb, and then come to a sudden stop with a sound I've gotten quite good at recognizing. The metal kissing and hugging metal passionately sound of hitting another car. I fall to the floor of the back seat with an oomph and a waterfall of glass shards. There's more glass all over the floor and it digs into the band-aids on my knees and the palms of my hands. There's bee stings all over my legs and palms. The police radio chatters, but Officer Jenny has gone quiet. I hope she's not dead, but my luck hasn't been particularly good in that area lately. Officer Jenny? I whisper. She doesn't respond. Officer Jenny, are you all right? I take a chance to peek up, but can't get a good view of the fence thingy between the front and back of the police car. Officer Jenny is slumped against the steering wheel. There's blood on her face and little bits of glass embedded in her. I look down at my hands and there's tons more glass embedded in them. I shake them to try to make the glass come out and just splatter my own blood everywhere. Smooth. The doors won't work. I try both sides, but they just don't open. I guess that makes sense for a police car. You don't want the doors to be able to be opened from the inside. Fortunately for me, there's a big gaping hole in the back of the cruiser where the windshield used to be. There's still lots of glass in place, but most of it is in my hair or in the seat and on the floor or stuck in Officer Jenny's face. I sweep some away so I don't get any more cuts and then shimmy out onto the trunk. There's nobody on this street. The buildings are all brick and hollowed out like skeletons of buildings. I know the area we're in because you can always see the dead buildings from the train station, but I don't know where exactly it is in relation to other things, like safety. Apparently we didn't hit another car. We hit one of those big metal dumpsters that restaurants put their garbage in that usually are in alleys because no one likes seeing garbage when they go out to eat. The front of the car is crumpled into the corner of the dumpster like a big V, and there's something leaking out from underneath. I go up to the driver's side door and open it. This one works. Officer Jenny's face is all covered in blood now, and she's blowing bubbles in it with her lips. I take her gently, but she just groans.
Car 11, where are you?
Comes the staticky voice on the walkie-talkie thingy. It's dangling down near her feet, so I crouch down and pick it up and press the button. Hi, I say without thinking. We got in an accident with a dumpster. We need help, please.
Who is this?
The radio asks. I'm about to tell it when a familiar voice interrupts.
Lily?
It's Detective Guthrie. Yeah, it's me. We were shot at, and then Officer Jenny drove really fast, and I think we were being chased, and we hit a dumpster, and I like to go home now.
Is Officer Jenkins injured?
Detective Guthrie sounds funny over the radio. His voice gets high-pitched and tinny like when you put a record player on the wrong speed and it plays too fast. I look at Officer Jenny and shake her a bit. She opens the eye I can see and looks at me, but her eye rolls up toward her forehead and she shuts it again. The bubble on her lips pops. She's hurt pretty bad, but she's blowing bubbles, I tell the walkie-talkie.
Where are you, Lily?
Guthrie asks. I hear someone in the background say, what does that mean she's blowing bubbles? I look around for a street sign. Nothing. There's an old sign on the door of a nearby building skeleton. It says, no trespassing. I'm in that place with all the dead buildings that you can see from the train station. The radio crackles.
The old steelworks? Do you see any shops nearby? Are there people?
No, it's real quiet. I look around again. Maybe somebody will come around the corner to see what all the noise was. Preferably someone not carrying a gun. Everything's brick. Oh, please hurry. Officer Jenny's bleeding a lot.
Stay put, Lily.
Detective Guthrie says.
We're on our way. We'll find you. In the meantime, find some place to hide until you see police.
The people on the radio start giving out codes and numbers again that don't make any sense to me. Guthrie's voice is gone, probably with his voice box and the rest of him to go get in his car and find his way to this car so that he can take me to jail finally where I belong. Officer Jenny, they're coming. I pet her arm. She sighs, then with a burbly voice like someone trying to talk while drinking a glass of milk, says, Go hide. There aren't really any places around here, though. I could climb in the dumpster, but I'd smell like garbage later, and other people in jail would probably make fun of me and call me dumpster girl. Still, smelling like garbage beats dying, so I try to get in the dumpster, only to find that I can't lift the lid. I can't even climb up on the dumpster because my shoes slip and my knees scream in pain. There's blood on my pants, and it definitely feels like I've cut myself. Oh, where else is good? I could hide in the car, but that'd be the first place anybody would look for me. So I go over to the door that says no trespassing and see if it opens. It does. Who leaves a door unlocked in this area? I'd say they're gonna get robbed, but there's probably nothing to steal inside. I guess there's only one way to find out. I go in. It's dark and smells like my Nana's basement in here. Every step is crunchy and it echoes. I can hear even my breathing echoing. I'm reminded of going into the back room of the Donovan's basement and half expect to find that if I walk forward, I'll see the glow of a television set and find Mr. Donovan sitting in front of it in his underwear again. I'm definitely going to have a busy session with my therapist next time I get to see her, presuming they allow her to visit me in jail. Hello? I call out stupidly before remembering that calling out in a dark, empty building skeleton is numero uno for how to get butchered by a guy wearing a hockey mask. Gotta fix things. Sorry, please don't murder me. Perfect, Lily. Nobody answers. I stand there trying to make out anything, but there's really nothing in here except dirt and darkness. The door slams shut behind me with a groan. I close my eyes and focus. It's hard because every few seconds I hear something skittering nearby. Pasher? I whisper. I need you. I'm sorry for everything. Please come back to me. Somewhere in the back of my head, I hear him. He's singing a song softly like a radio station turned way down. It's gentle, like those little white puffs that dandelions turn into when they got old and are ready to spread. You blow on them and they float away on the breeze and become new dandelions. That's what this song is like.
We can't afford to be innocent. Stand up and face the enemy.
I know the song, so I huddle up against the wall, ignoring the bee stings in my hands and knees, and sing along with him quietly. It's a do-or-die situation. We will be invincible. My butt gets wet when I slide down the wall to sit. I must have sat in a puddle. I hope it's just water. Pasher hums to me from across the universe. I keep singing, ignoring my wet butt. Not entirely, but trying to. And with the power of conviction, there is no sacrifice.
It's a do-or-die situation. We will be invincible.
Thanks, Pasher.
Hey there kids, it's me, MrCreepyPasta, and before we get started on tonight's story, I'm just going to let you know about one quick thing, and that's going to be about an upcoming convention. I will be at a convention again. Oh my god, it's going to feel so good going back. I will be at MomoCon this year. MomoCon takes place May 26th to May 29th, and it will be in Atlanta, Georgia. I really hope I get a chance to see you guys. I haven't been to MomoCon in so long for very obvious reasons, for one, but also just because I don't think I was even there before. Gestures vaguely at everything. So I'm really excited to see you guys. I hope that I will see you all at MomoCon. I will have a bunch of posters that I will be giving away for free. So please come by, get yourself a poster, come see the show, come listen to creepypastas. And now, on to tonight's story.
Hi, Lily. It's me, Meredith. I hope you don't mind me writing in your journal again, but I saw a lot of that stuff you wrote about getting a demon inside you and punching your friend Jamal and the police arresting you, and I was like, oh my gosh, where was I when all this happened? And I thought you might wonder too, so I thought it would help to tell some of what happened to me before we found each other again. So if you don't remember, I was hiding behind the couch in that nasty house when I saw the whole room go red, right? Because there was like stuff leaking out of the walls that looked like blood. And then the blood stuff all ran together like jello being poured out of a mold, but reversed, and it made those doggy things like what you wrote about, and they pounced on the lady and started eating her. That was totally gross, by the way. I tried to cover my eyes because I didn't want to see someone getting torn apart, but my arms don't reach my eyes, so I looked away instead. Hearing someone get torn apart is just as bad. I tried to cover my ears, but my arms didn't reach. I know doggies don't have lips, but when they're eating a person, they make lots of lip-smacking sounds. And crunching. And then I heard you and that Dave boy start arguing about stuff that I didn't understand. Dave yelled, "You promised me Pasher," which I know is your personal angel. I thought maybe you had promised to show him the angels. I remembered seeing some of them that time before I died when that girl that I thought was you but wasn't led me into the maze in my closet. Especially the one I remember looking like a skeleton wearing a beekeeper suit. He was scary. And then I heard Dave start screaming, only it wasn't angry screaming, more like terrified screaming. You know, I hate that I can tell the difference between the two. You probably do too. We're so alike! Anyway, he sounded like I imagine a wolf on a nature documentary. I wondered if maybe he was a werewolf, so I peeked out to see what had just happened. And you were gone, Lily. I guess from what I read, that wasn't really you again? It was him. Or, well, it was you, but with a demon in you. Oh gosh, that sounds awful. I hope you're okay. I'm really impressed you trapped him in an egg. That was really sneaky. Good job. Oh, anyway, that boy Dave was on the floor with his hand stuffed in his armpits. I saw blood running down his side from his armpit, and I thought maybe you had stabbed him there. I mean, I couldn't believe you would stab somebody, but it had been a crazy day, and to be fair, that boy had it coming. I even yelled, "You had it coming!" but it came out more like a squeak. My voice sounds so tiny in the stuffed kitty you put me in. The boy didn't hear me. Or he didn't care because he was bleeding. I hoped it was the second one. One of the nasty doggos went over to him and sniffed something on the floor and then picked it up in its mouth. Dave screamed a bunch of nonsense words at it and swatted at the back of its head. I was sure the dog was going to bite his face off, but instead it whimpered and scurried away. The thing fell out of its mouth and rolled a bit toward where I was hiding. I thought at first it was a sausage or like one of those doggy sausage treats, but it wasn't. It was a finger. Like a human finger. I know you're probably used to seeing body parts and stuff, but I'm not. I felt sick like I was going to throw up, but I don't have a real mouth, so I couldn't. I probably don't have a real stomach either. What would I even throw up? I don't eat. I'm a doll. It was an awful feeling. Instead, I crawled to the other side of the couch, made sure Dave wasn't looking, and then ran for the kitchen, which I assumed was where you went. I looked back to make sure he didn't spot me, but he was just sobbing and picking the finger up off the floor along with some others and sticking them all in his pocket. You weren't in the kitchen. The back door was open, though. I tried to run to it, but running across tiles is apparently impossible when your feet are just a pair of stuffed paws. Also, the floor was wet and slippery. I couldn't seem to move, so I tried crawling instead, which worked a little better. I think my stuffed body soaked up some of the water on the floor, and it added a bit of weight to them, which also helped. But it also made it so every time I took a step, I could hear the squish sound coming from my feet. I know now that you were being controlled by that fur thing, but I didn't then. All I knew was that despite having just found me, you ran off and left me in that nightmare house with people getting torn apart by dogs and that crazy boy Dave with his fingers all cut off and bleeding. I called for you, but you didn't answer. You were just gone, and I had no idea where I was or how to get anywhere. Also, I was scared because I couldn't risk someone else seeing me walking around and stealing me. So I hid in some bushes along the sidewalk and waited in the hope that maybe you'd come back and find me. At one point, that boy Dave came running out of the house. He had one of his hands all covered up in bandages like a mummy, but he looked more like a zombie, all ghostly white and covered in blood. He had this crazy look in his eye. At first, it looked like he was staring straight at me despite hiding on my tummy in the bushes next to a bunch of trash someone had littered, but then he went off down the sidewalk muttering to himself. And then one of those nasty doggies came out of the house because nobody had shut the door. I watched it wander off into the woods behind the house. I hoped it didn't go and eat somebody else, especially you or Mr. and Mrs. Lake. Somewhere in the distance, I heard shouting. Then sirens like either an ambulance or police. I actually got to see a police car drive by really fast with its red and blue lights on. I've seen plenty of police cars before since they always came when my parents died or that fire happened at the motel I was staying at with the Lakes before we moved to that town called Orange, but I never got to see one speed by like it was chasing a bad guy before, so it was exciting. After a while, several more police cars pulled up in front of the house we had escaped. I kept hearing the chattering on their radios. Someone said there was an assault and to be on the lookout for you. You, Lily! I thought maybe they were coming to rescue us. One of the officers went inside the house because the door was wide open, and then they started yelling to the others to get in there, and the chatter on their radios went crazy. I knew they must have found that poor lady's body that the dogs were eating because someone else went in and then came running out and barfed in the grass. Maybe they found the other dog too, I don't know. More police showed up and they taped off the whole house so nobody was allowed in. One officer started walking around the yard and I thought maybe he was looking for clues and got afraid he would find me and take me away and lock me in an evidence box or something, so I crawled away real careful. The hardest part was once the bushes ran out and I had nowhere to go but run across an empty yard in plain view of anyone who might be looking. My feet and hands felt heavy because of the soaked up water and I was covered with dirt from lying on the ground. Also, I ran into a bunch of spider webs and had spider webs all over the top of my head. Normally that would freak me out, but I'm a stuffed toy now technically, so it's not like spiders are gonna bite me and lay their egg sacs under my skin like they do. This is where things get kind of crazy. So I was running along the yard as best as I could when I heard this loud sound, like a whump sound, like someone dropping a box of books on the ground from an attic window or something. I dropped to the ground and lay there, pretending to be a normal stuffed kitty. And then, someone said my name.
Hello, Meredith.
You would not believe how freaked that made me. Nobody else should even know I'm alive, if that's what I am, let alone inside a cat toy lying in a yard in some strange neighborhood. I didn't move, in case they were talking to someone else named Meredith. I mean, it's not a common name as far as I know, but I'm not the only one in the world, right? There could be another living here. It's a big place, after all.
It's okay, Meredith. You can move,
they said. So I looked around. I only moved my head. Because what if it was a trick or something, right? But even if it was, I mean, they must have spotted me, I figured. Standing on the sidewalk was this tall man with blonde hair and dark glasses. He was wearing one of those big, long overcoats that goes all the way to the knees, but it was open and I could see he had on a red suit underneath. He looked down the street toward all the police cars, and that's when I spotted his ponytail and realized it was the same man who had come to visit my family when I was with them in the afterlife. He was the exact same guy. I got up and stood there looking at him. If I had a jaw, it probably would have dropped. It's you! I almost shouted, but it only came out as a squeak. Why am I so squeaky? Neighbor man! Nathaniel!
It's me,
he said and smiled at me.
Poor Meredith. You look like you're in a pickle.
No, I told him. This is a stuffed animal. Because maybe he'd never seen a pickle or a stuffed animal before. I was pretty sure he worked for the angels. Maybe he even was one. Like my guardian angel, watching over me? That would be why he showed up at my family's house in wherever we were, and then there in your neighborhood. He laughed.
Well, why don't you let me help you?
And then he knelt down and put his arms out. I walked over and let him pick me up. He felt really warm, even through his fancy clothes. Like his hands were so warm that I could feel my own hands and feet getting warm as the water I soaked up started heating up. It was a really strange feeling. Are you gonna help me find Lily? I asked him. He stopped smiling.
Lily is in a dark place. She is dangerous right now. It's not my place to say if she'll find her way out, but if she does, it has to be by her own hand.
I know you're not dangerous, Lily.
I was dangerous and in a dark place once, I told Nathaniel. And Lilybird stood by me and helped me get out. I could feel his heart beating.
Did you know angels have hearts? I mean, of course they do. They must have the biggest hearts in the universe to hold all the love that they have for us, right? Except for that creepy skeleton angel. Skeletons don't have hearts, I think. Or if they do, they just fall out of their rib cages. Oh gosh, I'm sorry, that's an awful thought. Look, I know I'm being sappy, but his heart was thumping like the rabbit from Bambi. It made me feel calm to know he had a heartbeat.
Are you sure this is what you want?
He asked. He squeezed me a bit, and some of the water drained out of my body like a sponge.
I could take you back home, back to your family. They're waiting for you, you know.
Part of me wanted to go. The part of me that missed my mom and dad for years after the fire and was so happy to see them again. Not just happy, overjoyed. But there's another part of me now. The part that wants to be alive. And going on adventures with Lily Madwhip makes me feel alive, even if I'm technically dead. My family waited for me before, I told Nathaniel. Once you drop me off at Lily's house, can you go back and tell them I'll be home soon? But that I had to help a friend first?
I'll let them know.
He smiled again.
Angels have nice smiles.
At least the ones that don't look like skeletons. Can't have a nice smile if you don't have skin on your face. Truth.
There's a reason I chose to be linked to you, you know.
Is there?
This.
Your limitless capacity for kindness. Well, okay. I'm not trying to brag by sharing that part, sorry. I just think I should include everything that was said and done. Trust me, I don't take compliments too well, so I tried to cover my face with my hands, but they still didn't reach. He saw it and laughed at me, but it wasn't a hurtful kind of laugh like I was used to. It made me feel better. We both looked at the police doing their work, trying to figure out what had happened at the torture house. Ambulances were showing up, probably to pick up what was left of that lady the dogs ate. Lily didn't do this, I whispered. I knew it couldn't have been you. Even before I read your journal just now and learned you were possessed at the time, I knew it. I believe in you. I don't think Nathaniel believed it, though. We are each our own devil, and we make this world our hell. And then he sighed. Let's get you to the lakes. And I want you to know something, Meredith. You'll always be watching over me? He smiled one last time and put on his dark sunglasses. I can't tell you what happened next. I know that seems a little strange, but I promised Nathaniel I wouldn't tell. I can only say that there are shortcuts apparently still open between Earth and other places, and he showed me one of them. Kind of like the closets that took us to that maze place with the weird people. There are other doors that go to other places. That's probably how Nathaniel got to me so fast. Also, they can make you a little seasick, so if you ever go through one for some reason, try to do it on an empty stomach. Or be a doll with no stomach to empty. I can't tell you where the other side of the shortcut was either. Sorry, but I promised. I know you'll understand. We keep our promises, you and I. Anyway, there's a shortcut. It only took like a minute for us to go through it. I felt dizzy and wanted to barf again, but the next thing I knew, we were at the lake's house. I saw Mrs. Lake in the garden doing her flowers. I wanted to run up and surprise her, but I thought it might cause her to have a heart attack. So instead, I just gave Nathaniel a hug as best as I could, leaving a wet mark on his coat. And then I sneaked around to the backyard to try to get in through the cat door. Except there wasn't a cat door. I don't know why I thought there was. I was probably thinking of the old house we used to live in, me and the lakes. The one I accidentally burned down when that creepy guy with the greasy hair tried to kidnap me. You know, the first time he came to save me. Remember, Lily? Maybe you don't remember. I seem to recall you passed out in the middle of everything. You're probably lucky about that. That means you didn't have to witness me at my worst when I burnt up the lady police officer. I'll never forgive myself for that. I'll always remember how it felt watching her turn into a fireball. I wanted it to happen. I know you said that creepy guy got into my head, but that doesn't change the fact that I remember my thoughts and wanting to burn her. Where was I? Oh yeah. I was stuck outside because there wasn't a cat door. I pounded at the door for a couple of minutes, but my hands are just a pair of fingerless stuffed paws. Wet ones at that, so it was kind of like slapping the door with wet washcloths. Whap, whap, whap. It didn't do any good. And besides, it turns out I beat you home thanks to Nathaniel's shortcut, apparently. I didn't know that at the time, though. Lily? I yelled, but my voice is so tiny in this body. I don't think it sounded louder than a meow from a small cat. Lily, I'm out back! I made it home! She's not here yet, said someone behind me. You're early. I was not expecting anyone to see me or talk to me, so naturally I panicked and spun around to see who it was. And there was a boy standing in the middle of the yard. He had frazzled brown hair and dark eyes. He was wearing jeans with big rips in the knees and a black shirt with the sleeves torn off that had a picture of a bunch of people's faces on it, and the words Queen Zurich and Operation Mind Crime. She'll be here in about 5 minutes, give or take. I'm new at this. He looked at me with this face like he was talking to me in my human form. Like the fact that I was a soggy blue cat doll wasn't a big deal to him. He pulled out a cigarette from behind his ear, and then a lighter out of his pants pocket and lit it. I thought maybe it was another one of those crunchy people or another demon. Who are you? I stuttered. He puffed on the cigarette and blew out a big cloud of smoke.
My name is Roger Madwhip. and I'm an insurance.
It's cold and it's dark here, and my butt is wet and my hands and knees hurt. This stinks. Like, it actually smells bad here. I wonder if this puddle I sat down in is rainwater or hobo pee. Do you know what they call that little sack a hobo carries all their stuff around in? That's called a bindle. I knew a boy once in school whose last name was Bindle. I wonder if that means his ancestors were hobos, or they carried stuff for hobos? How low on the totem pole do you have to be a hobo's personal servant? Who am I to talk, though? I'm sitting in a hobo's pee puddle. Pasha ran out of pop songs he knew the lyrics for about 5 minutes ago, so he sings one about someone whose shirt has green sleeves. People will write songs about anything. Raindrops, cars, what day of the week it is. There's even songs about other songs. I am the one and only. I sing to myself because Pasha's song is putting me to sleep, and now's not the time for that. Nobody I'd rather be. Outside, it's quiet. No sirens of other police cars coming to the rescue, no ambulances, or even someone shouting because they see the crashed vehicle with Officer Jenny in it. Detective Guthrie said they were on the way. This area can't be that big, can it? The old steelworks, he said. I thought this was a shoe factory. Not that I've been in a steelworks or a shoe factory. The closest I've ever been to being inside a factory is watching Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory when I was 5. That movie gave me nightmares that I was zapped into the television and shrunk small, and then my parents stuck me in a taffy pulling machine and I got turned into a human Twizzler. That was around the time my parents drastically cut back on the amount of television we watched. I'm sure those two events were totally unrelated. I don't remember the rest of the lyrics to this song, so I just sing the chorus over and over again. Pasha doesn't talk to me. He just keeps singing his weird songs that sound like they came from the Dark Ages. If I'm not rescued soon, he's going to be reduced to singing Christmas carols, and I'm gonna go completely batty. Gotta focus. Focus, Lily. Read the future. What's going to happen? My head fills with screams again. Feels like my ears are bursting from the inside and spraying blood. I put my hands over them to try and catch the blood and grit my teeth to try to drive the screams out. There's no actual blood, though, and the screams are overpowering, even drowning out Pasha's latest song about going to the fair and buying a bunch of herbs. He doesn't stop, though. I can still feel his song in my head, even as this choir of shrieks attempts their best Yoko Ono impersonation. Maybe he's unaware of this awful sound. Ah! I yell, hoping that if nothing else, it'll alert Pasha that something bad is happening in my head. He keeps singing. I open my eyes and look at the dark, rank, wet room. There's an old office desk in the corner with the drawers pulled out of it that looks like a doggy's toilet underneath, judging from the piles. At least I hope those came from dogs. Focusing on things around me makes the scream seem to fade away, but it leaves a throbbing headache. It's like someone knows I'm trying to see the future and doesn't want me to. That's bad. I hear a car door slam somewhere nearby. Oh, thank goodness, maybe it's Detective Guthrie. On the other hand, maybe it's the person who shot at us. Hell, it could be Felix Weaselman for all I know. I should just sit here and wait, not wander out theorizing that I know who it is only to get myself shot or stabbed or something. And then there's a loud pop right outside, like a big balloon bumping into a cactus. Or a gunshot, I don't know. I'm told they sound different on TV from real life. Like louder. Apparently real life is a lot noisier than Hollywood. Everything's car engines and people's pants making swish-swish sounds as their legs rub together when they walk. Most people develop the ability to ignore it to the point that if you mention how loud the world is to them, they look at you like you've got a pair of hands growing out of the side of your head. Quickly, I get up from my puddle and scurry like a rat moving across the room. There's lots of tripped-over metal desk-like things and boxes that make the whole room look like a bit of a maze. Like one time I went with my mom to her office and all the people who worked under her sat in little box rooms and worked at computers and telephones and looked miserable, probably because they were waiting for her to execute them. Behind me, the door opens. It grinds against the ground because the hinges are loose and the whole thing is off-center. I recognize this sound because I heard it earlier when I was the one opening the door. Maybe Officer Jenny is coming to find me? Or maybe it's Detective Guthrie.
Maybe it's a cannibalistic mime in the top half of a horse costume. It's stupid to sit here in this hobo pee puddle and make guesses. I don't call out because I'm not stupid, and calling out to people when you aren't sure who they are and you're hiding alone in an abandoned steelworks or shoe factory and some maniac just tried to shoot you earlier is right there under the definition for stupid, along with licking an electric fence and shaking a skunk for pocket change. Pastor keeps singing in my head. It's actually a little troublesome now because I need to listen for footsteps. Shh, I whisper. I need you to keep it down, please. He doesn't. It's almost as if he doesn't actually hear me. It occurs to me that even though I've heard his singing all this time, we haven't actually talked. I mean, I've talked, and I assumed he was hearing me, but he just kept on singing. The door slammed shut. Whoever opened it either went back out or is totally inside now. I hear the clop-clop of shoes on cement, so that means it's probably the second one. Some people call that the ladder, but I don't know why. English is a really confusing language. That's probably why people born speaking it have to take years worth of classes to try figuring it out.
Hello?
Someone calls out. It's a man's voice. Or a very deep-voiced lady, I guess. Who am I to judge, sitting here in my hobo pee pool? Naturally, I don't answer because I don't know who this person is, and also because I'm a little worried that they're going to see me with my wet pants and think I peed myself, and then I just die of embarrassment and save them the hassle of murdering me.
Little girl? Are you in here?
The man-sounding but maybe a lady voice calls out. Well, great, he knows I'm here. You don't call out someone specific like that unless you already know the answer. At least I don't think you do. How often have you called out for someone in an empty building and genuinely not known if they could hear you? Never. You've never done that. Be honest, nobody does that. He totally knows I'm here. The police are on their way, I yell. It echoes off the wall so it sounds like it's coming from all over. That's good. I can keep hiding and yelling and he'll never find me.
Are you all right?
He calls back. His voice kind of echoes too, so I can't be sure if he's still standing by the door or moving through the room.
Are you injured?
Okay, he sounds closer now.
I saw the accident outside. The police lady in the car is alive. She asked me to help you. Your name is Lily, yes?
I crab walk over to a nearby box. It's got a big orange stamp on it. Probably some local moving company's attempt to copy the U-Haul logo. I peek over the top of it, stealthily like a mouse. Or a ninja. Or a mouse trained in ninjutsu. I guess there's only one mouse trained in ninjutsu, and his name was Master Splinter. So basically, I peek over the top of the fake U-Haul storage box like Master Splinter. The man is barely visible on the other end of the dark room. There's like a sliver of light peeking in from somewhere. Maybe a window I can jump out in case of emergency. He's standing directly in that sliver of light. Maybe he figures that by standing in the light, he can see me. He looks familiar, but I can't place it. Black hair, thick eyebrows. I always notice people's eyebrows first. I crouch back behind my box wall and call out. What exactly did she say? Peeking back over the box afterwards, I see he's moved out of the sliver of light, thankfully in the wrong direction.
She said, please go make sure Lily is okay.
That doesn't sound like her. Officer Jenny would be more like, hey, can you go into that empty building and kill a little kid for me? Nobody likes her. There's a little wedge between two boxes and one of these tipped-over desks, and I can just squeeze into it. So I do. Little people have all the best hiding spots. I once hid in a dirty clothes hamper when playing hide-and-go-seek with my brother Roger and my cousin Susie. I even covered myself with some of the dirty clothes, so if they lifted the lid, all they'd see were the dirty clothes. And they never found me. I hid there for maybe an hour and then crawled out, and they were both downstairs in the living room watching TV.
Are you coming out?
The man calls. I don't answer. I can hear him scuffing and doing something, but I'm not sure what it is. This wedge spot is dark and smells like a dead dog's armpit.
That's fine, I understand. If you say you're all right, I'll go make sure the police accidentally drive past. You stay put.
There's a sound like he's moving some stuff around. Something heavy scrapes the floor, a splashing sound. Maybe he found the hobo pee puddle. The grinding scrape of the door we both came through, and then a heavier scrape as he shuts it behind him. He bangs it several times like it's stuck, and he wants to make sure it shuts properly. And then, silence. Wait, not silence. Is he still in here?
Did he just pretend to go outside? I hear something like soft rain, but inside. Something pops. Crackling. It gets louder. I know that sound. I squirm to get turned around in my hidey wedge and claw my way out from between the desk and the boxes. The room is on fire. That guy set the room on fire! Hey, the room is on fire! I shout. Nobody responds. I honestly don't understand how things in the room are burning. Everything seems to be made of metal or concrete, but it's all starting to burn. The room is filled with flickering orange light and brown shadows now. Somehow it was less creepy when it was just totally dark. With the fire, it's like everything's moving. Okay, what do I do? This is like one of those choose-your-own-adventure books Roger used to get at the school book fair and then give to me when he was done with them. I was never really good at those books. Like, I'd be investigating some old house and then I'd be abducted by aliens and turned into grade A human meat or go through some sort of time machine and turn into an old person and die. Those books are weird. Turn to page 38. If Lily should try to go out the door she came in and risk the man who started this fire is out there waiting to shoot her. Turn to page 27 if Lily should jump out the window like she thought about earlier. And then, of course, there's page 89 where Lily just stands there and lets the fire consume her. I think about page 89 a lot. I turn to page 38. It takes some doing getting back to the door because there's burning stuff in the way. It's starting to roar like an angry monster. Some of it is spread to one of the corners of the room and is going up the wall. It's kind of dazzling. I feel like that kid who tried to burn a spider in his tent and the whole tent went up except there's no spiders or a tent and I didn't start the fire. The door doesn't budge. I push and push, but it's like pushing on a wall. Not that I push on walls all that much. I pull on it too, even though the sign on the inside clearly says emergency exit and push. One time I went to a special private school with my mom. She wanted to see if she could get me into the school and out of the public school because of all the bullying I was dealing with. When we got to the front door of the administration building, I pushed and pushed, but it wouldn't open. And then my mom came up and pulled because it was a pull door. Needless to say, I didn't get into the private school. I bet they were watching me push at that door and thought I must be too dumb to attend. Hey! I shout and I bang on the door. Hey, open the door! Time to turn to page 27. The room's filling with black, wet smoke. The fire sounds like an angry monster. The hobo pee puddle has probably evaporated, which means if I'm not careful, I'm going to inhale it. The thought alone makes me gag. Remember your fire safety, Lily. Stop, drop, and roll. I get on my hands and knees and try to roll across the floor a ways. It's a pretty useless way to travel across a crowded, burning room. I give up after just a few inches because I nearly roll my head into a burning pile of old newspapers. I go the rest of the way on my hands and knees, which sting like bees because of my scrapes. Did I mention my scrapes yet? Probably 100 times today. There's the window. There's newspapers covering the glass. The date on them says 1972. Advertisements for funny-looking vacuums and cars. Some picture of a guy named Tricky Dick, which sounds like the name for some sort of criminal, and a movie about a fairy godfather that's apparently rated R. Does not sound like a Disney movie. Oh right, I'm in a burning building. I tear down the newspapers. The sun must be going down because it's orange outside. It's orange inside, too. And hot. Probably hotter here than on the sun. I bang on the glass, but it doesn't break. They make it look so easy in the movies. Stupid movies with their quieter guns and less noise and breakable glass. People obviously don't watch them for the realism. There's a wastebasket nearby. I pick it up and swing it at the window. The glass cracks. I swing it again and the window shatters. But just in that pane. And that pane is too small to crawl through, so I need to keep swinging. I break more glass. Some of it falls inward and cuts my hand, but I ignore that. I'm getting good at ignoring pain. Ha! Pain from panes of glass. I can hear the sirens of fire engines. The smoke is attracted to the holes I broke in the windows, and it gets everywhere. I can't see, I can't breathe. I try to stick my face out one of the holes, and I feel something sharp cutting my chin. I don't care, I just want to breathe oxygen. There are people outside shouting. Hey, there's a girl over here! Lily? Detective Guthrie's voice cuts through the roar of the fire and sirens. I try to open my eyes, but they sting. My throat is dry and itchy, and I just keep coughing. I can't tell if my butt is on fire, but it's getting really hot. I can't get the window open, I yell. Move your head back, someone else calls out. I don't want to go back in, I want to go out. It's all smoky in here. A hand starts pushing on my forehead. Whoever it is, Detective Guthrie's trying to talk to them calmly.
Be careful. It looks like she's bleeding. There's glass.
I don't want to go back inside. I want to come out.
I know, but we gotta break the window, honey. Just hold your breath for a second.
5 minutes later, I'm sitting on the curb several blocks away. A nice firefighter is letting me breathe into a plastic mask thing that goes over my face. Someone put some stingy stuff on the big gash on my chin and then stuck a large bandage on it. Detective Guthrie stands over me with his "What is wrong with this child?" face. Down the street, the building is being put out. The fire trucks are hosing everything down with water. An ambulance goes by with the siren on. Is Officer Jenny going to be okay? I asked Detective Guthrie. He watches the ambulance drive away.
Honestly, I don't know.
He turns back to me and pulls out his trusty little notebook and favorite pen, which is actually a bank's pen that he accidentally took with him after going to cash a check.
What the hell happened?
So I tell him everything. I mean, everything. Okay, so last night I accidentally summoned the ghost of my best friend into a doll, and then this morning I took her to my old house where I met this boy named David Clark, who has really nice eyes. I followed him home. Wait, not because of his eyes, but because I was suspicious. You know, because nothing normal ever happens to me. And then his mother hit me over the head with something hard, and it still hurts, and I get dizzy. And then I dreamed of my brother Roger watching movies, and when I woke up, I was in the basement. Detective Guthrie puts his notepad away.
Lily, you're doing that thing we talked about.
Oh yeah, that thing we talked about. I gotta remember not to do that, I guess.
What happened here?
He emphasizes the word here by pointing at the sidewalk. I know he doesn't mean the actual sidewalk where I just got to breathe some really clean air out of a plastic mask. Somebody shot at Officer Jenny's car back on Main Street and she sped off until we crashed for some reason. And then I hid in that building and some man came in acting like he was there to help me. But I hid from him, so he left and locked the door or something, but he also must have lit a fire because after he was gone and the room was on fire.
Okay.
Detective Guthrie puts his hands on his hips.
That's better. Can you describe this man?
It suddenly dawns on me why the man was so familiar. His name is Tony. That's right. Tony. I remember him now. When I looked out the window while Officer Jenny was lecturing me about how everybody hated me, I saw him looking back in at me. The only person on the sidewalk who seemed curious about why an 11-year-old girl was sitting in the back of a police car.
Tony what?
I don't know, he's from out of town. I try to remember what else I picked up from seeing him standing outside the car when we were pulled over. We had waved at each other. He seemed nice at the time. And then when I wasn't looking, he must have pulled out a gun. Detective Guthrie talks with 3 other police people. Most of them aren't in uniforms. Maybe they're other detectives? They turn and walk away, nodding to each other. Guthrie takes my hand and walks me to his unmarked car. Can I go home now? I ask him. It's been a long day.
Of course not.
He says like I'm supposed to know better.
This guy Tony is looking for you, apparently. That's the last place you want to go. We've already got units patrolling your neighborhood, and your foster parents are being made aware of what's happened.
The radio interrupts us. Car 12, 1065. Guthrie picks up his receiver thingy.
No, we've got her. Bringing her in.
The radio replies,
Andy, it's that boy with a mutilated hand. He apparently ran off. They can't find him anywhere. Oh, shit.
Guthrie smacks himself in the forehead, which probably hurt since he was holding his receiver thingy in it. He glances at me in the rearview mirror.
Don't tell me any more right now.
I shrug at him. I'm going to find out anyway. So David Clark is out there, and this guy Tony, who I don't know why he's trying to kill me, is out there. And back home, I've got a demon and an egg who I need to deal with. And I have to find Meredith and help her get home. Is there anything I forgot? I wish I had a planner so I could keep track of everything.
It's gonna be okay, Lily.
Guthrie tells me, like as if I'm not the one person in this entire city who knows what's going to happen. It is going to be okay, I say back. I don't add the other part of that thought. I'm going to deal with all of this on my own.
Lily, before I tell you what happened next, I have to warn you that there are going to be a lot of bleeped out words in this journal entry because your brother Roger swears like a sailor, as Mrs. Lake would say. You've been warned. So, we totally stole someone's car. Roger took me to this garage nearby the lake's house and he took this brick and smashed it in a window. Crazy, right? And then he did it again. He smashed in a car window to get inside the car, and then he spent several minutes doing something with the steering wheel and cursing before getting out and going back out the garage window, smashing the window to the house itself, climbing in that, and then eventually coming back out with a bunch of keys on a big metal ring. He used one to get the car started and then threw the rest out of the window as he backed out of the garage. What kind of car is this? I asked. Are you bleeping kidding? This is a 71 Pontiac Firebird. Mr. Goodrich is going to bleep his pants when he sees it's gone. He laughed, but bleeping your pants is embarrassing and I don't think it's very amusing. It smells funny in here. It smells like horsepower. I think he meant it smelled like a horse bleeped in it. He took a big whiff. Ah. Your brother is weird. At least he was nice enough to buckle me into my seat. When you're a little cat doll, you can't pull hard enough to get a seatbelt to move. He was going to just let me ride without one, but I insisted I needed one or I might fly out the window. Roger didn't wear one, though. He said seatbelts are for losers. I know seatbelts are for winners, though. Losers go out the windshield. Are we going to find Lily now? I asked. Yes, be quiet. I couldn't see what was going on outside, so I watched him stepping on the pedals. Do you even know how to drive a car? Of course I do. But didn't you die in, a car accident? How is that the least bit relevant? I wasn't driving the car when I died. He took his eyes off the road and glared at me. You know, Lily, you and Roger have the exact same glare. Well, I don't know. I shrugged. If I died in a car wreck, I might have some hang-ups about getting in another car. Didn't you die when my sister blew you up? I wouldn't say she blew me up, and now you're tagging along with me as I find her. She didn't mean to kill me. Of course not. He shook his head. She never does. That's Lily. Accidental killer. But at least I got to see my family again because of that. He sat there quiet for a while. When he spoke up again, he sounded almost sad. I didn't. Because they weren't dead yet? I asked. Because some of us just lay in our bodies and rot until the world ends. He wiped his eyes. You don't look like a rotting zombie. If anything, you look like a normal person. I tried to sniff the air. You don't smell rotten either. How are you even here? I asked. His mouth curled up in a grin. Well, you see, once upon a time my mom and dad really loved each other, so one night they both got naked and he stopped, seemed to wait like he wasn't sure what was next, and then turned and looked at me. You're not going to interrupt me? No, I was listening. He turned back to the road. We drove in silence for a couple minutes. Finally, I asked, what happened next? He closed his eyes for a moment and seemed to shudder. Look, I'm here in the flesh because this whole life and death thing is apparently run by morons. I made a deal after they left me to rot, went and joined a different pantheon, and then it turned out the pantheons are bull bleep. The person I made the deal with got axed, and the place I was chilling got lame overhaul by the new management, and nobody knew what to do with me, so they just left me to my own devices. I sat still. I don't know what pantheons are. I think it's on the periodic table. He glanced at me and frowned. Are you paying attention? Yes. Do something. Blink. Flap your arms. How am I supposed to know you're still listening? Your stupid-looking blue cat toy. I turned to look at him. I couldn't blink, so I waved my paw instead. I'm a haunted, stupid-looking blue cat toy. He smirked at that. Good enough. After a bit of silent driving, Roger turned on the radio. I think it was an oldie station because the song sounded croony. Roger made a gagging sound and quickly reached for the knob, scrolling through the empty static until he found what sounded like a woman with a sore throat wailing while someone abused a poor guitar by smashing it into a set of drums. At first I thought he stopped in the noise because he was having a seizure, but then I realized he was doing that head-banging thing and singing along to the lyrics.
You could be mine,
he screeched. I suddenly regretted not having real ears that I could cover. Is this what your brother has always been like? And he was your dad's favorite? How did you turn out so normal? He caught me staring. I don't know how he could tell I was doing it. My eyes don't blink. My mouth doesn't open, but he knew I was gawking at his weird spasming and screeching.
What?
He asked.
You never listened to GNR?
I don't even know who Gina R is, I admitted. She sounds like she has laryngitis.
Not Gina R. Bleep face. GNR. Guns N' Roses.
He looked back out the front of the car, which is good because he was driving and you should always keep your eyes on the road, especially if you already died once in a car wreck. He shook his head and muttered to himself.
Laryngitis. Bleeping plebe.
I tried to bob my head to the song, but it was just too loud. My parents always played the Mamas and the Papas on their record player. Do you know them? That's the kind of music I like. This was like the Mamas and the Papas getting into a fist fight. He subjected me to that torture and several other similar-sounding songs for several minutes before stomping on the brakes and coming to a screeching stop that almost chucked me out of my seat. Were we there? Where you were? I could see a pointy roof and blue window things. Shutters? Whatever they are. I could hear a dog barking. It reminded me of the dog things I saw back at the house with you and that boy Davy. One of them got out, remember? So I thought maybe the dog barking was the creepy dog that had escaped. Are we there? I asked. The dog kept barking. Someone nearby yelled, "Shut up!" and the dog went quiet. Roger got out of the car and slammed the door shut, leaving me trapped in my seat. "Hey!" I shouted. "Hey, let me out! I'm coming too!"
Holy
bleep, I heard someone else say.
Holy bleep! No bleeping way, dude! What? No!
I couldn't tell if the person was freaked out or excited. I guess it was a bit of both. Freak-excited? I tugged at the seatbelt until I could slip out from under it, and then used the door handle to climb up and peek out the window. The house we pulled up in front of looked very nice. There was a porch with a big yellow doggy sitting on it. The doggy's tongue was hanging out, and it whimpered occasionally. A kid with long blonde hair and a ratty-looking black shirt with no sleeves was standing at the screen door to the house. His jaw was hanging open, and his eyes looked like they were ready to do pinwheels in his skull. Someone inside the house yelled, "Skater! Don't stand there with the door open!" And the boy quickly stepped out of the doorway and shut it. That's a weird name, I thought. Maybe it's short for... Mosquito? Who names their child Mosquito, though? Roger was leaning against the front of the car with his arms crossed.
"That's right, man,"
he said.
"It's me. You know hell couldn't keep me."
The other boy seemed to go crazy, tearing at his hair like a maniac. "I knew you weren't dead! I knew it! Closed casket, my bleep! I knew that coffin was empty. I told them in detention. I said, Roger ain't dead. That's a lie. He went into witness protection or some bleep." Roger paused and then quickly nodded his head.
"Yep, witness protection."
The other boy snorted and then spat something green out of his mouth.
"What was it? Was it drugs? You're gonna testify against some coke kingpin like in the Crocodile Dundee 2, ain't ya?"
"Roger!" I shouted, banging on the windshield. My paws were so soft they just made a little piff-piff sound. "Roger!" Roger either ignored me or didn't hear.
Something like that. I cut a deal with some powerful people."
Mosquito looked around the yard.
"Are there any narcs watching? Does your, what's it called, handler know you're here?" "My handler? Nah, no one knows I'm here. Gotta keep it on the down low. Don't want the hitmen they hire to find me."
Mosquito clenched his jaw and nodded but kept side-eyeing the neighborhood.
"Is that what happened to your folks? I heard the whole house blew up. Man, that must have been bleeping gnarly. They were holding your parents hostage or some bleep. Nobody did nothing."
Roger seemed to tense up at the mention of his folks.
"Yeah, that was them."
Mosquito looked down at his shoes.
"Sorry, man."
He looked back up.
"Hey, your little sister survived, though. I saw her at the library the other day. Not that I was, in the library."
Roger sighed.
I don't want to talk about her. I'm here because I need your help, Skeet.
You need me? Mosquito's face lit up.
Is it dangerous? Nah.
Roger paused and seemed to reconsider the answer.
I mean, yeah. Real dangerous. Life or death, bleep.
They looked at each other for a moment and then both laughed. I guess this was some sort of joke between them. I didn't get it. We really were dealing with life or death, bleep. In fact, we needed to get going and find Lilybird. Mosquito brushed his hair out of his eyes and then looked back at the screen door to his house. There was music, or something like it, coming out. It sounded a lot like the noise Roger had been blasting in the car. He turned back to Roger.
I'm not gonna have to go into witness protection too, am I? For real, my mom can't be moved too easily.
Roger shook his head.
It's nothing like that, dude, trust me. I just need your help getting something only you can get.
Mosquito gave him the side eye.
Fireworks? No. Bootleg Sector Gaza tapes?
Roger threw up his arms.
Holy water, dude. I need, like, a jug of it.
Mosquito threw his arms up in return.
Oh! Wait, what? The bleep do you need holy water for?
Roger walked over and put his arm around his friend.
Let's just say I have to perform an exorcism.
Mosquito stared off into space. He had a look about him that made me think he does this a lot.
Man, my uncle's banned me from church property, you know?
Roger pulled him into a semi-hug and then started grinding his knuckles into the top of Mosquito's head. I think they call it a noogie. It looked like it hurt a lot. Mosquito flailed his arms and screeched. Roger kept him in a headlock for almost a minute of noogie torture and then casually released him, letting Mosquito stumble away clutching his sore head.
You gonna wimp out on me, man?
Roger asked.
I gave up my cover to see you because you're the only one I can come to. What happened to Blood Brothers?
He held up his hand at Mosquito like a crossing guard telling you to stop. Mosquito stared at Roger's hand. I guess there was something on it I couldn't see from inside the car. After a moment, he puffed up his chest and held out his own hand. There was some kind of dark, jagged-looking scar on his palm.
To the end of the world.
This is all very dramatic, but can we please get going? I shouted, pounding on the windshield. I was about to poop stuffing. I was so anxious about getting back on the road and finding you, Lily. Thankfully, Roger and Mosquito started walking back toward the car, playfully punching each other. I don't understand why boys like to hit each other all the time. It just seems like you'd always be covered in bruises. As he approached, Mosquito spotted me in the window.
What the bleep is that thing on your dashboard? It looks like that dog from Garfield. Bleep, the Smurf.
He squinted at me.
Holy bleep, dude, is that moving? I thought it was just a bobblehead.
Roger opened the driver's side door.
It's haunted.
Mosquito stepped back.
Is it dangerous? Is that what you need the holy water for? It's not like gonna bite me or anything like the fetish doll from the Trilogy of Terror, is it?
Roger slid into the driver's seat and snorted.
Does it look dangerous?
Mosquito opened the door on my side of the car and looked at me. I looked back at him, tried to smile but couldn't, and then waved. Hello? He stared at me and twitched like someone who couldn't decide whether to sit down or run away. He smelled like gasoline a little. Gasoline and baby powder. I don't know, it was a weird smell, alright? He smelled weird. Those are the best two smells I could think of to describe it. Oh, and his jeans were all shredded around the knees.
Get the bleep in, Skeeter,
Roger said. He grabbed me around the waist and tossed me like a piece of trash into the back seat.
No, it's not going to bite you. It was actually more dangerous when it was alive, if you can believe that.
I was a little offended at being tossed like trash in the back seat, but it didn't hurt. It's weird. I have feeling in my little stuffed body like I could feel the seat beneath me as I landed on it, but it feels like falling on the floor, but you're wrapped entirely in bubble wrap, so it's just soft, no pain. Within no time, we were back on the road with Roger and Mosquito in the front seat screaming along to some band called Van Halen. I thought their name might be a reference to Van Helsing, a vampire hunter in the old black and white movie Dracula. During a brief station break, Mosquito turned around in his seat and looked at me.
So what kind of demon is in this thing?
He asked. He reached out, leaning all the way into the back seat and picking me up. He didn't have his seatbelt on, just like Roger, and that's really not safe.
No demon,
Roger said. He was chewing on a toothpick. I don't know where he got it from until I spotted them all over the floor of the front seat. I hope those ones got spilled after he picked one out to put in his mouth, but something told me he picked it up off the floor. I guess when you're dead, hygiene goes right out the window.
I told you,
he continued.
It's haunted. There's a ghost in there.
Mosquito turned me over and held me upside down. I squirmed in his hands, trying to get loose. Let me go! I yelled. He didn't seem to hear me.
You're pissing her off, dude,
Roger said.
You better put her down.
Mosquito grinned.
It's a her? How can you tell?
Roger reached over and snatched me away and then tossed me again into the back seat.
Because I know. Now stop bleeping with her. She'll get upset, set us both on fire, and probably blow up the car.
I didn't say anything because I didn't want him to know that I don't have my gift anymore. It seemed like a good idea to keep letting him believe I could burn things. I wasn't sure what to make of what was going on anymore. I thought we were going to you, Lily, but it seemed then that we were off on some joyride with Mosquito to go fetch some holy water for some reason. I would have bailed if I could, but I didn't even know where we were anymore. Instead, I climbed in the back window and tried to watch where we were going. Outside, the trees made way for buildings. We must have been going in toward the center of town. I know some of that area a little bit, like an itsy-bitsy teeny-weeny bit, but I never really got to wander much with my foster parents. I remember there was a music shop downtown and a bridge over the river, but this area looked a little more grungy. There were lots of small shops with boarded-up windows and people walking by who looked upset about things in general. Eventually, we came to a little brick building with a rickety-looking sign that read Trinity, and beneath that, 7 days without the Lord makes 1 week. I thought that was very clever. We crept by it slowly and parked on the sidewalk just past it.
Dude,
Mosquito said in a panicked voice.
My uncle is here. That's his car. I can't go in there.
Roger leaned around and grabbed a plastic jug that had been on the floor. I hadn't noticed it lying there. He glanced at me in the back window and made a gesture with his head, and I thought that meant, get over here. So I climbed down and fumbled across the uneven back seat until he could get a couple of his fingers near one of my arms and pinch it, picking me up with the jug. He handed the jug to Mosquito.
Take this. Go wait on the other side of the doors. I'll get your uncle outside with a distraction, and while he's dealing with it, you just go in and get the water.
Mosquito pushed the jug back at Roger.
Why don't you just go in and get it yourself?
I could see Roger's jaw clench up.
I can't go inside, dude. Doors don't work like that for me. What does that mean?
Mosquito scrunched up his face in confusion. I wondered the same thing. What did that mean?
You gonna help me or you gonna play 20 questions, bleep head?
Roger shoved the jug back at Mosquito.
Just get by the door and be ready when you see your uncle come running out.
Mosquito didn't ask what I was wondering, which was why would his uncle be running out of the church? He climbed out of the car, paused to look back at me and Roger, and then slicked his hair back behind his head, which I think he could only do because his hair was super greasy looking, and walked off down the sidewalk, doing this weird shuffle with his feet like he was trying to look cool but not stand out. Some guy in a hoodie walking past him looked back for a second and then turned away, shaking his head and rolling his eyes.
All right,
Roger said, squeezing me around the belly.
We're going to those cars that are parked alongside the church, and then you do your thing and set the brown one on fire.
Excuse me? I replied. I'm not burning people's cars.
Do you want to help my sister out or not?
How is this helping Lilybird?
She's gone and gotten herself possessed, and we need the holy water to deal with her.
We watched Mosquito go past the front steps of the little brick church.
And don't call her Lilybird. It's weird.
Mosquito disappeared around a corner and then peeked his head out in our direction.
Okay, let's go.
Roger climbed out of the car, still holding me.
Don't move. Just do your fire starter thing when I tell you.
Oh no. He really was expecting me to start a fire. And there I was, just a ghost and a stuffed cat with no special gifts. Maybe if I had my Barbie that you told me had the angel in it, I could, but I didn't. Even if I did at this point, the Barbie would be as big as me, and I wouldn't be able to hold it because I got no fingers. Roger stuffed me up in his armpit and stuck his hands in his pockets. It was gross and damp up there and smelled like sweat. I wanted to gag, but I have no mouth, so I made a little whoop sounds, then just suffered through it. A minute later, to my relief, he pulled me out and held me up in front of him. We were standing between a bin marked Donate and an old-looking little brown car with a decal of a cross in the window.
All right, little cat, set that bleep alight,
Roger whispered loudly. I can't, I yelled. He squeezed me tight around the tummy.
Just do it.
I didn't know what to do. Roger might get pissed off if I didn't at least try to start a fire, so I just thought angry thoughts at that car. I hate you, car. You are a nasty shade of brown. Nothing happened. Roger shook me.
Hurry up,
he hissed.
I look stupid holding you like this.
Yeah, that's of great concern to me. How you look, I thought. I stared at the car. You are a bad car. You cause accidents that get people killed. Cars like you killed this boy Roger, who's being kind of a jerk right now. So just stop just sitting there and burn, car! The car didn't seem to be catching fire. You need to burn, Mr. or Mrs. Carr, so I can help save Lilybird. She's in danger because of those nasty people who hurt her and stole me. And then I thought about that mean boy David who hurt you, and his crazy mother lady. And I thought about those scary headless people who killed Santa and his dog and dragged me back to your house that night. And then I thought about the awful man who tried to kidnap me and made me burn that poor police lady to death. It all made me so angry remembering those things. And then the interior of the brown car erupted in flames. Yeah! Roger cheered. Bleep yeah! He jumped and pumped his fist with me in it, making me feel like hurting again. He started to shake his hips in a dance and then seemed to realize that maybe we shouldn't be standing by the burning car when people started to notice it and dashed away back toward where he'd parked the Firebird. As we climbed back into the car, I looked across the street and noticed a familiar-looking person watching us in a red suit and brown overcoat. He was looking straight at me and nodded, and then turned and, with a flip of his blonde ponytail, disappeared into a shop. The back of Detective Guthrie's car has a very distinct smell. I'm no master of smells, but if I were asked to describe it, like if someone put like a gun to my head and said that they'd shoot me dead if I didn't give as good of a description of the smell in Detective Guthrie's car as I could, well, no, that wouldn't be much of a threat. Maybe if they held a kitten over a meat grinder. Yeah, so if someone held a kitten over a meat grinder and said they dropped the kitten into the meat grinder if I didn't describe the smell of Detective Guthrie's car as perfectly as possible, I could tell them that it smells like this one time at the reception my aunt and uncle had after my cousin Susie's funeral, when my uncle had too many grown-up drinks and started smoking and pacing around until my aunt lectured him on smoking indoors, so he went and ate a bunch of mints from the ornamental mint tray they always had by the front door, and then he barfed into one of the potted houseplants. If you were to say that isn't a very clear description of the smell of Detective Guthrie's car, then I would say that you've never smelled a spider plant covered in mint menthol vomit before.
What's with that face?
Detective Guthrie asks me. What face?
The face you're making.
This is just my face. I unmake the face he's referring to. I was remembering something from years ago.
Oh yeah? What was it?
I don't really think you want to know. He probably thinks it's something related to pulling me out of that burning building. He eyes me in the rearview mirror. I know he's watching for signs of that face, whatever it was that I was making to pop back up. Detectives like to read your expressions. Not like a book. Maybe a picture book. One full of faces. Like if you curl your lip up into a sneer, it could mean you're thinking something mean about someone, or it could mean you farted. Detectives can tell which it is, although I suppose anyone with a working nose could too.
And what's with that face?
He asks. I toss my hands in the air in exasperation. I don't even know, okay? It's my little kid who almost died in a fire face. Just stop trying to read me and let's get to the station. Why are we just sitting here? We're parked by the river. I can never remember the name of the river. You'd think I would know it since I've lived here all my life, but to me, it's just the river. If someone says, do you want to go down to the river and catch frogs? There's only one river they're talking about, this one. There aren't many frogs to catch anymore, though. They got eaten by birds. There may be more, frogs that is, not birds, but if they are, it's probably hiding. You know, because they don't want to get eaten by birds.
I'm not taking you to the station,
Guthrie says in a low voice like there are other people in the car and he doesn't want them to hear. But you said you were bringing me in. He reaches into his pocket and pulls out a stick of gum. He unwraps it carefully like it might explode if he opens it wrong. As he does this, he looks around with his eyes but without turning his head, just sort of letting his eyeballs take in everything around him as if he's never been in the car before. Finally, he sticks the gum in his mouth, chews it several times, tosses the wrapper on the floor of the passenger seat, and looks at me.
I think this guy is a police scanner.
What's that? I ask.
It's like a radio that lets you listen in on the frequencies we use to communicate.
That's how he knew where I was?
I think so. That would explain how he knew Jenkins had you in her car. How he found you after she got away from him. I have a suspicion that he's listening in on everything we say.
I had no idea they made radios that let you listen to police chatter. I decide then and there that when I grow up, I'm going to buy one so I can listen to the secret stuff cops talk about, like crimes and tickets and laws. That's assuming I live to become an adult. I guess I could also just become a cop and learn their secrets that way, but I don't really want to be one. A detective maybe, but not like Guthrie. More like Sherlock Holmes. He had a cool hat with flaps on it. So if we're not going to the station, where are we going? I ask.
Wait and see. I need a moment to think, and I'm not keen to just openly discussing plans right now, especially with you.
That last remark stings a bit. I used to like surprises. When I was little, everything was a surprise. Birthday presents were surprises, going places were surprises. And then I met Pasher, and no more surprises. That present from my Nana is one of those stupid dolls that makes num-num sounds when you put the bottle in its mouth. We're not going to Disneyland, we're going to the hardware store. I started wishing for the excitement of being surprised by something again. Then that wish came true and cars started crashing and people burning up and parents going into comas and being kidnapped by witches. Me, not my parents. I was kidnapped by witches. Well, just one witch, really. The point is, whoever's writing this book of my life, you don't have to make up for the years of no surprises by going quite so extreme. Just a puppy I didn't know was coming would suffice, or getting the toy at the bottom of the Cap'n Crunch box for once instead of just Crunch Dust. After a long, quiet moment watching ducks do somersaults in the river, Guthrie starts the car, lets it sit idle for another minute while he combs his finger through his hair and listens to the chatter on the police radio, something about a car on fire, and then puts our car that's totally not on fire into D for drive and pulls away from the river, whatever its name actually is. He looks exasperated. That's a big word that means flustered or frustrated or aggravated. Those are also big words, so that probably doesn't help. Let's just say he looks tired and annoyed.
Do you remember what I told you this morning?
He asks in a tired and annoyed voice. Geez, did I see him this morning? It seems so long ago, like months. Let's see. I woke up, ate something. Oh, right, nasty, eggy waffles. Hiked over to my old house with Meredith. Oh, yeah. We ran into him along the way, didn't we? He was in this very car, if I remember right. What did he say to me? He said, go home. That's right. There was probably more, but I wasn't really listening. Hopefully he doesn't do that thing where he presses me to repeat exactly what he said. Yes, I reply, avoiding smirking.
What did I say?
Oh, crap. He stares at me with that squinty look that says, I know what you're going to say before you say it, and it's the wrong thing, and I'm already prepared with a big, long lecture to give you on this terrible answer. I glance out the window at other cars going by. Is Tony, the arsonist little girl killer, in one of them? Is he looking for me? Sounds like he may be off setting cars on fire for some reason. Maybe he thought I was in that one they're talking about on the police radio? Was someone in it? Should I keep my head down? Did somebody throw up back there after wolfing down an entire bag of Girl Scout Thin Mints? All right, Guthrie's waiting. You said go home.
I said not to hunt Gretchen Buttersquash's killer. And what did you do?
I didn't?
Right. You just went back to your old home to perform an occult ritual to try and raise your parents from the dead, and in the process you ran into a boy and his mother who assaulted and kidnapped you. Then some sort of diseased dog showed up, tore the mother to pieces, bit the fingers off the boy, and you got away.
He squeezes the steering wheel so hard I can hear the material it's made from creaking like a pair of overtight pants when their owner sits down. That's actually a surprisingly accurate description of events, I admit. It leaves out that I was temporarily possessed and was the one who took David Clark's fingers, but I'm fine with that getting blamed on the dog versions of Mrs. Donovan.
Do you have any idea how hard you make my life?
He asks with another sigh. I think I have a pretty good idea. We pull onto a side of road that's not paved. Are we going to hide in the shack in the woods? No phone, no television, no electricity. I imagine spending the next several days sitting in a log cabin with one of those toilets that's just a hole cut into the floor. I bet there's rats and spiders living there. In the shack, not the hole. Well, maybe the hole. Oh God, I don't want to go to the bathroom into a rat-filled hole. Just as I start to sweat at the thought, we pull off the dirt road and back onto a paved road, and the whole idea of hiding out in a shack vanishes in a puff of smoke. I can see the sign for the Red Moon Hotel, and I don't even need Pasher whispering in my head to tell me that's where we're going. Of course we are. Because life is like a bicycle wheel and we just keep going round in circles like a dead squirrel caught in the spokes. The rat toilet idea suddenly seems much more appealing. The Red Moon Hotel is where I went a couple of years ago when the Angels tasked me with killing Meredith. She wasn't my best friend at the time. We're like third, but that's not important. Isn't there another hotel in town? Why does everybody end up at the Red Moon Hotel? Maybe their rates are really low because of all the little kids getting strangled by shadow angels. Please tell me we're not going there, I say. Do you really think he won't check the hotels? Are there even any other hotels around here? He might even be checked into this one.
I already scouted it just before we got the call about the shooting. We're good.
Even though he says this with his typical air of confidence, he slows down and seems to become hesitant to pull into the hotel parking lot. He looks at me in the mirror again.
Did you get some sort of premonition?
I want to lie to him and say yes. No. Oh, stupid mouth. Weren't you listening? We park in one of the handicap spots. I'm not sure if Detective Guthrie just doesn't care, didn't notice, or thinks I count as disabled in some way. The hotel looks pretty much the same as the last time I was here, aside from the charred remains of a telephone pole that looks hastily fastened to a freshly installed new one. I guess taping a new pole to the old one was easier than unhooking everything up in the telephone lines and pulling the burnt pole out of the ground and putting a new one in. Still, I can't help but feel a tiny bit anxious about the possibility of it falling on me as I look up at it.
Friend of yours?
Guthrie asks me as he gets a shopping bag out of the trunk of his car. Just another innocent bystander, I murmur. We get room 36. I'm not even kidding. This is the exact room as when the Angels tried to make me kill Meredith. Did I die? Is this hell? Because I actually did kill Meredith back then, and the past 2 years have been my punishment. Now I'm cursed to live her life. No family left, the exact same foster parents, now this exact same hotel room. If a younger version of me comes riding up on a bicycle, I'll just roll over and let Duma choke the life out of me. That almost sounds like a huge relief. Are you Satan? I asked Detective Guthrie as he unlocks the room and starts checking the bathroom closets and even under the bed. He frowns.
Is there really a Satan?
That's a good question. I shrug at him, but I keep thinking about it. Samuel seems kinda Satan-y. So does Duma at times. Who runs the show down in the pit if there's no Satan? Maybe it's just the demons. Speaking of which, I need to get home and send Furfur back. Oh geez, if they make me stay here for weeks, my bedroom closet is going to smell so bad when I get home. Guthrie dumps out the shopping bag onto the bed. There's clothes and toiletries inside. I don't know why they call things like toothbrushes toiletries. Brushing my teeth and the word toilet should never go together. Ever. Especially brushing your teeth and rat toilet. Oh my God, I hate my brain sometimes for thinking of these things.
Look, Lily.
Detective Guthrie says with a sigh as he sits on the edge of the bed next to the pile of clothes.
I know you've got no respect for authority.
I turn quickly. What do you mean? I totally respect authority.
No, you don't. Now shut up and listen.
I'm too shocked at his sudden sternness to argue further.
You don't respect authority, that much is clear. If you did, we wouldn't be here now.
I want to argue again, but instead I just ask, how so? I can feel the skin on my lips so dry and cracked it's starting to peel. I bite it with my teeth and rip it off. The sting of it actually feels kind of good. He stares me down. His eyes are a really dark brown and I can't help but try to focus on one and then the other. People say look me in the eyes, but eyes are too far apart for me to look in both of them. I can only look in one eye. Maybe if I stood really far back?
From everything you've told me, every time your angel friend told you not to do something, you went and did it anyway.
I scoff. Not every time. There were a lot of times, though, I have to admit.
And every time you didn't listen, you got into big trouble.
I live a very crazy life.
And someone else paid the price.
My jaw clamped shut like one of those bear traps in cartoons. If my tongue had been sticking out, I might have bitten it off. Wouldn't that be a sight? The girl snapped her mouth shut and bit her tongue off. Don't look at me, I was just talking to her. Maybe if I did bite my tongue off, I wouldn't be stuck in this personal hell that is the Red Moon Hotel. Guthrie nods grimly.
That's right, it's never you. I'm not saying this to make you feel bad.
My jaw unlocks. Well, it does.
But it's high time you considered the consequences of ignoring other people's advice. We know each other pretty well by now, don't you agree?
I mean, as well as I know anybody these days. It's true, Guthrie has probably acted more like a father figure to me than Mr. Lake has. Mr. Lake, who fights with his wife over the sorting of teas and eats dinner in the living room on a TV tray so he can watch some show from England where people chase each other around while someone plays a saxophone. With Meredith gone, my parents gone, Jamal all the way across town and his dad thinking I'm evil, not to mention I punched him earlier today. There's really been no one to talk to except Detective Guthrie every time he picks me up from wherever I've gone. Mrs. Lake tries, but she only wants to talk about doilies and cooking and gardening. She's not interested in painting still lifes or playing the drums. Sometimes, I wonder if she was ever a child, or some sort of waffle-making robot they turned out of a factory. Yeah, I guess, I mutter. Guthrie nods and smiles for a moment, and then goes back to serious mode. Maybe he's a robot too. A detecting robot.
Well, I don't want to become another casualty, you get me? Andrew Guthrie is going to survive this Lily Madwhip adventure.
Don't call it that, please.
Stay in the room.
He points at me with his finger and says this with a really commanding tone.
Don't go out to explore. Don't call anybody. Don't even open the curtains. This hotel room is a bunker for all intents and purposes. You will remain here until this Tony guy is caught.
I can feel a lump in my throat. I try to swallow it, but it resists. I cough to try to drive it up into my mouth, but again it resists. I guess it's going to stay there for now. What if he's never caught? I say hoarsely, stupid throat lump. Guthrie stands up, adjusts his tie, and in doing so flashes his gun in its holster at me. I think he did it on purpose.
Believe me,
he says.
This guy shot an officer. He is not getting away.
He heads toward the door and then stops and turns back to me.
I've got someone stationed outside in an unmarked car. Do not look at them. Just believe me that they're there. You're going to be okay. You can order room service, but don't go crazy. I'm paying for all of this. I'm a detective, not an oil tycoon like those people in Dallas. Just sit back and watch TV. Let us do our jobs. Lock the door behind me.
Wait! I cry. Whose clothes are these?
They're yours.
He leaves, checking in both directions before shutting the door. I hear him drive away a minute later. These are not my clothes. I separate them out from the pile and look at them carefully. Most of them have store tags on them like they just got bought. I don't want to sound ungrateful to Guthrie for buying me clothes, but when did he even find time to do this? The shirt has sequins and a really lifelike horse sewn on it with the words, "Live to Ride." What am I, 9? If I wear something like this to school, I'm gonna get ridiculed or beaten up. Oh, I'm not going to school. The realization slaps me like a hand. I'm too exhausted to think of a better analogy. Oh, I'm not going to school, and I get to watch the TV. I almost never get to watch TV. The last cartoon I even remember seeing was years ago when I was invited to a slumber party by this girl Rachel, who I was friends with, before I told her that her dog was gonna die. We stayed up all night eating popcorn, which got between my teeth and gums and made my mouth hurt. And the next morning, they watched this cartoon about a woman who runs an orphanage, but is a rock star on the side and can make herself look different using holograms. I don't remember the name, but she had a boyfriend who was way too possessive. I was mostly interested in the holograms, but apparently hologram technology isn't anywhere near where the show made it seem. And that was it. That was the last cartoon I can remember watching. I turned on the TV. The channel it's on is just some big, long, scrolling list of other channels and what's on them. I don't know what anything is. There's lots of news channels, something in another language, probably Spanish. Everything else is just letters. CBS, PBS, CNN, ABC. That's probably the learning channel for little kids. It's getting late and the sun is already setting. I can see just a sliver of orange light turning pink and purple through the curtain. I think about peeking out, but Guthrie's words about me never listening make me hesitate. Do what you're told, I say to myself. Were they going to bring the lakes here eventually? Is Guthrie coming back to watch over me himself? He didn't really just leave a kid to her own devices in a hotel room, did he? Is that even legal? I hope he doesn't lose his job because of me. I hope Officer Jenny doesn't lose her eye either, but I know she will. At least she's just losing the eye and not her life. When I saw her eye all red earlier, I got what it meant wrong. I don't know what's up with my ability to see things before they happen today. I try to use it and my head fills with painful static. I don't try to use it and I get the messages wrong. Something is, wrong here. Out of sheer boredom, I check my pockets, but they're mostly for show. The paper bag with the stupid baby clothes in it and toothbrush and toothpaste also has a small journal for me to write in and a ballpoint pen that has the letters HSBC on it. I write a bit in the journal, mostly short poems about raccoons and roses because those words are easy to rhyme. And then I play a game called What Does HSBC Stand For? I decide that it must mean Haverhill Sandy Beach Center, which I'm pretty sure we don't actually have here. This is like the middle of nowhere. The ocean is miles away. I draw a demon, but it looks too much like the one from a comic book than a real-life one. The phone rings at one point around 7 p.m. I'm eating a small bag of pretzels I found in the nightstand and reading the Bible that was also in the nightstand. I don't remember if Guthrie said whether or not it was okay to answer the phone. What if it's Tony? Oh, hi, Lily. I was just calling each room to figure out which one you were in before I come to stab you to death. Oh, hi, Tony. I'm in room 35. I would lie. But I just called room 36, he'd say, and then the door would crash in and he'd walk in carrying Guthrie's severed head and throw it at me, splattering my face in these stupid unicorn pajamas I put on against all better judgment with blood. And then he'd jump on me and stab me with this loud ree sound screamed in the air. At least that's how movies make it seem. I pick up the phone and put it to my ear, but say nothing.
Lily, it's Detective Guthrie.
Oh good, you're not decapitated. Silence. After half a minute, he says,
I'm going to ignore that. Have you had dinner yet? I got some Chinese food I can drop off when I get off work at the end of the hour.
Are you going to stay here? I ask in as meek a voice as I can. I don't like being here alone. I feel like I'm on the dark side of the moon. The Red Moon. The dark side of the Red Moon Hotel. Oh crap, I literally am on the dark side of the Red Moon Hotel.
I can stay for a while. How does that sound?
I'd rather you just not come over if you're going to leave again. He's quiet for a while.
I understand.
He says finally.
I know this is probably really scary for you.
I reach down and scratch at my sock because something stiff is in it. Not my foot, it's something else. I pull the sock down. Oh yeah! I stuck my foil Charizard in my sock! I don't even remember when I did that. Sometime after my first meeting with David Clark. I'm not scared, I'm... bored? No, frustrated because I want to go deal with that demon I left trapped in an egg in my bedroom closet at the lake's house, and I can't. Bored. Okay, fine, mouth. Whatever.
Well, watch some TV, okay? If you don't want me to check on you tonight, I'll check on you again in the morning.
He hangs up before I can whine anymore. My Charizard is warped slightly by being pressed against my leg. I put it on the nightstand and placed the Bible on top of it to try to flatten it out. I'm not gonna lose you again, I tell it. I turn on the TV and watch the scrolling list of channels until I feel my eyelids getting heavy. I didn't even brush my teeth yet. Well, too late. I fall asleep the wrong way on the bed, and my last thoughts as I drift off is to remember to wake up before Guthrie comes over in the morning, because I don't want him to see me in these stupid pajamas. It was getting dark as we drove back to Mosquito's house. Roger and his friend were headbanging in front of the Firebird to a song about a boy named Ricky that had a drinking problem and I guess did some bad things because the song went on about him doing time. I sat in the back window overseeing a sloshing milk jug full of holy water. Roger had put a seatbelt over it. Roger's driving made me wish I had a seatbelt too. The song about Ricky ended with a lot of wailing of people on guitars. Skeeter rolled down his window and stuck his head out, howling like a wolf. Roger kept his eyes on the road, I assume because it was getting hard to see and we were now carrying precious cargo. Skeeter reeled his head back inside and propped his feet up on the dashboard. "Man, I can't believe you torched my uncle's car," he laughed. "How did we even get away with that? We should have a fleet of pigs chasing us." I looked out the back window, half expecting to see some rusty old red pickup trucks tailing us with large whiskered pig people at the wheels steering with their hooves. The thought made me shiver. Roger was driving like a bat out of hell, as my mom used to say. And if any piggies were running after us, there was no way they could keep up. "Let's just say I got a guardian angel watching over me," said Roger. Skeeter shook his head. "Whatever, dude, as long as your eye in the sky has got me covered as well." He glanced at Roger like he was expecting an answer, but when none came, he shrugged and went back to headbanging. We pulled up in front of Skeeter's house to the sound of barking and the rattling of something metal. A yellow doggy stood on the front porch chained to one of those posts and barking at the car. Skeeter leaned out his window and yelled at it to shut up, which it quickly did. "Remember, Skeet," Roger said, holding up his hand in a partially clenched fist. "I was never here." Mosquito grabbed Roger's hand and squeezed it hard. "Roger Madwhip?" he smirked. "That guy's dead and buried." Then he climbed out the window, not bothering to open the car door. When he was halfway across the yard, Roger suddenly leaned out the shattered driver's side window to call after him. "Skeeter!" he shouted. Skeeter stopped and turned, eyebrows raised expectantly. Roger hesitated. "What?" asked Skeeter, shrugging his shoulders. Roger stuttered. "Be good." Skeeter laughed. The dog barked at him and he flapped his hand at it before looking back. "I'll see you on the other side, brother." He turned back to his house where an elderly-looking lady in a big flowery dress and hairnet was peering through the screen door. "Not likely, brother," Roger said under his breath. There was a hint of sadness in his voice. He watched quietly as Skeeter jumped the steps up onto the porch and waved to the woman watching from inside. She shuffled out of sight and Skeeter shrugged, petted the yellow dog, and went in and disappeared as well. Roger stared off into space for another minute after his friend was gone. I cleared my throat to try and get his attention. He glanced at me in the rearview mirror and then sighed. "You ready to exercise, kitty cat?" "I can't run very fast," I told him, "but I don't get tired at least." He started backing out of the driveway. "No, dip bleep. X or size. We're gonna go banish a demon or two back to the pit." "Oh, okay. Can I come sit in the front seat?" "Yeah, whatever. Just don't draw attention to yourself by looking out the window or setting anything else on fire." He still had no idea I couldn't burn things. Wherever that angel helper guy Nathaniel was, I hoped he was keeping track of us just in case. When we'd set fire to that car earlier, it scared me because we were so close to the church where people could get hurt, but as we had been running back to the Firebird, I had looked back and it seemed like the flames were curling in on themselves, keeping the blaze limited to just the car, almost like they were alive. I think Nathaniel did that. "So where to now?" I asked. "Is Lily back at the lake's house yet?" Roger stared into the darkness. "No, she's somewhere else right now." "How do you know?" "Because I have this." He sat up and jammed his hand into his pants pocket, fumbled around for a minute like whatever he was trying to get out was stuck, and then pulled out his hand to show me he was sticking up his middle finger. I squinted at him. "You're not very nice."
Take it easy, it was just a joke.
I think that was his way of saying he was sorry. At least that's what I decided.
The truth is, my sister and I have a connection.
I knew what he meant. I felt a connection to you, Lily, since the day you let me sit with you in the cafeteria and I shared my cookies with you. An unbreakable bond of friendship like I'd never felt before. I don't know what it was. Just something inside me that said, stick with this girl because she'll change your life. I guess in hindsight that feeling was a bit misleading, but I can't deny my life has definitely changed.
It's not like that.
Roger snapped. Like what? I'd been lost in thought and wasn't paying attention.
Like whatever you were thinking just now. I don't know what it was, but I know it was weird. I'm talking about something else. You ever see Star Wars?
Oh, sure. I like the Ewoks. I used to dream about having a giant treehouse village just like them. One big maze of bridges and tree houses.
Right. You remember how the Empire put like a tracking device in the Millennium Falcon so they could follow it to the Rebel base on Yavin 4?
I had no idea what he was talking about, but I just wanted to say, oh my gosh, Lily, your brother is a Star Wars nerd. There was a long, uncomfortable silence.
Look, anyway, I got something like that. I can find my sister wherever she goes.
After another couple songs about screaming and how awesome rock and roll is, we got back into the city part of the city. We drove past the library and City Hall. There was a light on in one of the offices, and I wondered who was working late. Maybe it was one of the janitorial people? I don't know. I just wonder whenever I see a light in an office building late at night, what it would be like to be in that dark office with just my one room lit, doing who knows what until after midnight. My dad had an office job, but he was always home by dinner time. I wonder where my dad would be right now if he hadn't died because of me. Well, the buildings we passed got older looking. Lots of brick. We passed one that looked like an old abandoned firehouse. It had big arches in the side like you drive a fire engine through, but they had been bricked up. The building next to it was gutted and torched. I wondered for a moment if the old firehouse had been shut down after they failed to put out a fire next door. We turned the corner around the side of the burnt-out building slowly. Roger seemed to be looking at it like it might be where you were. I wanted to ask, but around the corner everything got lit up with red and blue lights. Roger immediately pulled over to the curb and flipped off the headlights. "Is this where Lily is?" I asked. I crawled up to the dashboard to see what was happening. It wasn't easy, what with my little soft paw appendages, but I found that I could get up there by sheer determination. There was some sort of police barricade with emergency vehicles on the other side of it, and people in different types of uniforms were going in and out of the building and talking to each other over radios. It looked like a crime scene. "Get down!" Roger hissed, swatting at me with his hand. I scurried back down off the dashboard, but got up on the little edge of the door where the window roller downer thingy was so I could peek. "Oh gosh, I hope Lily's okay," I whispered.
"She's not here,"
Roger said, scanning the area like some sort of Lily-detecting robot sonar.
"But she was."
He gestured toward all the emergency people wandering around the area.
As evidenced by the fact that another someone's probably dead in all this mess.
"Lily's not a killer!" Roger turned, glaring, and shook his finger in my face.
"That's exactly what she is. A killer! Why do you think the idiots running the show gave her their gift of visions?"
I slid back down into my seat. "Because she's used them for good, to help people."
Wrong! They don't reward you for saving lives up there, wherever there is.
He stared back out the blue and red flashing lights with dead eyes.
Souls living and dying aren't important. They want little soldiers, trained to use their gifts to follow orders and make sure that their precious word is followed.
I didn't like the way he was talking. "I know you're not a bad person, Lily. No more than I am." "How would you know?" I spat. He looked down at me and I could see something shiny running down his cheek.
"Because mine was first,"
he said quietly, his voice cracking. Roger wiped at his eyes and then looked back out at the scene going on just down the sidewalk. Suddenly, he clenched his jaw and whispered loudly, "Oh, bleep!" and ducked down low in the driver's seat. "What?" I asked. "What is it?" I climbed back up onto the car door window ledge to peek over the dashboard. There was a figure standing outside the police tape, bathed in the red and blue lights. He wore a big trench coat that went all the way down to his knees. I couldn't make out his face because the light was behind him, but it seemed clear. He was turned in our direction. The man reached into his coat pocket and fumbled with something that he put up to his face with both hands. After a moment, I saw a small flame from a lighter as he lit a cigarette. Those things are bad for you, you know. They cause cancer. So does the sun, though. Can't keep people from getting sun. I recognized him in the brief moment when the small flame lit up his face. I had seen him that morning, Lily, when he pulled up in his car and stopped you and asked you questions, and you told him about me and this stuffed cat doll. I thought it was crazy of you to tell him, but he seemed to just not care at all. Like he was used to that sort of weirdness happening. The man in the trench coat gestured towards someone else, and a man in a police uniform came over and they started talking. The trench coat wearing man pointed toward us with his hand with a cigarette in it. The police officer man nodded, looked in our direction, and then pulled a walkie-talkie off his belt and started talking to it.
"We need to get out of here,"
Roger whispered loudly. I don't know how else to describe it, but it was a loud whisper. I know that seemed contradictory, but it was clearly a whisper, yet clearly not a whisper. I watched as the policeman walked around the barricades and started coming in our direction. With his free hand, he pulled another something off his belt and toyed with it until it turned on, casting light. Oh, it was a flashlight. The car revved to life as Roger turned the key. He grabbed the sticky thingy between the seats and cranked it around, which made this nasty grinding sound. When he stepped on the gas pedal, the car started going backward. The police officer's walk turned into a jog.
"Hey!"
he yelled.
"Stop right there!"
"Bleep
that!"
said Roger, sliding up in his seat and stepping on the gas. The Firebird's wheels screeched on the pavement. Over a dozen heads turned to look our way. The man in the trench coat stood there watching us squeal away. His policeman friend broke into a run as we flew around the corner of the building backward. We hit the curb and the car bounced violently. I suddenly felt the ground disappear from underneath me. I was flying, cartwheeling into the back of the vehicle. Up it came down, and then up again and down again. And somehow, this didn't make me feel completely dizzy. Normally, I can't even ride the teacups at Disney World without needing a barf bag. I guess being a ghost in a stuffed cat toy has its perks. Roger was looking back over his shoulder, probably to make sure he didn't run over anybody. I flew by him for a second before bouncing off a window.
"Hold on to that jug!"
he yelled. "Do I look like I'm on top of things?" I shouted back, then I landed on the floor and got wedged under the front seat. There was a ballpoint pen and some wrapped mints in a tiny cardboard tube that had 50-cent pennies written on it underneath the seat with me. "Oh hey, I found some pennies!" I called out. The car lurched and the penny roll hit me in the face. It didn't hurt.
"Grab the jug, numbnuts!"
Roger sounded frantic.
"If we spill that, we're bleeped!"
I started to crawl out from under the seat when the car seemed to go into a spin. Roger had both hands on the steering wheel and was gripping it like he was trying to choke it to death.
"Oh, come on, baby,"
he hissed. There was no flashing red or blue lights coming up through the windows, just darkness outside and the occasional sound of a car going by. I climbed up onto the back seat where the jug of holy water was still safely strapped but tipped over. The plastic lid was off and water was gagooshing out onto the seat. I squeaked and fumbled with picking up the lid, but my stupid fingerless paws couldn't grab it.
"What's going on back there?"
Roger shouted. "Everything's okay," I said, trying to hide the desperation in my voice. I hooked a soft limb around the handle and pulled the water jug back upright. It was only half full now. The seat was totally soaked and there was a puddle in the center of it. The little plastic lid was floating on top of the water. I reached for it again just as Roger made a sharp turn. Thankfully, the jug didn't spill again, but I fell in the puddle. I tried to push myself up, but my body felt heavier. The stuffing was soaking up the water like a sponge. It was a weird sensation. The Firebird slowed and came to a stop. Roger turned around in the seat and saw me laying in the puddle.
"Son of a bleep!"
he snapped, clenching his fists. He paused and closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. I'm sorry, I told him. I saved as much as I could. It fell over when we bounced, I think. I heard Roger count to 10 slowly, quietly, and then open his eyes again and breathe out.
It's not your fault.
He sounded strangely calm. It actually made me more scared than when he was shouting.
I should have come up with a better way to store it. And been more careful when I was getting away from the pigs back there. And
He squinted at the jug.
there's still a half-gallon left from the looks of it. That should be enough.
But how do we get past all the piggies? I asked, rolling off the seat onto the floor and then dragging my soggy butt up into the front with a squishy plop. And where are we? We were parked by a big, rushing river. Cars were driving past us constantly, but none of them had red and blue flashy lights. The water was dark, but I could see the moon reflecting off it.
We're down by the river.
Roger climbed out the window of the car and stretched. He walked around to the back and started to open the car door before cursing and slamming it shut. He muttered to himself as he came back around and climbed back in the window. He stopped for a minute to sigh, then pressed the cigarette lighter in before shimmying into the back seat to put the lid back on the jug, undo the seatbelt, hook it through the jug's handle, and fasten it back into place. What river is this? I asked. What are we going to do about Lily? Your brother slouched down in the back seat and put his arm around the jug of water like it was his new girlfriend. He pulled out his pack of cigarettes, tapped one out, and then sat there for a bit staring off into space. A moment later, the cigarette lighter popped out and he climbed back into the front seat, lit his cigarette, and looked out the broken window at the passing cars.
I told you she wasn't back there. We're still on her trail. She seems to be heading east.
He finally said. Well, what are we waiting for? I wanted to fat little wet fists, but I can't actually make fists. Let's get going!
Pick a song.
He turned on the radio and twisted the dial for a bit until I heard a song about rain that I recognized from my parents' collection. I think the band's name is CCR. I like this one. Roger took a deep drag on a cigarette, then flicked it out the window and ground the gear stick until he seemed satisfied.
Fine, but I get the next pick.
That's fair. I wanted to smile, but since I couldn't, I hoped I sounded happy enough to make it sound obvious I was thinking about smiles.
And I wonder, still I wonder.
He sang along as we merged with the rest of the cars. We drove for another 20 minutes or so. I don't know time that well, but it was like 5 or 6 songs. I kinda lost count. Let's just say it was about 20 minutes, okay? Anyway, we were listening to some group called Def Leopards when we pulled into a familiar place. Guess where we ended up, Lily? You remember the nasty motel me and the Lake stayed at after I burned their house down a couple years back? It was that one. The Red Moon Hotel. We sat there in the parking lot for a good 5 minutes. I didn't say anything because I was having flashbacks to the time I stayed here. I don't fully remember everything, just you coming to visit, and I think someone came and attacked me and you stopped them. It's all just little bits of a broken mirror in my head.
She's here,
Roger whispered. I could feel my fake cat fur standing on end. Are her foster parents here too? I asked, not sure why we were whispering.
I can't tell.
He said, still in a hushed tone.
I can only tell that Lily's here, which means the demon's here too. We gotta be quick about this. We surprise it before it has a chance to do anything.
He leaned into the back seat and grabbed the jug of water, then shimmied out of the broken window and took the jug with him. I shrugged, sloshing a bit to get across the car and climb up the side of the door and out the window. My stuffed body was cold and damp from the night wind that had been blowing in the whole drive. I felt like I was made out of a slushie. When I finally hit the pavement with a wet little splat, I found Roger standing there frozen with the jug in one hand and a frown on his face. I squished over and grabbed onto his ankle in the hope that maybe he could carry me faster than I could run. What's wrong? I whispered. He stared off into the cars in the parking lot.
Someone's over there.
Who is it? I asked. I couldn't see anything from way down by the ground. Roger moved slowly, cautiously through the cars. I pulled myself slowly up his pant leg until I could hook my paw through one of the belt loops. It wasn't a great position, but I didn't want to go higher up and get stuck in his stinky armpit or something. Headlights from a passing semi on the side street cut through the cars in the lot. I saw ahead of us the silhouette of a person in one of the car windows. Roger saw it too and froze. We only saw them for a few seconds and then everything was dark again. Roger crept closer. Eventually, we could make out the person's shape without a passing car's headlights helping. Roger ducked low, making it impossible for me to see again. He shuffled a few steps and then stood up fast. "Oh, bleep," he muttered. There was a middle-aged man in the car. He had a gray mustache and he looked like he hadn't shaved in a few days. He was staring straight ahead, but his face was pressed up against the window like he was asleep. He looked to be drooling a little, but the drool was dark-colored and staining the collar of his shirt. "Is he dead?" I whispered. "Who is he?"
I have no idea.
Roger turned and looked at the row of dimly lit hotel rooms.
This is bad.
Before I could say anything else, he dashed through the cars in the direction of the numbered rooms. He gripped the water jug tightly. I gripped his belt loop less tightly. Just before he reached the door of room 36, I fell off and landed on the pavement. Roger didn't seem to notice or care. He reached the door, leaned back, and gave it a solid kick. The door swung open with a splintering crash. Inside was a dark hallway lit by those stick thingies, torches. The hall seemed to go on into the building much further than I thought was possible. There were all these other doors. It looked a lot like the place you took me to before I died. The place where we met the angels and all those weird people. Roger cursed loudly, reached into the hall, grabbed the door, and slammed it shut. It didn't look like it wanted to stay shut, though. It creaked slightly ajar. I could still make out the flickering torchlights. Roger slammed it shut again and twisted on the knob.
Can't leave that open. I can't leave that open.
He started muttering to himself.
Give me a rock. Where's a rock?
I got up and looked around. My eyesight was kind of blurry and everything was so huge. I didn't think I was making a very good sidekick. I don't know, I squeaked. Roger looked at the window next to the door. I couldn't see inside because the shades were drawn. Bleep it, he said, setting down the jug of water. He took several steps back and then sprinted forward, throwing himself through the window sideways. The glass shattered in large chunks and came crashing down both inside and outside the room. He didn't yell or anything, but it looked like it hurt. I probably would have cried, personally. The lights came on in one of the adjoining rooms, and someone called out, "What's going on out there?" "Nothing," I yelled. "Go back to sleep." I could hear Roger cursing and crunching on broken glass inside the hotel room. Was he going to drag Lily out the window? How are we supposed to use the jug of holy water on her if she was in there and it was out here? A baby started crying somewhere. Several doors down, a couple of heads peeked out and looked around before going back inside. One guy came out in a big white bathrobe. I don't think he saw the broken window because he seemed to look more toward the cars in the parking lot. Roger came flopping back over the windowsill alone and tumbled back out onto the sidewalk just seconds after the man in the bathrobe turned and went back into his room. Whew! There was a big gash on the side of Roger's face, and it looked like he had this weird black smoke leaking out of it. He lay there on the sidewalk and stared up at the stars.
You've lost her,
he whispered. What do you mean? I panicked, imagining you lying dead inside. I wanted more than anything to be able to run into the hotel room and find you waiting, sitting on the bed with a great big smile on your face. I know that sounds weird since you don't really smile very often. We'd given each other a big hug and everything would be all right. But the door was broken into some sort of alternate reality, and I couldn't get into the window. Your brother just lay there, a thin trail of black smoke leaking out of his cheek, and held up this shiny Pokemon card. It was the one you'd found that morning when we were looking through things in the remains of your old house.
She's not here,
he said, turning the Pokemon card over and over in his hand.
And I can't track her anymore. Not without this.
He looked like he wanted to crush the card. His hand trembled, but instead he stuffed it in his pants pocket and rolled over on his side, looked at me, then licked his finger and rubbed at the smoky gash on his face.
We're
bleeped.
Lily, open your eyes.
I don't want to open my eyes. Nothing good ever happens when I open my eyes. I open my eyes and the world is there and it stinks and bad things happen and everyone blames me for them. Usually because I'm partially responsible a lot of the time. I open my eyes and stuffed rabbits spew demons that possess me and hurt people. What are you gonna do if I just lie here with my eyes closed, huh?
Lily, I know you can hear me.
Yeah, but I don't know you. Your voice is unfamiliar. I don't like that when unfamiliar voices try to wake me up. Are you Tony, the little girl stabber? Maybe you're another demon like Beelzebub or Asmodeus. Yes, I know some of their names. I read a book 3 months ago at the Winslow Library called something like Demonology ABCs. I can't remember the title exactly. I just remember the pages were yellow and brittle like stale cookies and the drawings looked smudgy as if they'd been done by hand directly into the book.
Lily, it's me, Raziel.
I open one of my eyes. Everything's still black, but I see a brightly lit exit sign with an arrow pointing nowhere. I realize I'm in the Roxy movie theater again. I'm sitting up, not lying down in my bed like it felt like. It makes me dizzy. The room feels horizontal, but it looks vertical. Last time I was here when David Clark's mother hit me in the back of the head. Nobody hit me in the back of the head this time, I'm just here. I look down at my hands and they're Marty McFlying again. You know, all see-through and stuff. I open my other eye. I'm not really here, am I? I ask, waving my transparent hands between me and the exit sign so I can watch the letters warp. I look at the person sitting next to me through my hand. They look like that painting called The Scream, where their face is all long and distorted. It freaks me out, so I put my hand down. Raziel looks at me quietly. Now that my see-through hand isn't warping his face, he looks very thin and soft-looking like my mom's was, with skin that's a pretzel color like Jamal and his dad. His hair is long and gray. No, silver. It hangs over his shoulders and down his front. His eyes are like kaleidoscopes. They seem to reflect a dozen different colors like the scales of a fish. All he's wearing is a toga like they wear in the 10 Commandments and Ben-Hur. The toga seems to slowly change color like looking at a puddle of oil.
No, you're here in the Vale,
he says softly.
but you're also not here. Everyone visits here when they sleep.
We do? Nobody mentioned that before. I think I would have remembered the weird people in the maze of doors in Hecate before I came to the Vale every time I fell asleep. Raziel nods.
Everyone visits, leaving behind their fleeting thoughts, good and bad. For that's what the Vale is. Pure, infinite creation. The dreams of normal people fade quickly. But not yours. Yours linger. Just like hers did. The Witch Queen's.
I hear shuffling nearby. It's coming from up in the projection booth. Raziel hears it as well and holds a hand up to whoever is up there as if to say, give me a moment. What makes my dreams special? I ask him. He rubs his chin and looks down at me. He's really tall. Even sitting down here is like a beanpole. Or maybe I'm just slouching. I do that. Mom and Dad always used to say to sit up, don't slouch. It's bad for your back. I sit up. No, he's just really freaking tall. His eyes glitter like rock candy made out of prisms. I hate rock candy. It hurts to bite. Might as well try to eat an inside-out geode. It's nothing but hard sugar water anyway.
Hold up your arm.
I hold up my right arm to him. He wiggles the fingers of his other hand slowly, kinda creepy-like. He shakes his head and strokes at his beardless chin some more. I wonder if he's used to having a beard or something. Do people stroke their chins who don't have beards?
No, the other arm.
I lower my right arm and hold up my left. Raziel nods and reaches down with both hands. My sleeve slides up my arm like it has a mind of its own. There's nothing there worth noting underneath, just my plain, pale, hairless arm. Maybe a mole or two. Sometimes when I'm bored in school, I play connect the dots with them and wish I had a couple more to actually make anything more than a line.
There it is,
he whispers.
You don't see it anymore, but it's still there, below your flesh.
He takes the nail of one finger and traces it in a circle over my wrist. Then he drags it toward the middle like a wave and crisscrosses a star in the center.
The Witch Queen marked you.
He looks at me with his lips pursed together and then blows on my arm. I can actually feel his breath. It's cold as the wind in the winter. It gives me goosebumps. When he stops, the goosebumps fade away. And there's still a patch of raised skin on my arm, lighter than the rest, in the same pattern as the one he drew. A circle with a squiggly line inside it and a pointy star in the center.
This,
Raziel says, drawing his hands away from my arm and sitting up straight.
This is ancient magic. I must talk to Samuel. He'll know what to do.
I jump out of my seat. I do not want to talk to Samuel. That guy's terrifying, and he wants to kill me. I try to run away, but my legs don't move. Come on, legs, let's get on the same page here. I'm on page 25, and my legs are back on page 6. They do not catch up.
Don't worry, Lily.
Raziel gestures more with his hands, this time in a way similar to what my dad always did when Roger and I were being loud and he wanted us to lower our voices.
You do not need to be with me, and Samuel is not evil.
Raziel pauses.
Okay, he was pretty evil for a long time, but that is not in his nature. Since he has been rehabilitated, he is far less intimidating to talk to, believe me. I imagine in a few centuries people will feel much the same way about Duma now that he has taken over as the Vale's guardian.
Duma? Oh man, I'm already there. I mutter and cross my arms. Did you come see me in my dreams just to blow on my arm and give me a lecture about how the Vale corrupts angels?
You brought it up.
He shrugs. Well, now I'm bringing it down.
Fair enough.
He leans around and gestures to the projection booth. Are we going to watch a movie? I ask.
Something like that. Have a seat.
My legs let me sit. I can stand and I can sit, but they do not want to walk. Is it E.T.?
It's a secret.
I hear the sound of the film projector starting up and the movie screen is bathed in light. Not a lot of light. Actually, it looks kind of the same amount of light as before. Wait a second. I'm watching a film of the movie theater I'm sitting in. The view is from the small stage at the front of the auditorium where the screen is. I'm looking back up the aisles toward the projection booth. There's Roger sitting in one of those seats eating popcorn. Is this happening now? I look around. No, Roger's not in the theater. Maybe it's another theater? There's an explosion sound and the theater on the screen lights up. Roger whoops and some of his popcorn goes up in the air. He tilts his chin up and tries to catch some of it in his mouth, but it bounces off his nose and lands in his eyes instead. He brushes it out and then spends a minute cursing and rubbing his eye because there's salt in it. This isn't what I thought we'd be watching, I admit to Raziel.
I know,
he says. Of course he knows.
But there's something important we need you to know.
Apparently, the important thing is my dead brother's collection of swear words. I already know most of them, though.
Here we go,
Raziel whispers, pointing at the screen. Two silhouettes appear in the swinging doorway to the theater behind Roger. They walk together down the rows and out of camera, and then appear moments later by his side. They're tall and their heads are out of view, but I recognize the swirly, rainbowy toga and dark skin of the second one. It's Raziel. He's with someone I assume is another angel based on their height and the fact that they're wearing one of those weird radiation suits that Pasher and Duma and the other two angels wore when they came to help save me from Hecate last year. His suit is shiny, metal, yellowy gold? I think maybe gold. But it's hard to tell because the lighting in the theater is so poor. Roger looks up at the two angels with his good eye while still rubbing popcorn salt out of the other.
Who the hell are you guys?
He asks. The angel in the golden suit sits down with a loud creak from his rubber pants.
I am Zachariel.
The person in the suit says through some sort of walkie-talkie sounding device inside the suit's helmet.
You may call me Zach. This is my brother Raziel.
Raziel on screen sits down beside them both. I glance at Raziel in real life. He's watching the movie of Roger really intently. His eyes are like sparkling and swirling baby disco balls.
Let me guess, you're both angels?
Roger says, wiggling his fingers in the air to make air quotes.
If you're going to send me back to my body, you can forget it. I'm not going to just crawl back into the skin suit and lay there dead until you jerks decide to cast me into hell or whatever it is that happens to guys like me. We're not here to send you back.
Raziel says in his ever-quiet voice. Raziel next to me echoes the words.
We're here to guide you forward.
Roger snorts.
Whatever that means.
We've met before, you and I.
Zachariel says, reaching toward Roger and then pulling his hand away as if it burns.
Many years ago.
Roger keeps watching the explosions and grunting going on in his movie.
Nice try, Clarence, but I haven't been here that long. I'd remember meeting a dweeb in a flashy rubber diving suit.
Zachariel and Raziel look at each other and both sigh. Raziel leans around his brother Angel so Roger can see his face. Roger looks slightly repulsed by Raziel's weird kaleidoscope eyes. He silently mouths one of his swear words.
You don't remember,
Raziel says while the Raziel beside me repeats himself.
Because we took away those memories.
Roger scrunches up his face in confusion that slowly twists into anger.
Who told you could do that?
You did.
Zachariel points at him. I don't understand, I say to Raziel sitting beside me. On the movie screen, Roger looks back and forth between the two angels.
I don't understand,
he says. Zachariel raises his hand, a single finger pointing skyward. The movie Roger is watching suddenly goes dark just for a moment. Then the screen lights up, but no movie is playing.
Who are you?
Zachariel asks, lowering his hand and pointing it at Roger's chest.
I'm Roger Tiberius Madwhip, assface. Me and my buds were going to be the next Doken until my sister killed me thanks to you bozos and your weird totem bullshit.
He grabs a handful of popcorn and throws it in Zachariel's face. I think he was expecting the angel to flinch so he could punch him in the arm twice for flinching, but Zachariel just sits there looking at him. This seems to annoy Roger more. He turns to watch his movie again even though the screen is blank.
Buzz off.
You are Roger Madwhip,
Zachariel says. He unfastens the right glove from his suit and pulls his hand out with a hissing of air. Roger isn't paying attention, trying to ignore them both so he doesn't notice Zachariel reaching over until the angel touches him on the side of his head. He jerks away from the hand, and I suddenly feel giddy, thinking Zach the angel is going to give Roger 2 for flinching himself. But he doesn't. There's a spark that snaps out from the tip of his finger like static electricity. It strikes Roger in the side of the head, and he twitches violently.
And once you could see things before they happened.
I jump out of my chair. My legs stick to the floor like glue, and I almost tip forward over the seat in front of me. I only stop from falling head over biscuits because my legs just straight up refuse to leave the ground. I beg your pardon, I yell at the screen. Raziel shushes me. Shh.
Sit and learn.
He motions to my seat. I sit back down and stare at him. I think my eyes are bugging out of my skull. They feel ready to explode. I beg their pardon, I say at him. He puts a finger to his lips to shush me again.
I told you. It's a secret.
The camera pans around Roger as his face slowly changes from a scowl to an expression I don't remember ever seeing on him before. Surprise. I'm not saying Roger wasn't ever surprised. I'm sure he had the same expression when he looked out the window of our parents' car as a truck barreled down on him with death behind the wheel. He probably has been surprised by a lot of things in his life. I just don't think I ever saw him surprised. He mostly just looked angry all the time. In the movie of Roger and the Two Angels, Zachariel motions with his hand again and someone starts up the projector as the camera comes to a stop looking over their shoulders at the movie screen. Wait, I frown. Are we really going to watch a movie of Roger watching a movie in my dream? What's next? Is the movie about my parents watching a movie? Will that movie be about me dreaming?
I would happily share this secret with you some other way,
Raziel says with a sigh.
But I don't have any way to. You're a dreamer. Not really here. I can't touch you. You've got to go with what we have, okay?
The movie inside my dream comes to life in black and white. It must be really old. I think old movies are black and white because people's hands got too tired from coloring in all the frames by hand. Eventually, they made robots to color in the films, and it got easier because robots don't need to sleep, and their wrists never get sore. My wrists get sore just coloring in one page from a coloring book. I prefer Magic Pen activity books anyway. I watch the movie. As I watch it, my vision seems to zoom in like I'm wearing a pair of binoculars, and next thing I know, I'm in the film within the film. Or at least it looks like I am. I look down and can't see my body or hands. I try to move my arms, and it feels like I'm moving them, but I can't see them.
What's going on? I say frantically.
Stop waving your arms, Raziel's voice says from nearby. You'll be fine, just relax and learn.
I'm floating over a green, grassy park. There's swings and a jungle gym. Everything's some shade of gray. There's a little dark-haired kid sitting on one of the swings. They're watching other kids play over on the jungle gym. I recognize the park because it's the one over by the reservoir where I always liked to go with my parents when I was little. There are lots of hiking trails there. There's even a castle up on a hill that someone had brought over from Europe, stone by stone. I think it's haunted. The world spins, making me dizzy. It's like I'm the camera and I'm zooming in and around the kid on the swing to reveal the face of Roger when he was 9, maybe 10. I don't have memories of him at that age, but there are plenty of photographs of him around our house from all the way as far back as when he was a baby. He was a cute baby. And I'm not just saying that either. There are some ugly babies in the world, but my brother was a cute baby. Roger sits on the swing, kicking his feet. It feels surreal to see him in front of me like 3 dimensions, but he's gray tone. I try to look down or up or away, but I can't move my head. I'm frozen in this weird movie with no body. At least I can see. How do I control what I'm looking at? I say out loud. I almost expect Roger to look up at me, but he doesn't. He keeps looking down at his feet. Raziel's voice echoes in my ears.
Just relax and watch.
I don't like this! I yell. Stupid angel says nothing in response. We look down, finally. There's a doll sitting in Roger's lap. It's wearing camouflage army fatigues in glorious gray and darker gray. I know it anywhere, even without its black felt vest and pants my Nana made for it. It's Pasher. It's my Pasher, sitting in my brother Roger's lap wearing combat gear. But why? Hey, Roger batshit! Someone yells. A boy about the same age as Roger walks over with one of those strides that says, I think I'm tough because I can lift an entire gallon of milk. Roger looks up at the boy as he approaches. Hey, Blake, he says almost timidly. Why is he not standing up for our great name? There's no way the Roger I know would let someone call him Roger Batshit and get away with it. This Blake kid should be eating a handful of dirt complete with worms. 2 more boys appear behind Blake. Maybe they were always right behind him, but this limited camera view I'm stuck in makes it look like they just sort of appear out of thin air on either side of him. Each boy has one of those mean grins on his face. You know, the kind bullies wear when they're thinking of doing something mean. One of the new boys, one with a big mop of black hair and eyes like a shark, moves past Blake and snatches Pasher out of Roger's lap. Roger's instantly on his feet. Hey, give me back my Joe, he yells. The bully turns Pasher over. I just wanted to see if it'll give me magic powers, too. If you're wanting to know if you'll wet the bed again tonight, the answer is yes, Roger says. That sounds more like the Roger I remember. The bully's face turns grayer. His face melts into an angry, teeth-grind scowl. He chucks Pasher like a football across the playground. Pasher! I yell. Joe! Roger shouts. Get bent, loser, says the bully, who winds up and punches Roger in the face. Roger goes down on his butt in the sand with blood pouring out of his nose. The 3 boys walk away, 2 laughing. I can hear Blake saying to his bully friend, You wet the bed, dude? That's so gross.
Bedwetting is nothing to be ashamed of,
Raziel whispers from across the void. Why are you telling me that?
I'm just saying.
We follow Roger as he shuffles across the playground like a death rowan made on his way to the electric chair. He He picks up Pasher and brushes some dirt off his features.
Are you okay?
Roger asks.
Of course.
I hear Pasher's familiar voice. I hate that it makes my heart jump. I miss him as bad as I would my arm if it got cut off. Well, the right arm, anyway. The left arm seems superfluous sometimes. That's a word my mom taught me. It means unnecessary. Both words are a real pain in the butt to spell, but superfluous sounds more grand. Something's not just fluous, it's superfluous.
Roger, are you okay?
My heart all but bursts out of my chest now. It's my mom, carrying little toddler me. She looks younger and happier and alive. I feel myself start to cry, but it doesn't affect my vision. I try to wipe my eyes anyway, despite being without form, and I feel a sharp pain as I jab myself in the eye with a finger. That just makes my eyes well up even more. Even with all these tears, I can see everything clearly. It's kind of awful.
Are you all right?
Raziel asks. I feel pressure on my shoulder despite not having a shoulder. Not really, I admit to him. I haven't been all right for a long time. My mom sets little me down and I toddle as toddlers do, right over to Roger and tug on his pant leg.
Why?
Toddler me says. Oh, jeez, I sound so adorable. I laugh at myself through my tears. It's just a bunch of kids from school. Roger mopes, grinding his toe into the grass. He ruffles toddler me's hair with his free hand. I'll never see them again after high school. Blake is going to join the military and get shot in some sandy desert place. Todd is going to work at the shoe store and have a heart attack when he's only 46. He'll be living alone, and one of his dogs is going to get desperately hungry and eat some of him before neighbors complain about the smell. Toddler me giggles. Doggy! As for Lucas, well, stop! My mother says in her harsh tone that I used to be all too familiar with. Please, just stop. Roger looks up at her for a moment with shame in his eyes and then hugs Pasher tight. I'm sorry. Sometimes these things...
I know, dear.
Mom picks baby Lily up and then hugs Roger to her hip.
But you need to keep these kinds of thoughts to yourself, okay?
Roger hugs her and Lily back with both arms.
Okay.
I'm suddenly thrust back into my body and slam into the theater seat so hard my legs fly up. Even Raziel looks surprised by it.
Goodness,
he says, his pinwheel eyes never blinking.
My apologies for that bit of bumpiness. My companion in the projector booth just informed me that there is a critical matter at hand in the waking world.
Critical what now? I ask, rubbing my head. I shouldn't have felt that from being thrown back into my chair, should I have? This is a dream, after all.
That's part of the problem.
Raziel shifts uncomfortably in his seat and looks back over his shoulder.
Baratillo, run the live feed.
The screen lights up again. We're looking at... What are we looking at? It's blurry, but familiar. I don't know what I'm supposed to be seeing.
This is from your own eyes, Lily.
Well, my eyes are clearly stupid, I say, gesturing at the screen with annoyance. Maybe I need glasses. I didn't used to need glasses. A weird sound plays over the sound system. It's like ba-bump, ba-bump, ba-bump. A heartbeat? No, it's more like the sound my parents' car used to make when we drove down the highway. Oh! I get excited when I realize what we're looking at. That's the ceiling of a car! See? Every now and then when my head rocks, you can see the back window. I pause, my mouth hanging open for a moment. Wait. Why am I in a car? I should be in a bed. Lights flash in and out of my view, probably passing streetlights or something. Someone in the front of the car coughs loudly, clearing their throat. They mumble to themselves, and then we hear the click of the radio being turned on and the sound of changing stations. They stop on one playing a song in a language I don't know. The driver snorts and says something like, Menundo. I don't know what that means.
I think she's being abducted,
yells the guy up in the projector booth.
Yes, thank you, Baratiel.
Raziel waves his hand dismissively, then grabs the sides of his head and shuts his eyes tight.
Give me a moment, Lily. We were not expecting this. I don't know how this individual was able to abscond with you. You were being carefully monitored ever since the other night when you tore Meredith Patterson's soul out of Elysium.
I blink. I have no idea what you're saying.
What I'm saying is, you've made a right mess of things for us lately, and Pasher's been flying all over the place trying to fix everything before it goes too far.
I wonder if that's why I've been having trouble getting in touch with him. Or maybe why it hurts my head to try and see the future. But he did sing to me when I was hiding in that empty warehouse, so I guess he's still taking time to keep an eye on me. Thank you, Pasher, I say to myself. Thanks, Pasher. Sleeping me on the movie screen slurs. Oops. The radio shuts off with a click. The bumps get farther and farther apart. The lights flash by less frequently. And then there's a squeak of a brake and the sound of someone pulling the emergency brake.
Hey, are you awake?
Asks a familiar voice. I recognize it from the warehouse. It's Tony the child stabber, the warehouse burner downer. Oh, crap! I try and stand up, but my legs feel like lead. I'm with Tony! Raziel frowns.
Tony?
On the screen, Groggy Me mumbles. Oh, crap, I was with Tony. A big round face fills the screen. It's a little blurry, but it moves closer and my half-slit eyes focus on it. Raziel and I lean forward in our seats at the same time. Tony's face is hidden in shadow, but for a second he shifts back up and sticks something in his mouth. We watch as his face briefly illuminates by the flame of a lighter as he lights a cigarette. He takes a long drag on it, his face glowing orange, and then blows a cloud of smoke right into my face, turning the screen murky. I choke and cough from the sudden feeling of smoke in my lungs.
Go back to sleep,
Tony says, settling back into the driver's seat.
little horse of Satan.
Raziel puts a hand on the back of my chair and turns to the projection booth. Batteriel, rewind! The images on the screen start playing in reverse like on a VCR, but smoother and without those weird scrub lines that muck up the tape. I once watched the entirety of E.T. the Extraterrestrial on rewind, which makes it the story of an alien coming to Earth very sick until government scientists rescue him and then hand him over to a boy and his friends to play Dungeons and Dragons with. Stop there! Raziel snaps. I take a deep breath of clean air tinged with cigarette smoke and then look up. The screen is now filled with Tony's face, illuminated by the frozen glow of his lighter. His face is thin and pocketed with little scars. Maybe he cuts himself shaving a lot? I always thought vampires must have the hardest time shaving since they have no reflection. Maybe Tony is a vampire. Oh no, Raziel whispers. His voice sounds upset.
I think I understand now.
Well, I don't. I memorized Tony's face. He doesn't look like a bad guy. He looks more like a tired guy. Pastor always used to say that nobody's completely bad, that everybody has goodness in them, and some people do bad things because of sadness in their hearts, which can make them seem bad to other people. I'm usually quick to remind Pastor that Lisa Welch exists.
You need to wake up, Lily, Raziel says with urgency. Now. We'll finish Roger's story another time.
Speaking of Roger, the last time I was here in the Vale was with Roger, and he woke me up by slapping me ridiculously hard. I'd really rather not go through that again, so I try slapping myself instead. I don't feel it. I pinch at my cheeks, but I can't feel that either. I slap harder. Nothing. Stupid sleeping hands!
Baratiel!
Raziel shouts to the guy in the booth.
Take this information to Pasture immediately!
Right! Yells Baratiel. Raziel turns to me. His eyes are glowing now like fireworks. His hands, too.
I will bind to you, Lily, he says, and maybe together we can get you out of this.
Okay. He sticks his glowing hands straight into my head like the ghost that I am. It burns inside my brain. Everything goes white in my eyes. The theater is gone. Raziel is gone. I'm lying on my back in a filthy-looking car that smells like tobacco and junior mints. Tony is humming to himself in the front seat, some song I don't recognize. I sit up quietly, slowly, trying to keep my head down but get a look out the window to see where we are. I happen to do so just as Tony turns the car into what looks like an old, unused gas station. He drives past the gas pumps and takes the car around back of the store part of the station. There's a skeleton of a building back there with a sign for a car wash. I used to love going through a car wash. I don't know if I'll enjoy them anymore after this. The car slows and comes to a stop in the dark cave of the car wash.
Be careful, Lily.
I hear Raziel's voice in my head.
He's got an athame.
I don't know what that is, I whisper.
Huh?
The child stabber says from the front seat. He twists his head around and looks directly at me. His mouth curls up in a smile. It's not good when child stabbers smile at you, especially when you're a child.
Oh, crap.
Hi everybody, it's me, Giggles, and I just have to say, if you like the Lily Madwhip series featuring myself, which you must since you're here for this episode, be sure to check out the novel by Will Dolphin, available now on Amazon on Kindle and paperback. Not only is it a great way to keep something from your favorite series, but it's also a wonderful way to support the author. And now, on to tonight's story.
This guy Tony, this child stealer, child stabber, murderous madman, brought a chair. It's one of those metal folding out chairs they use at school when there's a concert being held in the cafeteria and they make us all hold hands and sing songs Mrs. Cartopoulos, the music teacher's been having us practice every week for months. Except none of the boys in the class ever actually practice, so it's a bunch of mumbling kids trying not to be heard over Miss Cartopoulos on her piano and one or two girls who dream big of being the next Tiffany. I think we're alone now. I sing quietly to calm myself. It's not the best choice of song, though. There doesn't seem to be anyone around. Tony the child stabber rips some more of the metal-looking tape off his roll with white teeth and binds my other leg to the chair. He's pulled my unicorn pajama pant leg up over my knees for some reason, so the tape is right on my skin. It hurts to twist and try to shift with the stuff on my legs. What kind of tape is this? I ask him. It hurts.
It's duct tape,
he says, never looking up from his work. I almost forget he's probably going to stab me to death and snort laughter. Did you say duct tape?
Yes.
This must be what a vet uses when a duck gets a broken wing. It reminds me of one of my dad's favorite songs. Take these broken wings and learn to fly again.
Will you shut up?
Tony says. It's a rhetorical question. Those are questions grown-ups don't actually want you to answer, like, are you really this stupid, or what makes you think I'm going to give you your allowance when you haven't bathed in 2 weeks? He finishes wrapping the duct tape around my middle. He stands up and admires his handiwork, or maybe he looks at it with regret. I'm not a mind reader. So I'm going to die now, in an abandoned car wash, at night, in these stupid unicorn pajamas. And when Detective Guthrie comes looking for me at the hotel and finds me missing, he's probably going to assume I ran off until some passing hobo smells me rotting back here and gets a nasty surprise. And then everyone in town is going to be like, remember that Madwhip girl they found dead in stupid unicorn pajamas? I heard she died of embarrassment. And they'd be half right. Tony goes back in the car and rummages around in the trunk some more. He tosses a hammer on the ground, and then one of those wobbly wood saws like for trimming branches, and then pliers, a drill with a long electric cord. Each item fills me with more dread. Except I guess the drill, because where's he gonna plug that thing in? This place clearly has no electricity. I'm sitting here duct taped to this chair in the headlights of his car. Finally, he comes back around with some small tube thing. He waves it at me, but I can't read it because the light's on the other side of it. What is that? I ask, trembling slightly.
This?
He turns it around and looks at it like he didn't realize he was holding a knife.
This is just a stick of deodorant.
Do I smell? Maybe I smell. Why else would he brandish a deodorant like a weapon? He kneels down and rolls my unicorn pajama pants leg back up over my knees as they've started to slide down. I've still got the band-aids that crazy Mrs. Clark put on them before she knocked me out and had her crazy son throw me in the basement. The scrapes on my knees start to tingle like all the hairs on my legs are trying to stand up on end. Tony looks up at me. I can't really make out his face, what with the car headlights behind him. He's just a dark silhouette with the slightest glint of light in his eyes from something behind me. Probably the moon or streetlight outside.
Did you hurt yourself?
He asks. It sounds almost like he's concerned, but then he picks up at the edge of one of the bandages, gets a nail under it, and rips the whole thing off. Ah! I yell as whatever scabs had formed tear off with the band-aid. I'm not laughing, but it sounds like I'm laughing. I thrash about in the chair, but the duct tape holds fast. Probably good thing, because the last thing ducks want is to suddenly fall apart mid-flight because the tape holding them together doesn't stick.
I'm going to torture you now. Do you know what that is, torture?
That's where you go, what do you want for dinner? And I say, can we go to Pizza Hut? And you say, money's too tight for that. And I say, can we have hot dogs? And you say, I think I'll make tuna noodle casserole. And he clicks his tongue.
I'm talking about physical torture.
Oh, yeah, I nod. I had an older brother, so I know that kind too. Tony flicks the band-aid at my face and then pops the cap off his stick of deodorant and winds the bottom, causing the translucent gel to slowly rise. He smirks and then casually rubs the stick across the red and angry scrape on my left knee. Suddenly, my knee is on fire. Like it makes my brain start screaming, and before I realize it, the screaming is coming out of my mouth. Ah! I jerk as hard as I can to get away from him and the fire in my knee, but I can't. I can't move. I can't get away. He grabs my other leg and quickly rips the bandage off my other knee. The scrape on that one is even worse. It had bits of gravel stuck in it that Mrs. Clark had eagerly picked out. It quickly starts to bleed again, and there's yellow pus stuff around the edges. Stop it! I shout. I try to wiggle my leg to get it out of his hand. What do you want? Just stop it! Don't!
Stop it!
Tony mimics me in a high-pitched voice. He grinds the deodorant into my scraped knee, sending a river of fire up my other leg and a round of screams pouring out of my mouth. My brain goes blank. It's just blackness and this high-pitched whistling screaming combo. For a brief moment, I'm sitting in the middle of that dark movie theater in the Vale while some action movie plays on the screen. It's a scene with two guys fighting each other while a bunch of people watch them, cheering and shouting. I'm still screaming as both my legs go up in flames right before my eyes. There's a guy 2 rows ahead of me with his back to me, and as I suddenly appear in the theater screaming and my legs going up in flames, he shouts in alarm and scatters popcorn in the air. He turns to look at me and yells, "What the f-?" And then I'm back in the abandoned car wash. The chair's fallen over backward and I'm staring up at the dark ceiling. Tony's shadowy face appears above me. I can't see him clearly because my eyes are runny with tears. He looks like a big, blurry, shadowy blob.
That looked like it hurt.
My knees feel like they're being pressed against 2 searing hot cookie sheets sprayed with cooking spray to keep the cookies from sticking to the sheet because nobody likes it when the cookies stick to the sheet, especially the dishwasher. Why? I sniffle, my nose running with boogers. He stands up, towering over me. A second later, something wet and slimy hits me on the cheek. Did he just spit on me? Gross! Ugh, I can smell it too. It smells like cigarettes and greasy fast food. It makes me want to gag, so I gag because why hold back at a time like this?
You took everything from me, you little bitch.
I'm an 11-year-old orphan! I scream. I don't even know you, you psycho buttface!
You're an 11-year-old hellspawn is what you are.
He snarls at me, emphasizing the hellspawn part by putting his foot on my right knee and grinding down on it, driving screaming hot pain up and down my leg again. How many have suffered because of you, huh? That's another rhetorical question, isn't it? But he's acting like he expects me to answer it. I don't know how many people have suffered. Let me think. All I can think is, ow! Roger suffered, my brother Roger, that's one. And, does my therapist count? I can't even remember her name now, but that wasn't my fault, was it? Tony seems to get angrier that I'm not answering his rhetorical question. Or maybe he's enjoying watching me cry and scream. His face is hard to decipher since it's hidden mostly in the shadows and my vision is so blurry. Whatever he's feeling, he decides to pull the deodorant stick out and rubs it aggressively on both my knees some more. The fire shoots up my leg again, but it's actually dulled somewhat this time. Not enough to keep me from screaming, though. Ah! Damn it, I gotta focus. Roger's 1. My mom and dad, that's 3. Meredith. That dog that died at our house. Nasty Axe or whatever his name was. And then it dawns on me. He doesn't want an actual number. He's here about someone specific, someone he blames me for. I remember that when I first saw him outside Officer Jenny's police car, that I knew he had lost a sister recently. That has to be it. He's here because of his sister. Your sister! I scream. My voice echoes throughout the empty car wash. Your sister! Your sister! Your sister! I pray my voice reaches someone passing by outside, but who'd be walking by an abandoned car wash in the middle of the night? Tony stiffens and steps back from me.
Say her name.
Oh, geez. He can't be talking about my therapist. He just can't be. I didn't do anything to her. The only other person I can think of could be... Meredith? Is Tony Meredith's brother? Does she have a brother? I guess she could have one, but this guy seems so much older than she was.
Say her name!
His face, what's visible of it, contorts with rage. He almost seems to glow red, but maybe that's just my vision or my imagination. Meredith! I screech at him, straining against this stupid duct tape. Damn ducks are gonna get me killed! I killed Meredith! And then it hits me. What I did. I really did kill Meredith. I mean, I knew that she died because of me, and I've told myself countless times that it was my fault, but I don't think I've ever heard myself say it. I killed Meredith. I killed my parents. I killed that poor dog. The poor dog. Things are quiet. I can't wipe my eyes, and it's driving me crazy. Actually, scratch that. It's just annoying. I think I'm going to stop using the phrase driving me crazy after this. I've got a real idea now what it's like to see someone driven crazy. David Clark, Mrs. Clark, Tony. If you've all done one thing for me today before Tony murders me, you've all shown me what crazy truly is. Tony is shaking violently. No, he's crying. Hearing his sister's name must have really affected. He slams his foot into the chair. No! Okay, never mind what I said. He's still angry. He kneels down and gets right in my face again. He's got something in his hand. I hope it's not that stupid deodorant stick. I'm never wearing deodorant. Never. It's not deodorant. It's shiny and metallic. Even through my blurry vision, I can tell it's a big, long knife. I changed my mind. Let's go back to the deodorant. Who doesn't love smelling fresh? Tony drags the edge of the blade across my cheek. Coincidentally, I think that's where I've already got a scar from being slashed by Lisa Welch when we got into a knife fight months ago. It's always been a little itchy and numb there.
No.
Tony whispers.
You say her name. You say my sister's name, you little shit. I don't care who else you've killed with your demonic rituals and your witch's oath. You say her name. Samantha. Say it.
I say the wrong thing. Who?
Tony explodes in rage. Samantha! Say it!
He stands up and grabs the chair, lifting me back up into a sitting position. Oh, thank goodness.
Say her name! Samantha!
He looks down at my hands and pulls his evil deodorant stick out. He stares at me with eyes that almost seem to roll around independently of each other in their sockets and rubs the torture gel across both my palms. I don't even flinch at it. My body is just a burning oil well of pain. Or a geyser. Like the one in that state park that always erupts on time. I forget what it's called. It's just a geyser of pain, a pain geyser. I glare at Tony. I don't know who Samantha is. I sound incredibly calm despite the snot and tears probably covering my face and the whole screaming just a moment ago. He actually looks taken aback slightly. He even steps back as if to emphasize being taken aback. It's a weird term, isn't it? Taken aback. I'll think about it later when I'm not being tortured and murdered. I suspect I'll have plenty of time to think about things as I'm lying in my dead body in a grave next to Roger's soulless corpse.
No. No.
Tony tosses the torture gel on the ground and pulls the knife out again.
No, you killed her. You killed Sam. You killed my baby sister.
I feel at peace. He's wrong about me. No matter what else happens, I have that. I rub my face against my shoulder to get his spit off my cheek finally. Ugh, that smell was so nasty. I don't know who you're talking about. I may have done some bad things.
Some bad things?
He chokes back a laugh. But I've never killed a baby. At least, I don't think I have. Tony stops laughing abruptly. He closes his eyes and rubs his head with his non-knife hand. He sighs. It's the same sign my dad made when he was explaining to me why the garage door opener is not a toy.
Are you stupid?
I'm 11. He nods and runs this through his brain for a moment. The nodding slowly turns into a head shake.
No, you're not just some dumb little brat. You're not pulling the wool over my eyes with this innocent routine. I see you for what you are.
His voice builds back up into a shout.
Horse of Satan!
Why does he keep calling me a horse? This is the weirdest insult.
Samantha!
He says his sister's name again.
Samantha Flores! You killed her! You burned her alive!
Suddenly, it all makes sense. Officer Flowers. He's talking about Officer Flowers, the lady in black, the angel of death, Duma's totem carrier. Officer Flowers! I shout, relieved to finally understand. You're Officer Flowers' brother! He points the knife at my face.
Finally, you butcher her name. No. Say Flores. Say Samantha Flores.
I didn't kill your I didn't kill your sister. She tried to save me.
Of course she did.
He waves a knife in the air like a conductor waves their stick thingy.
She was an officer of the law, a hero. She saved people. She fought for children. Not children like you. Not twisted, sick, pyromaniacal little stains that get thrills out of watching others suffer.
You don't understand. I want to jump out of my chair and shake him like a ragdoll, but the stupid duct tape is stronger than cement. Also, he's an adult and twice my size. I didn't burn her. That was my friend, Meredith. It's probably not going to win you points, Lily. Try a different approach. I mean, my friend, this girl I knew, Meredith, burned your Samantha. But that wasn't her fault either because she was being controlled by this rat weasel fink guy named Felix Clay who was trying to... I honestly don't know what he was trying to do. It's still kind of confusing. He's actually listening to me, which is a huge relief. He's got that expression on his face like when the teacher writes a math problem on the board and it's got letters in it. You can't add letters to math, Mr. Topper. What's next? Numbers during silent reading assignments? I need to watch what I say very carefully and note how he responds. I'm just an innocent bystander to your sister getting burned. He starts to frown. This is bad. Okay, don't paint yourself as innocent. You just admitted to killing someone earlier. Also, you called his sister's killer your friend. Felix Clay is the one you want. His expression changes to one of thinking. He's remembering that name. Good. Tony looks puzzled. He's still brandishing the knife like he's going to stab me to death with it. I should probably prepare to be dead soon. Maybe I can talk the angels into letting me go to hang out with Roger in his movie theater and we can watch E.T. the Extraterrestrial or Flight of the Navigator. I like those movies with spaceships and aliens.
I don't believe you,
he finally says. Well, crap. He moves towards me. I clench my eyes shut, tensing for the feeling of his knife plunging into my body somewhere. Preferably somewhere where it all happens quick and I'm just dead without having to suffer. Meredith Patterson had a melted Barbie that was an angel's totem that made her cause fires when she was near other people with the totems, and I was another person with the totem because I can see things before they happen, but also Felix Clay had a totem that really made no sense, and I don't know exactly how it works, but his totem and her totem and my totem powered each other all up, and he messed with our brains and made us think things that we didn't actually think, and then your sister came to save us from him, and he made Meredith use her firepower to burn the whole house and burn your sister, but then her ghost walked in on me in the bathroom and gave me a badge to use to kill Meredith in revenge, but I couldn't do it, and then I got in a knife fight with my school bully, and I think I just skipped a whole bunch of other stuff, but it ended with me accidentally using 3 totems, including some dog's totem, and I blew up my entire house with Meredith and my parents in it, so I swear to you, please don't stab me because Meredith is dead and Felix Clay is still out there somewhere, and he's the real reason Officer Flowers died. I peek one eye open. Tony has stopped again. I open both eyes. We look at each other. Your sister was a good person, I say, trying to sound calm, but I can hear my voice trembling. Maybe a little overly focused on getting revenge for her death, but she died trying to save me. Tony's face seems to collapse. Not like literally like his head caves in, but like he was all clenched up in an angry scowl and suddenly his features droop in his eyes. I can't see them clearly, but there's tears glistening and what little light there is coming off of things from the headlights of his car. Did you kill Gretchen Buttersquash? I ask gently. Tony the child stabber, brother of Samantha Flowers, the angel of death. No, the protector of children. Sort of. Takes a huge gulp of air that seems to settle in his chest, and then he sobs.
I thought she was you.
He says it again to himself.
I thought she was you.
This isn't what your sister would have wanted. He falls back, sitting on the hood of his car with a thump. He's staring at the ground, his dark eyes darting back and forth like he's reading a book.
I thought it was you. I followed the stories in the paper. It was you in that house when she died. It was you in the house that burned down months back. It was you. I traced your name. I did what she would have done. I followed the clues.
He looks up at me.
No, it was you.
He stands back up. His hands are shaking.
No. It was you.
No, I say, also shaking as much as I can anyway. It was Felix. Tony moves forward and puts a hand over my mouth. It tastes salty and smells like that nasty deodorant. He tilts my head up to look him in the eyes.
You killed my sister,
he says matter-of-factly, and then he turns and walks back to the car like a zombie. He doesn't pick up the hammer or the saw or the drill or even the deodorant he was torturing me with. He just gets in the car, staring out of the driver's seat with vacant eyes, and starts to back it out of the car wash. As the light from his headlights fade, I look down and see a dark stain growing on the front of my stupid unicorn pajamas top.
Hi everybody, it's me, Giggles, and I just have to say, if you like the Lily Madwhip series featuring myself, which you must since you're here for this episode, be sure to check out the novel by Will Dolphin, available now on Amazon on Kindle and paperback. Not only is it a great way to keep something from your favorite series, but it's also a wonderful way to support the author. And now, on to tonight's story. Roger sat like a bump on a log outside the hotel room we'd just broken into. He seemed deflated, like one of those punching bag clowns that pops back up after you hit it, that someone left out in the sun and the plastic melted and the clown turned into a happy-looking pile of ice cream. Black smoke trickled out of the cut on his face. I don't understand, I said, pulling on his pant leg with my little stuffed cat paws. What does that Pokemon card have to do with you tracking Lily? Roger stared through me at something on the ground.
We've both touched the card. It was a connection. Like one of those telephones you make with the two cans and a piece of string. Imagine you're holding onto one of those cans and following the string to the person on the other end. Except now, we get to the other can and there's nobody on the other end anymore. She doesn't have anything else that has a connection like it.
We should call the police, I squeaked.
And told him what? A dead kid and a haunted doll want to report that the dead kid's possessed sister murdered some guy in a hotel parking lot and is currently on the lam with the potential to unleash hell? What are they going to do? Drive over here and shoot me, probably.
Lily is riding a lamb? I asked in disbelief. It didn't make sense. I knew you were much too big to ride a little itty-bitty lamb. Roger wrinkled his forehead up for a moment, and then he shook his head and went back to studying the pavement. I looked around at the hotel and its parking lot. Everything is so much bigger when you're small. The cars were like Jack and the Beanstalk sized. Lily could be anywhere. She might even be in Egypt by now, I thought. Down a ways, the door to room 29 opened and a man in a blue bathrobe came out carrying a bucket. He whistled quietly until he noticed Roger slouched against the wall and then said, "Excuse me," and stepped over his legs. There was one of those ice machines just a few doors down, and he busied himself scooping ice into the bucket, occasionally glancing at Roger and even once at me, and then walked on past again without a word and back into his room. If he'd looked in the other direction, he might have noticed the dead guy slumped over in the steering wheel of his car. "Hey!" I said, tugging at Roger's pant leg. "What about the dead guy? Can you talk to him? Maybe he knows which direction Lily went."
He's dead, Brainiac,
Roger said glumly.
He's probably trapped in that slowly cooling body like I was. You can't say or do anything. It's like limbo.
You mean when they play music and you have to dance under the stick without falling over? Roger stood up and brushed himself off.
You know what? I'll go talk to the dead guy if you promise not to open your bleeping mouth anymore.
Well, I can't actually open my bleeping mouth anyway.
I couldn't believe I used the F word. I ran around in a little circle trying to shake off the dirtiness I felt. Roger went over to the car and leaned in the window. From where I was, it looked like he was trying to adjust the dead man's necktie. After a moment, I saw the wisping black smoke that was coming out of the cut on his cheeks suddenly start pouring out of his face like a waterfall. It billowed in the air briefly and then disappeared into the window of the car. At the same time, Roger went limp and collapsed to the ground like a wet rag. I ran over to check on him. His eyes were open, but he wasn't blinking. His mouth was open, too. He looked dead. I shook him. Roger?
Leave the body alone.
Came a man's voice from the car. I looked up and the dead guy was leaning out of the window, looking down at me. His eyes were milky colored, but they blinked at me. There was a big, open gash on his neck. It was deep. Some dark blood ran out of it and down the outside of the car. It was so gross, I had to look away.
It'll just be a sec,
said the dead man.
This guy's like an undercover cop or something. He's got a police radio in here and... Whoa, check this out.
He disappeared back into the car. I heard some thumping and banging coming from inside and wondered what he was doing in there. After a moment, something big, long, and heavy-looking fell out of the window where it bounced off the car in the next parking space and then landed on Roger's body. I found myself looking down at the barrel of a shotgun.
Hello?
The dead man said from inside the car. Hello? I said back to him. There came a crackle of static. Who is this, please? Said a staticky female voice.
Hello,
Roger repeated. I could hear him pop open the glove box and then uncrinkling some paper or something. A light flipped on inside the car.
This is Henderson at the Red Moon. I need an all points bulletin, I think. An APB on Lily and Madwhip. Age, 10, I think.
I realized he wasn't talking to me. He must have been on the police radio talking to their headquarters. Another angry, crackly voice cut in from the other side of the airwaves.
Frank, it's Andy. What are you doing? I told you to stay off the radio. Use the walkie I gave you.
More sounds of hurried movements came from inside the car. I could hear Roger muttering to himself. I wish that I could see what was going on, but I couldn't. It made me so frustrated and annoyed being so small and useless that I sat there for a while just smacking the lifeless face of Roger's body on the ground. It felt kind of therapeutic, like when you use a baseball bat on one of those inflatable clowns that bounces back up after you hit it. And then I got an idea. If Roger could do it, maybe I could too. Maybe I'm just black smoke trapped inside a teddy cat body. So I felt around on myself until I found a loose stitch, and I ran over to the car next to the one with Roger as dead Frank in it. There was a sharp bit on the underside of the car door, and I rubbed against it until I felt the stitching snag. And then I pulled and pulled until I heard the distinct sound of fabric ripped and felt my head and neck go loose, and my vision went sideways. Dead Frank was on the walkie-talkie with whoever Andy was.
I've lost the Madwhip girl,
he said frantically.
She's on the loose. I think she might be dangerous. Lily Madwhip is not a danger, Frank.
Andy's voice crackled.
She is in danger. You need to find where she went pronto. And because you went giving your location on the wire, the person who's hunting her may already be on their way to you right now.
Dead Frank leaned out of the window and snorted, causing blood to spray into the air.
He's talking about us.
He laughed.
He thinks we're trying to kill her. I told you they'd misunderstand the situation.
He glanced down at me.
What the bleep happened to you?
I didn't have time to reply. I could feel myself slipping out of my body. Except it wasn't a body. It was just a bunch of stuffing and thread and 2 plastic eyeballs. The world became a blur, like I was looking through one of those kaleidoscopes and I could see in every direction. There was the night sky, there was dead Frank's face, there was Roger's lifeless face. And that's where I was going.
What the bleep are you doing?
I heard dead Frank shout.
Get away from there!
And then it was like going down one of those water slides at an amusement park. I could feel a cold, wet sensation go through me, and everything went dark, and then brightened again. I blinked. I could blink! I had eyes and could blink! I cleared my throat. Ahem. My voice sounded weird. I knew I was in Roger, but in my head I could hear myself, and coming out of my mouth was Roger's voice.
Oh man, that's going to be hard to get used to, I said, and then laughed at my voice. Dead Frank was glaring down at me. Get the bleep out of my body, he said in as stern a voice as he could muster for a guy with his throat slashed open. Now. I sat up. My upper body felt heavier, and it was surreal to have elbows and fingers after getting used to the stuffed paws and no joints. Standing was even harder, especially because as I tried to do it, I felt hands, Dead Frank's hands, pushing on the top of my head, trying to make me sit back down. Frank, crackled whoever Andy was. I'm on my way, do you copy? Frank! Gut. Dead Frank grunted, leaning halfway out of the car window and almost putting all of his weight on my now shaggy head. Back in your stupid toy body. I fought back. I didn't want to go back into that tiny body. I want to be useful in more ways than just getting carried around and told to set things on fire, I yelled at him. And we don't have time for this. That guy Andy's coming. Didn't you hear him? We need to go and find Lily. Dead Frank finally stopped pushing on my head and wormed his way back into the car. I could feel my hair was wet from where he'd been practically draping himself over me, and I had a nasty feeling it was blood in my hair. I mean, Roger's hair. Gross. Dead guy blood in our hair. Dead Frank started cursing so heavily that I don't even want to write it all down here. Let's just put one big bleep, and that sums it up. After a minute of having a tantrum, he clambered out of the car, falling onto his hands and knees. As he got up, he grabbed the shotgun and pointed it at me for a second. I wasn't too scared of him shooting me with it since I was already dead and I could just go back into the stuffed cat. You'd only be hurting yourself, I pointed out. Dead Frank shook his head, cursed again, and then headed back toward our car where the jug of holy water was. Come on, he snapped. I ran after him. At the Firebird, Dead Frank popped open the driver's side door, glanced in for a moment, and then shrugged and slid into the seat. When I opened the passenger side door, though, the world seemed to disappear. Instead of the inside of the car, there was this dimly lit hallway full of other doors, all of them shaped like car doors with handles and latches and even windows, though the windows were all dark and I couldn't see through them. This doesn't look right, I said. Shut up, idiot! I could hear Dead Frank growling from the side of the door I was on. On the side with the hallway, though, there was a different sound, like footsteps on stone. I shut the door. Dead Frank was glaring at me again from inside the car. You can't open any doors in that construct, do you hear me? He said angrily. It's linked to the veil. You have to find other ways to get in places, or let me open the doors. He leaned across the inside of the car and popped the door open for me. Now, hurry up and get in. I slid into the car and shut the door. Dead Frank, revved the engine, then hit the gas and tore out of the parking lot like a maniac. He whipped out onto the road. Fishtailing, I think is the word, where the back end flies out past the front like a doggy that's running too fast, you know? Maybe they should call it dogtailing. I don't know too many fish that go so fast their butts get ahead of them. Well, anyway, we did that and knocked over a trash can, spilling trash all over the sidewalk and street. When this is over, I get that body back. Do you hear me, you little bleep? Dead Frank snarled at me. His face was all pale, probably because he was running out of blood. His eyes were still milky white and his shirt was soaked with his own blood. I was terrified to look at him, honestly. It was kind of like being stuck in a nightmare. Have you ever had one of those nightmares, Lily? Where you're in a Firebird in your dead brother's body and his ghost has possessed the corpse of a dead policeman and you're driving away from the Red Moon Hotel in the middle of the night on the hunt for yourself before demons use your body to turn the whole world into a new hell? Me neither, actually, but I think from now on I will have that nightmare. Where are you, Lily? Where did you go? We need to find you. I didn't even believe that you killed Dead Frank, but who else would have? Why was Dead Frank watching your room? Did that detective man we saw that morning put him there? I had another thought. If you want, we could pull over and swap bodies, I suggested. Dead Frank didn't even think about it for a while. He just shook his head. No. I'm not going to bleep things up by letting some Cupid doll be in control of the adult body. What if we run into this guy's coworkers? You'd talk like a 10-year-old girl and our cover would be blown. I think the moment they see that nasty gash in your throat is when our cover will be blown, I pointed out.
It really was gross. I wished he'd cover it somehow.
Yeah, well, the other problem is he's still in here. This Frank guy. His soul is still in here. I'm kind of sitting on it.
I looked down at where he was sitting, but I couldn't see anything. He noticed my look.
Non-physically moron?
He sighed.
Like, I'm suppressing him. It's easy because he's dead. When you die, I know what happens when you die, stupid.
I couldn't believe I just used the S word to someone. Dead Frank looked shocked for a second.
Well, look at you, getting all mean. My body's rubbing off on you, I think.
I didn't like that thought. Also, his legs and the back of his neck were always itchy. Is that normal for boys? The longer I sat there, the more things itched. If we sat in the car for an hour, I thought I might turn into one giant itch. We drove in silence for a while. Where are we going? I finally asked.
Right now, just a good distance from that damned hotel. We need to lay low and let me get my bearings,
Dead Frank said. He squinted, trying to see. I imagine it must have been difficult with his eyes all fogged up. He rubbed them with his fists, but it didn't seem to help.
Hang on, there's a place nearby. It's been abandoned for years. We should be good there. Just gotta stay out of sight while I figure out what to do.
The place was an old gas station. The pumps out front were rusty, and whatever company brand it was, the sign was missing. Maybe somebody stole it. There was a small shop with the windows boarded up. We drove behind it and parked, turning off all the lights in the car engine. Dead Frank got out and stretched. His joints all made nasty cracking sounds. He rotated his head in a small circle, and I could see more blood oozing from his wound. I turned to barf and banged my head on the passenger side window. Ugh. Fortunately, there was no actual barf in Roger's body, so I just dry heaved and choked on my tongue for a moment. It really took some getting used to being back in a body. You don't have to breathe when you're in a stuffed animal.
What's this?
Dead Frank was kneeling down and looking at something on the ground. I started to climb out of the driver's side window, but my long human legs got caught on the steering wheel. Dead Frank continued to look at the ground, ignoring my plight.
Hey, Nancy Drew, get over here,
he said before looking up as he heard me finally tumbling out onto the pavement.
Oh, I guess you'd be Joe Hardy now.
I didn't know what he was referencing, but I didn't have time to ask him. The thing he was looking at on the ground was a weird-shaped knife. It kind of looked like a letter opener my real dad, had in his office. The handle was made of leather or something like it. But what was really weird about it was that the blade was covered in blood.
Dude,
Dead Frank whispered.
This looks like some sort of sacrificial dagger. Look at the blood on this thing. It's fresh. There's something going on here, like cult activity or something. Why is it here on the ground? I whispered back. Do you think the cult uses this old gas station for cult activities? Also, why are we whispering? Dead Frank's head shot up. He looked around wildly. There was nothing. Somewhere, cars were driving by, but too far for their lights to be seen. An owl made an owl sound. Peepers were peeping in the grass of a nearby field. A ghost was moaning. Wait, a ghost was moaning? Do you hear that?
Dead Frank whispered.
Are you talking about the owl, the peepers, or the ghost?
I whispered back. We both stood up and looked around. Dead Frank handed me the sacrificial dagger with the blood on it, and then he ran over to the car, climbed in the window, and came back with the shotgun. He pumped the handle and then closed his eyes and smiled to himself.
I've always wanted to do that.
But where is the sound coming from? I asked. My knees were shaking and bonking together. Dead Frank frowned at me.
Stop making me look like a wimp. You're already a ghost. Nothing here can hurt you. Grow a pair.
The sound seemed to be coming from the car wash. Maybe someone went in the car wash when it was working and got stuck in the spinning brushes and ground up into mincemeat. Maybe they drove through in a car with the sunroof open and drowned. And then I thought how funny it was that we were two ghosts going into a haunted car wash and acting afraid of another ghost. Maybe we'll all just sit back and chat about ghost things, like what it's like to be made of smoke and be able to possess bodies and haunt car washes. We peeked around the entrance and into the place where the cars sat and got cleaned. It was dark inside the car wash. We couldn't see anything, especially dead Frank with his fogged-up eyes. I could just make out a silhouette of something. He looked like a very short ghost with tiny legs. It moaned. Dead Frank pulled me back around the corner.
I think we might have scared the cultists off when they heard us pulling into the gas station. They dropped their sacrificial dagger and left their sacrifice half done in the car wash.
What do we do? I asked. Should we call the police?
What's with you and calling the cops every time something weird happens?
Well, how are we gonna help the sacrifice person? The sacrifice person moaned. They sounded like they were in a lot of pain. I wish I could put the blood from the knife I was holding back in their body and unstab or unslice them, whatever it was that the cultists did to them.
I'll go in and get them. You wait outside in case the cultists come back.
He took the knife from me and stuck it into one of my belt loops, and then he handed me the shotgun.
I've already pumped it.
He pushed the barrel out of his face.
Keep your finger off the trigger and point that bad boy away from your own face for bleep's sake.
My hands were trembling. I watched him disappear into the car wash. Suddenly, the night got very quiet. The peepers weren't peeping anymore. I could hear dead Frank whispering to the sacrifice person. Hey! The person moaned. Help! It sounded like a child.
I'm gonna get you out of here,
Dead Frank said.
Are they close? The people who did this to you?
I'm bleeding. I looked down at the dagger in my belt loop and felt ashamed for having it. Well, actually, what if somebody came by and saw me with the gun and the bloody knife? I might end up doing life in prison, which would be crazy because I don't know if I could die in this Roger body. And if I do die in Roger's body, does that make me Roger? Dead Frank appeared at the entrance to the car wash. The sacrifice person was cradled in his arms. It was a young girl. She was dressed in fuzzy white pajamas and... Dude! I said excitedly to Dead Frank. That's Lily! Dead Frank looked down at his sister in his arms.
Well, bleep! This just got a whole lot easier.
So there we were. Me in Roger's body, Roger in Dead Frank's body, and Lily in Lily's body. Lily was moaning weakly and just lying in Dead Frank's arms like a sack of potatoes. Who makes pajamas for kids with cartoon unicorns covered in blood on them? I wondered aloud. Nobody, you bleeping idiot! She's been stabbed! Dead Frank said, hurrying with Lily's body over to the Firebird. Oh my god! I yelled after them. Do you think the cultist stabbed her? He laid her body on the hood of the car. She looked like Sleeping Beauty, except not peacefully sleeping. Her face was scrunched up in pain.
She sure didn't stab herself,
Dead Frank said, fumbling around in the driver's side door until the trunk of the car popped up. He ran around back and was throwing stuff over his shoulder. After a while of this, he yelled the S word and then held up his finger as if to say, give me another minute, and rushed back into the dark car wash. When he came out, he had some silver-looking bandage-wrapped stuff in his hands.
Duct tape,
he announced, standing over Lily and slowly peeling the blood-soaked unicorn pajamas off her tummy.
She was all bound up in it, left here to die from the look of it.
There was this big gash in her tummy area right under her ribs, and it was leaking blood faster than Dead Frank's neck. Looking at it made me want to hurl, so I looked away and then realized I was holding the very thing that made the wound in her, and that was probably her blood all over it. I stuffed it into one of my belt loops so I wouldn't have to feel it in my hand.
We need to get her to a hospital,
Dead Frank yelled. He had put the duct tape over her wound like a big silver band-aid. He admired his handiwork for a second before declaring,
That's gonna hurt like a bleep when they rip it off,
and then gathered her up in his arms and put her down gently in the back seat of the Firebird. I climbed in the passenger side window while Dead Frank hopped in behind the wheel. What about the demon? I asked him. We both sat there quietly for a moment before Dead Frank muttered another swear under his breath and climbed back out of the car, leaving the door open so I didn't have to go out the window. He pulled Lily out of the back seat and laid her down on the cement in front of the car's headlights. I fetched the milk jug with the holy water in it and handed it to Dead Frank. He looked at me.
Pocket.
Pocket? He pointed to my pants.
Pocket.
Well, yes, that's... Oh! I reached into my pants pocket and found a slip of paper. I unfolded it. It was covered in what looked like gibberish words. Prince's Glorio Sesame Cole is, tis militia Santa Michael Archangel Defend Nose in,
Bleep's sake, just give it to me, Brainiac.
Dead Frank held out the milk jug to me and we traded items.
Pour when I nod at you. Get her right in the face. We don't have a ton of the stuff, so use it sparingly, got it?
Not really. He shook his head, spattering blood down on Lily's prone form from his still oozing neck wound, and started reading the nonsense words on the piece of paper. He nodded at me and I tipped the water jug and poured it carefully down on Lily's face, trying to aim for her forehead. It splashed her right in the eyes and she flinched and twitched, moaning. Something inside me thought, too, for flinching, but I didn't know where the thought came from, so I pushed it back into the dark corner of my head where I usually keep thoughts about spiders. This went on for several minutes. Dead Frank read some of the weird words from his sheet of paper, nodded at me, I splashed Lily in the face, and Lily moaned. As it says on the back of shampoo bottles, rinse, repeat. When does this start doing something? I asked after half of the water in the jug was gone. Dead Frank stopped reading and looked at the jug, then Lily, then me.
I don't know, normally in the movies, the demon starts reacting violently, like right off the bat.
I shook the jug of water gently, then held it up to my nose and took a whiff of the contents. I couldn't smell anything. Are we sure this is holy water? Come to think of it, I didn't smell anything at all. Ever. Apparently, sight and sound come with being a ghost, but no sense of smell.
It better bleeping be holy water or Skeeter's going to get another visit from us and he's not going to like it.
Well, how do we tell?
I don't know.
He paused, then clenched his fists and pounded on the air like there was an invisible table in front of him. Bleep! Relax, Lily whispered softly. Dead Frank and I looked down at her to see if she was suddenly awake, but her eyes were still closed.
Oh, shut up,
Dead Frank sighed, giving her a shove with the toe of his shoe. She groaned in response. Can we take her to a hospital now? I asked, trying to add urgency to my question, but it just came out weird in Roger's voice.
No,
came a voice from behind us both. I was so startled I dropped the jug of holy water. Thankfully, it missed Lily's head, barely. Instead, it fell on the wet pavement and splooshed out. I didn't pick it up because I had a feeling the whole exercise thing was a bust. Out of the shadows walked this creepy-looking guy. I've seen creepy guys before. I once got stalked and almost kidnapped by this guy who kind of looked like a rat. And this new creepy guy didn't look like a rat or animal-like at all. In fact, he would probably be totally normal-looking if you passed him on a sunny day, but that night in the dark, in the abandoned gas station, he had this terrifying look on his face, like someone who hadn't slept in days and was about to eat someone. He didn't blink, maybe because if his eyes closed for even half a second, he'd just pass right out.
Get away from her,
he said very calmly.
She needs to die.
Dead Frank stepped forward.
Who the bleep are you?
Creepy guy squinted at Dead Frank and then he cocked his head and looked confused.
I know you. You were at the hotel. I did that to you.
He pulled one of his hands out of his pocket and waggled his finger at Frank's neck.
How are you still alive?
Dead Frank snorted at him like a bull.
You're in way over your head, buddy. This is my sister. Sister?
The creepy guy's eyes twitched. He turned his attention to me.
That's my knife you got there.
My hand reflexively went to the knife in my belt loop. Finders keepers! The man looked down at Lily and finally blinked. His mouth curved up on one side in a half smile, and then his eyes looked back at us without moving his head.
That's funny.
He chuckled in a humorless tone, reaching his hand behind his back and producing a shiny black gun.
Then I guess this is mine.
His eyes flickered down toward Dead Frank.
Since I got this off, you are not a corpse when I didn't kill you a couple hours ago.
He angled the gun at me, so I could see straight down the barrel.
Finders keepers.
Wait, I started to say. There was a loud pop like someone setting off a firecracker and everything went black. I thought for a minute that he just shot me and I was dead again, but I felt the ground suddenly underneath me and something heavy on top of me and realized that everything was black because Dead Frank was laying on top of me. He smelled a bit off, like spoiled vegetables and cigarettes.
Ugh,
he grumbled. Dead Frank rolled off of me with a grunt and we both sat up. I could see a dark hole in the back of his shirt. Creepy guy blinked once more and then pointed the gun at Frank's head and pulled the trigger again. Frank only had time to put his hand up. The bullet went through his hand with such force that he ended up slapping himself in the face with the back of it. His head snapped back and I could see his left eye was ruined. He fell back to the ground with a heavy thump and didn't move.
That's more like it.
Creepy guy muttered to himself. Roger? I whispered. Dead Frank didn't respond. I nudged him with my foot. His unruined eyes stared up at the night sky blankly. A trickle of black smoke drifted out of the hole where his other eye had been.
How many more rounds have I got?
Creepy guy popped the clip out of the gun and inspected it.
No, sweet.
He shoved the clip back in and then pointed it at me again. Roger's heart was beating. I couldn't feel it, and yet I had this rush of panic inside me like my own heart was racing, even though I didn't actually have a physical heart anymore. Don't kill me, please, I said, holding my hands up in the surrender pose. I wanted to cry, but I couldn't seem to get the action of sobbing going in my chest. My eyes felt dry as mummies. He lowered the gun.
I don't want to kill you. I don't want to kill anyone.
He glanced at dead Frank.
I didn't want to kill him. I had to. She has to. This is all her fault.
He waved the gun at Lily, and for a moment I imagined him unloading the gun into her. It made me want to throw up, even though I couldn't. I shook my head and pleaded with the angels in my mind to stop him. Please, Nathaniel, wherever you are, save Lily Bird. The crazy, creepy man kept on ranting, his voice getting more energetic and angry with each passing syllable.
She killed my sister, my beautiful, gifted, good sister. She loved kids. She couldn't have any, but she treated every child she saw as if they were her own. She would have died to protect them. Even this piece of garbage. The irony here is that if this little murdering bleep hadn't murdered my sister up in that house fire, Samantha might have been here to stop someone from doing exactly what I have to do now.
Samantha? I felt the tinder of a connection in the back of my brain. I didn't know all of what Lily had been up to since I died, but I knew she didn't start house fires when I was alive. That was me. I did those. Not on purpose, mind you. I just couldn't ever seem to control it. Sometimes other people got hurt. Some even died. My parents, for example. I burned them up by accident. And this one boy at a carnival show, his name was Joseph Clay. I made sure to try to learn and remember the name of every person hurt because of my fire problem. I'd say each of their names to myself at bedtime when I prayed, begging forgiveness for the pain and suffering I'd caused. Please, Lord, forgive me for Bobby and Alex and Jenny B and Jenny L and Oliver and Joseph and Mommy and Daddy and Lisa and Samantha. She was a police officer lady. Remember that creepy rat-like guy I mentioned? The one who tried to kidnap me? Well, Lily and this police lady showed up to stop him, only Lily was injured for some reason and she passed out. The police lady kicked the door to my bedroom in just as the rat guy was coaxing me out the window. She drew her gun on him and told him to freeze, just like they do on television. And then the rat guy said something to me, something I can't recall. All I remember is that suddenly I knew the police lady was there to kill me. It wasn't true, but whatever that rat fink guy had said made it true in my head. She was going to kill me and Lily, and I had to stop her. So I did. I burned her right up. She didn't even have a chance to scream. It was crazy. My fire has never burned that hot or fast before or since. Samantha Flores? I asked. I had learned her name from my foster parents. They never knew what kind of a monster I was. The creepy man slowly looked at me. His hand with the gun was quaking.
What did you say?
Was your sister Samantha Flores? His expression turned to one of bewilderment.
Did you know her?
I felt like I was about to swallow my tongue. Or Roger's tongue, I guess. I'm the reason she's dead. I trembled. Lily had nothing to do with it. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry for burning her. And then the tears finally came pouring out of my eyes like little salty waterfalls. My vision got all blurry and I could taste them on my lips as I tried to talk. I didn't mean to burn her. There was this man and he lied to me. He made me do things I didn't want to do.
No,
He snapped.
it was her. It was her.
He flailed his gun hand at Lily like he was trying to throw it at her, but the gun was glued to his hand. That's when something pinkish red and glistening suddenly bounded out of the car wash. It looked like someone had shaved and greased up a coyote or something. There was no sound, none that I could hear anyway, except the crazy guy yelling and the clacking of this thing's claws on the cement. I barely had a moment to react to the sight of it approaching before it leapt up and latched onto Creepy Guy's wrist with a sound like a bear trap being sprung. I've heard the word chaos before, and it's usually used to describe like a war zone or a big fist fight, but I think the word also fits for when a crazy guy with a gun suddenly gets bit on the arm by a glistening pink shaved coyote thing from out of nowhere. Crazy guy started screaming bloody murder. The gun went off, pocking off the cement right by Lily's head and my legs. Crazy guy flailed his arm, lifting the coyote thing off the ground. The coyote thing snarled and held on tight. Suddenly, blood was being spattered everywhere, and in the midst of all the chaos, Dead Frank sat up, rubbed his eyes, smearing eye goop across his face on one side, looked at what was happening, and then looked at me and casually asked,
What'd I miss? Where the bleep were you?
He looked around, blinking with his good eye, frowned, then stuck one of his fingers in the hole where his other eye should be.
Son of a bleep! Shot me in the eye.
Get your finger out of there, that's so gross. The creepy guy with the shaved coyote latched onto his arm, screamed again, and stumbled backward, punching uselessly at the creature with his free hand. Dead Frank watched the two of them tussling.
What the hell is going on? What is that thing?
It dawned on me as he asked the question that I had seen this beast before. Multiple of them, in fact. They had torn that David Clark boy's mom to pieces back at the house Lily and I had gone to. I had seen one of them. It must have been this one, in fact. Exit the house before the police had arrived. It's a bloodhound, I said, remembering what Lily had called them. And it's trying to bite this guy's hand off, I think. Dead Frank stood up, groaning as several of his joints popped. A little dribble of pink goo dripped out of his eye hole and got on his hand. He brushed it off on his shirt, then extended the same hand to me to help me up. Yuck. I think Lily made them yesterday. I was trying to make sense of everything I could remember from the previous day's events. Lily had gone into the Clark house looking for me, if I recall, and then she had been dragged out of the kitchen when we tried to escape together. There was a stuffed rabbit that talked. She came back later and acted weird and then made a pair of these dogs appear out of some sort of blood or red ooze that was in the walls of the house, and the dogs attacked that crazy mom lady for her. Naturally, I didn't say any of that to Dead Frank because what was left of his brain would probably explode from listening. I finally decided to just say the obvious. They protected her.
They? There's more than one?
Well, there was. I don't know what happened to the other one. As if we had the same thought, Dead Frank and I looked around nervously, half expecting another one of those pink, slimy-looking hounds to come racing out of the shadows, mouth open and full of angry teeth, tongue lolling around and spraying drool everywhere. No other doggies showed up. There came a crunch sound from this man's arm, and he howled in pain, letting the gun fall to the ground with a clatter. Dead Frank ran over quickly and snatched it up.
Yoink!
The creepy guy screamed again, and this time with pain and anger, swiveled around and slapped Dead Frank across the face with the bloodhound's hindquarters. Both men fell over shouting nonsense words. It was quite a scene. Chaos, I tell you. In the midst of it all, I glanced down at Lily and her eyes fluttered open. She looked up at me. I felt my heart leap in my chest, even though it really wasn't doing that. I smiled down at her. Oh my gosh, Lily! Hi, she whispered hoarsely, and then coughed up a bunch of blood into her own face. I fell asleep again? You did, I nodded, but it's going to be okay. Oh, okay. She closed her eyes again, which was probably for the best, because the blood she'd just coughed up was going to get in them, and I think that would probably sting. I'm glad you're here, she whispered. Her head was slowly lolling to the side. I love you. I felt all warm and gushy inside and wanted to cover my face, but I just had to say something first. I couldn't contain it. I love you too,
Roger. I'm staring up into my brother Roger's eyes. He smiles down at me. It's really disturbing. Roger doesn't smile. Well, okay, that's not true. He smiles when he does things like tie me to a chair up in my room after our parents paid him to babysit me for the night, and he'd rather use the money to order pizza than invite his friends Skeeter and Dustin over to watch Raiders of the Lost Ark. So when I realize he's smiling at me, I kind of want to squeeze my head down into my neck and disappear like a turtle. Then Roger's face melts, leaving just a skull. That seems much more Roger-ish. Lily. His voice sounds deeper. Roger, you're a skull.
It is I, Duma,
says Skullface. Oh, great.
Do you remember me?
Yes. The desire to suck my head into my torso increases. Instead, I look around since I'm not a turtle girl. Everything's black, there's no furniture or lights or other people. I realize I'm not in pain anymore either. There had been this awful burning, throbbing ache in my chest ever since that nut bar Tony stabbed me, but it seems to be gone now.
Lily,
Duma says in his low, toneless voice.
It is good to see you again.
In my head, I hear a single lonely cricket. Duma clears his throat after waiting for too long for a response from me.
Anyway, if you could lend me your ear for a moment, child. There are forces at work currently that you need to be made aware of.
I sigh to myself and lose a battle to not roll my eyes as I look back at him. His skull is kind of a dirty yellowish now that I'm giving it my attention. If I were painting him, I wouldn't use white at all. His color's more like a banana that's past its prime. Banana Skull Duma.
Do you know what divergence means?
He asks. Can you just assume that I don't and use a different word?
Think of a path through the woods.
Oh, for Pete's sake.
That was made by someone who came before you. Everyone who sets foot in the forest follows the path. Well, not everyone. Because that's where the divergence comes in. When someone steps off the path, they are diverging from their course. When their steps meet the marked path again, that is called a convergence. Divergence, convergence. You see?
I squeeze my eyes shut and pinch the bridge of my nose to try to keep my brain from leaking out into my lap.
In our case, the forest isn't a literal forest. It is chaos. Do you know what chaos means?
Am I in hell? I ask. Is that what this is?
Hell is just a mental construct.
I can't tell if that's a no or hell is messing with me. I feel a hand on my wrist. It's cold and bony, and I imagine if I open my eyes, I'll see that Duma's hands are skeletal, just like his face.
Put your hand down and listen so we can get through this,
he says. I put my hand down.
Thank you,
he continues.
So as I was saying, chaos is like an immeasurable forest of trees. And then long ago, before you were born, before I was even made, a path was carved through the forest. That path is known as the Word, and what it represents is certainty. Everything that came before and everything that comes after is certain because we follow the Word. We follow the path. This is how Pasher and others like him know everything that is to come, because he can look down the path and see it before we do.
I hate to admit it, but I think I understand what he's saying. But it leaves me with a question. I raise my hand like you're supposed to when an adult is talking.
What is that? What are you doing?
Duma sounds confused. Has nobody ever raised their hand in front of him before? I have a question.
Okay.
I hesitate because I don't know if his okay means I can ask or if he just understands why I'm raising my hand now. So if we're following the path, the Word, what exactly is the point of my ability to see things before they happen? Even if I say or do anything, we stay on the path, don't we? There's this weird creaking sound and I quickly realize it's Duma's bony face curving up into a smile. Oh, good gravy, please stop smiling. I'm going to have nightmares for the rest of my life now.
Excellent question,
he says.
That's why I was telling you about divergences. You see, there's this concept called entropy, and
Can I just wake up and let Tony finish me off, please?
what it means basically is that the path is not a thin, straight line, but is actually a multitude of lines that all lead in the same general direction. You can set foot off the path a step left, maybe a step right, but as long as you don't step too far off the path, you reach the same destination just with slightly different variations of events.
What happens if you step too far off the path?
I told you. Chaos.
I don't know, chaos doesn't sound that bad. It sounds like I can make a big change in the course of my life or the lives of others. Like, what if I hadn't told Roger he was going to die and then we didn't get in that accident and he didn't die? It seems to me that Roger still being alive would have made a pretty big change in a lot of ways. Maybe my parents would still be alive too. In a way, Roger dying led to my parents dying. I wish I could go back and change that, but Samuel offered me that chance and I didn't take it. Was he trying to lead me down the path of chaos? Oh shit, Duma's still talking, but I haven't been listening.
And that's where you come in.
He looks at me blankly, which isn't saying much because his face is a skull and blank by nature. His mouth creaks back down out of the smile it had been in. He probably sees the look of panic on my face. Try to look less panicked, Lily. Oh, crud, that's just me panicking more.
Were you listening to anything I just said?
That's where I come in. I learned this trick from history class. Just repeat the last thing you heard and you're good.
Yes, so over the millennia there have been only a scarce number of significant divergences. That's not to say that the word is flawed in any way. Never think that. But there have been times where it was decided that a significant step off the path, just for one or a select few individuals, was acceptable as long as we ensured that they were guided back into step and not allowed to deviate into utter chaos.
I really wish he'd stop using all these big words. The only reason I even know what deviate means is because my Uncle George had a deviated septum, and I learned that deviate means to snore really loudly. Duma looks down at me.
Any questions?
Yeah, I clear my throat. I thought you were supposed to be the angel of silence. We have a short staring contest. I lose because Duma doesn't even have eyelids. Or eyes. I think that's kind of cheating. He gives a heavy sigh, then clenches his jawbone. I can see his teeth grinding against each other slowly, back and forth. Teeth grinding is another thing my Uncle George did. They called it nocturnal bruxism? I think they just want to make grinding your teeth sound cool.
Baradiel!
Duma suddenly shouts, startling me back from my thoughts of my Uncle George snoring and grinding his teeth.
Yes?
Comes a voice from out of nowhere.
Run the projector.
Duma says coldly.
Let's just be done with this. I can see her eyes glazing over.
Suddenly, a screen lights up in front of us. It looks a lot like the film screen from the movie theater I sat in with Roger and then later Raziel. I look around, but there's no actual theater. No seats, no aisle, no popcorn on the floor, no floor. What happened to the movie theater? I asked. The screen flickers yellow-white with burnt edges like an old piece of paper. I hear a hiss pop from behind me, followed by the sound of a film reel flapping. Someone mutters words of annoyance, and the screen turns back off, leaving us in the dark again.
We're in the process of dismantling this false actuality. Can't have any more dreamers accidentally stumbling into your little dark fantasy world.
Any more? Duma clears his throat nervously. It's not comforting when the angel of death clears his throat nervously.
There is a young man from Brussels who found himself here after experimenting with hallucinogens. It's not unheard of. In any case, this wanderer happened into a large, warped section of the library you created and was viciously mauled by some sort of enormous ungulate.
When I get out of all this, I'm really going to dedicate myself to improving my vocabulary because I understand almost none of what he just said. Someone was experimenting with halogen light bulbs and somehow got trapped in the town library where something big drove him to the mall. I'm pretty sure that's not what he meant, but it's what I heard. We don't even have a mall around here. The film starts back up with a whir and we're seeing a familiar place. My old home. It's clearly a long time ago because we're floating over the living room and there's this old checkered couch. It's gray tone, but everything is gray tone. The couch was green. My parents got rid of it after toddler me threw up while watching The Little Mermaid with a babysitter, and she didn't notice because the sick went down the back of the cushions while she was getting another big bowl of popcorn made. Roger was with my parents at the time because it was open house for his elementary school. The sick soaked into the upholstery of my couch until nobody could stand, pretending they didn't notice the smell any longer, and my parents finally investigated and found my month-old toddler puke. I only know the story because my parents loved to tell it every time we had guests over who commented on how nice our new couch was.
This may feel a bit disorienting.
Duma's voice says. I can no longer see him. I've been through this before. I try to shrug, but I've become just a floating, disembodied pair of eyes watching things unfold. I hate this feeling. Below me, a door opens somewhere and then closes. I only hear it. My mother's voice. She's talking to someone. We drift downward until we're sitting beside the couch. Roger walks into the room holding Pasher, and he flops down face first onto the couch. I don't think we're at the point where toddler me puked in it yet, so it should probably smell all right to him.
Roger,
Pasher says in his always calm voice. I feel a little pang of sadness in my heart. It actually really hurts, like a sharp needling sticking me inside. Roger responds. He rolls over and sits Pasher on his chest.
Am I crazy, Joe? Or are you real? Like, really real? Actually, don't answer that. If you're real, you'll say you're real. But if you're not real, you'll still say you're real. Why can't I just be normal?
You are normal,
Pasher says.
Have I ever told you how strong you are?
Roger sits up and holds Pasher out in front of him. From my perspective, Pasher's plastic face is looking directly at me, just inches away. I want to reach out and take him, but I have no hands, no fingers to grip with, nothing.
My own mom is afraid of me,
Roger says in a voice that cracks with emotion.
She thinks I'm a freak. I'm so tired of seeing it in her eyes. I don't want her to be afraid of me anymore. I don't want my dad to be embarrassed of me. Please. I don't want this.
Roger, you don't have to act upon the word. Your gift is simply to know it. What you do with that is up to you. If you choose to be normal, as you say, then be normal. You are under your own control. Do you understand what that means? Not a single other person on Earth has that autonomy. They are all rigidly bound to the word. Only you have the power to stray from it.
Roger gives a heavy sigh.
I don't want it.
The screen goes all white. I have to close my eyes because it's so bright it makes my head hurt. I peek one open and the screen is still all white. Nothing is going on.
Bear with us,
Duma says, patting my shoulder as he stands up.
We can't show you this next part because it involves a plane of existence you will never comprehend. However, it was suggested that we could try to recreate the important part with a puppet show.
Are you kidding me? Maybe I'm just having a really crazy dream. That's gotta be it. I'm not about to watch a puppet show put on by the Angel of Death. I just ate a spoiled piece of pizza and I'm having an insane nightmare. Something brushes past me, bumping into my elbow.
Thank you, Baratiel,
says Duma. I glance up. He's holding a bunch of little stitched cloth finger puppets in his bony hands. I look over my shoulder, but there's nobody there. Duma fiddles with the little puppets, putting them on his fingers. There's an angel with golden wings and marble white skin wearing a little white dress and a halo on its head. It looks like a Christmas tree ornament. Another is a little rubber skeleton with jiggly arms and a working jaw. And then there's another one that's brownish and looks like Bullwinkle with googly eyes.
So this is the meeting between Pasher, Metatron, and myself,
Duma explains. I have to ask, is Metatron a moose? Duma looks at the little Bullwinkle on his finger. It turns and looks up at him with its googly eyes.
There is nothing in your world that would come close to representing Metatron, so we went with what we had.
Jiminy crickets. Why not use a robot that can turn into a gun?
Because that's not a finger puppet.
He clears his throat even though he technically doesn't have one.
May I please proceed? This is humbling.
I shrug and fall back into my seat. Let's go on with it, I guess. Duma holds up his hands with the puppets on them. On the right is his rubber skeleton and Metatron's moose. On the left is Pasher's angel ornament.
And so Pasher came before Metatron. As is ritual, one other was chosen to bear witness. That was me.
He wiggles his rubber skeleton finger puppet.
Roger Madwhip does not want to be a totem bearer any longer,
says the Pasher puppet in Pasher's voice. I sit up, but my jaw falls down into my lap. Pasher? Are you in the puppet?
Shh!
Duma hisses.
I'm doing all the voices. Now be silent or I'll have to make you.
He could do it too. I'll say this though, Duma is good at impersonating other angels.
He wouldn't be the first,
says Metatron. His voice echoes in the emptiness of the no longer a theater.
And he won't be the last. What makes this worth my time? The gift will break him,
Pasher says.
I see it. It eats at him every day, and all I can do is try to comfort him and watch his light dwindle. If we do nothing now, before he reaches maturity, we will have no choice but to cast him into the oubliette to prevent another catastrophe. Neither you nor I can see that, and you know it.
Metatron snorts.
We've passed on the totem to another before,
says Duma. Or rather, says Duma's puppet of himself. Metatron turns to Duma.
I see now why you chose Duma as your witness. No one else would stand with you on this matter, would they? Because we all remember the death toll from the last time we allowed ourselves to stray from the word in this manner.
Duma stiffens. Real Duma. I mean, not his little rubber puppet. I wonder why he seems so suddenly offended by the words he's reciting as if he didn't hear them before.
I am here because I believe in my brother,
says little Duma.
If Pasher believes this must be done, then so do I. We cannot go against the word,
Metatron says sternly. Pasher's angel ornament nods.
But what if we were to reinterpret it?
The moose and skeleton look at each other and then back at the angel.
What do you mean?
Asks the moose. Moosatron. I'm calling him that from now on.
I have looked at the word. The word says that the child of John and Catherine Madwhip is the knife that cuts the veil. The word says the child, not Roger. It's not very specific. Why is that? All things are intentional with the word.
Real Duma looks up at me. His hollow eyes want to suck me in. I look back at the puppets because they are less likely to show up again in my nightmares. Although I'm still not sure if this is one or not.
You speak of the other child.
Moosatron leans its head back and its little felt hoof reaches up to stroke its chin. Okay, I snap. I get it. You guys decided to make me have the totem instead of Roger. Duma lowers his hands with the puppets on them.
Yes, but...
Yeah, I kind of figured this out way back with the whole movie. The puppet show was seriously unnecessary.
You don't understand.
Hello? Roger had the doll. Now I have the doll. You forced it on me and screwed up my life instead of Roger's. What's not to get?
Nobody forced the totem on you, Lillian. You were offered it, and you took it.
I bang my fists on the chair arms in anger. I want to punch Duma in his stupid, skinless face. I was a baby. You could have handed me a mummified cat turd, and I'd probably have taken it. I pause and consider what I just said. Probably.
Pasher believed in you. When he suggested that the totem be offered to you, personally, I was aghast. I had thought we would be giving it to someone stronger.
Thanks, I mutter.
I was right, of course. You are too weak to bear this responsibility, just like your brother. Honestly, I don't know why Pasher insists on working with children.
Hey, screw you, Skeletor! I yell, jumping to my feet and jabbing my finger at him. I'm not weak. I'm stronger than Wonder Woman. Did I just curl up and cry after you all blew up my parents? No. Well, actually, yes. But only at first. And then I got right back on the horse and started taking things into my own hands. Duma brushes my hand away.
By taking things into your own hands, do you mean having this giant tantrum? Summoning demons, wrecking havoc thing you're doing?
I shove him with both of my hands. He doesn't move, of course. I just end up sliding backwards instead. He doesn't say anything, but if he had skin on his face, I bet anything he'd be smirking at me. I hate Duma!
Ah yes, physical confrontation, the last act of someone with no argument left.
Who are you to judge me? I say through gritted teeth. That's Jophiel's job. Maybe you think you know better than him? I stood in his fire and I came out clean. Could you do the same? I don't even know where these words are coming from. Duma shifts ever so slightly, just the slightest step back. It feels good to notice.
If you're so strong, why are you here?
He asks. It doesn't sound like a challenge. It sounds like a sincere question. What do you mean?
Who am I?
That's a weird question. You're Duma,
No,
says Duma.
that is my name. Who am I? Who am I?
I'm less sure this time. The Angel of Death?
We could have had anyone sit here and put on this sad puppet show for you, but I performed it despite everything because I had to be here anyway. Do you understand? I had to be here.
My body goes numb. I can't feel my legs. I actually look down to be sure they're still there. Yep, still there. While I'm looking, I notice that my pajamas are all sticky looking. There's a big black wet mark on my tummy area. The edges of it are red. What's going on? I can barely hear my own voice. I'm whispering because I don't really want to know the answer. What's happened?
You've died.
The words echo in my ears louder than Musatron's voice in the puppet show. They're not there in my ears. If anything, the whole place has gone absolutely silent. More silent than Duma's silence ability. I'm exaggerating, of course, because silence can only be so silent. It can't be more silent, but the point is that there's nothing. Absolutely nothing. Not even my breathing, and yet I hear the words, "You've died," inside my head. I'm not dead, I say.
You're literally staring the angel of death in the face, little one.
His voice sounds cold and empty. He really was the best choice for Pasher's witness. He's so utterly uncaring.
Isn't this what you wanted? You'll get to see your parents now.
My parents. My heart leaps in my chest. Do I still have a heart, though? Or is it back in my body? No, don't think such things, Lily. He nods his bony head.
They're waiting for you in the locus ammonius. It's a small construct designed by Samiel a long, long time ago. Don't worry about it being of his design. It's a peaceful place.
What about Pasher? I feel a lump in my throat. I was just beginning to miss him. Duma looks away for a moment. He tugs at his robe with the finger that has Pasher's angel ornament on it.
We're actually in the process of reuniting him with his original owner, the other knife that cuts the veil.
What? Does that mean I suddenly have a vivid memory of looking up at the night sky and Roger's face filling my vision? That was just moments ago, before I found myself here in the dark with dumbass Duma. Roger was there in the living world, watching me die. Duma pops the other finger puppets off his hand and tucks them away in the darkness of his robes. Then he drums his fingers on the armrest. He tilts his skull at me ever so slightly, expectantly.
Roger was sent out under the pretext of cleaning up your mess with that demon you let possess you. Afterward, he gets to go back to being the totem bearer as was originally planned. Things were just too unstable with you at the wheel, wouldn't you say? He exercises that little pest. You come with me to be with your parents. Everybody's happy. So, all loose ends tied up, yes?
But I don't really want to be dead. I swallow the lump. I want my parents to be alive again. I want to grow up with them. And Roger. Duma sighs.
You are trying my patience.
I'm not going with you. The room goes dark. No, the light from the projector just turned off, but at the same time, Duma has gotten taller, more menacing. He seems to loom over me. He speaks. His voice is dark and terrible and frightening.
You are coming with me, Lily Madwhip.
No! I scream at him. I have stuff to do!
Whoa!
His voice sounds different, younger, more surprised. No, wait, that's not his voice. It's Roger's voice. I'm lying on the ground, staring up at the night sky again, and Roger's looking down at me with a shocked expression.
I thought we lost you for a moment there,
he says. His eyes are dripping with tears and he smiles down at me. It's really unnerving because, as I said, Roger almost never smiles. Maybe they messed with his brain or something? Please stop smiling at me, Roger. It's weirding me out. Why is my face all wet? I manage to choke out. My tummy burns and I still can't feel my legs. Have you been crying on me? Somewhere close by, someone else grunts and yells something nonsensical. I don't recognize their voice. Sounds like there's a fight going on, like a pair of angry dogs wrestling each other. Roger lifts my head and hugs me to his chest. He rocks me gently. I am thoroughly confused. I almost wondered for a moment if I'm dreaming for real this time, except I'm in too much pain and I wasn't before when I was with Duma, so this has gotta be the real world because everybody knows the world is painful. My lily bird, Roger says softly, petting my head.
Oh, my lily bird!
I cough up some blood and try to wipe my mouth with my sleeve, but I can't lift my arm. What the F is going on? I don't want to die. Sure, I know there's a hereafter and life goes on even once your body stops working. And I know sometimes I might say I wish I were dead or think about dropping my dad's little transistor radio in the bathtub with me, but I don't mean those things. Besides, the radio got destroyed when our house collapsed. Living is hard, especially when it seems like everyone and their brother wants to kill you. But I know in many ways I have things easier than a lot of people. I have foster parents who care for me in their own weird, eggy waffle way. I have friends who watch out for me, even though my one last living friend maybe isn't a friend anymore since I punched him in the face. Sorry, Jamal. There are people out there who don't have those things, and they still get up and face each day and try to survive. How can I do any less?
Well, I'm happy you're not giving up,
says Roger in his weird tone. He dabs at my mouth with his sleeve. It comes back bloody. Was I talking aloud?
Yes, you were,
shouts someone. I crane my neck to look around. There's a guy sitting on the ground with his knees up and he's holding a gun. I think I've seen him before. Where have I seen him before? Guthrie. He works with Detective Guthrie. I've seen him sitting at a desk at the police station. I never talked to him before, but he's definitely a police person.
That's good,
Roger says, rocking me slowly in his arms.
That's good. You remember Mr. Frank.
Was I talking out loud again? Mr. Frank puts his hands to his mouth like a megaphone.
You still are,
he calls over. Next to him comes a snarling sound in another voice, high-pitched and screeching. Oh, it's Tony and the child stabber. Tony Flowers, and there's a doggy biting him. It looks sick or injured because it's got blood all over it. Maybe it's Tony's blood.
No, that's one of those blood dogs from David Clark's house,
Roger says matter-of-factly. I blink and squint at the dog as it growls and shakes Tony. He punches the dog weakly with his free hand. It growls angrily, and from the sound of his shrieking, it clamps down harder on his arm. Oh yeah, that's one of those dogs that used to be Mrs. Donovan. Mr. Frank gets up, dusting his pants off, and walks over toward...
Can you stop?
He asks, looking down at me.
Yes, I'm looking down at you. Stop narrating everything.
I don't know how, I say. I think my brain is broken or something. Roger starts rocking me again. It hurts when he does that. He stops and says he's sorry. My poor lily bird, he whispers. I side-eye him because he's acting really weird. I think Roger's brain is broken too.
That's not Roger,
Mr. Frank says.
I'm Roger. That's Meredith. In my body. Because I'm in this guy's body. It's a long story. Right now, we need to know what the hell is going on. Who is this guy, Tony Flowers, and why did he say you need to die? Is it because of the demon you've got in there? Did it get out? Where is it?
Meredith? I look up at Roger's face. He smiles at me. I suck my head into my turtle shell. His smile fades. Sorry, it's just weird seeing Roger smile.
Kiss my ass,
Mr. Frank says.
Damn it, I'm not Mr. Frank. Stop calling me Mr. Frank. I'm Roger. That's Meredith. And will you please stop saying everything you're thinking?
I'll try. I focus on not saying this thought. I look at Roger, the actual Roger, the one in Mr. Frank's body. He's looking at me but not getting angry. Is it working? Am I not saying this? He narrows his eyes.
You're thinking about saying something, aren't you?
I think it works now. He rolls his eyes and turns away, walking over to where Mrs. Donovan and the Bloodhound is tearing at Tony's arm like it's a Thanksgiving turkey leg. I guess it could be any turkey leg. Thanksgiving turkeys are just turkeys. They aren't special just because of the day you eat them on. Meredith pets my hair gently. It reminds me of when my mom used to pet my head. I love head pets. Back in elementary school, every now and then this blonde lady would come into our classroom and our teacher would tell us to get out our pencils and leave them on the front of our desks. And then the blonde lady would come by each desk and take the pencil and comb it through our hair. I remember she smelled very nice, like lavender popsicles. I told my mom about the nice lady and she laughed at me and told me the lady was checking us for lice. I didn't care. It felt nice. And I never had lice, so it was a treat.
Lily?
Meredith says in Roger's voice. Yeah?
Please don't leave me again. You left me at that crazy house with David Clark and his mom. I tried to go after you, but you were gone. Why did you leave me behind?
I may have been a little possessed by a demon. I look up at him. I'm sorry. He hugs me around the neck. I feel something tear down around my middle and it gets hot and painful again. I groan. Please, stop hugging me. It hurts. She stops.
Where?
Around the big, bloody spot. I feel Roger's heavy hand pressing down on my abdomen and the screaming pain picks up for a couple seconds before it sort of muffles down to a dull, angry pain instead. That's good. Keep pushing on it, please. It hurts less when you press on it. Roger and Mr. Frank walks back over.
Reunion time is over. We gotta get out of here.
Meredith lays my head down in the dirt and stands up. With her not pushing on my wound, the pain comes back.
We need to take her to a hospital. She's going to bleed to death. No!
Comes an angry shout.
She has to die. She has to pay for what she did to my sister.
I turn my head to look at Tony. He seems to have given up on getting Mrs. Doggy Van off of him and is just laying there with his arm dangling out of her mouth. He's staring at me and Meredith with spinning eyeballs like a cartoon hypnotist. He's also foaming at the mouth like Old Yeller and spraying the air with spit as he yells about how I killed his sister over and over again. I actually did die, I sputter, doing my own spit spraying and getting blood up my left nostril as a result. I was just dead a moment ago. Death himself told me to my face. I try to blow the blood out of my nose with a hard snort, but end up just sucking it up instead. I can taste it mixed with a booger on the back of my tongue. Ugh, bloody snot. Suddenly, the whole area gets flooded with the bright yellow of a car's headlights as one pulls into the gas station parking lot. It sits there for a minute, just chugging quietly and blinding us with its headlights. I can't make out the type of car or who's behind the wheel. Eventually, the door opens and a pair of legs step out in black slacks and a big brown trench coat. It's Detective Guthrie. He looks like he's either confused, surprised, or angry. Maybe a mix of all three. Normally, he just looks annoyed when he shows up wherever I am. Guthrie pulls a gun out of his trench coat. I wonder how many others he's got in there. It looks big enough to carry a ton of small guns or maybe a couple shotguns. I want to see him pull a bazooka out, but I know that's not going to happen.
What the hell is going on here?
He says in that kind of tone an adult uses when they walk in on you making breakfast for them on Father's Day using a recipe you found in an old cookbook your mother kept on top of the shelf in the pantry and you had to climb the shelves to get it and knocked everything over as a result but told yourself you'd clean it up after. Nobody says anything. The dog snarls and thrashes her head around, trying to kill Tony's arm. Guthrie eyes it warily. The next moment, he squints at Roger.
Frank? I found your car back at the hotel. There's blood everywhere. Jeez, what happened to you?
Meredith and I turn and look at Roger and Mr. Frank's body. Turning my head is about all I can do, it seems. Roger makes an oh kind of face and touches his neck, sticking his fingers into this giant bloody gash he's got as if he forgot it was there.
It's not as bad as it looks. I'll live.
Guthrie gives Mr. Frank a concerned look. He walks over to me, keeping his gun trained on Tony and the blood-covered dog. Pretty soon his face is looming over mine. He glances at Meredith and she crouches beside him and starts pressing on my bleedy spot again.
That's good. Keep pressuring that whatever it is.
He tells her.
I've called for medical services and backup.
He looks down at me. I cough and accidentally get some of my blood in his face as well as mine. He just calmly closes his eyes, wipes it off, and then moves a little further away from me.
You're gonna be okay, Lily. Just hang in there.
I died, I tell him. He nods.
Okay.
How did you find us? Meredith asks, her face full of tears. She's been crying silently over me. It's so weird to see Roger's face all puffy and red and wet from crying and hear him speaking so softly. It's like I could hear Meredith's voice underneath Roger's. Guthrie leans back and blinks.
I don't know, really. I was at the hotel and this voice in my head told me to get in my car and just start driving. So I did. I just started driving. And then that same voice seemed to guide me, telling me when to turn, until the next thing I knew, I was pulling in here.
He looks down at me. I can see in his eyes something I haven't seen in a while. Awe. That's what it is. It's awe. Like he can't believe what he's telling me. No, like he absolutely can believe what he's telling me, and it scares him.
It was like an invisible hand holding mine and turning the wheel, leading me here. I didn't fight it. I just let it do its thing.
The angels guided you, I whisper. Meredith nods silently and wipes her tears. Ah, for Pete's sake, Roger mutters. Guthrie takes off his big coat. There are no extra guns underneath, just his shirt and suspenders. I'm disappointed that he's not armed to the teeth, but then he drapes the coat over me like a blanket and pets me, and I forgive him for not being covered in guns.
Don't fall asleep,
he tells me. I think covering me with your coat like a blanket and petting my head are counterproductive to trying to keep me awake, but I'm too tired to tell him this. He looks at Meredith. I wonder if he realizes whose face he's looking at. My dead brother's.
Stay with her,
he tells her. I can feel my eyelids. Feeling them makes you realize how normal it is not to feel them. Like nobody goes around thinking about their eyelids until their eyelids make themselves known. Mine are definitely trying to get my attention. What do you want, eyelids? We want to go down, say my upper eyelids. And we want to go up, says my lower eyelids. And then we want to meet in the middle, they say in chorus. Fine. I let them cover my eyeballs and focus on the sounds around me. I hear Guthrie walking away, his feet crunching on the ground. I hear the dog snarling and thrashing its head every few seconds. I hear Meredith breathing over me and lightly humming some sort of song. I don't know what it is. It sounds like a lullaby.
What's wrong with this dog?
Guthrie asks.
Is it injured?
Tony screeches, "Get it off me!" There's some sort of scuffing sound, and then the dog starts barking angrily. I hear grunts from one of the adults, and then suddenly there's a loud bang that startles me so bad my eyes flutter open. It startles Meredith too, who leans too far in and presses extra hard on my tummy wound. I can feel stuff inside me squish and shift, and it hurts something fierce. Over at the adults, Guthrie stands by Tony and the dog. The dog is lying on its side and not moving. Guthrie has his gun pointed at it. A wisp of smoke is trailing from the barrel. He just shot Mrs. Donovan. He doesn't even know it. I could have saved her. I could have made her whole again. I don't know how, but I would have taken care of her until I could figure it out. Of course, there was another dog, and I don't know where it went or if it's alive or dead. I probably needed both dogs to fix her. It's too late now, though. Rest in peace, Mrs. Donovan. Thank you for saving me. Together with Roger, Detective Guthrie flips Tony onto his back and handcuffs him, where he just lays there and every now and then cries and bangs his head on the ground. Guthrie then turns to Roger.
Let me see your neck, Frank.
Look, about that, Roger puts his hands up to keep Guthrie at bay. Before they can argue about whether or not Frank Roger should be able to stand up and walk around, let alone talk and breathe, the red lights of an ambulance join the fray. 2 ambulance people jump out, a man and a woman, each carrying some sort of small lunchbox, and jog over to our little gathering. The lady EMT comes over to me. She smells like antiseptic. I don't mind. I'm too woozy to object to people's smells right now.
Let me see that,
She says, moving Meredith's hands, followed by,
Bruce. We're going to need a pack here. Heavy blood loss. You got it.
the other EMT person says, dashing back to the ambulance and returning a moment later with a big plastic sandwich bag filled with blood. It looks juicy and makes me realize how thirsty I am. The sloshing sound it makes reminds me of a slushie. Cherry slushy. Nobody seems to hear me. Guthrie forgets what he was about to say to Roger and shuffles back to his car to talk on the radio some more. He's probably wondering where his backup is. Not that he needs them now. Tony is restrained, the dog is dead, the ambulance is here, and I'm going to live. At least I think I am. I guess I could still die. Except I think that moment came and went. If I fall asleep, will Duma still be there waiting for me? I wonder how annoyed he is that I didn't stick around. Guthrie comes back from the car and tucks something soft under my arm.
I thought you might want this. You left it back at the hotel.
It's a little blue cat doll with its pink felt tongue sticking out in cracked plastic eyes. Freddie Lapel. I whisper and squeeze it, but my arms don't work so well. He feels damp, I say to Meredith, who smiles quietly. Moments later, I've got a little needle in my arm and the baggie of blood is connected to it. The EMTs are lifting me onto their ambulance trolley thing. Meredith is standing beside me, refusing to let go of my hand.
It's called a stretcher,
the male EMT says. He furrows his brow at me after telling me this, and then looks with concern at his partner. She shrugs. Guthrie stands nearby, holding on to Tony as he leads him toward his car.
Why is she doing that?
He asks the ambulance pair. I wonder what he's talking about. Meredith pats my head.
You're narrating again,
she says. Oh, sorry. I try to focus on keeping my thoughts in my brain.
Try harder!
Roger calls from over by the dead dog. He stares down at it forlornly and, harder! He yells. Anthony, I say, getting my stabber's attention. He looks at me and I see the hatred.
Harder!
The hatred burning in his eyes. There's nothing else there. It's overwhelming him. He's like this kid I once knew named Gordon Tunso who got hit in the head with one of those hard foam floaties at the pool and nobody realized it had knocked him out because floaties are hard, but they're just foam. So you wouldn't think they'd be enough to clock a kid, but they are. Anyway, Gordon got knocked out and then he floated there face down in the pool and everybody thought he was just pretending, but he actually wasn't. The lifeguard pulled him out and got him breathing again, but an hour later when he was home watching TV, he drowned. They called it dry drowning, which is scary to think about because you don't imagine that you could drown while not in the water, but apparently you can.
Is that a true story?
Detective Guthrie asks. Everybody's looking at me and each other and just seems genuinely confused, except for Roger, who just sighs and goes back to staring at the dead dog. The lady ambulance person nods at Guthrie.
Yeah, it's rare, but it can happen.
I clench my mouth shut for a moment to keep any more thoughts from spilling out. After a few seconds of mumbling through my lips, I get my brain back under control. Tony? I croak his name again. I just want you to know. I forgive you.
You forgive me?
He scoffs. He opens his mouth as if to call me a demon horse again or something, and then shuts it with a clack of his teeth. I know you're hurting. When you love someone and they die, it leaves a hole in your heart. A metaphorical hole, not a real one. But it hurts just as much as if it were a real hole. And you want the hurt to stop. You think you can fix the hole by punishing whoever took your loved one away. So you go looking for someone to blame for why your sister or your son or your mom and dad died. And sometimes there is someone, but a lot of the time there isn't. The truth is sometimes bad stuff happens to people who don't deserve it, and there's nobody to blame. Meredith squeezes my hand. Your sister died trying to save me and my friend Meredith from a crazy man that was going to kidnap her. She was a hero, and I don't blame you for being mad that she's gone. But I didn't kill her. I think about telling him the other part where her ghost tried to get me to murder that same best friend that her living self had died trying to save, but I think that would just get confusing, and I don't really think he'd believe me, and honestly, I really prefer not thinking too much on how a burnt corpse almost got me to commit murder. Tony spits at me, but it falls way short because there's just no phlegm in it.
I hope you burn in hell,
he snarls as Guthrie sighs and shoves him into the back of his car. Hell is just a construct, I say. Meredith frowns. What does that mean? My brain feels like it's drifting into a fog bank. Did they stick me with something? I think the medical people stuck me with something. I don't know. Stupid angels said it, not me. What's wrong with my mouth? The stretcher jostles me as they wheel it into the ambulance. A needle full of painkillers. I think that's what they stuck me with. I feel the tearing in my tummy, but it's more of a tingling than a screaming, awful pain. I still clench up, though, just because I'm afraid it's going to hurt, since it has every other time. I grip Meredith's hand like a vice. A vice is this thing adults use to hold something in place while they do stuff like saw or hammer at it. My dad used to watch a show called Miami Vice that had these two guys in flashy jackets driving around some tropical place hunting for stuff to nail. I can feel it coming in there, Tane. I managed to slur to myself groggily. Shit. The male ambulance guy starts pulling Meredith away. No, come back, Mary. Our fingers cling to each other until we're just too far apart and my arm drops to the side. Can't I ride with her? She asks. Her eyes are big and wet, and I can't watch Roger's body cry. It's just too weird, even if I know it's Meredith inside. I'll wiggle my toes instead. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Guthrie appears behind her and puts a heavy hand on her shoulder. Guthrie's a clown.
Who even are you?
He asks. Asses, he says. Meredith looks terrified of him. I want to tell her not to be scared, that he's just a big old kitty cat. Don't worry, this is just my cousin. Jeez, what did they give me? I'm just gonna shut up. Just shutting up.
You don't have a cousin.
Damn, he's a good defective. Mary's eyes dash back to me like little soccer balls. Panicked soccer balls. She leans over and barfs. Blah! Except it's not barf, it's like black smoke. Spills out of her mouth and nose. It pours right onto my chest and I close my mouth, which was hanging open so it don't go in my body. Guthrie watches, frowning.
Are you alright?
He asks. I'm sorry, do you not see the black smoke that just came out of her? It's all over me, you doof. You doofus. The smoke flows around, swirling, and then like a vacuum cleaner sucking it up, it gets slurped up by my stuffed kitty. Kitty, kitty, so pretty, pretty kitty named Freddy. Freddy, Daddy, Freddy, Dead-eyed Dick. Dick Tracy. The kitty twitches. Guthrie doesn't notice because he's too busy watching Roger's body suddenly slump back, head tilt up and collapse to the ground like a rag doll. Thwump! The female ambulance shouts, "Whoa!" as she watches it happen. She clambers off the truck and kneels down by Roger's empty body. What the hell happened? She prods his neck. I'm not getting a pulse here!
The hell did you do?
The other ambulance asks. Vulcan death grip. I giggle. Guthrie looks utterly shocked, like a milk cow rubbing against an electric fence. I didn't do anything! Now Roger and that other guy's body is standing beside him. Poof! He appears. Or maybe I blinked. I can't think straight. Blink, poof, there's Roger. He's got one eye and it looks tired, and the other one is drippy and wet and missing, I think? Someone is running out of it. The ambulance who isn't hovering over Roger's body takes a hard look at the other body that Roger's currently in, and his eyes get wide. His name is Pavel, and I bet he's going to tell all his ambulance buddies about this later over several beers at a place called Old Joe's Tavern. Oh, looky, the angel radio is working. Beam me up, Pasher. Pasher does not beam me up.
Joe, you were asking about my neck.
Roger says to Guthrie. His name's not Joe, I try to tell him. It's defective Gumby.
Look, whatever it is, can you, tell my wife and kids that I love them?
Guthrie looks at Roger like he just explained to him that potatoes are actually alien spy devices made to be consumed and send vital Earthling statistics back to their masters in preparation for the invasion. He manages to flip a basic,
"What?"
past his lips, followed by,
"Frank, what kids?"
"Oh."
Well, then that makes this easier.
Roger shrugs. He steps back, loosens his tie, except he's not wearing a tie, and then tilts his... Oh, he was pulling at neck, because of the big, gaping wound in it. I think you could see the insides of his throat, or at least I could if it wasn't for the black smoke that starts billowing up out of his face and neck. I'm pretty sure Gumby doesn't see this. The smoke, that is. He's probably seeing inside Frank's neck. I'm just gonna take a little nap, I say. I hear Meredith's voice from the cat doll. Okay. Just before I drift off to sleep, though, I watch Frank's big adult body topple over backward like a sack full of wet laundry. His head cracks as it strikes the pavement. At the same instant, Roger's body lurches to life with a big gasp of breath that scares the living daylights out of the ambulance lady. She screeches and punches him in the face. Ow! Shit! He grabs his nose. Gumby does what Gumby does, which is just stand there looking dumbfounded and yells,
"What the F is going on?"
And then I go to sleepy sleep. Welcome back. I'm sitting on a couch. It's green and plaid and old looking. I recognize it from when I was little. Also from the old home movie memory thing I watched with Duma just maybe 20 minutes ago before I woke up, watched some stuff and then passed right back out. Where am I? I ask.
You're home. Don't you recognize it?
Yeah, I recognize it, but it can't be real. Is this the veil again? Or something else? Am I dreaming? Or dead? The two seem so similar these days, it's confusing. The someone else talking is next to me on the couch. Taking a gander means to look at someone. It also means to grab a boy goose. I don't know why the same phrase is used for both these things, but it is. English makes no sense sometimes. Pasher, I sigh. He smiles at me. His teeth are perfect. Too perfect. I wonder if he has fake teeth like a movie star. What if Lisa Welch's dad gave them to him? That's ridiculous, of course. Maybe he really has no teeth, so he wears fake ones to look normal. After all, why would angels need teeth? Teeth are for eating. Angels don't eat. Come to think of it, Duma has teeth too. Maybe angels do eat. That begs the question, what do angels eat? What do angels eat? I ask Pasher. He grins.
I've missed you, Lily.
I've missed you too. I can't look at him. Not because his eyes burn like fiery diamonds. He was nice enough to wear dark sunglasses so as not to blind me. I can't look at him because I'm ashamed of what I've done. I let a demon free from hell. Because of me, it ruined several people's lives. It turned Mr. Donovan into a mindless TV-consuming zombie. Although maybe he was already that. It turned Mrs. Donovan into a fungus and then a pair of dogs, at least one of which is dead now. She definitely wasn't any of those things before. It even fed a woman to those very dogs, and sliced the fingers off David Clark. Who knows what else it will do if I don't get home and send it back. Pasher puts his arms over the back of the couch like my father used to do when he was relaxing and watching a movie. I'm pretty sure he's doing it precisely because it reminds me of that. Nothing Pasher says or does is unintentional. Take his clothes, for example. He's dressed exactly like his totem, in a black vest and pants with a white shirt underneath and perfectly knotted tie. I would wager that if I touched the vest, it would feel soft as felt, just like the one my Nana made for the doll. I'm not going to touch it, though. Touching other people's clothes without permission is rude. Pasher looks across the room at the old TV we used to have. It's got 2 dials and rabbit ears and had been in the family for longer than I could remember until one day while Roger and I were watching Sunday morning cartoons, there was this pop sound and the screen went black and smoke wafted out the top of the set. Then we had to get a new one with a fancy remote and no rabbit ears.
What are we going to do, Lily?
Pasher asks. I don't know if it's a rhetorical question or not. He cocks his head briefly at me and then looks away again.
That's not a rhetorical question.
It may not be a rhetorical question, but it's incredibly vague. Does he want to play a board game or solve world hunger? I don't know. What are we going to do about what? He sits forward and puts his hands in his lap, still not looking at me.
You are in a vast ocean of fog, little one, far from shore. It was there, and then it wasn't. Every choice you've made has taken you further from land. I can't row you home, only you can. All I can do is shine and hope you see the light and aim true.
That's an analogy, isn't it? I mutter. I hate analogies. They're like rectal thermometers. Trying to use one correctly can be a pain in the ass.
Technically, it's a metaphor.
I hate those too. They're just garbage.
What I'm trying to say is that you have strayed too far from the word, Lily.
Pasher says in a voice he reserves for when he's very disappointed in me and not concerned with letting me know it. Like the many times I almost died because I didn't listen to his advice. Maybe I should have died one of those times. I'm not saying I wish I had, but what if I was meant to, but something or someone prevented it?
I can't help you get back on track except by providing the guidance you once rejected.
He continues.
It's up to you to follow that guidance, but you should know this. Your gift won't work out there. I can't show you what will happen as long as you are this far off the trail. You may have noticed that things aren't so clear anymore. As long as you insist on resisting the word, it will be this way.
He may have the sunglasses on, but I can still feel his eyes burning into my face. Or maybe it's my cheeks burning. He reaches down and touches the top of my head. Just slightly, like a gentle touch, and then he pulls it away. Not my head, but his hand. My head stays put.
I don't want to lose you to this fog. The Potestates have made a judgment, though. You must return, or it will be interpreted as your rejection of the gift and returned to the original owner.
You mean Roger, I say. Roger was the original knife that cuts the blah blah blah.
Yes, Roger.
As if he's Beetlejuice, Roger walks in the front door of the house. He looks ratty as ever. Even his black sleeveless shirt says rat on it with 2 T's because I guess somebody doesn't know how to spell. His hair is dark and slicked back and he's got a permanent sneer carved into his face.
Somebody say my name?
He says in a Fonzie Fonzarelli kind of way. He pulls a comb out of his back pocket and combs his hair even though there was no reason to. And then he sticks it back in his back pocket, dripping wet. I want to jump to my feet, but I kind of can't. I hate being stuck to the couch and the floor like this. Instead, I sort of lurch and flop back like a suffocating fish. What are you doing here? I ask him. You were right there by me when I fell asleepy sleep. That was like 1 minute ago. Come to think of it, I didn't last long at all in the waking world. I got to be alert for like 1 chapter of my life, watch a bunch of weird stuff go down, and then passed right the blankety-blank out. I was really hoping to get up and walk around, maybe not die for a bit. Life sucks. Roger side-eyes me and then looks at Pasher and shrugs. I don't like how casually he acts around Pasher, but then I have to remember that he knew Pasher before I did.
It's been like 2 hours since I saw you,
he says with a snort like a bull.
You got carted away with that ugly cat doll you got your friend's ghost stuffed in, and I got dragged away by your friend Defective Gumby into the police station for an interview. I asked if I could clean up real quick in the bathroom. All I had to do was open a door by myself and I was scot-free. He'll never even know what happened.
Time works differently in the Vale, Lily. Pasha reminds me. I wish I knew exactly how different. Last time I was gone for days, and it seemed like I was missing for a week in the real world. But there I was physically in the Vale. Now I'm just unconscious. But time seems to be running faster out there anyway. None of it makes sense to me. Pasha stands up and walks to the center of the room. He gestures to Roger, who has a seat in the old recliner my mom used to sit in and do cross-stitching projects while the rest of us watch TV.
Let's not waste more time,
Pasha says, his tone no longer gentle.
Lily, where is Furfur?
I trapped him in an egg. Pasha and Roger are quiet. In my closet, I specify, in case they were waiting for me to tell them which egg in the entire world is currently housing a demonic spirit. Roger's the first to say something.
I'm sorry, I'm still trying to wrap my head around how effing cool it is that my own sister summoned a demon from hell. It is not cool.
Roger leans forward in the recliner and almost tips out of it.
I mean, obviously not to an angel, but if me and my buds had known you could legitimately summon a demon by reading a book, we'd probably have gone to the library more.
He grins at me, winks, and gives me a big thumbs up.
You're still an ass face, but I gotta give it to you on that.
Roger is being strangely nice to me. It makes me wonder if there's some residual Meredith inside him causing it.
What were you going to do with the egg?
Pasha asks. I feel that deep sense of shame boiling inside me again like a furnace in my tummy. I was going to torture the demon until it agreed to help me bring my parents back. I look at Roger, who seems dumbfounded by this explanation. I mean, our parents.
Mom and Dad aren't in hell, dumbass,
Roger says with a laugh. He leans back into the recliner and starts picking his nose as he talks.
I got to see them as they passed through on their way to the... whatever it's called.
Elysium,
Pasha remarks.
Yeah, that place.
Pasha folds his arms together.
Elysium and the pit are nothing alike and nowhere remotely close to each other, even in the Vale where all places are connected. Asking a demon to help you rip someone out of Elysium will be akin to asking a tour guide from San Francisco to show you around Paris. I trust you understand that analogy.
Well, I wasn't getting any help from you, I snap. It was because of you and Joviel and Nathaniel that our parents, are dead to begin with. They died because I did what you guys told me to do. Roger looks at Pasha. Did he not know this? Did he think it was just me and my fault that Mom and Dad were killed? And you knew it was going to happen, too. I finished my thought. Because I followed your precious word. You knew that telling me to use Jofiel's totem would kill them.
Is that true?
Roger asks. His eyes dart back and forth like he's reading an invisible book. Pasha lets his arms fall to their sides. He hangs his head quietly for a moment. I can see the bright light behind his sunglasses dim ever so slightly.
Yes, it's true,
he says finally. All of my old feelings of anger and hatred for him come churning back up. They must have been hiding in my lower intestines or something. They burn in my throat. They taste like sour candy on my tongue. I feel ready to breathe fire. I want to bathe him in it. Just torch the shit out of him.
It was never supposed to happen like this,
Pasha says softly, clenching his fists.
But once the path was set, I could not alter it again.
What does that mean? I ask. You know what one of my biggest pet peeves is? When people talk all vague and expect you to understand, or ask them what they mean rather than just tell you what they meant in the first place. Angels are the worst about it, I think. Everything has to be secretive and mysterious with them. They can't just say, Lily, you gotta go pet that dog. They always phrase it like, Lily, sometimes the most important thing in life is to take a moment to relax and enjoy the finer things. Like, what if that means go pet the dog? None of it. I think what I'm trying to say is I wish I could be petting a dog right now.
It means that there was a different path once. You've both seen it. We showed it to you. It was on that path that Roger had the gift. But he didn't want it. Just like you don't want it now.
It's not that I don't want it. I just want to not be constantly having to deal with monsters and maniacs and ghosts and stuff. Also, I kind of don't like knowing everything about a person the moment I see them. At least not the weird, unimportant, or depressing stuff, you know? Pasher holds both his hands out. Does he want me to take them? I start to reach. No, he puts them back down. I feel silly for thinking he wanted to hold hands. Stupid.
We changed the path in order to allow the gift to move to you, Lily. But that came with consequences.
Roger suddenly lurches forward.
Wait a second, are you saying it's my fault?
Pasher shakes his head.
It's nobody's fault.
It's somebody's fault.
Roger's face turns red.
Someone decided the path. It's not just randomly written. That's the whole point of it existing. Someone had to have made the decision to punish us for this.
Pasher suddenly looks worried. I can't see his eyes, of course, but his forehead wrinkles up like adults' foreheads do when they're expressing concern or worry. I guess kids worry the same way, but we got less skin on our foreheads, it seems like. We can't just wrinkle it up the way adults do. Roger keeps yelling.
And I died too. I didn't get to live a complete life, all because I rejected your gift.
He throws finger quotes at the word like he's implying it's not really a gift.
Roger,
Pasher pauses. He looks lost. Maybe it's the words that are lost. He'll find them. He always does.
I know how awful it seems. I never wanted this for you. Never. I just wanted to help you. The moment I saw the new word, I was devastated. I asked to take it back. I went up as high as I could and begged them to change it back, but it was too late.
Roger slumps back in his chair and gives off death stares.
Well, at least you're going to change it back now.
What does that mean for me? I ask. If we go back to Roger having the gift, do our parents undie? Does our house unexplode? Does Meredith come back too? I see something shiny on Pasher's pale cheek. Another one appears from under his glasses. The two shinies meet and glomp together and then run down to his chin. The two shinies meet and glomp together and then run down to his chin. He's crying.
It means that you will get to be with your parents again,
he says.
But it will be in Elysium. Roger will take your place in the living world. Some minor edits will most likely be made to fix the situation as it currently stands, and so that nobody remembers Roger's passing away.
That's not what I want.
Lily.
No! I feel my legs tense up, but they still refuse to let me get to my feet. I can't even wiggle my toes, and believe me, I am wiggling them furiously. They are like a mob of 10 angry villagers wiggling in range as they start to riot against Dr. Frankenstein. That's an analogy. I just thought it up. Roger jumps to his feet as if to rub it in my face that he even can. He storms over to the couch I'm on, ignoring Pasher's hand as it reaches for him to try to guide him back to his chair. He whips his index finger right in my face and nearly jabs me in the eye with it.
Listen, ass face,
he snarls.
You royally screwed the pooch and now it's my turn.
I don't know where he got the idea that I had sex with a dog, but the fact that he apparently wants a turn at it is even more disturbing.
Everyone around you is miserable and or dead. You want to see mom and dad again? Go see them. Go be happy in that fancy-ass place and thank your stars you didn't end up laying in a rotting corpse in the dark trapped in limbo for who knows how long.
Roger.
Pasher puts his hand on Roger's shoulder. Roger slaps it away.
Don't touch me.
He glares down at me.
When are you going to stop being so damn selfish? You have the greatest gift in the world and you go around pouting and using it for petty shit.
It feels like someone is tugging at my guts. That's not a metaphor. It straight up feels like my guts are being physically tugged on. I almost expect to be able to lift my shirt and see my gut shifting around under my skin like fat snakes in a happy snake pile, or an angry snake pile. I don't lift up my shirt and look at my tummy, though, because my brother is screaming in my face about how I should just give up and die, and I think if I take a glance at my tummy, he'll just get angrier that I'm not listening, even though I am. Pasher steps up behind Roger again.
Roger.
Give me back my life! Roger.
Pasher's voice echoes. There's a strange power to it. I've never heard him speak like this before, and it makes all my arm hair stand at attention. Roger feels it too. He stiffens up. His hands fall away from being right in my face and his arms go rigid just like the rest of his body. He stares straight ahead, past me and the couch, frozen like a statue.
Go sit down,
Pasher commands. Roger turns, or more like he rotates really, and stiff-leggedly walks back to the recliner, rotates again, and plops down in it. After a moment, his body suddenly relaxes and he slumps back into the chair. He looks around confused. What the hell? Pasher turns back to me, wiping away the tears that had run down his cheeks. He doesn't smile.
Lily, do you want to go be with your parents?
I don't know what to say. It feels like a trick question. Do I want to be with my parents? Yes. Do I want to be dead? No. What was it my Uncle George said at my cousin Susie's funeral? The dead know only one thing. It is better to be alive. I don't think those were his words. They sounded like something he read in a book. I don't, I say, surprising even myself. At least not yet. I want to get to be a grown-up first. Otherwise, my entire life will have been getting treated like a little kid without ever getting to be the one treating kids like little kids. The gut-pulling pain gets sharper and more intense. I almost want to double over and clutch my stomach and maybe dig my fingers into myself and just remove my guts altogether so they stop hurting.
That's not fair,
Roger yells.
We had a deal.
Pasher turns his head and looks at him.
Be quiet.
Roger's mouth snaps shut. His eyes bug out and his whole face turns deep beet red. Pasher brushes off his black felt suit even though it wasn't the tiniest bit dirty. As a matter of fact, I don't think I see a single speck of dust even floating in the air. This room, despite being a seemingly perfect recreation of my family's living room, is just too clean. It feels fake, like I'm looking at a set or a television sitcom. I Love Lily, maybe.
Go get Fur,
He says to me.
You will also need blessed water. Once you have both, I will give you the words to recite to send him back to the pit.
I promise to fix this, I say. Pasher nods.
I know you will. Oh, and Lily, before I forget, one other thing.
Uh-oh. Always one other thing with people. What?
You've got Raziel trapped. I need you to release him.
Raziel? What? How do I have Raziel trapped? I haven't even seen Raziel since he showed up in my dreams to show me that film about Roger being the original knife that blah blah blahs. And then he said he'd be with me to help me get away from Tony the child stabber and... Pasher can see I'm confused. He comes toward me and places a gentle touch on top of my head again.
I can feel him in there, in the back of your mind like a fleeting ghost. He's trapped inside a cave, one not built by you. It is the work of Fur, most likely. A means to repress your soul when you allowed him to possess you. But now that same trap holds dear Raziel hostage. You must let him out.
How do I do that? I ask. Roger makes an angry groan through his closed mouth and sends me stink eyes and death stares.
Let your mind go.
He says it like not thinking is so easy. My brain never wants to shut off. I think about things constantly. Hell, I'm thinking about not thinking right now. I can't stop thinking about not thinking. Even when I'm asleep, I don't get a break from thinking. Especially now when sleeping is the same as being awake. Just I'm stuck in the veil for the eternity of it. The sharp pain in my guts seemed to dwindle. Now it feels like someone is grabbing the skin on either side of my abdomen and trying to scrunch it all up together in the middle. I clench my teeth and squeeze my eyes shut to try to get past it. Pasher sees my expression and says,
They're stitching you up in the living world. You'll most likely wake up soon. I understand it's probably too difficult to empty your mind right this moment, what with the pain, and especially with everything I just told you. But once this is over, we will release Raziel together. In the meantime, let him continue to help as he can. I'd say his efforts to assist you thus far have paid off rather well.
What are you talking about? I managed to say through the pain. He didn't help me at all. I got stabbed and nearly died.
Yes, but that's how Raziel operates.
Pasher chuckles. I'm glad he thinks this is all so funny. Not.
Once you were hidden away, Raziel acted as a beacon, drawing your brother and Meredith to you, then the transformed Teresa Donovan, and even Andrew Guthrie.
You would not have been found in time if Raziel had not guided those who care about you to you, which he could only do because it was a secret.
I sigh. Lucky me. I look over at Roger, stewing in our mom's recliner, looking like he's trying to gnaw through an invisible rope. What about him?
Who, Roger?
Pasher gives him a passing glance.
I'll have to talk to Metatron. We'll figure something out. It's hard to say right this moment since we're so deep in the woods, lost from the path and the word. Once you make things right, I'll know better what the word has in store for your brother. Obviously, his story is not yet over.
What about... I was going to say Meredith, but I stopped because I'm no longer looking at Pasher. I'm looking up at some yellowing ceiling tiles and ugly hospital lights. Something is beeping in my ear, and I know it's one of those machines that tracks my heart rate and such.
Oh, Lily!
I hear an excited female voice say my name with excitement. It's Mrs. Lake, sitting beside my hospital bed. She's got knitting needles and a handbag, and she seems to be knitting a scarf or something into the handbag. At least she was. Now she's setting them down and taking my hand and squeezing it.
You're awake! Oh, sweet child, I thought we'd lost you.
She doesn't hug me, which is good because I still feel absolutely crappy and don't want someone squeezing me for fear my insides will squish out the hole in me Tony made. Welcome back, Lily! I hear Meredith squeak. She's sitting on a nearby rolling cart, along with some little pill cups and a bunch of magazines Mrs. Lake must have brought with her to read because they're about great housekeeping and other weird hobbies. Thanks, I managed to grunt out. Mrs. Lake pets my arm.
You're welcome.
I don't tell her I was talking to my haunted cat doll. Tuesday. Mrs. Lake comes by to visit this morning. She brings my journal so I can write. She doesn't bring a pencil, though. I have to ask the nurse for one. The pencil she gives me is a number 4. I didn't know they even made number 4 pencils. When I try to write with it, I end up tearing a hole in the page. I have to ask a different nurse for something lower on the pencil chain. She gives me a number 1. I don't understand why this hospital doesn't use number 2 pencils like everyone else. I ask Mrs. Lake if she would bring me Pasher the next time she visits. She says no problem. It'll be good to have him again. He can sing me to sleep. It's hard to sleep. My head is full of static, and I think I'm seeing things. I keep waking up in the middle of the night. Last night I thought there was someone staring at me through the hallway window. You know how your vision is kind of blurry when you first wake up, and then you rub your eyes and get the crusty gunk out and you can see better? Except sometimes some of that crusty stuff gets under your eyelids and you rub it in and it hurts real bad and makes your eyes water, and there's nothing you could do but lean over and blink a lot until the stuff comes out with your tears. Even then, your eye keeps stinging because you scratched it and stuff. I forgot where I was going with this. Oh, right. So last night I woke up and rubbed my eyes, and for a moment I'd swear there was a shadow looking in from the hallway. It was gone by the time I blinked out the crust. You know, my dad used to call that crusty stuff Gorn, which he said he named after an alien from a science fiction show he liked to watch. I call it Gorn too, but nobody else knows what Gorn is, so if I talk about it to someone else, I have to switch back to eye boogers or that crusty stuff. The doctor who stitched up my tummy is named Dr. Adams. When I met him, I asked if he was related to Gomez and Morticia, and he laughed and said their names were spelled differently. What he didn't say was no. That makes me suspect that he is. People, especially adults, really like to not answer questions but act like they did. Like when Detective Guthrie came by to check on me and I asked him if I was safe now, and his answer was, "We've charged Anthony Flores with 2 counts of murder." My question wasn't, what happened to the guy who stabbed me? It was, am I safe now? Of course, I kind of understand why they don't answer. They don't want to answer yes or no, because what if you say to an 11-and-a-half-year-old girl, yes, you are safe, and then the hospital explodes, killing her? You look like an asshole, that's what. And if you say, no, you're not safe, she's going to live the rest of her life waiting for bad things to happen. I guess the truth is that I shouldn't have asked Guthrie that question. How would he know if I'm safe or not? P.S. Detective Guthrie says that everyone at work is calling him Detective Gumby, and it's all my fault. Wednesday. Mrs. Lake can't find Pasher. She says she looked all over my bedroom, but he wasn't there. Where could he have gone? It's not like his totem can get up and walk away. He's got to be there. I asked Mrs. Lake if she could run out and get me a number 2 pencil. She looks at me like she's suspicious of something. I'm not used to her giving me untrusting looks. I wonder if all the stuff with me getting arrested has shattered her faith in me. While she's out, I talk to Meredith and we come up with a plan. When Mrs. Lake returns, I ask her if she can take my cat doll Freddie Lapel and let him sleep in my normal bed tonight because he's tired, but please bring him back tomorrow. Meredith will find Pasher, and wherever he is, move him to where Mrs. Lake can find him. Mrs. Lake thinks this is weird. "Don't you want your toy for keeping you company at night, dear?" she asks me. No, please take him. He misses the normal bed." I lie. Truth is, Meredith has been acting extra snuggly to me lately. I woke up last night and she was on my head, petting my hair. I thought cockroaches were trying to gnaw into my brain, and I screamed and swatted her to the floor. Someone came running in to make sure I wasn't being murdered again. It turns out Detective Guthrie put some sort of police guard person outside my room to make sure nothing happened to me. Mrs. Lake takes Meredith like she's holding a hanky someone blew their nose into, dropping her into a bag of yarn and knitting needles. "That thing is filthy, dear," she says to me with a weird look. "Why don't I wash it for you tonight?" That would ruin the plan, though, so I ask her politely not to wash Meredith, Freddie Lapel. He's squishy and damp for some reason anyway. I think some water or something got soaked up in him like a sponge, but if I squeeze him, nothing comes out. Meredith just giggles at me. Mrs. Lake does not look pleased about this. Dr. Adams comes in later and checks my stitches. He says not to scratch at them even though they itch or I'll just tear myself open again. He threatens to duct tape mittens on my hands if I keep scratching. I've had enough of ducks and their tape. When I sleep, I don't seem to dream anymore. I just lie awake in this empty blackness. There's a tapping sound, but I don't know where it's coming from. It sounds like if someone had a stick and was knocking on a wall with it. There's whispers sometimes too, but I can never quite make them out. Stupid whispers need to speak up if they want me to hear them. I hope Meredith finds Pasher. Thursday. The nurse this morning told me I must have an admirer because she thought she spotted another kid peeking in on me when she came by to give me pain meds. She could only make out their silhouette from far away, and then they scurried off before she could see them clearly. I wonder, is it David Clark? Could he be the person spying on me at night? They said he ran away. Is he hiding somewhere in the hospital? I don't know how big this place is. Big enough for a child to hide? Maybe. And there's lots of scalpels and bone saws around here, I bet. What if he sneaks into my room while I'm asleep and cuts all my fingers off as revenge for Fur for cutting off his? Or worse, what if he cuts off my head? I tell the nurse that the boy wants to hurt me and please don't let him into my room and keep him away. She does this thing adults do when they go tut-tut and then tell you why there's no reason to be afraid of the boy whose mother you had torn apart by dogs and chopped all his fingers off and left him to bleed out. But I can't tell her that his mother was torn apart by dogs I let loose or that I cut his fingers off and left him to bleed out. So I just have to say that I'm suffering post-traumatic stress from being stabbed and he makes me scared. I learned about that stuff from my Uncle George, who suffered post-traumatic stress after he ran his daughter over with a boat. Mrs. Lake does not come back with Pasher or Meredith. "You were supposed to bring Freddie back," I tell her. She tut-tuts me. "What is with the tut-tutting?" "Oh, he seemed sleepy, so I let him stay in your bed, but I brought you another friend to keep you company." The other friend is a sock with a face I drew on it with a magic marker. Really? She brought me Sammy? Is this a joke? She's playing a joke on me. She has to be. Sammy the sock? It's not a joke. Mrs. Lake actually looks at me expectantly, like she wants me to put the sock on my hand. I'm not doing it. Sammy hasn't been washed since I last put my foot in him, which means if I stick my hand in, I'm going to get foot germs on my hand, and then I'm going to forget and rub the gorn out of my eyes and get foot germs in my eyes, and I'm pretty sure that's how you get like pink eye or cataracts or something gross. "Will you bring him tomorrow?" I ask her. "Please?" "Of course," she lies. How do I know she's lying? I just do. Not only that, she's keeping something from me. I can feel it. Why would Mrs. Lake lie to me? Did she throw Pasher away because she was afraid that he was a bad influence on me? What is she hiding? Why can I sense that she is? She flips through my journal. I snatch it away from her. Did she read any of it before she brought it to me on Tuesday? Maybe she did. Maybe she thinks I'm crazy. Maybe that's why she's hiding things from me. Or maybe I'm getting too paranoid. Of course, knowing David Clark is creeping about the hospital would make anybody paranoid. Dr. Adams gives me permission to wheel around a bit in the wheelchair. Mrs. Lake and I go down to the cafeteria where they let you eat gross stuff like green beans that have been boiled to mush and jello that wiggles in your mouth like it's still alive. I just eat a piece of cornbread. I spend like 5 minutes chewing each bite because it seems to suck up all the saliva in my mouth and then I can't swallow it. Mrs. Lake just looks out the window and eats a bowl of strawberries. I wonder if this is the life she expected she'd be living when she decided to become a foster parent. One foster child burns her house down, then blows up in another child's house. That other child gets fostered by her and ends up getting stabbed by a maniac. I hope she doesn't blame herself. Friday. Dr. Adams says I should be able to go home tomorrow as long as I don't scratch my stitches anymore and tear the wound back open. Getting to go home is enough of a reason to not scratch. I just gotta find something else to do with my hands. One of the nurses brings me some stuff to draw with. I decide to make a comic about my adventures. Maybe when I'm older I can publish them or something. I'll call it The Adventures of Lily Maverick, because I'll need a nom de plume so that my enemies can't find me. And nobody gets my name right anyway. I heard Dr. Adams call me Lily Lake to someone in the hall. The other person chuckled and said something about Lex Luthor and Lois Lane. I think they were suggesting I am a character from a Superman comic. I wish. If I was, I would be Wonder Woman. Who I will never be is Lily Lake. Mrs. Lake does not bring Meredith back. Again. Sammy asks her why for me because this makes me mad and I don't want to talk to her. Yes, I put my hand in Sammy. One of the hospital staff offered to wash him for me. Most of the marker face faded, but at least he's not covered in foot germs anymore. Talking to Sammy has been keeping me from scratching in more ways than one. Mrs. Lake says that she forgot. So sorry. Sammy and I don't believe her. It doesn't matter because we're going home tomorrow anyway. As long as I don't tear open my wound, and as long as David Clark doesn't kill me in the night. One more day, and I can send Fur back to hell. Then I can deal with whatever it is Mrs. Lake doesn't want me to know. What if they're going to send me back into the foster system? Oh God. I don't mind the idea, except for the part where I might lose both Meredith and Pasher. Oh, and you'll never believe who came to visit me. Officer Jenny. They bandaged her eye up with an eye patch and she looks kind of like a pirate. When she first walked by, I thought I was seeing a ghost. It wouldn't be the first time I've run into a ghost cop at the hospital. The last one tried to get me to kill Meredith, but nope, she wasn't dead, just lost her eye. I'm glad I misinterpreted what I saw for her future. Seeing things before they happen isn't an exact science. It's really not science at all. Officer Jenny apologizes for some of the things she said to me in her patrol car. She repeats the word some to emphasize that she meant some of what she said. I don't know which part she is sorry for and which part she isn't, but I accept her apology. Honestly, I don't even remember most of what she said anyway. I remember it was kind of mean, that's all. I tell her I'm sorry she lost her eye. She touches her eye patch and goes, "Oh, no, there's just a big gash and some swelling. It's going to be fine." Boy, I totally misread my vision of her with one eye missing. Old me would probably say something like, maybe I should give up my gift after all and go die with my parents. But new me says, no, I will learn to use this gift properly and make sure nothing bad ever happens again. Officer Jenny looks confused at me. I realize I just said all that out loud. I've been having a hard time not saying some of the things I think ever since getting stabbed. I don't know why. I've got to get better about it before I tell everybody in my life everything I think. That would be really detrimental to my social life considering some of the stuff I think about. I'm taking notes on all this, of course. Mentally, since people apparently have no problem with reading my journal. Officer Jenny is alive and not blind. David Clark is creeping around the hospital and maybe planning to murder me. Guthrie is being made fun of by his police co-workers. Meredith and Pasher are missing. Roger is back in the Vale, I think? And Mrs. Lake doesn't seem to trust me anymore and is keeping stuff from me. Furfur's trapped in his egg prison. Tony's in his jail prison. Lisa Welch is trapped in a prison of ignorance and Hecate is still trapped in her omelet down in hell. And that's all I think. Guthrie stops by later. He came to see Officer Jenny. Why do I know this? I can't get any of the normal angel info, but this unspoken bit of information comes through. Is it because he's trying to be secret about it? Does this ability to know people are hiding things have anything to do with the fact that Raziel is apparently locked in some sort of trap in my mind? Friday continued. It's late, I know. Everything's dark, but people still pass by outside my room because hospitals never sleep. I hear beeps and shuffling feet constantly. My tummy area itches, but I can't scratch. Must not scratch. Going home tomorrow. But that's not the reason I'm up so late. I hear whispers. They're coming from the bathroom. There's a nightlight in the bathroom so I can find my way there if I need to, but I don't need to. Not with whispers coming out of it. Never go into a room that's got whispers coming out of it and is supposed to be empty. That's how people in horror movies die. You can come out, I say to the whispers. I know you're in there. I hold my precious red button. It's supposed to summon a nurse in case of an emergency or anything. There's also a police officer posted in the hallway who I can get running with a scream. Whoever is whispering in my bathroom is not going to get me. A dark shadow passes by the cracked open bathroom door. It stops and looks out at me. It's about my height, maybe taller. Not by much, I think. It moves through the doorway and to the end of my bed. I can't make it out. It really is just a shadow. Like Peter Pan's shadow. Lost and no longer attached to a person.
You killed me,
it says. I recognize the voice. David Clark, I say to the shadow. You're not dead. How are you dead? It moves besides the bed and tries to touch my medical equipment, but its form just passes through like black smoke.
You killed me,
it repeats at me. I know it can say more than this, though. Ghosts aren't mindless things. Roger proved that. Meredith proved that. Every ghost I've ever met has proven that. I've met way too many ghosts. I didn't kill you, I tell David Clark. I didn't even know you were dead until now. Last I heard, you ran away from here when they were trying to help you. The shadowy ghost holds its arms out in front of it. I think it's trying to show me something, but a shadow holding something out in front of itself is just a different looking shadow, and nothing clear can be seen. What are you trying to show me? I ask.
You killed me,
David Clark says again. He's really becoming rather annoying. If he thinks he can annoy me to death, that's probably a far safer bet than being able to physically affect me. The shadow limb touches me. It actually makes me feel cold. The hair on my arms prickle up. Something cloudy fills my brain. It's not my thoughts, it's pictures. Is he trying to possess me? Oh boy, he's got another thing coming if he thinks he can take over my body. I'm not welcoming him in here. I've had enough of other people in my head. There's already a visitor somewhere in there right now, in fact. I'm seeing things that aren't in my eyeballs. Pictures forming like melting paintings filling my eyes. He's not invading my body. He's trying to show me something in the only way he can now, I guess. Since he won't just man up and say what he's thinking. We're in a room. I know this room. I was in it the other day. It's the Donovans' living room. There's me, standing there in the doorway to the kitchen. I look evil and ugly. I mean, I'm no beauty pageant contestant, but he's clearly envisioned me as green-tinted skin and red eyes and for some reason pointy ears and gnarly-looking hair. If I had to describe myself in David Clark's vision using one word, that word would be witch. I look like a witch straight out of The Wizard of Oz. Not the good witch, the bad witch. One of the bad witches. I guess there were two, though we never saw more than the feet of one of them. I look around. There's two red, slippery-looking dogs feasting on David's mom. She looks beautiful, like radiant. This is not the same woman I saw. She looks like the good witch Glinda from The Wizard of Oz. I'm the bad witch. His mom is the good witch. Is this how David Clark saw us? Well, whatever it is, his mom Glenda is being torn apart by two red hounds. Her face looks sad and desperate, like she's still alive and begging him to save her. The walls begin to melt. The people begin to melt. I melt. We're somewhere else, on a sidewalk in my neighborhood. I'm standing there beside me, which I guess is David Clark. I'm seeing things through David Clark's beautiful but disturbing, sad fire blue eyes. I hope he doesn't hear that thought as I think it. I look mean and nasty and ugly still. I'm not green-tinted, at least. I look pale and waxy and gross, like a melting human being. My eyes are still red. I'm smirking. my lips curled up to show pointy teeth like some sort of monster. Beside us both is a blur. Like there's a person there, but they moved while the photograph was being taken. I think back to that moment on the sidewalk. Jamal. Jamal was with us. This blur must be what David Clark remembers of Jamal. It's almost like he wasn't paying any attention to him. And why would he? He was clearly focused on imagining me as this ugly troll. Something stings in my brain. I reach up to touch my clutch head, but my fingers are missing. Oh my god, I have no fingers! Where did my fingers go? Oh, wait. This is David Clark. He's the one with no fingers. I took his fingers off. No, Furfur did that, not me. I didn't do that. I didn't kill you, I shout. I'm back in the hospital room. The shadow of David Clark moves away from me. It passes through the bed, sending chills up both my legs. It stops by the window, looking out into a hospital courtyard. Everything outside is blue.
They have her, he says, down in the morgue in a metal drawer. I wanted to see her one last time, but they chased me away. I hid so I could wait for them to leave and let me see her. I got so tired and cold. And then I thought maybe I'd waited long enough, but I realized I couldn't open the door from the inside. Not without fingers. I banged on the door. I shouted for help until I was too tired to bang on the door and shout. And then I fell asleep. When I woke up, I was out. But I was dead. Because of you.
But that wasn't me, that was Furfur. Furfur did that to you. I know I've done some bad things and am most likely going to go to hell now, but the things I didn't do include burning up ossifer flowers and chopping the fingers off David Clark. Also, I didn't tear the hole in the veil that Hecate blamed me for. It would be such a relief to be accused of something I actually did for once. You let Furfur do this, he shouts. I wonder if other people can hear him. Probably not. I've had enough of this. I really have. I sit up and get out of bed. The floor is cold on my bare feet. Probably more cold than normal because of David Clark. Listen, I've done a lot of dumb things lately. I summoned my dead friend's ghost and trapped it in a stuffed cat. I summoned a demon to try to bargain with it for my parents. I followed your evil ass home and let your psycho mom knock me out. And then I let that same demon possess me so I could... I should definitely not tell him what I did with Furfur. That would be dumb thing number 512. So I could send it back to hell, but you know what? You were going to kill me. Yeah, I heard that part. You wanted to steal my gift for yourself, so I'm sorry your mom got eaten by dogs and you died from blood loss or something. I can't think of anything more after that. I was going to dramatically jab his ghost in the smoky chest with my finger, but I lost the words I was going to say. That's it. That's all. I'm sorry you and your mom died. The ghost slumps against the wall and then slides into a heap on the floor. I don't know why it doesn't pass through it, but it doesn't. It's like ghosts ignore everything except walls and floors and ceilings. I'll have to ask Pasher why that is.
I don't want to be dead,
he whispers. He starts sobbing, which is a weird sound because technically he's got no tear maker things in his eyes since he's just a phantom. So his crying sounds really dry and raspy.
I want to go back to when everything made sense.
I reach out to pat his shadow shoulder. I can't actually do it, of course, so I pretend to pat where it looks like his shoulder is. I really hope I'm not patting him on the head because that might come across as really degrading. I wish I could go back too, but we can't. You can walk backward and find yourself back where you started, but the rest of the world keeps moving forward. You just end up being left behind. But maybe if you keep going forward long enough, you find your way back around to where things feel right. I'm dead, you bitch! He gets up off the floor and runs out through the door into the hallway. And I mean through the door. Because, of course, ghosts are stopped by walls, but not doors? None of that makes sense. So ends my Friday night. I don't manage to get back to sleep and spend the next several hours picking at the stitches in my wound but trying not to tear it open. Saturday. Finally, I get to go home. Or at least back to the lake's house, since I have no home anymore. All I have is a big pile of rubble that I can go dig through when nobody's looking and try to find things that meant something to me before people who don't care do their jobs and throw it all away. I've got something for you, Mrs. Lake tells me as we drive back to the house. I wonder if this surprise is a table covered with empty liquor bottles. Her driving is particularly bad this morning. I'm not trying to be critical. I'm only 11, so my understanding of how to drive is limited to holding onto the steering wheel and stepping on one of the 3 floor pedals while occasionally jiggling the stick between the seats. That said, Mrs. Lake is driving like her understanding of how a car works is similar to my own. But the truth is, I already know what the surprise is because that poor, trapped Raziel in the back of my head tells me it's a cake. He tells me in the weirdest way possible by making the car smell like buttercream icing. At first, I was like, why does the car smell so sweet? But then I realized it doesn't actually. There's just this phantom aroma tickling my nose, and it's some sort of secret revealing angel smell. I try to focus my other gift, the one Pasher gives me, and see if I find him easily. But instead, my head fills with screaming static. It's so bad I have to clutch the passenger side oh shit handle to keep from tipping over in my seat and barfing on the floor. The oh shit handles are those things in cars that they have over the doors, so when your dad drives around a curve really fast, you can grab one and hold on while silently screaming, "Oh shit!" in your head. We get to the house and my head is still screaming. I feel like it's going to explode. I hold the sides of it to keep my brains in, but I feel a wetness on my upper lip, and when I touch it, my finger comes back covered with blood. Mrs. Lake doesn't seem to notice, just walks inside humming something to herself. Mr. Lake is sitting in his favorite chair in the living room. He smiles gently at me when he sees me and then gets up and gives me a big bear hug. He smells like fresh cut grass with a slight tinge of burning leaf pile. He was probably burning leaves in the backyard earlier. He likes to do that. He says it's therapeutic.
Welcome home, hon.
Thank you. Can I go up to my room real quick? I want to check on my toys. A surprise first, Mrs. Lake declares. She grins at me with her teeth all clenched up tight. She is really excited to show off her cake to me. Oh, a surprise, Mr. Lake says. I was kept out of the loop. We all go into the kitchen. The table is set for a meal for one. Mrs. Lake has put the fork on the wrong side of the plate. I've been taking home economics in school, and we learned all the right things for setting a place to eat. Fork goes on the left, spoon and knife on the right. Mrs. Lake puts the fork upside down on the right. It may feel like a strange thing to comment on, but Mrs. Lake sets the table all the time and is generally very particular about setting it by the standards of home economics that to see it set wrong feels almost jarring. The screaming in my head feels more like pounding now. In fact, I can almost hear it. It's probably my heart beating, but in my head it sounds like someone throwing themselves against a door. Bam, bam, bam. Mrs. Lake goes to the pantry and pulls out the cake. Good grief, it looks like a child made it. It's double layer, the top is sliding off, and the icing is so thick that I'd swear she just jumped the entire canister onto the cake and smeared it around with a knife or possibly her own hand. I could make a better cake than this. I can't help but also notice something else. The teas in the pantry. They're carefully separated by herbal and non-herbal, just like Mr. Lake likes them. A cake, Mr. Lake says with more surprise than I can muster. Then he seems to really see the cake and his expression changes to confusion. I can't blame him. This cake looks like a first grader made it. Mrs. Lake sets the cake down and smiles at me. Surprise! She exclaims excitedly. Welcome home, sweetheart. Mr. Lake and I look at each other as we both sit down at the table. Mrs. Lake goes to get the knife for cutting the cake.
What's this made with?
Mr. Lake asks, cocking his head at the cake like it's some sort of science experiment gone wrong.
I thought we were out of eggs.
The pounding in my head suddenly turns into a booming shout. Lily! It's Raziel. It hits so hard I lurch in my chair violently. But he's too late. Mrs. Lake is standing behind her husband with the knife. She reaches around and pulls his head back to look up at her one last time before she drags the blade across his throat, slicing it open so deeply that I don't think any amount of stitches will fix him. Blood immediately sprays across the table and the cake. I really wasn't looking forward to eating it, but now this guarantees I'm not. It's just the one spurt, and then Mr. Lake is gurgling and clutching at his wife's hands weakly as she holds his head back and lets the blood drain out of his neck. She's staring at me as she does it. I'm too frozen and shocked to move. You wouldn't believe where I found one, Furfur says to me in Mrs. Lake's voice. Blood. Mr. Lake gurgles on it, clutching his throat. He's looking at me all confused. I give him a sad face back because I don't know what else to do. I hope in his last moments he feels like someone is sad to see him go. I know his wife would be if she were here. She's probably watching this from deep inside her own mind, screaming and wailing. Sorry, Mrs. Lake. Sorry, Mr. Lake. Furfur pats him on the head, tussling his gray hair like my dad always used to do to me, and then gently pushing his head down until it's laying on the table in the growing pool of blood, his hand still desperately trying to hold the rest of it in. Mr. Lake does not lift his head back up. He goes quiet. Furfur looks at me through Mrs. Lake's eyes. Be honest, you knew it was me. No, I didn't. I probably should have. She was acting weird. I can just imagine her going into my bedroom, smelling something rotten coming from the closet, gathering up all my clothes to wash them when she couldn't figure out what it was. And then one smashed egg later and she's breathing in a black fume of demonic possession. Oh man, my clothes must smell terrible. I started to stand up, to run, get away. Furfur points the cake knife at me. Why do they make those things so sharp? Cakes aren't exactly difficult to cut through, except the ones my Aunt Hazel used to send us every Christmas. Those things always look like she molded wet cat barf into a loaf of bread and dusted it with powdered sugar. She had 12 cats, so there's probably plenty of barf to do it with. I say those things, but there was only ever the one cake. My dad would mail it back without ever cutting a piece, and then she'd mail it again the next year. I know it was the same cake because I wrote my name in the powdered sugar with my finger once, and it was still there the next go-round. They seemed to think it was funny mailing this old cake back and forth to each other. Grown-ups are weird. Don't make the mistake of thinking I won't split you open and decorate this house with your greasy entrails if the mood strikes. Furfur snarls. She drags her finger along the wet, bloody blade and then licks the blood off her finger, then looks at me with a wink and a smile. Mr. Lake gurgles something incoherent. That means nonsense words. My mom liked to use the term incoherent every time Roger or I would ask for stuff at the store. Furfur frowns at him and then lifts the cake knife and shoves it into the back of his head. It goes in with a sound like someone biting into a piece of watermelon and a blurp as a dark gush of blood spurts up. Mr. Lake's arms slide off the table. The rest of his body goes slack too, and he slouches heavily against the table, his chair squeaking back slightly on the floor. Furfur pulls the knife away and watches with a look of amusement as Mr. Lake's neck buckles and his top half slides off the table, leaving a bloody skid mark behind, and collapses in a pile at his feet. Furfur looks at me. This doesn't faze you in the least, does it? She asks. I just drove this into his brain, ending his existence right before your eyes, and you didn't even blink. That was pretty awful, but I guess I've seen worse. I hate that she's right, though. That seeing Mr. Lake die didn't bother me as much as the fact that I couldn't stop it. Would I have saved him if I could have? Absolutely. Shouldn't I be horrified by seeing it happen, though? Why aren't I? What is wrong with me? Furfur clucks her tongue. She holds the knife with one hand and taps the pointy end with her other hand's fingers. Then she takes it and slowly drags the blade down her cheek. It opens up like a zipper, drawing blood. You know, I almost don't mind the idea of going back to hell, just because I know I'll get to see you there eventually. She grins at me. I can hear her teeth scraping against each other. Blood runs down the side of her face. I'm not going to hell, I tell her. But I don't feel totally sure about that, so it comes out almost like a question. My voice breaks a little too. I'm trying to sound confident, but I know it's not coming across the way, and I hate myself for it. Why? Because you've got some silly angels helping you? Do you think they get to decide who goes where? No, they don't. It's decided by you. Didn't you know that? Of course you didn't. You're just a little meatball in a bone mobile wrapped in squishy padding and covered with hair. Where is Pasher? I demand. Furfur wiggles her eyebrows and chuckles. She does a weird little dance. Or maybe she's just spasming for some reason. I can't really be sure. She's jiggling and waving her arms in a strange manner. Where's Pasher? she says in that mocking voice adults use when they're trying to show kids what they sound like when they're crying. I'm not going to tell you. And then I know. I know exactly where he is. It's like that light bulb turning on in your head sort of thing, except in this case it's a light bulb turning on in the attic. Except this house doesn't have an attic, or at least I didn't think it did. Apparently there's a hatch in the ceiling in the little hallway beneath the Lake's bedroom and their bathroom. They have their own bathroom connected to their bedroom, you see, and kids aren't allowed to go back there, probably because of secret hatches and such. But anyway, there's a hatch in an attic and pastures in a trunk in the attic, and I know this. Why do I know this? I know this because Furfur wouldn't tell me. I know this because it was a secret. And I have a freaking angel in my head whose whole thing is secrets. Holy cow, Raziel, thank you! Raziel? Furfur slowly tilts her head to the side and gives me one of those curiosity-type looks. Oh crap, was I saying my thoughts again? Yes, you were, she says. So, Raziel, huh? You've got an angel hiding away in that meatball with you. She taps the side of her head with the edge of the knife. You two-timing little horse. If I were the jealous type, I'd skin you alive and lay you in front of the fire like one of those bear rugs. A lily skin rug. She giggles at this. I scoot my chair back an inch with my toes. Please don't make a sound. Please don't make a sound. The tiniest scraping noise is made. In my ears, it's like when the teacher slips with a piece of chalk and it screeches across the blackboard. Furfur doesn't even notice. She's too busy staring off into space and enjoying the sound of Mrs. Lake's voice saying her nasty words. Why hasn't the angel come out? She's not actually asking me. It's one of those rhetorical questions I hate. Could it be, did he get stuck? Did somebody maybe set a little snare in the back of your meatball? And poor little Raziel has got his foot in it. Oh, I wonder. When he sees what I do to you, will he gnaw his own leg off to get free? I'm not waiting around to see what she has in store for me. Instead, I lurch forward out of my chair, grab the cake she made for me, wonder for a split second how she made a cake with only one egg if she even had that, then flip the cake like a tiddlywink. I don't wait to see if it hits. I know it hits. You know how you can just feel it when you throw something perfectly? It's like that. I throw the cake with perfect aim. If people fought wars with cakes, I would be one of the greatest soldiers. The cake hits Furfur right in her stupid face. Her head snaps back in surprise, and then she seems to slip in something on the floor. Probably Mr. Lake's blood, and goes head over biscuits. The deadly cake knife spirals through the air, but I don't see where it lands because I'm already out the door, heading for the stairs in the Lake's bedroom. I'm not allowed in here. I'm going anyway, obviously. I don't care about that, but the point is I've never been in the bedroom because I'm not allowed, so I'm unfamiliar with it. It smells like a mixture of flowers or some sort of heavy perfume and bubblegum. It's a very strange aroma, not one I expected when entering an adult's bedroom. Considering how quiet and conservative the Lakes have always seemed, I expected their bedroom to smell like my nana's, like cloves and peppermint. I also didn't expect there to be a pair of handcuffs on the footrail of their big bed. Actually, 2 pairs, since there's another set on the other side. Why did they have handcuffs on their bed? Was Furfur holding someone prisoner? It wasn't Mr. Lake, he seemed oblivious. Maybe he's been sleeping in his easy chair again. He does that sometimes when they have a fight about arranging teas or what kind of vegetables to try to grow in the garden out back. Or at least he did. He's not going to be sleeping anywhere but a big pine box now. Sorry, Mr. Lake. Speaking of Furfur, I hear her screaming from downstairs. I know where you're going, sweetie. Of course she does. She knows better than I do, since I'm just standing here looking at handcuffs instead of getting my butt into the crawl space and finding pasture. The hallway to the Lake's bathroom is short and narrow, even more so because there's clothes hanging on both sides and you can't walk through without brushing up against old people's suits and dresses and lots of belts. Like way more belts than anybody really needs. Some belts are connected to other belts and have metal studs on them. They look more like cartoon dog collars than belts, really. I've never seen Mr. Lake wear more than one simple brown leather belt, so why has he got a collection of weird belts he never wears? Just leaves me scratching my head and pausing in further confusion. Come out, wherever you are. Oh right, the hatch. I can see it in the ceiling. It has an indent, probably so you can hook your fingers in to pull it open. It's way out of my reach, though. Even jumping, I can't touch it. I need a stool, just like the one I see in the bathroom, in front of the sink. Mrs. Lake must need it to see herself in the mirror or something. She's not that short, so I can't really figure that she has trouble with that, but I know I do, so who knows? I'll take what I can get, and right now, I can get that stool. It's not enough. The hatch into the crawl space is still about twice as far away from me as my head is from the floor. Think, Lily, think. Belts! I can use some of these weird studded belts and make like a rope ladder. I grab a couple of belts and pull until their wire hangers bend, and finally there's a scraping sound and the whole metal bar holding all Mr. Lake's clothes up comes out of the wall. Shit. Wait, this bar is loose on the other side too. I pull until it comes out of the wall. All the clothes fall on me in a big pile. Mr. Lake's suits and pants and belts are really heavy when they land on you all at once. I don't care though. I don't wrestle with them. I just shake them off and grab the metal pole and use it to push the hatch open in the ceiling. Now I just have to get up there somehow. Furfur crashes up the stairs. Oops! She shouts. She's being deliberately loud just to scare me. She probably thinks I have no way to get to the crawl space. She's not that wrong. I really don't. I don't see any way to get up there except to shimmy up this pole, and I just don't got the body strength to do that. Bookshelf, says a voice inside my head. Raziel, is that you? Bookshelf, Lily. There's a small set of shelves in the Lake's bedroom. Mrs. Lake has covered the top of it with a collection of little glass figurines. They look expensive and fragile. Too bad. I grab the edge of the shelves and pull. They move slowly. These shelves are too heavy. I tip them and let all the expensive and fragile glass figurines spill off onto the floor, followed by all the heavy books, which smash the little figurines. Now the shelves are much lighter, and I pull them easily, shoving books aside to squeeze into the hall. Now I just have to climb these shelves. Thank you, Raziel, you clever angel. I scramble up the bookcase, pausing only when it wobbles, and I have a moment of fear that it's going to tip over on me. The top is high enough that I can get my head and arms up into the hatch. Now I just gotta pull myself up. This is not as easy as it looks. I've got like no upper body strength. I really need to do more pull-ups in gym class if I live long enough to have school ever again. Geez, school. There's something I haven't thought about. I'm probably so behind on everything. The bedroom door comes crashing open just as I manage to get one of my legs up into the loft. I don't see Furfur, but I hear her howling with rage. It's especially disturbing coming out of Mrs. Lake's mouth. I can hear her feet. She's charging through the room towards me like an angry rhinoceros. I pull my other leg up just as Furfur in her Mrs. Lake suit smashes against the shelves, knocking them over. The whole house shakes, but I hug a support beam so I don't tumble back down the hole and into Furfur's arms. Lillian Alexandra Madwhip, get down here this instant! She roars. She knows my full name, but she has no control over me. I know now only my mom, my real mom, can use my full name against me. It must be a special magic only mothers hold. Even my dad couldn't do it. If he used my full name, it just sounded funny. No, only a mother has the full name magic. Go to hell, I scream down at her. Yes, hell, that's where she'll go. I'm about to send her there in a handbasket. I don't know why people go in a handbasket, or even why it's called a handbasket and not just a basket. Do all baskets require hands? I've never heard of a foot basket. I've heard of a bascart, though. That's those metal baskets with wheels that you push around a grocery store, and one of the wheels is always loose and wobbles, or it's gummed up and doesn't move, and the whole bascart screeches and draws attention to the fact that you're in the laxatives aisle so that everybody else in the store can think about whether you're constipated or not. The attic, if I can call it that, is very dark and dusty and cobwebby. There's lots of boxes with words written on them like storage, taxes, and private. I wonder what's in the private box. But Pasher's also here. He shines like a little plastic beacon of hope, and he's more important right now than scratching my itch of curiosity about the private box. Besides, Pasher! I shout with happiness and snatch him up. Lily! His words burn into my head the moment I touch him. What's in this box labeled private? He doesn't answer. At least, not right away. And not in the way he usually does, which is by dumping an entire vault of information into my brain. Lily, there are more important things at the moment. Focus. Fine. I better find out eventually, though, or that's what they're going to torture me with when I'm in hell. Pasher continues. Lily, Furfur has gotten out of your trap. Yes, I know. She's trying to kill me in Mrs. Lake's body. I know. There's something else, too. Something unnatural. I believe he is using an old magic, possibly something given by Hecate. It's been limiting my ability to connect with you. Our line is clearest now when we're in physical contact, but I've been trying for days to keep tabs on you, and I could only get brief moments. You couldn't even hear me last week when I sat in your closet and you were in bed. Of course. Hecate. Even from the deepest pit of hell, she is able to mess up my life, and I didn't even do anything to her.
We gotta exorcise this bitch.
He goes quiet again. Lily, you shouldn't use that word. I feel my cheeks heat up. Oh, sorry.
It's exorcise this bitch.
I feel a surge of confidence at his words, like my skin is turned into iron. Not the thing you flatten clothes with, which has never made sense to me since clothes are already flat. Like, have you ever tried just laying your clothes down on a table? See? You don't have to flatten them further. Why are you risking setting your clothes on fire with a hot metal thingy just to make them more flat? Nobody's impressed that your clothes are flatter than their clothes, I promise you that. No, I mean iron like the stuff irons are made of. I think. Are irons made of iron? Is that why they call them irons? The surge of confidence is lost in a muddle of thoughts about irons. And that's when Furfur inside Mrs. Lake pops up behind me in the crawl space, grabs me by the ankles and yells, "Gotcha!" like a maniacal TV villain, and then drags me out of the crawl space, covering me in dust bunnies and cobweb bunnies and splinter bunnies. Those last ones really freaking hurt, by the way. I've still got pasture in my hand, but then I go tumbling head over biscuits out of the ceiling and fall like 1,000 feet onto my back on the hallway floor. Apparently, I just barely missed cracking my spine in half against the edge of a fold-out metal chair Furfur grabbed from somewhere. Where doesn't matter. What matters is if that thing would have broken me in half if I'd landed on it, and thankfully, I only fell flat on my back on the hard hallway floor. It hurts more in the front where my stitches were. I really hope I didn't just tear myself open again. Mrs. Lake stands over me. No, sorry, I keep forgetting. Furfur stands over me, grinning through Mrs. Lake's eyes, curling her mouth up like the Grinch who stole Christmas. "Lily," Pasher calls from like 1,000,000 miles away. I look at my hand and it's empty. I dropped him as I fell through the air just now. He's half hanging out of the hatch to the crawl space. One of his little legs is caught on a splinter bunny. Aw, dang you, splinter bunnies. "Lily," he yells again. "Hold on, help is on the way." I grunt, getting up off my back. Furfur doesn't try to step on my chest or just grab me and snap me in half for some reason. She just leers at me like she's already won. I don't need help.
"Oh, you need help, all right," Furfur chuckles. "Story of your little pathetic life, isn't it? Poor little Lily Madwhip, always a victim in need of rescue. Saved from the schoolyard bullies by a friend. And what happened to that friend? Oh, right, you murdered her."
No, I didn't.
"Saved from the crazy mentalist by a brave policewoman. And what happened to her?
That wasn't my fault either.
You couldn't even fight off Lisa Welch alone. 1-on-1, and you had to call for help. And Hecate, what happened with her? Oh, right, saved from Hecate by a bunch of angels."
Well, yeah, that was like a full-grown adult with 1,000 years experience in witchcraft against a 10-year-old. I don't need to justify this nonsense. Lily, Pasher starts to say something. "Shut up!" Furfur hisses at him. She turns back to me and produces the cake knife smeared with the blood of both lakes.
"I know all of your sad life's details. I was in that meatball of yours, remember? I know everything about you. I know you have no friends. I know your only family lives across the country and would be happy to never see you again.
How dare she bring my Aunt Hazel into this?
And I know you have lost all faith in the throne of the one who sits upon it. I know you welcome this death as much as I am ready to give it to you."
You know, I remember something from your time in my meatball too, I say. She squints at me, her face still caked with her own blood from the slice on her cheek.
"What might that be?"
I raise my hands. I don't know if I'm doing it exactly right, but this. I flick my wrists like I remember Furfur doing when he was in my body that day at the Donovan's house. The air moves like glass shards from a broken window. I see it shimmer. It makes a tinkling sound in my ears. They reach Furfur. They pass through her like, I don't know, something really sharp through something really soft. Like the cake knife through the skin of her face, I guess. That's pretty gruesome to think about. The tinkling air moves so quickly and cleanly for a moment, I'm left wondering if I imagined it. And then the lines show, red ones, and her right hand splits down the middle between her pinky and ring finger. Her left hand is gone, fallen to the floor along with a portion of her arm. I hear the knife clattering to the floor as it spills from her severed hand. "I'm sorry, Mrs. Lake. I'm sorry, Mr. Lake." Furfur shrieks in rage. The blood rushes out of her from both arms, and she stumbles backward, flailing what's left of her right hand and the stump of her left arm as she falls out of the hallway, back into the bedroom, confused and angry and dying. I hear Pasher saying something in another language. Probably Latin, because all angels speak Latin. He's never said why they say stuff in Latin, but I suspect they just like it because it sounds fancy. Et dismissus peccatus tuis, perdicat tead vitam aeternam. Amen, I say. I have no idea what it means. Furfur flails around on the bedroom floor, struggling to get back up with no working hands. She looks at me briefly and screeches like an eagle, her face contorting into a red mask of madness. I just thought of that description all on my own. I think it's pretty good. Gotta pat myself on the back for that one. I step confidently toward her. The twinge in my back tries to make me look stupid, but I fight it and puff up my chest. Time to get exorcised! I crack my knuckles on each of my hands to emphasize the point, but then wonder if she saw that and thought I was doing it to rub in that I got 2 working hands. So I flap them out and say, that was just, not to make you feel bad, I got working fingers. Furfur apparently doesn't speak English anymore, just angry, screechy bird sounds. She makes a few more of them at me. Her face is gray looking, probably from the loss of blood. It's all over the carpet in the bedroom, and I pray that Mrs. Lake doesn't see it before she passes away in whatever recess of her brain she's trapped in, and the last thought she has be that I ruined her carpeting. All the screeching from Furfur and knuckle cracking for me apparently drowned out the sound of someone dashing up the stairs because suddenly the bedroom door is kicked in and a tall man comes striding in like he owns the place. He's got wavy blonde hair he keeps in a ponytail and a pair of dark glasses on so I can't see his eyes. He's dressed in a big, long overcoat that I at first suspect has like a shotgun or something tucked underneath, but then he flaps his arms out dramatically and the coat opens briefly and I see he's just got a suit on underneath. And I breathe a sigh of relief.
Am I fashionably late?
He asks in a joyful tone that really doesn't fit with the whole blood-splattered scenario he just walked in on. I put my hands up, confused. Who? What? The blonde guy snaps his fingers with a flashy smile and Furfur suddenly bursts into flames. Like, boom! There was this 4th of July where there was an accident with the fireworks and they all went off at once, and it was kind of a mini version of that as Mrs. Lake's body was made of leaves coated in lighter fluid and this weird blonde guy with a long overcoat flicked a lit cigarette at her. Furfur screams and writhes on the floor covered in fire. The blonde guy stands there in the doorway, hands on his hips and watching her burn. Somehow the flames don't spread to the carpet or bed or me or anything else in the room. They don't even rise and cause smoke damage to the ceiling. I can feel the heat, but somehow it's not like standing next to a bonfire to cook a marshmallow. It's more like standing next to a radiator. Why is it not hot? Why is it not spreading? Who the hell is this guy?
Nathaniel,
I hear Pasher say from behind me.
Contain the demon.
Already on it,
Nathaniel says. He puts his hands together, intertwining his fingers, and I see a black snake of ash and smoke pouring off of the curling form of Mrs. Lake. It swirls into a black ball, floating in the air. I'm sorry, I say, still kind of stunned. You can just be here? Like an angel walking the earth like the Incredible Hulk? He looks at me with a blank expression. I turn to Pasher hanging from the crawl space behind me in the hallway closet space. Why didn't you send him here days ago? I thought I was supposed to do a whole thing with holy water and saying some sort of magic words. You told me we were going to need to gather that stuff, remember? I look back at Nathaniel as he waves his hands slowly up and down, back and forth, giving me a look one gives a sad-looking puppy. Does this mean I failed? I was just about to do things. I was going to exorcise her. We just said, let's exorcise her, not 5 minutes ago up in the crawl space.
That's what I'm doing,
Nathaniel says calmly. He clasps his hands together and the swirling ball of blackness collapses in on itself with a scream that seems to echo off of nowhere. Then he waves his hand and the burning corpse of Mrs. Lake puffs out like a candle wick someone blew on. Oh, come on, I yell. I was just about to prove my worth. There was the big speech about how I'm always needing help, and then you go and do it for me.
Lily,
Pasher says in his annoying tone that's trying to calm me down, and I know I'm doing something wrong when he uses it.
you're not alone. That's what I need you to understand. You're never alone, and you don't need to do it alone. You have people who love you and care about you, and we are a team.
Nathaniel points finger guns at me and gives me a half smile. Teamwork. He brushes off his sleeves even though they're perfectly clean. Well, what about that whole spiel about holy water and magic words, I ask.
That was the plan when Furfur was in your egg trap. Nicely done, by the way.
Pasher has stopped using the condescending tone and goes back to his gentle voice.
But once Mrs. Lake released him, we had to change the plan. I couldn't reach you in your sleep because of whatever magic Furfur was using to interrupt our signal. He must have brought something to you in the hospital that cut you off from me. Then he stuffed me up in the hideaway and I couldn't even contact Nathaniel until you broke the seal of the hatch. Can I go now?
Nathaniel asks casually.
Yes,
Pasher says.
It was a pleasure to meet you in person, Lily.
He says with a smile.
Sorry about all this.
He gestures at the smoldering body on the floor.
Pasher will take care of things.
And then he turns and goes over to the smaller closet of the room, opens the door, revealing a brightly lit hallway of other doors, steps through and shuts the door behind him. I feel the strength in my knees finally give out and I collapse onto my butt on the floor in front of Mrs. Lakes' corpse. I open my mouth to speak, but can barely even get the words out. I am so confused. So here I am at the end of a roller coaster. Up the track I go, bringing Meredith back from the dead. Down goes the track, meeting David Clark and his mother. Up it goes again, catching a demon to use to help me bring my parents back. And back down again, getting arrested for punching Jamal. Or maybe for mutilating David Clark. Or maybe for killing his mother. Or maybe just for the whole shebang. But then the roller coaster keeps going down. Officer Jenny gets injured protecting me from Crazy Tony. The building I hide in burns down. The policeman assigned to protect me by Detective Guthrie is murdered. Crazy Tony stabs me. I die. At that point, the roller coaster is off the rails and digging like a drill toward the Earth's core. Only the timely arrival of Meredith and my brother of all people. Guthrie catches Crazy Tony. I survive my stab wound. The roller coaster is flying back toward the sky. And then, this. I'm sitting on the lake's bed, looking at Mrs. Lake's charmallow body. One of her arms and several fingers are over in the hallway to their room along with a lot of blood. In the kitchen, Mr. Lake is resting his face in a pool of even more blood. Somewhere, there's a nasty cake that is probably going to get thrown out. Don't look at her, Lily, Pasher tells me. He's still hanging from the crawl space where he got caught in a nail or something. Just look at me. But I can't stop looking at Mrs. Lake. Her skin is a mix of flaky black and blistered red. She was a good person. So was Mr. Lake. Are their souls being swept away to some pleasant place like my parents were? Or are they currently trapped in these bodies like Roger was? Did she suffer? Lily, I know what you're gonna say. You're gonna say this isn't my fault. That wasn't what I was going to say. He's right not to say that, of course. It is my fault. I summoned Furfur. That right there is the one thing that caused all this. I summoned a demon, and it killed a whole lot of people. Well, I wouldn't have done what I did if you hadn't killed my parents. Your parents' deaths were a terrible tragedy, and if I had known they were going to die, I would have done everything in my power to stop you from using Jophiel's judgment. He gives a sigh. I wish that I could take back that moment for you, along with so many others. But you are the knife, and you cut your own path. I watch as a piece of Mrs. Lake's skin peels off from a light breeze through the open door and flutters like a dead leaf in the air. I turn away from it so it doesn't float right into my eyes or mouth. Instead, I look at Pasher hanging from the ceiling hole. You made me this way. Pasher looks back at me through his plastic eyes. I did, and I have done it 1,000 times before, and with each new knife, I have taken on the responsibility to guide them. But something went wrong the last time. When we gave you the choice to become the new knife and your soul accepted, we changed the word in the smallest way possible, but the ramifications of it were beyond what we anticipated. I don't know what that means. Ramification sounds like something to do with rams and multiplication. You know, sheep math. Don't tell me sheep don't know numbers. I've seen a video of a horse counting with its hoof, and sheep are much smarter than horses because they don't actually let anyone ride them. It means that despite only making the slightest change to the paths of two individuals, you and Roger, the outcomes of a multitude of other lives were affected. For one thing, the soul is not so easily cleansed, so Roger retained a lot of the struggles and depression he felt as the original knife. He remained reclusive, something of an outcast from social norms, and he harbored a resentment toward you for having the gift he once had, although he no longer remembered having it. It had left marks on his soul, as all things do, and somewhere deep down he knew what you had once belonged to him and he resented you for it. Okay. So now the question nobody asked for, why my brother was always mean to me, has been answered. I wipe my eyes with my sleeve. I don't care about having Roger's feelings explained to me right now, not with 2 corpses rotting in the house. He continues. Other lives changed too, insignificantly for the most part, but for at least one, a young single father studying to become a behavioral therapist. That change, combined with the interference from Samuel, led to 2 totem bearers coming into contact with each other, which ended in tragedy. Felix Clay was not meant to be a totem bearer, nor a mentalist. If Roger had kept the gift, Felix would never have... Meredith, I whisper. I need to find her. Where did Furfur hide her? I look around the room. Maybe she's in that box in the crawlspace I never opened? She's not in the box, Lily, Pasher says in a stern tone. I don't know where she is. It's actually rather troubling, and I suspect that Furfur has hidden her along with some other magic that is concealing her location from us, similar to how he kept us apart. I need to find her! I jump to my feet, almost stepping on a piece of Mrs. Lake's severed arm. The carpeting squelches under my shoes, wet with blood. No! Pasher shouts. His voice booms in my head and I sit back down without thinking about it. When he speaks again, it's back in his soft tone. We need to deal with this, with what's been done here. Meredith Patterson, wherever she may be, is not in danger. You, on the other hand, are sitting in front of the burnt corpse of your foster mother with your foster father's body bleeding out at the kitchen table. He doesn't talk sharply at me unless things are serious. I know they are, but I don't know what to do. What do I do? Call Detective Andrew Guthrie. The phone is downstairs in the living room. I have to dance around Mrs. Lake's body to get out. I don't mean dance like I'm swinging my hips to an imagined song over the corpse of my foster mother. I just mean that I tiptoe around it so I don't get any of her on me. I'm halfway down the hall before Pasher calls me back and makes me pull him down from the splinter he's caught on and bring him with me. We are doing this together, he says. No more going alone, okay? Okay. I hope they let me keep him when I'm in prison. Maybe he can sit with me when I'm in the electric chair. You're not going to be sent to the electric chair, Pasher assures me. Was I thinking out loud again? I ask. I've been having some trouble with that lately. He doesn't answer. He just recites a phone number. It's not 911. We're not calling for the general police. We're calling Guthrie specifically. The phone rings twice before someone picks up. It's a woman's voice, not Guthrie. Emergency veterinary clinic, how can I help you? Emergency vet clinic? Did I dial the wrong number? Is Detective Andrew Guthrie there? I stutter. There's a pause. I'm sorry? Sorry, I'm looking for a policeman, Gumphrey, Andrew Guthrie. He's a detective. He works for the police. I'm calling to speak to him. We both go silent for a moment. Is he there, please? Just a moment. I hear her talking to someone else. She says Guthrie's name. There's another voice calling Guthrie over what sounds like a school PE system. Why do PE teachers get their own radio? It's a PA system, Lily. Pasher says. P-E-P-A-P-O-P-I-P-U, whatever. P uses every vowel for something. It's all so confusing. There's a noise over the phone. Someone picking it up on the other end.
This is Guthrie.
I hear Guthrie's voice. He sounds annoyed. He always sounds annoyed to me, but he sounds annoyed even though he doesn't know it's me just yet, which means he's probably going to get even more annoyed when he does. I can't blame him. I annoy myself sometimes.
Who's calling?
Detective Guthrie! I squeak into the phone. It's Lily, I need your help.
Lily? How did you know where Wait.
He sighs. Here comes the even more annoyed voice.
Let me guess. Angels, right? What is it this time? I'm rather busy at the moment.
This is why I like Guthrie. He gets it. Pasher was right to have me call him. He'll know what to do.
What do you mean I'll know what to do?
Guthrie asks. His voice gets even more annoyed. We're like at DEFCON 5 annoyance. If I get him even more annoyed, he's gonna blow up. But I have to do it. I have to really annoy him because there are dead people in this house.
What happened now? You just got out of the hospital, didn't you? Where are you?
I look through the doorway where Mr. Lake lies slumped over the table beside a badly made cake. There's blood dripping off the edge of the table. I'm at the lakes, and, so they're both dead, and—
What?
The phone makes my eardrums throb. I have to hold it away from my head. I miss the first part of what he says next because of it. Thankfully, just the first few words are at glass-shattering levels. I bring the phone back to my ear carefully.
Are you safe? Is there someone else in the house? Look, find a place to hide. Police will be on their way. Don't panic, just hide.
I don't want the police here. I want Guthrie. What about you? I ask him. He turns gruff.
Do what I said, Lily. Get off the phone. Hang up.
He hangs up on his end. Well, now the police are coming. Not Guthrie like I hoped. Someone else. Not Officer Jenny because she's still recovering from her bad eye injury. Not Frank, whatever his name was, because he's dead. It could be Officer Grant. He's always nice to me. He has a big, funny mustache and orange hair like Jamal's friend Greg. Sometimes he gives me a bag of pretzels from the vending machine. I hope it's Officer Grant. Somewhere deep in my head, I hear whispering. It doesn't sound like my thoughts because I'm having my thoughts right now and this is interrupting them. The whispers tell me what Guthrie did not. He's at the animal hospital meeting with a vet about an examination of the dog beast that they killed the night they found me. That's Mrs. Donovan. They've cut her open and looked through her insides. I know this because Guthrie didn't tell me. I know this because Raziel is inside me, telling me instead. Pasher speaks.
Lily, do as Guthrie said. Let's go up to your bedroom and you can lock yourself in there until the authorities arrive. In the meantime, we've got to get Raziel out of your head.
I go up to my bedroom and lock myself in. The closet is open and I can see the remains of Furfur's egg prison smashed on the floor just outside the tarp I'd drawn on the floor. The egg is all black and green and smells really nasty. I shut the closet door to keep the smell inside, but it's already out drifting about my bedroom, so I open one of the windows and sit beside it and take big whiffs of fresh air. Oh, thank you, Mother Nature.
All right,
Pasher says, laying on the floor beside me.
I want you to close your eyes.
I close my eyes.
Okay,
I hear him say gently.
I want you to imagine you're back in that movie theater you went to in the Vale.
I'm standing in a forest. The trees are all pine trees. They're evenly spaced out like someone planted them there. The ground is mossy and covered with yellow and blue flowers. They sway back and forth even though there's no wind. In front of me, the ground rises, steeper and steeper like it's going up a mountain. There's a cave in the side of it. The trees around the cave stick out like giant toothpicks. Like the forest used to be flat there and the cave grew up out of it.
Do you see the movie screen?
I hear Pasher. I look down and there's a frog on the mossy ground. It's looking up at me with dark eyes. Why do frogs have weird pupils?
Excuse me?
Pasher says from the frog's mouth.
What's this about frogs?
I can't help but giggle at his voice coming out of a little green frog. You're a frog.
Lily,
the frog says sternly.
You're supposed to be thinking of a movie theater.
Well, I don't know what to tell you, Frogsker, but my mind has imagined the woods instead, with a frog in a cave.
There's a cave?
The frog blinks. It looks directly at the cave. Surely it sees it. No? Oh, I'm imagining the frog. Pasher isn't actually seeing what's in my head.
Go to the cave.
I'm already at the cave, I say. I do move closer, though. It's dark inside. As I get closer, though, I see that it's not that dark. It's just that someone has built a wall just past the entrance, made out of some sort of black rock. It's actually kind of shiny. Maybe it's volcanic rock? That's what lava turns into. I've always wanted to have a piece of volcano rock. I wonder if I could break off a chunk of it. Oh, wait, I'm just imagining it. I keep forgetting.
I need you to go into the cave,
Frogsker says. He's still right beside me. He's staring off into space at the moment, probably because he's kind of blind. I can't believe I imagined Pasher as a blind frog. If anything, I'd think he'd be a frog with 1,000 eyes. I walk toward the cave. The black rock wall looms over me. Loom means that it's really tall and makes me feel really small. There's also a thing called a loom. I saw one once when we went to Plymouth. There was a lady using this weird device that makes giant cat cradles, and she calls it a loom. I assume because it was so big and it made her feel small. For being in my imagination, everything here is pretty clean and clear looking. Usually when I imagine stuff, it's kind of vague, like a red circle is an apple, or a yellow circle is the sun, or a different kind of apple. I thump into the black wall. I actually feel it on my nose and open my eyes. I'm still sitting in the corner of the room. The feeling on my nose is gone. There is no wall. Well, okay, there's 4 walls, but they aren't the one blocking the cave in my imagination.
What is it?
Pasher asks.
Why did you stop?
There's a wall in my head.
Furfur must have put it there. Raziel has to be in that cave.
I really hope it doesn't get out that there's a cave inside my head. All the other kids in jail will make fun of me. They'll call me Lily Emptyhead or something more clever. I can't think of a clever, mean name right now, probably because there's a cave inside my head where a brain should be. Other kids, though, they're really good at coming up with mean names. You'd think they spend all their off time coming up with insults.
The police will be here very soon,
Pasher tells me. I know. I've already heard them coming, yelling at the front door, kicking it in. I didn't say anything because I was trying to focus. It wasn't until the yelling stopped that I realized it hadn't happened yet. I'd almost forgotten what it was like to sense something before it actually happened. It's really confusing sometimes.
Once they get here, we won't be able to do this until you're alone again. That might not be for a while, and it's important we get Raziel out. Can you focus?
I shrug at him. You know me. I'm all about focus. At least when I'm painting. I wish I was painting. I probably shouldn't even think about wishes, though, considering that's Furfur's bread and butter and it hasn't been that long since he got flambéed back to hell. You can never be too careful, especially considering—
Lily,
Pasher interrupts.
Close your eyes.
We return to the cave in my brain. The black wall still fills the entrance. I approach it, feel it with my hands. I can literally feel the smooth surface on my palms, even though I'm sitting here with my hands in my lap. I'm pretty sure my legs didn't turn into volcanic rock. I'm actually feeling an imaginary thing in my head. It's crazy. Pasher is now a deer. He looks pretty soft. There's about a dozen eyes covering his head, all looking in different directions. I have a weird imagination sometimes.
All right,
he says from the deer's mouth. His many eyes blink.
Do you remember what you did to Furfur earlier? When you used your hands and caused the cuts to open on him?
They didn't open on him. They opened on Mrs. Lake, and yes, I can still see the awfulness of it behind my eyelids, which is weird because my eyes are closed and I'm already imagining something else. How am I doing this? How can I remember seeing someone's body get shredded by my hands, gesturing at the air while also imagining a cave and a wall and this weird-ass deer? I remember. I sigh.
You weren't supposed to learn of that ability until you matured,
he tells me while chewing on a piece of bark he peeled off of one of the trees sticking out of the mountainside.
It's extremely dangerous. You tore open the veil. You made those gestures.
Each digit, each finger of your hands sliced the veil, as fine as a strand of your hair, invisible to the naked eye.
Aren't all eyes naked? Do people dress up their eyes? I guess glasses are like eyeball dress up. Hell, my mom used to put makeup on her eyes. Not the actual eye itself, that would hurt, but the lids. Do eyelids count as part of the eye? What are you saying? I ask. That I can cut through reality?
Now's not the time to get into the logistics, but yes, basically. You are the knife that cuts the veil, after all.
But why? The Paz deer leans down, rips up some of the moss and starts to chew it instead of the tree bark. Hungry little guy, I guess.
Later,
he says.
Right now, do the same thing, but don't actually do it in real life, because you could end up slicing off your own legs or falling through the floor or something. Just imagine you're doing it.
I hold up my hands. They are imaginary hands. Gosh, it's weird saying that. I hold up my imaginary hands in my imaginary forest and spread my fingers apart. Each finger can slice through reality, huh? That's crazy. Why would they give me this? What could this possibly do for me? Is it meant to be used as a weapon? Or something else?
Lily,
Pazdeer says,
do it.
I slice my imaginary fingers at the imaginary rock wall blocking the imaginary cave entrance. Nothing happened, I tell the deer. The deer blinks half its eyes.
Try pushing on the wall.
I reach out with my hands. I wonder if I'll have to register them as lethal weapons, like this guy in a movie my dad let me watch with him once. It was called Game of Death. They probably would have called it Lethal Weapons, but I think there's already a movie with that name. The wall doesn't move at first. I can feel it against my hands in real life. But then there's a grinding sound like someone dragging a boulder down the sidewalk, and I feel the rock move. A large chunk of it slides inward and pops out the other side with a noisy clatter. As it does, the rest of the wall rumbles and several other broken pieces shift, some falling down on my outstretched arms, others just catching in a nook. And then my head explodes in a rainbow of light. Not really physically, I'm not dead, obviously. I'm writing this in my journal, after all. But there's a whole rainbow of colors that come pouring out of the hole in the wall, and since my head is right there looking in, it's all I can see. There are some shades of colors I can't even describe. You want to know if they're like green or blue or red, but I'm telling you, they are indescribable. I open my eyes just as the first police officer comes into my room. I see him for just a second, standing in the doorway, one hand on the knob, the other on his gun. He's looking directly at me. I'm looking at him. And then the other colors pour out of my eyes like the beam of a giant flashlight. I can't see anything but all these colors. Red. I see lots of red. Not like bloody red, but like someone plugged a red light bulb into the light fixture and the entire room is bathed in redness. The policeman is also red. And I can see an outline through his clothes of items on him like handcuffs and some small metal box and a badge on his chest. Underneath all that, I can see his skeleton. I see every bone in his body. It's overlapping his clothes and his handcuffs and his face, which looks absolutely stunned by all this. I wonder if he sees my skeleton too. And then the light is gone and the policeman is standing there in the doorway, bewildered, eyes staring forward, one hand on the knob, the other on his gun, but the gun drops from his hand and clatters to the floor.
What the
F, he says, and then he stumbles forward. He drops to his knees. Behind him in the hallway is another police person. They are looking down toward the Lake's bedroom. I suspect they can see Mrs. Lake's charred remains since I forgot to shut the door on my way out. They turn when their partner stumbles.
Calvin?
They say. It's a lady cop, but I couldn't tell at first because her voice is really deep, almost as deep as Guthrie's. It must be nice to have a deep, authority-sounding voice. My voice sounds all squeaky like a mouse, and nobody takes me seriously, probably in part because of it, in part because I'm having to tell people about the future which nobody thinks I can see.
Cal, are you okay?
She steps into the room, pointing her gun at me for a moment before lowering it. I thought she might shoot me, but my luck holds out.
I can't see,
says Officer Calvin. He puts his hand on the floor and feels around.
Everything is red. I can't see.
He starts to panic, scrabbling around, clutching the lady officer's pant leg. She looks at me with accusing eyes. She thinks I did this. I guess technically she's right.
What happened?
She shouts. Her gun points at me again.
What did you do?
I put my hands up in the air, hoping she doesn't think I have a weapon on me, realizing my hands are actually weapons, so I guess I do have weapons on me, so please, Lady Cop, don't kill me for holding them up. I didn't do anything. I lie, because I know that if I try to explain the whole angel in my brain cave punching a rainbow hole out of my eyeballs to her, the next visit to my brain cave might be to pry a bullet out of my meatball. She grabs her little walkie-talkie and presses the button in it.
1044, we need assistance. Officer down.
Officer Calvin finds the doorframe and pulls himself back up to his feet. He stands there holding the wall, staring at nothing in particular. His eyes look bloodshot, like he didn't get that much sleep last night. I didn't catch a good look at them before Raziel shot out of my eyes, so it could very well be that they were like that to begin with, but I kinda doubt it. Suddenly, he turns and looks directly at me. He doesn't blink. His eyes themselves, the colored part of his eyes, they're tinged red, too.
She's lying,
he says. He doesn't sound scared or rattled at all. I wasn't expecting to be accused of lying. Excuse me? He licks his lips and then cocks his head like he's listening to a radio. There is no radio. There's not even sound coming from over his walkie-talkie.
An angel,
he says to nobody in particular.
That's...
What?
She was freeing an angel. No. Do you hear that?
He turns into the direction of his partner. Does he see her now?
What's that voice? I can hear you, Patty. I'm right here, Cal,
Officer Patty says. She reaches out and offers him her hand.
No,
he says.
I hear your thoughts about stealing. You borrowed your sister's car back in high school?
Officer Patty lowers her gun, thank goodness.
What are you talking about?
She looks at her partner.
How do you even know about that?
He continues, his red eyes looking through her.
You scratched it trying to park. Covered it up with paint that didn't match. She noticed but never knew it happened. Why are you thinking about this? I'm not.
This was unfortunate, Pasha remarks. Understatement of the year right here, folks. Runner-up is the nurse at the hospital telling me you won't feel a thing. Talk about liars. Lady, I felt everything. Where's Raziel? I ask him without saying the words aloud. At least I hope I don't say them aloud. I've been having some trouble with that lately. Last thing I need is both officers looking at me even more mental. Is he inside that Officer Calvin's meatball?
Raziel is on his way here back to us,
Pasher says.
The gift of knowing is temporary. The blindness, sadly, is not. Raziel was incorporeal. He had to be in order to be in your mind like that, but you're not meant to see us in that way. It's why we take on physical manifestations when we traverse the veil or your plane.
I take one of my hands that I'm still holding up, reaching for the sky as they do in cowboy movies, and wave it over my head. Whoosh. Officer Patty frowns at me. I put my hand back up. The next 10 minutes are spent with Officer Calvin telling one secret after another. He sits there spouting them out like a garden hose someone forgot to turn off. Some of them belong to me, like how I almost died in unicorn pajamas. Others belong to Officer Patty. Both police people don't know what to make of it, and lots of shouting and arguing happens as they cope with him suddenly knowing things she didn't want anyone to know. Me, on the other hand, I don't really care because half the stuff he tells she doesn't even believe anyway, and the other half would only be embarrassing if someone my age ever found out. Eventually, Officer Patty guides her partner to my bed and has him sit down while she goes to check the master bedroom where she finds Mrs. Lake and then goes to the bathroom and barfs. Officer Kalsman tells me she's barfing. I guess she didn't want us to know that. 15 minutes later, emergency ambulance people arrive to treat Officer Calvin. More police show up. They start searching the rest of the house. They spend a lot of time in the master bedroom. Someone comes upstairs with a ladder and goes into the crawl space. They come back out with a special box that does not have Meredith in it, according to Pasher. I see them look inside and then look at each other with concern. Officer Calvin starts telling me and the ambulance people what's in the box, but Pasher makes me cover my ears so I don't hear it. It's not fair. I'm 11 years old. I know how babies are made. My parents used to have a picture book called How Babies Are Made with construction paper doggies and bees and people. But if Pastor says I shouldn't hear what's in the box, I'm not going to argue with him about it. I've come to accept that he has my best interest in mind.
Lily Madwhip?
Present. All the other kids in class start whispering, telling each other the same stories about me they tell each time my name gets called, as if everyone in the school doesn't already know them by heart. Lily Madwhip, the one-girl demolition crew. The girl who single-handedly blew up her parents, then drove her foster family so insane they died in a murder-suicide. Seemingly unkillable. If she looks your way, you have to cross yourself or you'll die within a week. Unless you're Hindu or Jewish. I kinda like that one. Sometimes I stare at the other kids in my class just to watch their reaction when they realize it. Don't ask me how they came up with suicide for Mrs. Lake's cause of death. I mean, the lady was missing several bits and had burned to death in a very localized fire that failed to touch most of the things around it. Besides, despite her eggy waffles, and she loved her husband very much from what I could tell, she definitely didn't deserve to be remembered as a murderer. I think anyone who really knew her knows it's not true. Last week I sat down in a fairly bare-looking room at the police station with Detective Guthrie right after he'd finally got done listening to a doctor explain to him that the dog he killed had bones more like those of a human than a canine. He wanted me to go over the details of that day. The day Pasher, Nathaniel, and I sent Furfur back to hell. I told him again how Mrs. Lake was possessed by a demon and an angel had burned her to drive the demon out. Of course, I continued to leave out the part about using my powers to slice her bits off. Pasher said it would be best to not include that. I agreed. Guthrie listened to me tell him everything and then started writing on his little pad of paper he always keeps on him, mouthing the words, spontaneous human combustion. I asked him what that meant, and he said it's where a person suddenly catches on fire for no apparent reason. I told him that when the angel of fire snaps his fingers, it's a pretty good reason to catch on fire.
So, to repeat what you just said, the Archangel Nathaniel descended from heaven into the lake's bedroom, snapped his fingers, and burned Mrs. Lake alive?
He asked me.
And then, tip of the hat, flew back up to heaven?
He put his hands together like a pair of wings and flapped them up toward the ceiling to represent this. No, like I told you, he came in the front door, snapped his fingers, burned her alive, then went into the closet.
Right, into the closet.
He said in that condescending tone adults use. You know the one, where you're caught with your hand in the bowl of cookie dough that your mom was chilling in the refrigerator and you tell them you thought you saw the chocolate chips trying to escape and was in the process of putting them back. Well, it wasn't a closet at the time, it was a portal to the other side.
Of course it was.
At that point he sighed and turned, looking at the mirror in the room for a bit, and then shrugged and shook his head. I banged my fist on the table, which hurt because it was made of metal, and yelled at him in his reflection. Why do you act like you don't believe me, huh? Oh, Lily's just making up stories again, but then you stop me on the sidewalk and ask me questions like I'm some sort of magic 8-ball you can just shake and get the answers you want out of me. Hey, Lily, is my son going to join the baseball team? I shook an imaginary magic 8-ball in my hands and pretended to look at it. Reply hazy, Guthrie, try again. Shake, shake. Outlook not so good. Or better yet, how about no? He's not because he hates sports and he wishes you'd stop forcing them down his throat, but he's too scared of disappointing you to say it. We sat there in silence for a bit while Guthrie's face slowly descended from a smirk into a scowl. He's made angry-ish looking faces at me before, but this one was like someone was trying to hold back a really strong fart. Finally, he snapped.
Lily, we've got an officer in the hospital who may never see again. The mutilated bodies of your foster parents cooling in the morgue. My friend's body is down there with them, who I saw walking around and had a full conversation before he just dropped dead out of the blue. His autopsy later showed that he'd been dead for the better part of an hour at the time. Not to mention that bizarre mutation of a dog being dissected. And your explanation for everything involves mysticism, devil worship, angelic interference, and magic. That's fine for a child, but we need hard evidence of what really transpired so these people's loved ones can have some closure.
With that off his chest, he pulled something out of his little notepad and then slammed it shut. The notepad was very small, though, so it came off less dramatic than I think he wanted it to.
One day you're going to wake up and wish you had been honest so that these dead people could rest in peace.
He slid the thing across the table to me. It was my foil Charizard, sealed in a little plastic case.
Bart donated the protector from his baseball card collection.
And then he left the room without a friendly wave goodbye. We haven't spoken since that day. I probably hurt his feelings with the thing about his son. I don't care. Despite everything I've shown him, he picks and chooses what he wants to believe and what not to believe. I probably did his son Bart a favor by telling Guthrie he didn't like sports. Hey. I look up from doodling in my notebook. We're in the middle of a social studies class and the teacher's talking about Eli Whitney and the cotton gin. I already know all about it, so instead I'm drawing a picture of my blue cat doll Freddie Lapel, the one I last saw Meredith in. I need to make some flyers and put them up after school in the hope that someone has seen her. The boy in front of me has turned around in his seat and is looking at me. He doesn't cross himself when I meet his gaze. Maybe he's been dared to see how long he can last staring into my soulless eyes. He's got shaggy blonde hair and freckles all over his nose and cheeks, and uh-oh, here comes the info dump. His name is Ryan Blanchard. I already knew that, thanks brain. Also, he's got a little brother named Robbie and a much older sister named Rebecca. Apparently, his parents have a thing for names that start with R. They also like to drop their 3 R children off at a summer camp every July and spend a week at a nudist colony. What? I really didn't need to know about that. Come on, brain, give me a break. Don't tell Ryan this, of course. Poor kid doesn't need to know his parents let their dangly bits dangle while he's off weaving baskets and getting poison ivy. Did you really fight off a serial killer? He whispers to me. I glance to my right. The girl sitting there is bugging her eyes out at him. She sees me look and quickly crosses herself and looks back down at her history book. I don't tell her that she crossed herself the wrong way. You're supposed to go head, heart, shoulder, shoulder. She crossed herself shoulders first, then heart, then head. That doesn't mean anything. You're just waving your hand around. No, I whisper to Ryan, looking back down at my drawing of the doll containing my best friend Meredith's ghost. I wish I'd brought a darker shade of blue marker with me to school. This one is robin egg blue, and it's way too light. Freddie Lapel is royal blue. I just sat there and let him stab me. Oh. He turns away. And then he turns back and looks at my face again. This guy really isn't afraid to get cursed, I guess. Or maybe he doesn't believe in curses. I stare at him with my soul-sucking eyes. Is that how you got that scar? He asks. You know, like you do. I instinctively reach up and touch the scar on my cheek. I don't remember I have it half the time, but when I do, it starts to itch. No, I got this in a knife fight. Whoa. He turns back around in his seat, but I can still hear him whisper, cool. Someone nearby gives a snort like they're trying to hide a laugh. I'm not sure if they're actually trying to hide it or they're trying to make it obvious that they're laughing, but in a way that they have plausible deniable later. Plausible deniability means being able to say you didn't do the things you did because you do them in a way that nobody can prove it. Like when Roger would take my hand in the back seat of the car on road trips and make me hit myself with it so he could deny hitting me because she was doing it to herself. Just ask her. Oh yeah, getting in a knife fight. Real cool. I'll be sure to thank Lisa Welch for making me cool if I ever see her again. I hope I never see her again. I hope she slips on a banana peel and falls down the stairs, breaking every bone as she goes. I hope her bones heal funny and she looks all crooked and bent because Daddy's a dentist, not a bone doctor. Bet he'll wish he'd gone to bone school then. I finished drawing Meredith's doll prison, badly, I should add, and write, have you seen this toy? Call and ask for Lillian, along with the phone number for the foster care center. 1 poster down, 99 more to go. There's a photocopy machine at the Winslow Library that costs 10 cents a copy.
I've got $10 in my shoe that my care worker Miss Darcy gave me for lunch for the week. $10 can make 100 copies. Cafeteria food tastes like garbage anyway. Maybe it is garbage, I don't know. I'll be honest, I don't really eat the cafeteria food because everyone else says it tastes like garbage and I don't want to taste garbage. For all I know, it could be really freaking delicious and they just say it tastes like garbage so there's more for them. Anyway, I got $10 in my shoe. Freckle-faced Ryan Blanchard turns around again in his seat. I see the teacher, Mr. Crombie, give him a glare. Mr. Crombie is well aware of how much every student in his class is paying attention. Except for me, that is. He thinks I'm taking notes when I'm really just making posters to find my lost cat doll with the ghost trapped in it. Ryan has approximately 10 seconds to ask whatever the hell it is he's going to ask me this time, and then Mr. Crombie is going to chuck a piece of chalk at him and tell him to turn around. Mr. Crombie has really good aim, too. He was the pitcher for his high school baseball team back in the 60s, but he got his sweetheart pregnant. Oh, stop it, Brain!
Hey, that's a great drawing,
Ryan says about my shitty drawing.
Can I get a copy? I'll put it up in my neighborhood for you.
Really? I ask.
Cross my heart and hope to die.
He crosses his heart. I don't think he hopes to die, though. Sure. I tear the paper out of my notebook and hand it to him. I'll draw a better one for the copy machine. Thanks. He turns back around just as Mr. Crombie is clenching his chalk piece in a planned attack. Instead of throwing it, he points it at Ryan and gives him a look that says, "Do that one more time and they'll be pulling this chalk out of your skull down at the morgue." From what Guthrie told me, he'll have good company at least. I spend lunch recreating the missing doll poster. I still don't have a good blue marker, so Freddie Lapel continues to be poorly represented, but the gist of what he looks like is clear enough, I think. Should I add a reward? People might be more inclined to return a missing cat doll if there's the promise of a reward. The only thing is, I don't have any money except what Miss Darcy gives me. I know I have some sort of inheritance, but I don't have access to it until I reach a certain age. When I stop by my locker later, the drawing I let Ryan take is taped to it. Someone has written, "Call Lily Madwhip for hot sex and witch curses" in sloppy red handwriting, placing the part of the poster about the missing doll. Ugh. They drew over my crappy drawing of Freddie Lapel with a permanent marker to make it look like your classic representation of a witch in black with a pointy hat and broom. Also, it smells faintly like someone used the drawing to wipe their butt. I can't imagine that they would actually do that since the paper would not be the least bit comfortable, but there's definitely a toilet smell. A bunch of kids snicker and laugh when they see me find the paper. Ryan is there. He gets a high five from another kid named Preston whose family owns a car dealership. There's a couple kids who don't look happy about this prank, but I know they'll never say anything. None of them want to become the next target for kids like Ryan and Preston, and a few are afraid of me, as evident by the way they turn around and cross themselves when they see me looking at them. I don't react. I just tear the drawing down and wad it up to throw away. People like Ryan want you to react. They want to see you get mad or cry. The best way to get them to stop is to not give them what they want. Of course, as soon as everyone turns away to go back to pretending I don't exist, I take my right pinky and with careful precision, I cut the veil right where the butt of Ryan's pants are. I've been practicing the ability whenever I'm not at the center where I'm staying, so Pastor doesn't find out. It took days to figure out how to control exactly where the cut was happening. If I'd done this on my first day, I might have very well dissected Ryan's intestines or something, but instead I just split the seam in his pants. He reaches back immediately, feeling his pants split. I might have nicked his butt cheek too, but oh well. Nobody notices his face turn bright red when he realizes his pants are split up the butt crack. He looks around horrified, afraid someone will notice and laugh at him. He sees me looking back. I raise an eyebrow at him, then turn, shut my locker, and walk away. He's not going to know what to think. Did I make it happen? How could I have? I was across the hall, nowhere near him. Did I curse him? Yes, that's the conclusion he'll probably reach. But he won't call me out on it because that'll just draw attention to his plight, and right now he's got 3 more classes to get through while trying to make sure nobody realizes what's happened. Sucks to be you, Ryan. I won't give you what you want from me, but I hope your butt enjoys a breath of fresh air for the next couple hours. Jerk. After school, I return to the center and pick up Pasher.
We go to the library together. I have to sign out where I'm going so they know where I am. It's a dumb rule because I could write that I'm in the library but really be in some alley doing drugs or robbing a bank. Not in the alley. I'd have to go to a bank to do that. Alley is for drugs, bank is for robbing. Anyway, it only matters if they go looking for you for some reason and nobody at the center cares enough to go looking for me. There's a familiar-looking bicycle chained outside the library when I get there. I recognize it, as I've borrowed it a number of times. It belongs to Jamal. I was ready to handle more school bullies, maybe a child stabber or two, but not Jamal. What do I say to him? Sorry, Jamal, I didn't want to punch you, but a demon was possessing me at the time, and if I hadn't done that, he might have killed you instead. That's actually not bad. And it's true. I can't lie to Jamal. I mean, I can. I've done it a number of times, but I can't lie to Jamal now because I feel awful about punching him. You don't start an apology with lies. Maybe I can just avoid running into him altogether. As I approach the library's front door, someone comes walking out backward, pushing the door open with their butt because they've got a bunch of books in their hands. And, of course, it's Jamal. He looks right at me. Crap. He doesn't say a word, just walks over to his bicycle and puts the books in a backpack hanging off the rungs. Leave it to Jamal to lock a bike but leave the backpack where anybody can snatch it. He's such a goof sometimes. After emptying his hands, he turns toward me, still not saying a word, and walks right up to me, just staring me in the face. Jamal, He throws his arms up. I flinch, thinking he's going to punch me. Instead, he wraps them around me and hugs me tight. I go all stiff because maybe he's planning on crushing me in some sort of bear hug embrace move. If you go stiff, then when they squeeze, you can go slack and slide right out of their arms. I imagine it works less well on actual bears. I'm glad you're okay. He digs his chin into my shoulder. I reach up and pat him on the back because I'm not sure what else to do. After a moment, he puts his hands on my shoulders and holds me at a distance like my nana used to do when she was sizing me up. I call it the "let me look at you, oh my, look how you've grown" maneuver. Jamal smiles for a second but then turns serious. I heard about what happened with that crazy guy who tried to kill you. I wanted to visit you in the hospital, but... He looks away. He doesn't have to say why he didn't. His father wouldn't let him. He doesn't like me. I can't blame him. I don't like myself a lot of the time, and I'd punched his son. Punch somebody's kid, and they aren't too keen on letting that kid around you again. And the younger the kid, the more likely they are to keep you apart. The same goes for old people. The older they are, the worse off for anyone who punches them. It's like there's some age somewhere between being a baby and being a dusty old mummy where it's perfectly alright to punch that person, but leading up to it and away from it, things get progressively worse for you if you do it. Unless you're a real little kid who doesn't know this weird punching people rule, then you just get scolded and told not to do it again. That's your one-time free punch of pretty much anybody. I highly suggest spending it before you reach 6 years old because that's about the time free punch goes away and you're expected to know not to do it even if you haven't yet. But still don't punch babies. That's never okay. I thought you'd be mad at me, I say, examining my shoes. I'm not really looking at them for any reason except that I can't look him in the eyes. Checking my shoes for dirt or stuff is a good excuse for looking down. You know, for hitting you. He puts a hand on his chin and pretends to adjust his jaw. Was that you? I thought that was someone else pretending to be you. Why are you being so calm about this? I said awful things and then I punched you. We look at each other for a moment. Then I turn back to my shoes. They have little sparkly stars on the laces. You can only tell when the sun hits them just right. Or a strong flashlight. They actually glow in the dark, too. The stars do, not the shoelaces. I figure it must be for when you're trying to find your shoes in the dark. Did you mean them? The things you said? And the punch? Did you mean that? He asks. Pastor's looking up at me. He hasn't said anything, just hanging from my hand and listening. Maybe he's not there again, but I have this feeling in my gut that he is and he's watching. No, I say, finally. That wasn't me. I don't tell him that the words were Furfur's, nor that the punching I did only because I was afraid that if I didn't, Furfur would hurt him worse. Jamal believes me when I tell him about things, but would he believe me that I was possessed?
Sometimes people say and do things they don't mean when they're hurting inside.
He says like he's a sage on a mountaintop passing down wisdom to a weary traveler.
They already feel bad. When someone hurts you, you can either hold a grudge and let it continue hurting, or you can forgive them and help them heal.
I vote for holding the grudge. After all, splitting Ryan Blanchard's pants in the middle of the school was very satisfying. Maybe tomorrow I'll help him heal, but not today. He squeezes my shoulder.
You've had so much awful stuff happen to you. Enough to drown an adult, and you're only, 11? I forget when your birthday is. I'm sorry.
Anyway, you and me, we should be going to school, playing outside, reading comic books, catching fireflies, digging up worms, and going down to the brook to fish with our parents, not visiting their graves and hiding from serial killers. He pauses to let his words sink in. Someday, he'll be a great public speaker and give lots of speeches.
You aren't the cause of these things, Lily. This is happening to you. What kind of friend would I be if I can't take a hit when you're at your lowest?
He leaves after that. I don't watch him go because my eyes are kind of blurry and watery, but I hear the clickety-clack of his bicycle chain as he pedals away. I just stare down at the ground and my glow-in-the-dark shoelaces and watch a tear fall onto the tongue of my shoe. Pasher still doesn't say anything. Did you feed him all that to say? I ask finally. Pasher makes a chuckling snort.
No, that's just who he is.
I slide my backpack off my shoulder and pull out the shitty drawing of Freddie Lapel that I made to replace the worst one that Ryan ruined at school. Will we find Meredith? If we do, I can't see it happening. I've tried and tried to focus, but the future is fuzzy, like the higher channels on a TV without cable. A blurry picture that you can just make out bits and pieces of. Are you watching Flight of the Navigator or something inappropriate? You can't even tell, you just know that there's a sleek, silver-looking thing flying around and everything's tinted purple and there's no sound, and when your parents catch you, you're going to be sent back to bed.
Yes,
Pasher says.
Meredith's not gone. She's just hidden somewhere, and wherever that is, we will find it. I feel pretty certain.
You're not just saying that to make me feel better, are you? I ask him. I don't want any false hope.
There's no such thing as false hope, Lily. There's just hope.
I wipe my eyes with the back of my sleeve. I hope we find her.
I hope so too.
We walk into the Winslow Library together. Sean the librarian smiles and waves from the card catalog where he's helping a high school student named Francis find a book on the Peloponnesian War using the Dewey Decimal System. He's going to get a B+ on the report, mostly for grammatical errors and a lack of specificity regarding the outcomes of the major battles. Oh, for the love of Pete, stop!
Hey there kids, it's me, MrCreepyPasta, and I just wanted to tell you thank you so much for watching tonight's video or for listening to tonight's episode of the podcast. It's a brand new year, which means a brand new time for content. We're doing our best to bring you the newest things. I know in 2024 I had released less videos than I ever had any year in the last 14 years, but hey, as things start to piece themselves back together, so do I. So I will be seeing you guys a bit more in this year, I promise you. And as always, I want to give a very big thank you to everybody who supports me over at Patreon. That's patreon.com/MrCreepyPasta. I cannot thank you guys enough. Thank you guys so much for being supporters. That goes for everybody who was down in the description, as well as AcidSystem, BallarmsTheRat, Blake Rattler, Mendoza, Brenna, BrimstonePandemonium, Caltuna, Chainsmoker Dealer, ChicagoHitman, CoryxKenshin, CronutHit508, CrusaderChocobo, CursepoxPrimarch, Dakota Best, Daniel Poulsen, Dante Kinkade, Kraus, Ellie Hutmire, Enchanted Buns, Estebean, Gemma, HIDive, nephew, Jerry, Hour Minute Seconds Time, Jay Keems, Jettis Pet, Jordan Humble, King Crab, Mr. Marcus Blitz, Old Penguin, Peaceful Buddha, Psychomel, Red Shadowcat, Remember the Sun, Rinku Star, Salty Surprise, Samara Line, Seclude, Simba's Bloody Mojo, Sky Harbor, Smiley the Psychotic, Sullyman, Tali Sue, the Chavez Brothers. Thank you guys so much for being here. Thank you for listening. Thank you for watching. And sweet dreams.